Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Was Son of Superman and Became the Hero of Tomorrow Part 6. Before we start, please go support YehosuaHernandez for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made, there will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. Chapter My Hero. Yes, Kota was in his secret base, the little brown-haired boy was looking at the smoke that was in the distance, thinking about a conversation he had with his aunt some time ago. But you know what, Kota? Surely one day you'll meet someone you understand, someone who'll risk their life to save you, someone who will be. Kota. Annoyed no one like that could exist. Back with the punished boys, 5 minutes before the attack began. Mina and the other students who needed extra classes were almost dragged by Aizawa to his classroom. Mina. We also wanted to go to the test of courage. Hiroshima. What happened to motivating us? How do they motivate us? Haminari. Even if it was just an exit, sensei. Aizawa. You're outside now. Today I'll teach you how to handle yourself in an emergency. Entering the extracurricular class, if you're not aware that you're falling behind, the gap will be even greater. In a sense, that should motivate you. You're going to move. The 5 boys. Depressed but not where we want. The boys finally arrived at the classroom, but when they opened the door they saw that Monoma was also there, who upon seeing the 5 boys, began to mock them again. Monoma. Huh. How strange. Isn't class A supposed to be better? There are 5 who failed, and only 1 from class B failed, how strange. Mocking and annoying. Hiroshima. But you said it yourself, you failed too, how crazy are you? Sitting down, he's a very weird guy, he said the same thing yesterday just to annoy us. Mina. I'd like to know what your mental state is annoyed. Aizawa. Vlad, I want to add a few tactical maneuvers. Vlad. I thought the same thing too, you don't have to tell me. Mandalay. Speaking telepathically, gentlemen. All. Mandalay, telepathy. Mina. I like that, it made me jumpy. Haminari. Although it only works in one direction, that's kind of annoying. Aizawa. Silence, putting a hand to his ear. Mandalay. Speaking telepathically, we're being attacked by 2 villains, but don't get too confident, there may be more. Those who can, go to the camp now. To the students who are in the forest, if you find one, don't attack it and retreat. Aizawa. Vlad, I'm leaving this place in your care. I'll protect the students. Starting to run through the halls of the place, thinking. I don't know what's going on, but. The man quickly left the place, finding the mountain of smoke that was already rising dangerously. Aizawa. This is bad. But the hero was not alone. Abi. Does your concern have precedent, Eraser? Appearing behind the hero and raising his hand threateningly. The hero quickly turned around, seeing the villain who was smiling evilly. Aizawa. Vlad. But the man could no longer continue speaking because the black-haired villain attacked without measuring his power. Abi. Don't get in my way, pro-hero, you're not the ones we want. 5 minutes earlier with Izuku and Momo in the forest. The green-haired boy was walking with Momo calmly, the boys were somewhat nervous, their laughter was a sign of this, the boys had gone through all the tests almost without getting scared, partly thanks to Izuku who used his X-ray vision, but also partly because the talk with Momo was pleasant, that managed to dissipate their nerves quickly. Apparently the boys had some things in common, although there was a scare in which Momo was startled and almost as a reflex. She grabbed Izuku's arm, who when he felt Momo's arms also gave a small jump. Momo seeing this immediately let go, both were totally red. Izuku. That part of the journey really scared me, he blushing and looking away. Momo. Why yes, me too, haha, blushing and looking away. The boys continued walking with some nervousness on their faces. Izuku. So how do you think the camp is going? Momo. Well, I think it's okay, he kept his promise, haha, we all really tried hard, although I do feel that there is a change, at least slightly. Izuku. Haha, me too, I feel a little more confident using my abilities. Izuku continued walking while looking up at the starry sky with a smile. Momo for her part looked somewhat confused at the green-haired boy. Momo. That's true, you said before that you didn't show all your skills. Izuku. Partly it was because of a promise I misunderstood, but also because they were too dangerous. Yes, they look cool and are powerful, but Number told us on the day of the USJ that it's all a matter of one wrong step. I was afraid of my quirk, of what it can cause, lowering his gaze a little. Momo. Izuku. The green-haired boy remained silent for a few seconds, his expression had changed, but from one moment to the next, the boy smiled and turned to look at the brunette. Izuku. But now I don't feel so afraid, and I think it's partly because you're my best friend, haha, smiling. Momo. Huh. Blushing. Izuku. Reacting and blushing too. Well, I meant that, and I had never lived with other people my age, with the exception of Shoto and Himiko, haha, seeing their quirks in action, the level of control they have, has shown me that I shouldn't fear what I am, but rather move forward, train and master my power. I'm glad you're okay, Midoriya. It's nothing, we're friends, right? Besides, we help each other as heroes. I know you're nervous, but that's why I came. Try your best. I trust you. Don't give up. Go ahead, come up with a plan and approve it, I trust you, that's why I voted for you. I saw it myself in the cavalry battle, you don't abandon anyone, you do the best for everyone, if I'm in trouble, I know I can trust you. Please take care Izuku. Izuku? I do this for many people, I don't want to let anyone down, also I'm grateful for my stubbornness to enter the UA, because if not, I would never have met so many wonderful people haha, studying at the academy is a challenge, but it's also fun looking at the sky again, because for the first time, I'm not afraid to show who I am, and you know what? Seeing the girl with a smile it feels good. The green-haired boy and the brunette continued walking, Momo saw Izuku's smile, and without being able to help it she smiled too. Momo. Hehe yeah, I think I'm also grateful for having entered the UA. Both boys began to smile as they walked forward, but unfortunately the moment would be cut short when, from one moment to the next, they both began to detect the smell of burning. Izuku. Momo do you smell that? Seeing the brunette alerted. Momo. Looking back at him yes it smells like. Izuku and Momo. Something's burning. Momo. We have to run back to camp and warn them. Izuku. Yes. Both boys started running back to camp, Izuku started to see the purple smoke, and then when he looked up he noticed the two shades of smoke, so he knew something was not right. Izuku. Momo, make a gas mask. Momo. What? Why? Izuku. The smoke from the fire isn't the only thing here. The girl did not doubt the green-haired man and immediately created the mask. Momo. I'll make one for you if what you say is true. Izuku. I'll be fine, I can hold large amounts of air, the important thing is that you're okay. The boy took a breath and both continued on their way when they heard Mandalay's voice in their heads, alerting them even more. Momo. Villains. But weren't they supposed to make sure none of them could find us? Izuku. Let's not think about that now, we have to run, let's listen to Mandalay, let's go to camp. Momo. Yes. Izuku used his X-ray vision, quickly locating the camp, although he arrived just at the moment when they saw the blonde feline on the ground. Izuku. Pixie Bob. Running towards her trying to help. Tiger immediately cut off the green-haired man's path. Mandalay. No. Izuku clenched his fists, but at that moment something made him scared, the boy turned his gaze towards the enormous cabin that was there, with his X-ray vision he analyzed the entire place, without finding a certain brown-haired boy, Izuku seeing this became more worried. Izuku. Thinking. Coda. Current time. Insert Yuki Hayashi's Vanguard Action Squad all-out attack theme and read on. Everyone was alarmed, but at that moment, the subject who looked like a reptile began to speak. How are you tonight, UA High School? We're the Vanguard Squad of the League of Villains. Ajiro. The League of Villains. What are they doing here? The other guy, the taller one, was apparently more amused, seeing the fallen heroine. What do they say? He crushed her head. Hey, what do they say? Tiger. Getting on guard annoyed as if I was going to leave you. Wait, don't rush it, Mag, you too, Tiger, calm down. It depends on whether having power over life and death follows the Stain principle. Izuku. Stain. Iida. Did your ideology bring you here? That's right, you the one with glasses, you're the one who finished off Stain and Hosu, haha I see, sorry for the delay. The reptile took the handle of a sword that he had with him, which was wrapped in a large bandage, and took it out, showing that it was a sword made with other swords and knives. I am Spinner, the one who will make Stain's dreams come true. Tiger. I don't care at all, you bastards. That woman you attacked, she recently started worrying about getting married, she was doing her best to find happiness as a woman despite her age, you can't damage her face pulling his retractable claws from his gloves and stand there laughing without consideration furious. Spinner. Attacking Tiger which hero tries to be happy living a normal life? Mandalay. Tiger. I've already reported the situation and relayed the relevant instructions. Leave the students to ragdoll, the two of us will stop them. Turning to look at the boys you guys, get out of here. Ajiro. But. Mandalay. Listen, don't fight, your class president is in charge. Iida. Understood, let's go. But Izuku was alarmed, the boy saw Mandalay, her face, her concern in addition to the students, Izuku did not doubt it, he had to tell her. Iida, for his part, had already begun to walk away with his companions, but stopped when he saw that Izuku and Momo did not move from their places, both boys looking in different directions. Iida. Midoriya, Yaoirozu. Izuku. You guys go ahead, Mandalay. Mandalay turned her gaze slightly, seeing the green-haired man who had a furrowed brow. Izuku. I know where it is. For her part, Momo just turned to look at Izuku who didn't say anything else and turned around. Insert Yuki Hayashi's feeling of pairing and read on. Izuku. I have to go. Momo. But. Izuku. If there are villains in the camp, not only are we in danger, but Koda too. I know where he is. I have to go for him. He hates us, but that doesn't mean I'll let anything happen to him. Momo. Izuku. The green-haired man smiled slightly and tapped the girl on the chin. Izuku. I'll be fine, I promise. Momo. Promise me you'll take care of yourself. The green-haired boy remained thoughtful looking at the girl, and from one moment to another he took off his glasses to give them to Momo, who looked at them with curiosity. Izuku. Here, I'm leaving them to you. Momo. But they are. Izuku. That's why I'm entrusting them to you, I don't want to lose them. The boy turned to see his friends, who were alarmed by the idea that the boy seemed to have. Izuku. I'll be back, nodding slightly and leaving the place. Ida. Midoriya, wait. Watching his friend leave. On the other hand, the girl saw the interior of the forest, the smoke. If it was really something to worry about, then her friends, Class B. Momo didn't know when she started running into the forest, the girl's body moved before she realized it. The brunette put her mask back on and began to create more. On the other hand, Kendo was walking through the forest trying to keep her breath and at the same time protecting her friends. The girl used her quirk, making a shield on Yui, who was carrying Hananuki. The girl did not know how much time had passed, but she knew she was about to fall if she did not do something. Kendo was already starting to cough and her vision was blurry. The minutes turned into hours. The girl's pace was already somewhat slow, even erratic, but at that moment, the vision managed to pull her out of this light trance. Tetsu. Kendo. Tetsu. Ibara. Gas masks. Where did you get them? Tetsu. It was Yayoi Rozu from Class A, we met her and she made them for us. Kendo. And where is it? Tetsu. She is with Awase, he will guide her through the forest to find the other members of Class B and A to save them, so she will not be lost. Kendo. Great idea. Tetsu. Take a mask, we have plenty. The girl took 3 masks, one for herself, one for Yui and the last one for Hananuki. Kendo. We have to go back to camp, you heard what Mandalay said, it will be dangerous if we don't know where they are, but we can't just stay. Tetsu. No, I'll stay and fight, you protect Shiozaki, Hananuki and Kadai. Kendo. Huh. Didn't you hear what he said? We can't fight. Tetsu. You're always hitting on Monoma, but don't you feel the difference between Class A and Class B in your heart? Because I did. We got into UA with the same exam, we studied the same things, so what's the difference? It's obvious. What they have that we don't have is crises, they turn crises into opportunities, it's normal. Kendo. Are you listening to yourself? What he feels for Class A is envy of not being there, you've seen it, he acts like the center of attention, he wants everyone to see him, he feels that it's an insult to him that they didn't put him in Class A, that's why he insults them, he doesn't even like being in our class. Tetsu. I know. I don't like Monoma either, but tell me, how can a hero turn his back on villains? Kendo. Tetsu. Don't stop me, Kendo. If the students, the heroes of Class B, don't stand up to them, then when will they? I'll find the villains by activating their quirk and defeat them. Kendo just looked at Yui, who looked back at him with hesitation. On the other hand, Mandalay desperately used her quirk to communicate with her nephew. Mandalay. Telepathically. Coda. Can you hear my telepathy? You have to get back to camp. I'm sorry, I don't know where you usually go, I'm sorry Coda. I can't come save you. So please come back as soon as possible. But the poor child could not pay attention to the pleading calls of his aunt because the boy was totally terrified, walking backwards, seeing how in front of him there was a huge figure. It was a subject covered with what seemed like a black cloth, like a cape with a hood. This figure had a white mask that prevented seeing his face, but without a doubt, he looked imposing and terrifying in the eyes of anyone. I was thinking of finding a place with a good view, and I found someone who wasn't on the list. Approaching the boy. Hey, you have a good cap, kid, trade it for this stupid mask, pointing to his covered face. They made me use this silly toy because I'm new, saying that the shipment I was supposed to receive didn't arrive on time. The man took the white mask and took it off, causing deep fear in little Coda, who began to run in the opposite direction trying to escape. Hey, wait, jumping. A mysterious man managed to get in front of Coda, who stopped in fear. He didn't know how he had been so fast. Let me give you one to cheer you up, come on, showing a smile. The subject took one of his arms out of his cape, showing how muscle fibers began to emerge from it and began to surround this extremity. Coda didn't need more, the boy was in shock, recognizing the villain instantly, a traumatic event that I don't hope to repeat. The water hose duo were undoubtedly wonderful heroes. But their brilliant lives were cut short by a cruel criminal. The suspect remains on the run, and the police, along with the heroes, tirelessly search for him. Coda. Terrified. Why you? The suspect's quirk is an augmentation type, it might seem simple, but it's quite dangerous. If you see him, call the police or a hero immediately. Coda had fallen to the ground in fear as he watched a hooded man's identity being revealed with every passing second. The suspect is believed to have an eye injury from his fight with water hose. Koda. Terrified dad, mom. The villain covered in these muscle fibers launched a blow against a brown-haired man, which almost hit its target. But Koda wasn't alone. At an impressive speed, Izuku, who had arrived, managed to grab the child and, hugging him, managed to get him away from the imminent danger. Koda. Huh. Why did you come? My Aunt Shino said I couldn't be saved. Looking at Izuku, what? Hey, you were on the list. Izuku. Standing up, thinking. I came to prevent Koda from meeting a villain, I didn't imagine there would already be one here. The green-haired man kept his face serious, but slightly turned his gaze, seeing how not far from him, his cell phone was lying, destroyed. Izuku. Thinking. Damn, my phone broke from the impact, I came without telling anyone my location, meaning I'm alone, this time the reinforcements won't arrive, it's just me, this time I'm alone seeing the villain who was smiling, I have to do something about this villain, but can I do it while protecting Koda? Seeing the child who was crying, he's terrified, I shouldn't hesitate, I have to do it, I'll face him, with the power I have, everything is fine, Koda getting on guard, I promise, I'll save you. But the green-haired boy wasn't the only one who had encountered a villain. Still inside the forest, Shoto and Bakugo walked looking for the exit, Shoto carried a member of Class B, while Bakugo walked behind him covering his nose with his shirt, although you could hear the blonde coughing slightly. Bakugo. This gas, is it the work of a villain? Shoto. I think that's obvious, I'm worried about the others, but there's no choice, we'll avoid the goal and go straight to the camp, let's leave everything to Ragdoll who was halfway there. Bakugo. Don't even think someone like you can give me. But the blonde man stopped talking, both boys stopped, surprised, because in front of them was someone they didn't recognize, but what made them open their eyes in shock was how he was kneeling in a pool of blood and he had someone's arm in his power. Bakugo. There's anyone there? Shoto. That guy has. Bakugo. Hey, who was in front of us? Shoto. Shoji and Tokoyami. How beautiful, no, I must work, I was captivated, no, what beautiful skin, ah, don't tempt me, standing up and looking at the boys, I have work to do. Bakugo for his part just formed a sadistic smile as he removed his hand from his mouth. Bakugo. Not fight. On the other hand, things were not going well in the camp area. Spinner. The false heroes who only care about themselves must be eliminated. Attacking Mandalay. Mandalay. Dodging the attack and using his quirk Spinner, although you are a villain, you are very good, your face is my type. The brunette said this telepathically and ran towards the villain who was also preparing to attack, but upon hearing what the feline said, he stopped abruptly with a slight blush on his face. Spinner. Huh. Mandalay. What's wrong with you? Why are you blushing? How innocent you are. The woman, like Tiger, took out her claws from her gloves and swung at the villain who managed to dodge it with difficulty. Spinner. That was a pretty dirty trick, Hitch. Preparing to attack. Mandalay prepared to continue the fight, but at that moment, a reddish aura enveloped her, the same one that had enveloped Pixie Bob before her attack. The woman could not do anything and was dragged back towards the villain who was already waiting for her, with his weapon raised. Come here, kitty. But the villain had turned his back on Tiger, and this distraction cost him dearly, as the feline and rude member of the Hussycats gave him a fierce blow to the man without holding back and freeing his partner. Tiger. I won't fall for that trick again. Launching into battle against his rival Kenji Hakishi. Villain name. Magni. The hero began to fight against the now-known Magni, who despite his rough and strong appearance, could dodge his opponent's attacks with relative ease. Tiger. 9 counts of robbery, 3 of murder, and other attempted murders. Throwing a punch that Magni was able to block. Magni. Wow, am I that famous? Tiger. Why did you come here, criminal? Mandalay. Tiger, something's wrong. I don't have any response from Ragdoll, she should have answered already. Magni. Smiling amusedly, hahaha, well, I wonder why that is. Tiger was quite angry and surprised, no one had stopped any of his feline blows. On the other hand, on the mountain, the villain laughed as he watched Izuku. Insert the theme song One for All vs All for One by Yuki Hayashi and continue reading. Ahahaha, you promise you'll save him? Sounds just like what a hero would say, your kind always talk about justice, you must be the one called Midoriya, right? Haha, this is perfect, activating his quirk and showing multiple muscle fibers. They said we should take the initiative and kill you, but I have other plans. I don't know why he fears you so much, but I'm going to torment you. Taking off his cape, so show me your blood. The villain completely uncovered himself, he was about 2 meters tall, had spiky blonde hair like Bakugo, and wore a red tank top. The villain jumped. He was fast. Izuku didn't expect that speed. Izuku. Thinking. Here it comes. The villain was close, but Izuku managed to put his arm as a guard blocking the attack, although the strength that the villain showed was much greater than what Izuku expected. The green-haired man was thrown impacting against the mountain. Oh, that's right, I almost forgot, if you know, tell me where is the boy they call Bakugo? Izuku? Thinking. What? Bakugo. I still have work to do. The blonde launched himself at Izuku who was able to dodge the attack. Izuku? Thinking. Why is he looking for Bakugo? He knows my name, he mentioned something from a list, the League of Villains is behind this, why do they want to find him? I can take that as an I don't know, right? In that case using his quirk on his legs let's play. The villain threw himself at Izuku who didn't react in time, the boy couldn't anticipate the blow, receiving a knee to the stomach that made him crash again against the mountain and fall to the ground. Haha what's that? I really don't understand why he considers you dangerous. Izuku? Thinking. What the hell? He's pretty fast, I couldn't anticipate those hits. Haha, you're pretty tough. This is what I wanted. How funny. What did you say before? Didn't you promise you'd save that brat? Why are you running away? You're quite weird. Izuku? Thinking. Good, now I have a better idea of how dangerous he is, his quirk his muscles, he can create muscle fibers that give him surprising strength, but also improve his speed, contrary to what you would think of someone like him, he is quite fast and strong, I can't get distracted by anything, focus on the enemy in front of you. The green-haired boy slowly stood up, seeing his rival who was smiling mockingly. The villain had taken out more muscle fibers now covering the upper part of his body. The blonde continued advancing towards him. Izuku, for his part, stood up and threw a punch at the villain, but he was no fool. The villain protected himself using his arm as a shield. What? That's your quirk. It's fast and strong, but not that much. The villain moved his arm away from Izuku's, and without wasting time he threw another punch, pushing the green-haired man away. Unlike you, my quirk allows me to strengthen my muscles. It increases my speed and strength by increasing the number of fibers. What do I mean? Nothing really, I'm just bragging. Izuku stood up again, looking seriously at his enemy. In other words, you're just a lesser version of me. The villain threw himself at Izuku, throwing a punch. The boy managed to move away in time, avoiding receiving the fierce impact again. Yes, he was fast, but the freckled boy was no fool. Izuku? Thinking. Okay, thanks for the information, now I have to find a plan to get away from here and take Kota with me, it's very dangerous for him to be here, he just mentioned my strength, well, that means the League of Villains still thinks I only have super strength double-edged sword, I can fly away at full speed, but if he sees that then he'll tell the League, they'll know I have more than one ability, and things will get complicated. You know how I feel? I can only laugh. The villain approached Izuku and threw a punch that the green-haired man was able to avoid again, now that he had seen his speed, his reaction time had gotten used to it. Haha you're just running away, you promised you'd save that dwarf, but I wonder how you'll do it, haha stupid, you should avoid saying stupid things you can't achieve. You haven't bled, but what does that matter? You should be more honest with yourself. The blonde prepared to hit the green-haired boy again, but at that moment, a stone hit the back of his head, making him turn around, seeing how Kota had thrown it at him, in a burst of bravery. Kota. Water hose, mom dad in tears did you also torture them like that before killing them? Izuku? Thinking. What? Wait a minute, if he killed them I see, that's why he looks so affected, and why his quirk seems so familiar to me he's muscular, closing his fists in annoyance. Muscular? Seeing Kota so your parents were those heroes gosh, it must be fate. Opening his arms water hose, it's thanks to those bastards that I have this artificial left eye. Pointing at the wound he had and the fake eye in the socket. Kota. It's your fault, because of guys like you, it always ends like this. Breaking down in tears. Muscular. Downplaying it wow, kids always shift the blame. That's no good, in fact, it's not that I resent them for this eye, I even thank them, now I look tougher, but I just wanted to kill, and they wanted to stop me, remembering the heroes team their death was the result of the clash of both ambitions, they are to blame for wanting to do something they couldn't, your mom and dad were always to blame. Preparing for the attack. Kota was in shock, the boy couldn't move, Muscular took advantage of this to try to attack the little brown-haired boy, but he turned his back on the boy who promised to save them all. Izuku took a great leap covering ground until he managed to reach Muscular, who just looked away calmly. Insert theme. Theme of One Punch Man Enforce Justice by Makoto Miyazaki. Muscular. Do you really still want to fight, loser? Izuku. You're the one who's wrong. The green-haired man didn't stop and lassoed a blow as a decoy, managing to trap his hand in the muscle fibers of the blonde assassin. Izuku. Thinking. Okay, I got him, now no matter what I do, he won't be able to dodge me. Muscular. Smiling hahaha and what are you going to do about it, hit me with that weak fist. Izuku. It's not about whether I can or not. The job of a hero is to risk their lives and turn words of hope into reality. Raising his free fist. Muscular. Thinking. That aura what? It's totally different from before. The blonde raised his fist, but Izuku was faster. The freckled boy didn't hit before, but now he knew the intensity of Muscular's blows, so he didn't waste time and using more strength, the boy threw a powerful punch. The entire mountain shook, the dust was lifted in a great gust, the shock wave was such that even Kota was lifted by it, the little one was now in free fall, but he wasn't going to touch the ground. Izuku hadn't gone anywhere, and now, he had a good hold on him. Kota. Huh. Izuku. Heh, sorry for sending you flying. The green-haired boy went up to the brown-haired boy who looked at the green-haired boy carefully, his clothes were torn, but he didn't look that hurt. Kota. Thank you. Seeing Izuku's clothes, thinking. Why did he do that? Izuku. Come on, we have to go to the camp, it's not far and we don't have time to waste either. Approaching the infant. The green-haired boy extended his hand to the boy, but at that moment, rocks began to fall, alerting both of them. Izuku quickly turned around, seeing how Muscular came out of the hole where the blow had put him in a shapeless muscle mass. Izuku. Incredulous. It can't be. Why is he still standing? Muscular. That hit was pretty obvious, but if I'll grant you one thing, it wasn't bad at all. Midoriya approaching the boys. Izuku. Damn, get away. Muscular. No, suddenly, I want to attack you. Izuku. Thinking. I hit him with the same intensity I hit the USJ Nomu, and he's still standing. I need a plan. What are they trying to do? What does the League of Villains want? Muscular. And how would I know? I just want to fight. As long as I can do what I want, spread my wings and fight with whatever is in front of me, using quirk without limiting myself, I don't care about anything else. Didn't I tell you? I was just playing with you, that's what I said. Taking out many things from his pocket. But I'm done, the game's over. He wasn't lying, you really are quite strong, so now, I'll go completely seriously. The villain said this and changed his eye, showing one that was a blood-red hue. The green-haired man, seeing this, knew that it didn't matter now to hide his powers. He had to get Kota away as soon as possible. Izuku. Kota, hold on. The green-haired boy took the boy while he saw how the blonde was covered with multiple muscle fibers and threw himself against them. Izuku for his part gave a powerful jump, avoiding the blow which was so powerful that it knocked down that part of the mountain. Izuku. His speed changed too much, it doesn't compare to before at all. His strength. He wasn't lying, he was really just playing. The green-haired man stayed in the air using his flight, but Muscular turned around and without thinking he threw himself at them, being dodged by Izuku who landed watching as the man hit the rock hard. Muscular. Damn, I got too excited. Feeling his fist stuck. Izuku. Thinking. If we go back to the camp, he will definitely follow us, but Aizawa-sensei will be there, he will be able to erase his quirk and defeat him. Well, that's a start. Don't be scared, stay calm, so as not to upset Kota. Can I make him follow me without him catching me? I'm faster, but I shouldn't look too obvious so he doesn't lose attention. No, impossible, taking him to the camp would be risking everyone's lives, plus he would be giving Bakugo a silver platter. Insert the song If You Love These People by Hans Zimmer. No lives are exchanged. Midoriya. Izuku. Thinking. You can't expect others to always save you. Don't turn your back on the enemy or you'll be their prey. Remember your promise. I will fight and win here. I will win no matter what happens. I'm going to save you, Kota. Remember where you come from. Izuku. Midoriya. Kota, please move away. Standing up. I will hit him hard, but you have to run back to the camp. Kota. Are you going to hit him hard? Incredulous. Don't tell me that. No. Let's run away. Your attack didn't work before, and today's training was more excessive than before. Seeing how much muscle was released. Izuku. Turning to look at him with a smile. Haha, don't worry, kid, I'll catch up with you after winning the fight. Putting himself on guard. Muscular. Midoriya. Throwing himself at the boy. The boy charged the blow, and without thinking twice he threw himself at Muscular, who used his muscle shield again to protect himself. Izuku had not hit as hard as before, so as not to send Kota flying, and he preferred to use his strength to block the villain's path. Muscular. What's wrong? It's weaker than before. Don't play with me. Izuku. Why you are the one who doesn't understand. I won't let you pass from here. Muscular. This damn kid. You're awesome, Midoriya. The blonde began to exert more force. Izuku felt like he was sinking, the force was such that the ground was breaking. Izuku. Shut up. Kota, run now. Muscular. With you as an enemy, I don't have to hold back. Now I really want to kill you. The blonde didn't hesitate and began to grow many more muscle fibers. If before he was 2 meters tall, now with his new transformation, he even surpassed 4 meters. Now he was a deformed reddish ball that was struggling with Izuku before the astonished gaze of Kota, who couldn't move due to the shock. Kota. Because. Muscular had already torn his clothes completely due to his new transformation, desperately and excitedly seeking the death of the green-haired man. Muscular. I'll crush you. Izuku. No, I don't think so. The green-haired man shouted this, and using more strength than usual, he managed to push Muscular, who was surprised although he was only dragged a few centimeters. Izuku with you as an enemy, you said it yourself, water hose, I'll finish what they started. The green-haired man did not hesitate any longer and, stepping back, took a run up and using his flight, threw himself at Muscular, who did not expect this. Muscular? What? Izuku collided his fists against the muscle, managing to push him even further, and then grabbing him by the fibers, he turned him to push him against the rock. Muscular? What the hell? But the green-haired boy didn't stay still, the boy threw a punch at the blonde, although unfortunately for him the latter was able to catch the fist, avoiding the fierce impact. Muscular? So you're hiding more secrets, huh? Smiling. Izuku didn't waste any time and threw another one that the blonde caught again. Izuku? Thinking. Damn, he really increases his strength every time he pulls out more fibers, he doesn't even look sore, but I have to do it. The green-haired boy didn't change his expression, and without fearing anything, he managed to turn his hands along with those of his rival. The boy opened his arms and gave the muscular man a strong headbutt in the chest, but Izuku wasn't willing to stay still. The boy threw a punch against the assassin's abdomen, and which wasn't very successful, so without letting the blonde respond, he began to give others with speed without achieving significant damage. Muscular? Hahaha, besides strength, my fibers also give me an impenetrable defense. The assassin threw a punch with incredible speed, although Izuku managed to see it in slow time, giving him the opportunity to dodge it and land a punch on Muscular's cheek, and although he managed to push him, the assassin got back up only spitting out a few teeth. Muscular? Hahaha, how cute, but you'll only achieve that. Mocking. The assassin threw himself at Izuku again, who tried to dodge him, but the assassin stomped on Izuku's knee, stopping him instantly. Izuku tried to hit Muscular's legs, but he avoided it with a jump. The blonde fell behind Izuku with a smile. The green-haired boy stood up and threw a punch, but the assassin managed to dodge it. Not only that, but he even took the boy's arm to use it as a baseball bat and hit the rock wall of the mountain with enough force to even release some debris that made the assassin laugh. Muscular? Hahaha, you really are strong, but I am stronger. The villain took Izuku by the arm again and pulled him out and then started to knee him a lot. Izuku couldn't react well, and Muscular knew it. The villain took him by the shoulders and threw him against the mountain again. Izuku tried to catch his breath. Izuku? Thinking. He's acting faster than before, so he doesn't give me a chance to think. It's like fighting the Nomu again, but he's stronger and thinks for himself. That makes him more dangerous, trying to stand up. The boy had lost the top of his shirt due to the impacts. He was about to get up, but the villain, laughing his head off, wasn't going to let this happen. A blow. Izuku received a blow and fell back to the ground. The green-haired boy even looked slightly stunned. Muscular smiled again in a more sadistic way. Muscular? Now you will die smiling. The villain threw a punch at the boy, but the green-haired boy managed to hold it. The freckled boy had an annoyed face, but this, instead of angering Muscular, amused him more. The villain threw a kick that made Izuku let go of him. The villain began to attack the boy again, hitting him, stomping on him, kicking him. Muscular was not willing for Izuku to stand up ever again. Insert the Superman theme by Junkie XL. The green-haired man, for his part, was increasingly stunned. Yes, after all, Muscular was stronger than the Nomu. The freckled man was thinking of a way to stop the blows, but each blow distracted him more than the previous one. Muscular? Yeah, this is what happens when two ideals clash, one has to give in, and you know what? I'm not going to do that. Hahaha, see you later, Midoriya. The blonde raised both arms ready to deliver the finishing blow, but someone prevented him. Muscular received a jet of water directly on his back that interrupted him. Muscular? Confused. What? Water? Koda? With his hands outstretched, stop. Shaking and with tears in his eyes. Izuku? What? Didn't you leave? Koda. Not only are we in danger, Koda too. I know where he is. I have to go for him. He hates us, but that doesn't mean I'm going to let anything happen to him. Muscular, for his part, turned around and looked at the boy with amusement. Muscular? Haha, stop me. You want to die too, right? Haha, fine, I'll do it later. I'll kill you later, just wait for me. But the assassin had made a mistake, he had turned his back on his rival. Izuku? As if. Promise me you'll take care of yourself. I ask you a lot. But they are. That's why I entrust them to you, I don't want to lose them. The green-haired boy had stood up, but not only that, the boy was slowly rising, surprising Muscular, who turned around confused. Muscular? I was barely distracted for a second. Izuku? As if I'm going to leave you. Muscular? Wait, are you stronger? True, you said before that you didn't show all your skills. Because they were too dangerous, it's all a matter of one wrong step. I was afraid of my quirk. Izuku? You don't know who I am and you also have no idea about my power. Now I don't feel so afraid. The blonde didn't stay still. Muscular raised his arm ready to throw a punch, but before he could do it, Izuku took a breath. And I think it's partly because you're my best friend. The green-haired man began to blow intensely, freezing Muscular until he acquired a large layer of ice. For the first time, I'm not afraid to show who I am, and you know what? It feels good. Izuku landed and without thinking twice, he threw a powerful blow aimed at Muscular's jaw, the ice on his body broke, the assassin was lifted by the impact, but Izuku wasn't satisfied with a single blow, so taking advantage of his incredible speed, now it was his turn to take his rival by surprise, and began to hit him by throwing him from one side to the other. The blows came and went, Muscular didn't even touch the ground, he couldn't push off from anything to jump and dodge the blows. In the end, none of those present counted the number of blows that Izuku had given to his rival, stopping after giving one last blow that landed on the blonde's face. Izuku took a breath watching as the assassin tried to get up, so without wasting time he took him by the shoulder and then gave him a blow that lifted him into the air, and when he fell, Izuku gave him another blow that hit him against the mountain with such force that it pierced the mountain. In the end, he had done it, he had won. Koda saw this stunned, the little brown-haired boy fell against the floor of his destroyed secret lair, seeing the green-haired boy totally impressed who saw the hole he had made watching, that Muscular did not come out. Koda. Totally impressed, thinking. Why? Koda, your mom and dad, water hose. It's true that they ended up leaving you, but you have to understand that even though it's painful, lives were saved thanks to them. Koda. Crying even though you didn't know anything. Surely one day you will meet someone and you will understand it. Koda. Crying even though you didn't know anything. Why do you do so much? Someone who is capable of giving his life to save you. Someone who will be. Koda. Thinking. My hero. In tears. The little boy only looked at Izuku with impression and admiration. The green-haired boy looked heroic despite his condition. Koda had no words, but now there was someone who after so much time had earned his admiration and respect. His faith in heroes had returned thanks to someone who faced death to save him. In the end, Izuku was his hero. Tapter, wait, are you really here? And while the fight in the forest unfolded violently, in the city, more specifically in the villain's bar, Shigaraki and Kurogiri talked calmly. Kurogiri. Do you really think they'll be okay alone? Shigaraki. Yes. It's not my turn, they're enough, in other words, the game has changed. Kurogiri. The game? Shigaraki. Yes, up until now it was an RPG, and even though we were well armed, we faced a final boss when we were only level 1. I should have thought it through, like a simulation game where I can use all the pieces to break through the defenses, and to do that I must first make cracks in superhuman society. The Vanguard Squadron of the League of Villains. It doesn't matter if they succeed or not, as long as they manage to scare those heroes. Kurogiri. Are they disposable pawns? Shigaraki. Don't be ridiculous, do I look that ruthless? Their strength is enormous, though they go in all directions. In a society bound by rules, holding up a card, we're not the only ones being oppressed. Seeing a picture of Bakugo, I hope they succeed. Back at camp, Koda continued to see how inside the hole that the impact had left, no one came out. Muscular was finished. For his part, Izuku just breathed a little calmly. The boy felt a small lump in his throat from his icy breath, but it dissipated after a while. Koda. Hey. Approaching Izuku. Izuku. Calm down, Koda, I'm fine. I told you I'd win, right? Haha, come on, there's still something I have to do. Koda. But aren't you hurt? Was that fight besides, what do you want to do? Izuku. I'm fine, I knew he was going to defend himself, it was obvious, but I wouldn't prolong the fight any longer so you wouldn't get hurt, that's why I attacked with all I could. I won't deny that he's a strong villain, the strongest I've faced to be honest, but I made a promise. Looking at the boy with a smile. The green-haired boy stroked Koda's hair, and after that he raised his other hand, showing that he had the cap that the boy had lost. Izuku. I think this is yours. Extending the boy's cap and seeing how he took it. We have to go back to the camp. Seeing the smoke coming out of the trees. If all the villains who came are that powerful, the others are in danger. Also thinking about his friends, they have a target, but I don't know if their list is bigger. I have to tell Aizawa-sensei and the Hussy Cats. Koda. But. Izuku. As long as I can move, I'll make sure everyone is safe. Koda just gulped as he watched the boy stand up straight. Izuku. Let's leave that villain there, the blow I gave him should have been enough to knock him out, he won't get up for a while. Koda. Sure. Izuku. Yes, although. The green-haired boy saw the child's face. Izuku knew that Koda was still afraid, so without hesitation, he used his heat vision, making the rocks fall covering the entrance of the hole, thus preventing the assassin from leaving, although destroying some that were above, so that the air could continue entering. Izuku. Just to make sure. First of all, my mission is to protect you, also, there is something that only you can do, would you help me, Koda? Koda. Huh? Izuku. The forest is burning. If this continues, we'll be in trouble. You understand, right? I need you to use your quirk. Koda. Boo, but me. Izuku. Crouching down to be at the boy's height. Save us, Koda, like you saved me. Smiling. I trust you. The boy said nothing, just staring at the boy. Izuku. Come on, we have to get out of here, get on my back, we'll go back to camp. Koda. But don't you think we'll meet another villain along the way? Izuku. I'm counting on that, that's why we won't be walking. The boy climbed onto the green-haired boy's back and he threw himself into the void to fly calmly. He didn't want to alert the boy, and besides, there was something that Izuku couldn't get out of his mind. Where is the boy named Bakugo? Izuku. Thinking. Bakugo, I have a bad feeling. For his part, and minutes before, Aizawa had come face to face with Dabi, who wasted no time attacking the Eraser hero, and although at one point he thought he would be successful, he couldn't forget that Aizawa Shouda was a professional hero. Dabi. Looking up, well, you're a professional for a reason. That's right, Aizawa had been saved, the man used his bandages to lift himself into the air and thus be able to dodge the deadly attack. Although Dabi was no fool, the black-haired man was not surprised, and without hesitation, he raised his hand again, ready to attack the professional hero, although this time, nothing came out. Aizawa. Using his quirk, nothing will come out. The Eraser hero also wasted no time and threw his bandage at Dabi, managing to entangle him, and with a strong pull, he pulled him towards him. Aizawa was no fool, he knew how dangerous the villain was, the hero did not hesitate, and when he had him close, he grabbed him by the head and need him to release him, but Aizawa did not stay there, the hero took his enemy's arm, grabbed him by the head again to slam him face down on the ground. Aizawa. Tell me their purpose, number and position. Dabi. Why? Aizawa. Because if not, this will happen to you. Breaking his arm. Follow your right arm, let's be more logical please, if I reach your legs, you won't be able to move, and I'm not going to carry you. Dabi. Are you in a hurry, Eraser? The villain took out a light flame, but that was enough for Aizawa to keep his promise and break his other arm, but the smoke was getting denser, missing the black-haired man. Aizawa. Using his quirk again. What? Ida. Sensei. Arriving with his teacher and his other classmates. Aizawa. You guys. But the teacher got distracted, and although he was still wrapped up, Dabi stood up. Dabi. Thinking. This is all the damage I can take, huh? Turning to look at Aizawa, typical of a UA teacher. Hey hero. Aizawa continued using his quirk, but pulled his bandage so the villain couldn't escape, but at that moment, the Eraser hero was surprised, because the villain was cut by the capture weapon, as if he were just mud. Dabi. Do you really care about your students? Aizawa. Seeing his rival in surprise, thinking. The fire from before wasn't his quirk. Dabi. Smiling. I hope you can protect them all until the end, completely disintegrating. Mineta. Sensei, what was that? Running towards Aizawa. Aizawa. Running to the other side. Go inside. I'll be right back. On the other hand, far away, a guy who had a black full bodysuit with grey lines was cursing his fate. Damn, this is bad, Dabi, you got beat. You're so weak, you're disgusting. Making exaggerated movements. Dabi. I'm pretty weak. Changing his personality, huh? How ridiculous. Don't rush it, you're pretty strong. You should think that maybe the hero was stronger. Dabi. Make another clone of me. Twice, we must prevent the heroes from leaving. Twice. Changing personality again. It doesn't matter how many times a weakling goes. Leave it to me. Thumbs up. For his part, and flying between the trees so they wouldn't be discovered, Izuku carried Koda on his back while using his X-ray vision. Izuku. Don't worry, Koda, we're almost there. Koda. Turning to the other side, seeing Aizawa. Hey, wait, look. The green-haired boy turned to see his teacher, who was running towards them. Izuku. Sensei. Aizawa. Stopping and looking at Izuku. Mito seeing Izuku's clothes and frowning. Izuku. Sensei. Smiling. What a relief, the situation is terrible. Going down to Koda. There are many things I have to tell you. Aizawa. Hey. Izuku. But first I have to go to Mandalay, there's something I have to tell her. Aizawa. Wait. Izuku. I'm counting on you, Sensei. I'm entrusting Koda to you. He has a water-emitting quirk. Please protect him. Aizawa. With a serious face, thinking. This kid. Izuku. I have to keep moving, please leave it to you. The boy rose a few inches and began to move forward. Aizawa. Hey, wait, Midoriya. Izuku. Huh? Aizawa. Your clothes, you did it again, didn't you? Did you forget what happened in Hosu? It is a violation of the rules for unapproved individuals to use their quirks, you know, without supervision from their guardians. Izuku. No, don't forget, it's just that. Aizawa. You're going with Mandalay, right? Okay, do me a favor and tell her. Izuku just stared at his teacher, waiting for the message. For his part, and back at the camp, Tiger continued to maintain a fierce fight against Magni, who had no intention of giving up peacefully, managing to withstand all the deadly attacks. Magni. You're too close. At least let me pick up my weapon. Managing to dodge Tiger's blows. Tiger. Attacking without stopping, thinking. Damn, he can predict all my feline attack moves. Next to this battle, another one was taking place between Spinner and Mandalay, who kept his distance because of the huge sword of the reptilian villain. Spinner. Throwing a slash, you're not throwing another attack. Ariel 1 raising his sword. Heroine. Dropping his weapon without managing to hurt Mandalay. Mandalay. Dodging, thinking. How persistent he is. Spinner. Reloading his sword. Let me kill you once and for all. The villain managed to anticipate the reaction time of the feline, who only saw the weapon rise with the determination to kill her. Spinner did not hesitate and launched a thrust towards the feline, but before it could impact against her, someone stood in his way, Mandalay, and Spinner saw surprised how the sword had broken into multiple pieces when it hit the green-haired man's chest, who was not hurt by this. Izuku. Mandalay. Kota is safe now. Turning his back on the heroine. Mandalay. Surprised you. Izuku. I also have a message from Aizawa-sensei. Please use your telepathy and give it to everyone. For his part, Aizawa ran through the forest while carrying Kota. The hero couldn't get Dabi's words out of his head. Hey, hero, do you really care about your students? I hope you can protect them all until the end. Aizawa. Thinking. From what he said, it's obvious they're going after the students. In that case, it's inevitable. You must increase the survival rate. Defend yourselves. Sharpening his gaze. I'll take responsibility for the punishment. Back at camp, Izuku just turned his head slightly, seeing the cat heroine. Izuku. All members of Class A and B. In the name of the professional hero, Eraserhead, you are allowed to battle. Mandalay listened to this attentively and with a little disbelief, but without wasting time, she nodded and used her Uraraka, passing the message to all the boys. Mandalay. Telepathically, everyone in Classes A and B, in the name of the pro hero, Eraserhead, is permitted to battle. I repeat, everyone in Classes A and B may battle. Yes, everyone heard the message, but they were all in different situations. In the darkness of the night inside the forest, Tokoyami had a face that showed that something was not right with him. Momo and Awase had encountered an individual who was not pleasant for both. Uraraka and Sai were face to face with someone who, without saying anything, just had to take one of the broken crystals from his suit to make them feel threatened. Hetsutetsu and Kendo ran through the purple smoke towards its source, and finally, Shoto and Bakugo were facing the enemy they had encountered before. Mandalay. Thinking. Is this what you wanted, Eraser? Aizawa. Running without stopping, thinking. Don't lose while we don't know what's happening, heroes of the future. The hero kept running, now thinking about the green-haired boy. Aizawa. Thinking. Damn, I forgot to tell Midoriya to come back. Damn, the situation is getting bad. I don't know how he beat his other rival, but he has to be careful. As far as we know, the villains don't know about his other abilities, but if they somehow find out, he'll probably become their target if they kidnap him. Besides, I don't know if he's hurt or not. That kid can't stay still. Kota. Miss, will he be okay? Calling the hero's attention. Aizawa. Huh. Kota. I tried to hit him when he was being nice to me, and even then, remembering Izuku's fight against Muscular, he didn't hesitate to save me when I was in danger. He risked a lot just for me. Tightening Aizawa's bandages, I didn't even get a chance to say sorry or thank you. Starting to cry. Will he be okay? Aizawa. Don't worry. Vaguely remembering fragments of what he saw of Izuku's fight against the Nomu, if he let himself get hit so much, it's because he doesn't plan on dying, although I must scold him as a teacher for acting without permission. Kota. No. Aizawa. But don't waste your time. When this is all over, tell him how you feel. If possible, make more of an effort to thank him. And so, the hero managed to calm the child and continued running. Back in the fight, Mandalay got back into it by kicking Spinner. Mandalay. I've done what you asked, now go back to camp. You've fought before, rest. Izuku. I would do that, but I can't, sorry. Also, I need you to convey another message. Mandalay. Huh. Another one? Izuku. Yes, in my fight I discovered something, their target, or at least one of them, running into the forest. While Izuku was saying this, Magni continued fighting Tiger, although his attention was focused on Izuku when he heard the last thing. Izuku. It's Bakugo. Use your telepathy and tell everyone, please. Mandalay. Bakugo. Watching the boy walk away. Wait. Magni. Managing to sustain a blow from Tiger to turn to look at Izuku, surprised, thinking. The great tremor that was felt before in the team, we have two who can achieve a striking battle, but if that boy is here, then the bloodthirsty Muscular was defeated. Did he lose in power against that child? Shigaraki's fear, I see, so if that's the case, this child. The villain stared at Izuku and managed to get away from Tiger to start running towards Izuku. Magni. Thinking. He really has to die. Approaching Izuku with his fist raised. The strong villain was about to attack Izuku, but at that moment, a knife from Spinner passed in front of him, cutting his path suddenly, allowing Izuku to leave. Spinner. Don't move, Magni. Hey, what do you think you're doing? That brat was on Shigaraki's priority list. Spinner. Yes, but that's Shigaraki's thing. Magni. Spinner, what did you come for? Spinner. That kid is someone Stan saved, which means that kid is a true hero. I'll follow Stan's will. But the villain could not continue speaking because a strong kick from Mandalay knocked him out, as did Magni, whom Tiger hit hard in the head, making him faint. Mandalay. I finally managed to land a hit. Breathing heavily, thinking. What can I do? I have to tell everyone. Using his telepathy again, we discovered a target of the villains. It's one of the students, Bakugo. Hiroshima. In the living room, Bakugo. Iida. Inside the extracurricular facility, are you looking for Bakugo? Mandalay. Using his telepathy, Bakugo must avoid acting individually and combat at all costs. Haminari. Bakugo. Mandalay. Telepathically, do you understand, Bakugo? Bakugo. Quite irritated, so much shitty noise in my head that it doesn't know when to shut up. The blonde was running quickly, although being so immersed in his thoughts he did not see how multiple blades were heading towards him. A thick wall of ice managed to prevent the blonde from suffering damage. Shoto, who was still carrying a member of the B class, had been the cause of this shield. Shoto. Hey idiot. Don't get distracted or do anything reckless. I have to keep going, I have to do my job. The blades dug into the ice, and at the same time they lifted up the subject they had found, who spoke in a strange way, but because of the darkness they could not see his features well. Shoto. You heard what Mandalay said, right? He said they're coming for you. Bakugo. Furious, shut up, this is Deku's fault, it's all Deku's fault, he did something. First they say I fought with a pretty marked vein, and now they say I didn't. I don't care. Coming out into the open, I'll do what I want. The blonde prepared his explosions while he went out into the open, although at that moment, the blades were directed towards him, being saved again by Shoto's eyes, but the enemy did not stay still. The villain apparently could generate those blades with which he attacked the boys who defended themselves with Shoto's eyes, although the villain also used the blades to propel himself, managing to get lost in the trees. Shoto. He is good at using his quirk in the environment. Bakugo. Shut up, he's just a weak skinny guy. Wretch. Shoto. Watching the villain rise in the air, it seems he has quite a bit of experience with his quirk. Show me your meat. Bakugo. I'll kill him. Preparing explosions. Shoto. Calm down, if you use uncontrolled explosions and the fire spreads, it will be a problem for everyone, the flames will surround us, and many could die, you understand, right? Bakugo. Shut up, I already know that. Turning off his quirk. Shoto. Turning his gaze, even if we retreat, there is a lot of gas, this guy wants to corner us. And speaking of the gas, elsewhere, Tetsu and Kendo were running inside the forest in search of the person who was generating the gas. Tetsu. Did you hear that, Kendo? We're now cleared to fight. Kendo. Wait, Tetsu. Don't you understand about the gas? Tetsu. I know, you said it, it's dangerous, I'm not stupid. Kendo. Yes you are, idiot. Mandalay didn't mention anything about the gas. Which means it hasn't dispersed as far as she can see from where she is. Tetsu. And? Kendo. It means it's weird, the gas goes in only one direction, it should disperse more, and yet it stays contained here. Also look, the gas is denser here than where we were. Tetsu. And what's that? Kendo. It means that the gas revolves around a source like a typhoon, which means that there is someone who is at the center of all the smoke, producing it and surely also controlling it. Tetsu. Really? You're really amazing, Kendo. Amazed. Kendo. I knew it, that's why I came with you. Seeing the boy annoyed, but well, this only leads me to the conclusion that the closer we are to the center, the denser the gas will be, and the closer we will be to the cause, it will only be a matter of time. Tetsu. Why? Kendo. You don't know, seriously. All gas masks have a limit and it will deplete faster the denser the gas is, so. But Tetsu didn't need to hear any more, the boy just made an annoyed expression and kept running. Kendo. Wait. Didn't you hear me? Tetsu. Yes. We'll just run to where the gas is densest and hit the cause of this stupid gas. Kendo. Well, in theory yes, but thinking. He only thinks about one thing. Tetsu. Shiozaki and the others suffered because of this, damn villains, I hate you for it. This really pisses me off. We have to try harder, Kendo. The girl couldn't say anything else and simply resigned herself because in part the boy was right, at least now they had a plan. But unfortunately for the boys, the causer of this gas, the guy who was wearing a gas mask and a school uniform, already had a notion that they were on their way. His quirk was like Kendo said, but he added more things. I see, they're coming straight for me, are they two people? There must have been someone who realized what was happening with my quirk and dared to come. It was to be expected of the students of a good school, although it's also quite sad putting his hand inside his school bag, it doesn't matter how good their quirks are. Tetsu. Coming out of the smoke, there you are. They're still human. At that moment, the villain pulled out a gun and without hesitation, shot it at the face of the boy with a steel quirk. The shot echoed through the forest, and thanks to his enhanced hearing, Izuku heard it even more clearly. Izuku? What? A shot. That's right, in the center of the smoke, the villain had shot Tetsu without apparently feeling any remorse. I saw you during the festival broadcast, there were some who were hardened. That's right, the boy had managed to survive this shot using his quirk on his entire body, although losing his mask. The gun doesn't work, but that doesn't matter, now everything is limited to how long you can hold your breath. Yes, a new fight had started between an armed villain and a boy who was invulnerable to gunfire. On the other hand, Izuku continued advancing, worried about the shot, the boy turned slightly, but soon had to return his gaze to the road as a dark claw was approaching him. Izuku managed to move, dodging the attack, but found himself facing Shoji, who didn't look good at all. The huge gray-haired man had quite a few wounds, and one of his limbs was bleeding. Izuku? Shoji? What happened to you? You're too hurt. Shoji? It's Tokoyami, he's in real trouble, him and Dark Shadow. Having fun in the dark. The green-haired boy opened his eyes remembering these words from the bird boy. Izuku remembered the training and his notes about Dark Shadow. Izuku? Thinking. It's a shadow quirk, if it's exposed to large amounts of light it weakens, but if it's in the dark he lost control. Shoji? Yes, a villain attacked us and I covered us, but I lost a limb, and that was enough for Dark Shadow to lose control. I tried to help him calm down, but it's impossible, in his current state he doesn't listen to anyone. Izuku? So we don't just have to worry about the villains I see, what can we do, let's go. The boys took a few more steps when they saw Dark Shadow, which had taken a considerable size while inside it, was Tokoyami who looked desperate. Tokoyami? Stay away from me. Or else you'll die. Izuku? It really is a problem surprised by the size of the shadow. Shoji? The arm he cut off was just a duplicate, I have no problem with that, but I guess he couldn't stand it. Izuku? He can't control it in the dark and saw that, he released it, but he lost control. I knew Dark Shadow was a great quirk, but I didn't think it was like that. Shoji? It's probably also because his quirk is linked to his feelings, and right now they just went crazy. A huge boy took a rock and threw it to the other side, the shadow attacked without stopping almost the instant he heard the sound. Shoji reacts to movement and sound, becoming a monster that attacks indiscriminately. Tokoyami? Oh, forget about me. Struggling with his quirk, find the others and help them. Izuku? I could try freezing him, although that would also affect Tokoyami. Shoji? Could you? Izuku? In theory, Dark Shadow is supposed to be a shadow, but he can throw punches that definitely hurt, so that makes me believe that if I can run around or fly without him trying to knock me down, like I said, I could theoretically freeze him. Shoji? I see, that's a good plan, I would distract him so he doesn't attack you. Izuku? Yes, I have another idea, but it's a little more risky, thinking. I could use my heat vision, burn the space around Tokoyami, with the light emanating from the fire, I could weaken Dark Shadow, although if the fire spreads it will be more good than bad, plus we would give away our position. Wait, fire, that's it. Tokoyami? Calm down, Dark Shadow. Shoji? From what he told me, his quirk's weakness is light. Izuku? Yeah, and you know what? I just came up with a plan. Shoji? A plan? Izuku? Let's take it to the camp, we'll use the fire as a weapon against it. Shoji? I see, that's a good idea, well then let's do it, no matter the circumstances, I don't want to leave a friend behind in pain. Izuku? Okay, can you still move, Shoji? Shoji? Don't worry about me, we'll lure Dark Shadow out and make a way back to camp. Izuku? We'll have to be careful, you're already hurt, the road is long and… Dark Shadow managed to hear the green-haired boy's voice and launched an attack against the boys who, separating, managed to evade the attack. Shoji? Saving people has its risks, that's why we are heroes. Izuku? That's true, we're heroes for a reason. Shoji? Bakugo is also in danger, we are basically in trouble. Izuku? And every problem always has a solution, come, Shoji, we'll help Tokoyami, no matter what it costs. On the other hand, Shoto and Bakugo were in real trouble because the villain of the Blades had already been able to corner them on several occasions. The boys were able to go to a more open field, seeing their enemy better, just as Bakugo said, it was seen that he was somewhat thin, but his entire body was covered with a kind of straitjacket that seemed to be made of leather, his arms were crossed and glued with pressure on his chest in an X shape. The villain had almost his entire face covered, except for his mouth, although in a somewhat grotesque image since it was forced open by metal clamps. Now the reason for his strange speech was a little better explained. Thanks to the duration of the fight, the boys were able to deduce the villain's quirk, which apparently was to have blade teeth, which he could extend at will to attack, move or simply to stay suspended in the air. Meet a piece of meat throwing more blades meat. Attacking the boys. Bakugo. Annoyed, damn it, I can't get close, only I can send him flying. I'll do it. Shoto. I already told you no. Don't do anything stupid. Bakugo. If those stupid trees burn, what will happen? Nothing. Just freeze them and that's it. Shoto. Your explosion won't let me see, what do you think will happen if I don't stop everything? Look at the whole picture, that villain has the advantage in movement and ranged attacks. Bakugo. Damn, growling annoyed. The boys didn't know what to do, but suddenly, some noises followed by clusters of dust and slight tremors caught the attention of both boys, who turned around, seeing how whatever was causing this was getting closer and closer. None of them knew what it was until suddenly they heard a voice that they could recognize instantly. Izuku. Huh. Shoji, I can see eyes. No doubt it's them, they must be fighting. The noise was so loud that even the villain looked up. It was only a matter of seconds when Shoto and Bakugo saw Shoji and Izuku approaching them, running, chased by Dark Shadow, who was approaching dangerously. Izuku. There they are. Shoji. Bakugo. Todoroki. Some of you, please shed some light. Eat. Attacking the boys. The villain threw his deadly blades, but in return, Dark Shadow threw his enormous claw, managing to hold the murderer and surprising the kids, who saw how inside the shadow was Tokoyami, who was crying in despair. Flashback. Izuku. We'll help Tokoyami, no matter what it takes. Shoji. Understood, what's the plan? Izuku. We'll start following, we'll use your copy arms and my heat vision as bait, this way he'll follow us, and we'll stay away from his attack range without him losing interest in us. Shoji. I see. Izuku. With luck we'll meet Shoto and Bakugo, either of them could create the light needed to calm Dark Shadow. Bakugo may be in danger, but Tokoyami is also suffering. I won't turn my back on either of them, as long as I can move, I'll save them both. Flashback end. Izuku. Shoto. Shoto. It's Izuku, Shoji and Tokoyami. Seeing the shadow. Shoji. Some of you make light now. Bakugo. Damn. Izuku. Tokoyami lost control. Bakugo. Damn idiot bird, attacks uncontrollably, I'll blow you up stupid. Preparing his explosions. Shoto. Stop. Bakugo. Now why? Irritated. For his part, the villain had been slammed to the ground, but thanks to his blades, he slowly stood up. Meat, a piece of meat, no, I can't allow it, annoyed, I'm the only one who can kill those children, don't steal them from me. The villain said this and immediately threw his blades towards Dark Shadow, although they only pierced the shadow without doing any damage. Dark Shadow. Don't beg, trash. The shadow gripped its prey tightly again and, in a moment, broke its blades. Bakugo. Smiling sadly, look. Dark Shadow slammed his prey against multiple trees, dragged him on the ground, whipped him, etc. etc. In the end, the monster shadow lifted the villain, showing that with all the blows, he had managed to knock out his teeth. Dark Shadow selflessly threw the villain like his fierce garbage. The man hit a tree, falling unconscious. In the end, they had won, but they still had a problem. Dark Shadow was still out of control. Dark Shadow. I want to destroy more. Letting out a roar into the wind. The shadow shouted this and launched an attack against Shoji, who was protecting the boy from Class B that Shoto had lying on the ground. The gray-haired boy closed his eyes, but Izuku arrived with his friend, managing to withstand the attack and also preventing it from hitting the boy. Izuku. Now. Neither wasted time, Shoto used his fire side and Bakugo made powerful explosions. The light was enough to get the bird boy back to normal after hearing a cry of pain from Dark Shadow. Bakugo. Damn trash, I don't make a good team with you. Tokoyami. Breathing heavily, I'm sorry, thanks for saving me. Shoto. Seeing the fallen villain, the enemy we couldn't defend ourselves from, fell in an instant. Shoji. Tokoyami, are you okay? Approaching his friend, thanks for helping us, I thought that when we told you that he wouldn't fight, you would think we were crazy. Tokoyami. I'm sorry, Shoji, you too, Midoriya, I was quite immature. I was overwhelmed by anger and released Dark Shadow. Seeing his trembling hands, the influence of darkness and my own anger filled him, and in the end, he grew so strong that I couldn't stop him, and I also heard Shoji regretful and sad. Shoji. Don't worry, we can leave it for later, it's something you would say, wouldn't it? Getting the bird boy's attention. The bird boy looked up, seeing how the green-haired and the gray-haired boy looked at him calmly. Even Izuku smiled at him while extending his hand so he could get up. Tokoyami reacted, nodded, and without saying anything took the green-haired boy's hand to stand up. Tokoyami. Yes. Izuku. By the way, did you hear Mandalay's message? Tokoyami. Yes, it was before losing control. The villains are going after Bakugo, right? Izuku. Yes, I found out in my fight. Shoto. I was wondering why you came like that. Shoji. But what do they want it for? Shoto. Do they want to kill him? But why? Izuku. I don't know, the villain I faced didn't care much about the reasons, he just wanted to fight, but that doesn't matter now, our mission is to return to the camp, Aizawa and Vlad-sensei will be there, we will have more opportunity if we are with them. Shoto. That's right, then we have to move. The boys were talking, while Bakugo just looked at them confused. Okoyami. Okay, then our mission is to return to camp while escorting Bakugo. Shoto. I know it sounds like something impossible, but we have to do it. Izuku. The hussy cats are fighting in the clearing, in front of the forest entrance, going back there would be useless, we would attract the attention of the villains and waste time. Shoji. So what do you suggest? Izuku. I already scanned the place when I flew back to the clearing, our best option is to go straight ahead. Shoto. It will be dangerous, taking into account that we don't know how many villains there are, we don't know if that guy from the hands also came. Izuku. Most likely not, from what I saw, they only brought a group of force, we already defeated 2 of them, and the smoke that was there before has already dissipated. Okoyami. That's true. Bakugo continued to watch the scene confused, turning from one side to the other. Izuku. We also have Shoji's tracking ability, we can also make use of my abilities, Shoto's ice, and if you're feeling well, Tokoyami, we also have an invincible dark shadow with its control. Shoto. That's right, approaching the boy from Class B. Shoji. I'll carry him, you get ready carrying the unconscious boy. The gray-haired boy protected the fainted student and so, all the boys of Class A prepared to move on. Izuku. This group is really strong, to be honest, with a lineup like that, I can even dare to say that we could stand up to Almight. Bakugo. Reacting, what's wrong with you now, you bastards? Shoto. You'll be in the center watching Bakugo. Bakugo. Don't ignore me. I don't need any of you guys protecting me, you bastards. Shoji. Let's go, starting to walk. Shoto. Don't stay behind, Bakugo. Bakugo. Don't give me orders, bastard. Izuku. Thinking. Bring them all safely, if I can do it, then we'll win. For their part, 5 minutes earlier, with Tsuyu and Uraraka, both were on guard, apparently they were also in danger. Tsuyu. Are you okay, Uraraka? Uraraka. Yes, it just grazed me, holding her arm. Both had angry faces and in front of them was ID, who was covered with her mask, holding the piece of glass tightly in her hand, which had the chestnut's blood on it. ID. Wow, that doesn't have much blood, seeing the piece of glass never missed before. Tsuyu. I don't know who you are, but it seems that you are really crazy to come out of nowhere just to try to kill us, who are you? ID. I'm ID, pointing his gun at the girls, you guys are quite cute, Uraraka and Asui, you look just like in your photos. Uraraka. What? This is bad, he knows us. Tsuyu. It must be because of the sports festival. Uraraka. Even worse, this way we are at a more than clear disadvantage. ID. It's not that much blood, gosh, I never miss. Now I feel a little irritated, but who would have thought their faces are so cute, haha. I usually do this after killing, but now, I really want to see inside. Throwing away the glass and taking out a huge knife. The girl said this and without wasting time she threw herself at the girls. Uraraka quickly put on guard, but Tsuyu, in an attempt to protect her best friend, wrapped her tongue around her. Tsuyu. Echako. Throwing her to the side, run to the camp and ask for help, they said we could fight, but I won't risk you. Uraraka. Tsu. You too, run. Tsuyu. I'll buy you time, then I'll catch up. Kiro. The girl let go of her best friend, but at that moment, a bullet grazed her shoulder, the green-eyed girl turned around, ID had taken out his previous pistol and had fired. Tsuyu. He also has a gun. ID. Tsu, what a cute nickname. I think I'll keep it. Smiling under his mask. Tsuyu. I don't think so, the only ones who can call me that are my friends. The girl jumped, but the villain shot again and threw her knife, the bullet hit the green-haired girl's leg, and the knife managed to hit the bun that Tsuyu was making, pinning her against a tree and leaving her hanging. Tsuyu was crying in pain, she couldn't hold it back anymore, the poor little frog was also very scared, while she saw how ID approached her, taking out another knife that was hidden in his thigh. ID. I think you didn't understand me, I don't want to tell you like that, I don't want to be your friend, I want people. Tsuyu was terrified, but something that scared her more was seeing how the female in front of her began to change, her body became slightly smaller, her skin changed color, green hair began to appear, Tsuyu no longer wanted to see, but it was inevitable. ID. I want people to call me Tsu. ID finally arrived with his prey and brought his long knife close to the girl's face. ID. You're bleeding a lot, don't worry, I'll make sure you never bleed like that again, Kiro. Tsuyu felt more afraid with each passing second, because now she could swear that the villain's voice was hers. The green-haired girl couldn't see her enemy's face, apparently she had a mask that helped with this, but the frog girl could swear that if her guesses were true, the one in front of her. ID. Putting the edge of the knife on Tsuyu's cheek, just one cut, and the suffering will end, haha. Tsuyu closed her eyes, but someone caught her attention, someone who despite what was requested, did not run. Uraraka. Get away. Running towards the Villainous. ID at this shouted only to thunder her tongue annoyed. The girl did not expect this intrusion, so without saying anything, she just turned around. She had put away her weapon, but she had her knife ready, and without thinking twice, she launched the attack towards Uraraka, who to the surprise of the villain, managed to dodge it, losing some strands of hair that the sharp object managed to cut. Uraraka. Thinking. If they use a knife, she uses one leg as a pivot to dodge and escape from their attack range, then grabbing the Villainous's wrist where she was holding the knife, grabs her wrist and neck at the same time and knocks her down by twisting her wrist. Managing to knock down the Villainous, remembering her training with Gunhead. This is one of the combat techniques I learned in my internships. Gunhead's martial art. Sayu. Huh. Widening her eyes, great, Achako. Uraraka. We need something to hold her hands. Sayu, can you use your tongue in the meantime? Doesn't it hurt too much? Sayu. No, just give me a moment to. ID. Achako, that's a great name, smiling. Uraraka. Turning her attention back to the villain, don't say anything. ID. Haha, I always wondered what it would be like when I faced someone as skilled as me. You're great. Uraraka. Making a face of disgust and no. ID. It's just like Tamura said, strong enemies, students of the precious UA. I just wanted to kill Stain, become him. What will happen if I manage to bring down the precious status of his school? The League will do it, they will defeat them, and in the end, my room will be adorned with their heads. Haha, laughing sadistically. Sayu. Achako, we have to shut her up and. ID. You guys won't do anything, turning his head. Uraraka was surprised because she couldn't believe that the villain would say those things. The brunette saw how ID turned her head. She still had her face covered, but the mask apparently had broken with the impact against the ground, revealing a crack, and not only that, but also an eye as red as blood. Uraraka. W, who the hell are you? ID. Someone you wouldn't expect to have an ace up their sleeve. Uraraka didn't know when the girl had managed to free herself from her grip. ID took one of the glasses she had and managed to make a cut on the brunette's thigh, who groaned in pain, but it didn't stop there, because when she saw that despite the cut, she didn't let go. ID didn't hesitate and planted the glass in the side of the brunette, who after giving a small cry of pain, released her enemy, who managed to stand up. ID. Now, where are we? Seeing Uraraka, who was holding back the pain. The villain pulled out her weapon again, ready to finish everything in an instant. But something the girl didn't tell them was that the three of them weren't alone. Someone else threw a scalpel with such good luck that it managed to lodge itself in the villain's forearm, who missed the shot. Uraraka and Sayu were confused, and like ID, they turned their gaze, seeing someone else on the battlefield. ID. TCH, who do you think? Get out now. A new female figure approached the three girls. She was wearing long black pants, military boots, a long blood-red blouse with protection on her forearms, elbows and shoulders. She had a work belt. She was wearing a black face mask and what looked like a transparent face shield. Something notable was that she had blonde hair, tied in two buns on the sides. ID. And who the hell are you? Thinking. There are more and more people. This is going to get bad for me. I didn't see you on the list, and given your age and that attempt at a suit, you're not a hero either. I'll just say it one more time, get out now. The blonde was getting closer, and in the end she took out a cutter, intriguing ID even more, who despite this, was not intimidated. ID. Well, it doesn't matter, I'll kill you anyway. The green-haired villain pointed her gun at the new girl, but before she could shoot, a red beam appeared, cutting the barrel of the gun. Izuku. Girls. Shoto ignited his fireside. ID turned around and saw this, so he attributed it to the bicolor, but more importantly than that, now the number of opponents had increased. ID. Damn, thinking. I have to go, or they'll kill me. Izuku was about to attack, but the villain threw a smoke bomb and managed to escape. Uraraka. Me Midoriya, we're over here. Izuku began to blow, managing to dissipate the smoke and approach the girls. Shoto immediately released Sayu, while Izuku saw the state of the chestnut. Izuku. Uraraka, how are you feeling? Uraraka. It hurts. Izuku. Calm down, everything is fine now. Uraraka. We're not alone, pointing to the side, she's there. Everyone looked up at the blonde who was about to run away. Izuku. Stop. The girl stopped, although she hesitated slightly. She didn't want to be seen. If you are here, you will live, if I leave, you will be safe. Izuku stood up looking at the girl. He didn't want to lose sight of her for any reason. The stranger had already walked away, but Izuku used his enhanced vision and saw the stranger's hairstyle. At that moment, the green-haired man paled. Shoto approached his best friend ready to attack, but Izuku's reaction intrigued him. Shoto. Izuku. Izuku didn't need to use his X-ray vision. The boy started to advance towards the girl without saying anything. Uraraka. Midoriya. Shoji. Where? Izuku. Really, is it really you? Shoto. Dude, what's wrong? Starting to walk towards the green-haired boy. Izuku. You're really here, Himiko? Shoto heard the name and opened his eyes in total surprise. The bicolor boy couldn't believe it. They both started walking, seeing how the stranger had definitely stopped with her back to them, although suddenly, from one moment to the next, Izuku could hear a slight cry from the stranger. They both started to advance with more speed until they were in front of the girl. Izuku. It's you, right? Shoto. Please look at us. Shoto Izuku. Please, Himiko. The blonde just started crying louder. Toga. Guys. The blonde finally turned around, took off her mask and face covering. Now the two could see her clearly, her clear skin, her eyes with that beautiful and unmistakable bright yellow color, whose thin pupils made her look more feline. The female had her mouth open while she cried, showing her characteristic fangs. The boys did not doubt it, it was really her, their best friend, Himiko Toga, was back. Izuku and Shoto didn't even have to think twice, both boys hugged Toga while crying too, happy to see the lost girl again, but in disbelief that they would see her again. Izuku. You shorty, you're really here hugging the girl tightly. Shoto. Himiko, you have no idea how much we miss you. Toga. I missed you guys too, I mean it. Thus, the three friends separated from the hug, all three of them seeing each other with a smile between tears. Izuku. Gosh, Himiko, you really are hopeless. Shoto. You're the worst friend, smiling at the joke. Himiko. I know, sorry guys, smiling. Izuku. Did you know we were planning to come find you? Himiko. Really? Izuku. Yes, and we had a pretty good plan. Shoto. Izuku spent entire nights without sleeping, it was really a good plan. Himiko. Oh, then if you want I can get lost again so you don't think you wasted your time. Shoto. Yes, it really is her. Izuku. Welcome back, mosquito girl. The three friends hugged one last time, but then they remembered where they were, so without wasting time, they returned to the rest of their friends who were alarmed by the new girl because they had no idea who she was and why she was with them. Shoji. Midoriya. Sayu. She saved us, but. Izuku. She has a name, she's Himiko Toga and she's our best friend. Uraraka. She's the Himiko they've been talking about so much. And why is she only just appearing? Himiko. It's a pleasure, sorry if I couldn't introduce myself earlier, I didn't think it was a situation that warranted a friendly chat. Uraraka. I like her grunting in pain. Sayu. Guys, that villain from before stuck a glass in his side. Izuku. Really? Okay, in that case, I'll check your side first to make sure I can remove the glass, okay? Uraraka. Go ahead. The boy used his X-ray vision, seeing how fortunately, the girl did not have any internal injuries that could be risky, there were no damaged organs, so he sighed with relief. Izuku. Well, the good news is that there is no internal damage that we can consider dangerous, so I could remove the crystal and cauterize the wound to prevent possible bleeding. Uraraka. Really? Izuku. Yes, I just ask you to be strong. Uraraka. Why? Izuku. Because it's going to hurt. Uraraka. Well, I guess that's the price to pay. Izuku. I'll count to 3. Uraraka. Okay. Shoto. Passing a somewhat thick stick to the chestnut here, bite this, it's not the most hygienic thing in the world, but. Uraraka. It will do, biting the object. Izuku. Well, one taking the crystal. Uraraka began to sweat from nerves, the girl did not close her eyes, she trusted the green-haired boy, although what she did not expect was that Toga would take Izuku's hand away and with a single pull tear off the piece of glass. Himiko. 3. Tearing off the piece of glass. Uraraka spat out the wood and screamed in pain, Izuku just stared at the girl in disbelief. Izuku. What happened to 2 and 3? Seeing the blonde. Uraraka. What happened to 2 and 3? Seeing the blonde. Himiko. 2, 3. Uraraka. I take back what I said, she's crazy in pain. Himiko. Doing it this way is more efficient, don't wait like it's torture, now do it, Izuku. Izuku. Good. Uraraka. By the way, how are you going to cauterize the… But the girl could no longer continue speaking, because at that moment Izuku fired his heat vision towards the wound at a lower intensity, managing to cauterize the wound quickly. Izuku. Well, it's ready. Uraraka. Are you crazy? Shoto. He has heat vision, didn't that give you an idea? Himiko. I see you're using your powers a little more now. Izuku. They already know. Himiko. Everything. Izuku. The most relevant. Himiko. That's enough for now, now you come, I'll help you, helping Uraraka stand up. Uraraka. Thank you, being helped also by Sayu. Izuku. Okay, we have to go back to camp as quickly as possible. Sayu. We were heading there when we met that strange girl, nervously recalling the villain's transformation. Uraraka. The villains are going after Bakugo, I assume you figured it out right, Midoriya. Izuku. Am I that obvious? Uraraka. Your clothes give you away. Shoto. We have to get to the camp, we'll be safer, and Aizawa-sensei will have less pressure knowing that we're all together. Uraraka. But don't you think we should first find Bakugo before the villains do? Izuku. What are you talking about? He's just. The boy turned around only to see how Shoji was totally alone. Izuku. Shoji. Shoji. What's wrong? Izuku. Where are you, Bakugo and Tokoyami? Shoji. Back off, they're coming with us, Tokoyami is taking care of Bakugo. Izuku. Oh yeah? Then bring them along so we can keep walking. Shoji. I will do that. The boy turned around only to see that there was no one behind him. Shoji. Looking back, I already saw the problem. Izuku. Oh, you're so clever. Thinking. Damn, just a few minutes ago, none of us were even able to let our guard down, and now. The boy they're talking about. A strange voice made itself present, drawing the attention of everyone who looked up to see a strange man who was on the branch of a tree, wearing a mustard-colored trench coat, a cane, red gloves, a top hat, and a black top hat with a red ribbon. He left with my magic showing a blue marble. He is a talent who should not be on the side of the heroes. We will take him to a stage where he can shine more. Izuku. You release him. Free him. What strange things you say, Bakugo doesn't belong to anyone, he's a free, selfish person. Izuku. You annoyed. Shoto. Move aside. The bicolored boy pushed Shoto and without hesitation, used his eyesight to attack the strange subject. In the same way, Himiko took out her knife and threw it, although the villain managed to dodge it, taking a great leap. We just want to show that the path you follow with your maniacal values isn't the only one to take. Today's children choose their path based on their values landing in a tree. Izuku. Liar, you talk about Bakugo like a maniac, but you also took Tokoyami. Shoto. Thinking. This guy managed to take on the two of them without making a sound, what kind of quirk does he have? We have to be cautious, if you're taking the time to talk to us, then you made the mistake of underestimating us. You know, originally I was an artist, I think it's a bad habit. Taking Tokoyami was just improvisation, making two marbles appear moonfish, the one with the razor teeth. Maybe he didn't look like it, but he was a death row inmate who had his appeal denied. If Tokoyami was violent enough to take out a person on death row, I decided I'd take him too. Izuku. Wretch. You're not taking them. Shoji. Midoriya, calm down. Shoto. Uraraka, you and Sayu take care of the guy from Class B. Uraraka. Yes. Himiko. Do it. The aspiring hero didn't need any further warning, the bicolor launched the enormous ice attack from before, even bigger now, managing to cover the bicolor with a light layer of frost, but seeing the guy jump again, showing that he was able to dodge the attack, made them even more upset. Sorry, but tricks and escape are my best talents. I couldn't fight against aspiring hero students putting a hand on his ear. Vanguard squad, we captured the target, it was a short time, but the show is over, see you at the extraction point as agreed. Shoji. Is it over? Izuku, Shoto and Himiko. No. Shoto. You won't. Himiko. You won't escape. The trio of friends reunited, those who were determined to be heroes and who would not let any injustice pass before their eyes. None of them hesitated and began to run, chasing the escape artist. Their other companions began to follow the boys, while on the other side, with Dabi and Twice, the latter was somewhat excited, switching between personalities. Twice. Hey, Dabi, did you hear the radio? How exciting, Mr. Compress really did it. Changing his personality, it took so long, I was already falling asleep. Making weird poses. Dabi. Don't say that, he did a good job, just wait for the others to come. Twice. No. Changing his personality again, that's right. Dabi. This place was supposed to be hard to find because of the fire and gas, but it's already dispersed. Wow, things really never go the way you want. Dabi. Of course not. Changing his personality, everything is going according to plan. The two men continued walking, unaware that Aoyama, hidden in some bushes, was praying that he would not be discovered. Aoyama, I must help the students of Class B, you take the girls back to the camp. The scared blonde continued thinking about the brunette's words while he saw some of his companions lying down, still unconscious. Aoyama. Thinking. The gas dispersed, someone managed to fight and defeat the villain. I have to slowly peeking out. The boy peeked his head out slightly, but at that moment Dabi turned in his direction. The blonde covered himself again, totally terrified. Aoyama. Completely scared, thinking. Did he see me? The villain, for his part, began to advance towards where the poor boy was, who was trembling, covering his mouth, praying to heaven that Dabi wouldn't discover him. The villain with the burned face was about to arrive, just a few more steps. Twice. Hey Dabi. Getting the attention of the black-haired man. By the way, I know it has nothing to do with it, but shouldn't we call it Nomu? You said he only reacts to your voice, it's something very important. Dabi. Returning to Twice. Ah, that's right, you asked me why I didn't include him in the battle. Twice. Thank me, bow to me. Dabi. A special monster for me, courtesy of that fool Shigaraki. He must have killed at least someone by now pressing a button. On the other hand, a huge creature with greenish skin was chasing Momo and Awaken. The creature had the ragdoll headband in one hand, which was covered in blood. For its part, the boys were in a hurry. Awaken. This is bad, very bad. That guy is terrible. The monster had 5 arms coming out of its back, each with a different type of weapon, chainsaw blade, a drill. Awaken. YehosuaHernandez, are you still alive? The black-haired man was dragging poor Momo who was semi-unconscious. Awaken. Please run or that thing will catch us. Momo. I'm sorry, Awaken, I'm fine, thinking. When I woke up, I was on the floor, I didn't know what happened. Awaken. Damn. Stopping, what is this? What's going on? The boy turned around seeing how the monster was about to attack them. Awaken did not continue running and simply closed his eyes, but nothing happened. The monster simply stopped, put away his arms and walked away. Awaken. What happened? Why is he leaving? Momo. Did he do his job? Perhaps don't tell me that, Bakugo raising his face, revealing that his forehead was bleeding. Awaken. Bakugo. Momo. Think about it, what's the worst case scenario? Starting to use his creation. Awaken. What are you? Momo. What's the best thing you can do now? I'm going to save them all. Momo. Deactivating his quirk. Awaken. Use your quirk and stick this to that thing, handing an object to the boy. Awaken. Releasing the brunette. What is this? A button. Momo. Run. Or that thing will go away. Awaken. I don't know what's going on but running and reaching the monster's back. The boy arrived and without hesitation, he glued it to the monster, welding it to his body, then took cover behind a tree, watching as the creature left without flinching. Awaken. I stuck it like you wanted. Momo, thank you Awaken. Awaken. Let's go. Momo, yes I'm sorry Izuku. Meanwhile, back at the camp, Magni struggled to free himself. Magni? Hey. Spinner, this is totally your fault. Tiger. Holding the villain. Silence. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being a villain. Mandalay. That's right, the same goes for you, villain. Spinner holding the lizard. Spinner. Let me go, you bore. Damn, Stain, he'll live again. Did you hear that? His will live on here. Through me. I'll purge those degenerate heroes and kill that damn 4-eyed brat. Mandalay. What the hell are you talking about? Well, you didn't show your quirk anyway. Spinner. Shut up, let me go. The chestnut was almost done tying up the villain when a purple mist appeared in front of them. Kurajiri. Yes, please, both of you, I need you to step aside. On the other side, the now known Mr. Compress continued to escape, jumping through the treetops while being chased by the boys. Shoto. Damn, that guy is really fast. Uraraka. If Iida were here. Mr. Compress. The hero's class isn't as good as I thought. Shoto. Damn. Izuku. No, we can't give up, we have to catch up quickly. Shoji. But at this rate, he'll just run away. Uraraka. Then gather around, I'll make them float. Sayu, when I do that, wrap your tongue around them and throw them in her direction. Sayu. Yes. Izuku. Thanks, but no, you are quite hurt, I won't force you, besides, I had already thought of something like that. Uraraka. What? Izuku. We'll get back to them, I promise. Uraraka. But. The green-haired man said nothing and just took Shoto and Himiko immediately, and without thinking twice he jumped towards the villain. Himiko. I wasn't thinking about this. Izuku. I won't show all my power to the villains yet, I don't want them to try anything else. Shoto, use your flames to correct our direction, I'll simply fly and pretend to kick to make them believe that they are just power blows. Shoto. I see, well, I'll do that. Himiko. I trust you guys. The two-tone did as requested, and before Compress realized it, the boys were already close behind him. IDE. Huh. No one else has arrived. Abi. Hey crazy, did you get their faces? That's right, the 3 villains were already gathered at the meeting point. IDE. I only got a good look at one of them. Irritated. Twice. Just one. They told you they needed at least 3. IDE. What did you want me to do? A lunatic arrived before me. I thought she'd kill me. Twice. A lunatic. Are you sure you didn't see a mirror? Changing personality. Are you sad? IDE. No, I'm upset, I'll kill her. Twice. Are you talking about me? I'm sorry. Changing again. I wanna see you try. Abi. What a scandal, shut up. But the villain could no longer continue speaking because from one moment to another, Mr. Compress landed on the spot with a bang. The impact raised a curtain of dust which when dissipated, revealed that it was the trio of friends who had landed on top of the villain. Twice. Watching the boys. Hey, I know those kids. Changing. Who are they? Izuku. You guys are going to bring our comrades back. Abi. Raising his hand with the fire-lit mister, step aside. Mr. Compress. Understood using his quirk. The villain did not hesitate and launched the attack towards the boys. Abi. Hey. It's cold. But Izuku was quite annoyed, so he took a breath and started blowing with all his might, managing to make a large barrier in the fire. Shoto. Izuku. Twice. Appearing in front of the bicolor wow, but they are the faces of Shigaraki's death list. The little broccoli and you, but what are you doing here? Taking something that was on his wristband. Himiko. Shoto. But Shoto did not stay still, the bicolor attacked the villain with ice who was forced to retreat. Twice. Burn. ID. You seeing the green-haired boy, I want to know you better, Izuku. The girls started running towards the boy who kept blowing so that the fire wouldn't reach his friends. The freckled boy was about to use his heat vision, but at that moment, Toga appeared helping the green-haired boy by kicking the villain in the stomach. Himiko. I've got you. ID. I remember you, so this is how it's going to be. Are you going to interfere? Taking out the knife from before, I'll kill you just for the pure pleasure. Himiko. Taking out a scalpel, come here, crazy. For his part, Shoto continued attacking twice, who somehow continued to manage to evade the boy's attacks. Twice. Well done. That's it. This is easy. Cutting the ice, come all out and don't mess around. Shoto. What the hell is wrong with him? Behind Shoto, in a small crater, the magician had returned to his normal form. Mr. Compress. It hurts holding his arm, those kids flew so high just to catch me, it's unbelievable. Approaching Dabi. Dabi. And Bakugo. Stopping attacking. Mr. Tranquilo reaching into his pocket here, huh? Shoto. Izuku, Himiko, if you're done, it's time to go. Himiko. Why? Managing to hit ID and break his mask even more. Shoto. It didn't take me long to figure it out, there's a reason they call me detective, I should have assumed that's why that pocket was so protected. Taking out 2 blue marbles, I grabbed them as we fell. Your game's over, Mr. Actor. Mr. Compress. Ah, it didn't take long, I think I misjudged them. Shoto. Creating an ice wall, let's go now. Dabi. Idiot kid, just like them, warming up his hand. Mr. Compress. Wait. The boys started running, but they saw Nomu appear, so they turned their way. Izuku. No, wait, this way. The boys kept running, but then, in front of them, Kurogiri appeared. Himiko. And who is he? Shoto. This guy, he showed up at USJ. Izuku. The portal. Kurogiri. The signal has already passed 5 minutes, it's time to go, Dabi. Dabi. I know. At that moment, a portal appeared in front of each villain, they did not hesitate and began to cross it. Izuku. Wait, they just leave. ID. Sorry, Izuku, sensually saying goodbye to the boy, see you later. Shoto. But they haven't gotten it yet. At that moment, Dabi and Mr. Compress turned around before entering their respective portal, the villain with the blue flames was smiling. Dabi. Oh no. Mr. Compress. Haha, I almost forgot, I saw that you were in such a hurry that I gave you a gift. Izuku. A gift. Mr. Compress. What can I say, it's a bad habit I have, it's like magic, showing something that is so obvious. Taking off the mask, it's because there is something you don't want others to see. Sticking out his tongue, showing that he had the 2 real marbles. Shoto. But what? At that moment the villain snapped his fingers and the 2 supposed spheres that the bicolor had burst, showing pieces of ice. Shoto. My ice. Mr. Compress. That's right, in your attack, I prepared duplicates and put them in my pocket. Izuku. That bastard, his quirk is based on compressing and confining things. The green-haired boy was annoyed, Izuku was about to use his super speed, he was totally sure he could catch up with him. Mr. Compress. If they found out that what he had in his right hand was in his right pocket, then it was clear they would come for him, bowing, and like I said, that's it, the show. But the villain could no longer continue speaking, because at that moment, a blue ray appeared, hitting the villain's face. Izuku. A laser Aoyama. The villain couldn't take it anymore and spit out the 2 marbles. Izuku didn't waste any time, the boy and his friends ran. Toga managed to take 1 marble, Izuku and Shoto were about to take the other, but at that moment, a portal appeared swallowing Izuku, leaving Shoto alone. The boy was about to take the marble. But Dabi was faster, the villain managed to grab the marble, long before the 2 colored could reach it. Dabi. How sad it must be for you, to fail when you were so close. Todoroki. Shoto seeing Mr. Compress confirms it's him, release him. Mr. Compress. Damn brats, you ruined my show. The villain entered the portal, but before doing so he snapped his fingers again, the sphere Toga had burst, showing Tokoyami, the other one Dabi had did the same, the villain had Bakugo by the neck. Meanwhile, in the air, higher than one might expect, the portal opened and Izuku began to fall. The green-haired boy didn't know what was happening, and from one moment to the next, he fell to the ground, making a curtain of dust. Kurogiri. That should be able to break some bones at least. Himiko and Shoto. Izuku. Dabi. Well, one less problem. But the green-haired boy was not defeated yet. The boy stood up with his heat vision on, 2 red dots shone brightly. The boy came out, he had turned off his heat vision. Izuku saw how the villain had Bakugo by the neck, both were almost inside the portal. Izuku closed his fists and pushed himself off. Izuku. Bakugo. Stretching out his hand. The green-haired man was about to arrive, it was just a matter of a little more. But at that moment, with his super hearing, he heard it. Momo. Where are you, Izuku? Now he knew, Momo had returned to the forest. The green-haired boy hesitated. And that's why Dabi succeeded, he took him. Bakugo. Don't even think about it, don't come Deku. The villain and the blonde disappeared and Izuku fell to the ground. Behind them, the fire was covering more and more ground. In the end, the heroes lost. Izuku, who thought he could get them all back safely to camp, failed. The green-haired boy raised his head, the boy was on his knees with tears in his eyes. Izuku. No damn. Izuku raised his arms, and without thinking twice he slammed them against the ground creating a mini-earthquake, because not even with all his powers could he rescue Bakugo. After we leave no one behind. The fire continued on its way, Izuku was still on his knees, failure was on his face, his fists were clenched in fury. His companions had the same expression on their faces. Toga approached Izuku and took him by the shoulders. Himiko. Come on big guy, we have to get out of here, the fire is spreading, and if we don't move it will surround us more. Shoto. Using your super breath won't work, we're in the middle of the forest, the fire will spread more among so much vegetation. Himiko. Yes, we'll be in trouble soon. Izuku. No. Himiko. Huh. Izuku. Shoto, freeze the forest. Shoto. You too. I'm not aware of the size of the fire. Izuku. I know, I'll take you, you keep making ice. Shoto. Will you take me? Izuku. Both of them. Himiko. What are you? Izuku didn't think about it anymore, he took his friends, and without saying anything he began to fly low to the ground. Shoto soon knew the intention of his best friend, so he used his ice side surrounding the fire with ice. It was only a matter of a quick turn for this, in the next the ice was much bigger, managing to put out the fire completely. Once he did this, Izuku returned to the place of his failure, took Tokoyami, and using his X-ray vision, he managed to find his other companions. The boy headed towards them and left his 3 companions, but he did not come down. Himiko. Where are you going? Izuku. I won't leave anyone else. And saying this, the boy flew back to the forest. At these last words, Uraraka looked at Shoto. Uraraka. Shoto, what did he mean? But the two-tone man said nothing. Shoji. Tokoyami is here but Bakugo. Sai. Shoto, where is Bakugo? The two-tone boy just lowered his head, revealing the obvious. The heroes had lost. For his part, Izuku flew quickly finding Momo who was almost dragged by a waist. The green-haired boy only landed in front of the black-haired boy who was surprised by the impact. He had heard of Izuku's abilities before, but that was very different from what he saw now. The boy, despite his state, was quite imposing. The green-haired boy saw the boy and then Momo. Seeing his state, he immediately looked back at Awase who gulped nervously. Izuku. I'll take her. Awase. Okay, I soldered her to me with my quirk. Izuku. Then deactivate your quirk. The boy from Class B didn't object anything else and did it. Izuku approached and carried the brunette. Izuku. I'll take her to the camp, do me a favor, Jiro and Hagakure are over there, use your quirk and take them to the camp please. Awase. But how? Izuku. Use your quirk, but don't drag them, carry them, with your welding the weight will be less, it will be like carrying a backpack. Awase. How will I carry 2 people like that? Endo. Appearing Midoriya. Awase. Wait, is that Momo? Izuku. Your salvation has arrived, good night, President. I was telling Awase that I will take Momo, but Jiro and Hagakure are over there, I need you to take them. Endo. I have the villain who caused the gas and Tetsu. Izuku. Enlarge your palms, carry them in one hand and the girls in the other, please. Endo. Midoriya. Izuku. Aizawa is carrying Hananuki, he also met Yui, she is carrying Ibara. Endo. How do you know? But the boy didn't say anything, he stood up a little and started to move forward, the green-haired boy's face still showing shame, the pain of his failure. The boy was carrying Momo, while on the other hand, things were not going so well. The Hussycats ran through the forest finding, to their terror, the ragdoll headband covered in blood that day. The boys of Class A, who won a fight against the villains, now tasted the flavor of defeat. Izuku arrived with Momo to the extra classes classroom, finding his classmates with worried faces. Izuku just lowered his head in disappointment, something that the others understood perfectly. Lad King called the emergency services which arrived minutes after the villains left. Firefighters, police, even other heroes appeared. The verdict was not very encouraging, either because of the 40 students who had gone, were unconscious and in critical condition due to the gas, another 11 had injuries of varying severity, only 13 were unharmed, and 1 disappeared. Of the 6 pro heroes in charge, one was in critical condition from a severe blow to the head and another, like the UA student, disappeared, leaving a lot of blood behind. Of the villains and the Nomu who had attacked, only 3 were arrested, the others abandoned them and disappeared without a trace. The boys were taken to the hospital, all without exception. Izuku was on the school bus with his head down. "You should be careful, because the next time we see each other, that's when I decide to kill you." Izuku couldn't stop thinking about these words while clenching his fists in annoyance. The camp that everyone was waiting for ended in the worst way. The information was soon leaked and early the next day, the doors of the UA were packed with journalists looking for a little bit of information. Reporter. Aren't they going to open the doors? Reporter. I'm from Yomiuri TV. Will there be a statement from the UA Academy? Reporter. How would you respond to the families of all the victims of the attack? But there was no response. Everyone was gathered in the boardroom. Nezu. Attacking us at a camp where the kids were supposed to train to defeat villains, what an irony. We should be ashamed. We were afraid the villains would recover, but we were pretty naive. They've already started their war to destroy hero society. Midnight. If we had understood, would we have been able to defend ourselves? With all these events, one after another. Since Almight appeared, all crime stopped. Present Mick. We became complacent so slowly that we didn't realize it. We thought there would be more than enough time to prepare. Nana, for her part, joined her hands. Her face showed disappointment, sadness, and guilt. For his part, Almight let his arms rest on the table. Almight. I'm ashamed with all my heart. While they were fighting with everything to survive. Snipe. Holding the sports festival after the attack, I think it's more than obvious that we can't continue with the same positions. This is a huge failure. Not only did they take us by surprise, but they also managed to kidnap a student. They stole people's trust in us, along with Bakugo banging the table. Nezu. Yes, all the news is full of attacks on us and the academy in general. On the other hand, Bakugo's kidnapping, this is something obvious. They were after him because of what happened at the sports festival. That was when his violent attitude became public knowledge. If the villains manage to get past him, it will be the end of UA as an educational institution, showing a newspaper. A deathly silence fell over the entire room, but at that moment, Mick said something that took everyone by surprise. Present Mick. And since we're talking about trust, there's something I want to say. Nana. Present Mick. With everything that's happened, I think it's pretty obvious there's a traitor among us. Seriously. At these words, everyone immediately paid attention to the blonde who, completely contrary to his normal way of being, was now serious. Present Mick. Only the teachers and the Hussycats knew the location of the camp. Don't you think that's a bit suspicious? With the cell phones, the students. The blonde was slowly losing his temper. He even banged on the table. Midnight. Mick, stop. Present Mick. How to do it? Annoyed. We have to clean this up or more things could happen. Snipe. Assuming you're right, but what about you? Can you prove your innocence? Percent. If we suspect each other, we'll only destroy each other from within. Be logical, Mick. If there's a traitor, nothing can be done in a hurry. Nezu. At least I do trust you, but I can't completely prove my innocence, so for now, our priority must be the safety of the students. In fact, I've had that in mind for a long time, and now, with the suspects gone, it might be a good time to carry it out. Midnight. Something you've been thinking about for a long time? Nezu. Yes, it was based on something that was done when Superman came to Japan. Nana. Sir, do you mean? Nezu. Yes, I'm talking about. The director could not continue speaking because then they heard All Might's voice in a ringtone. The call is here. A call is here. All Might. Huh. Say excuse me, I have to answer. Approaching the door. Present Mick. Hey. We're in a meeting. Turn off your phone. Midnight. What a ridiculous tone. The hero left and before answering, he leaned against a wall. All Might. Thinking. What a hero. What kind of symbol of peace doesn't save his students? Clenching his fists in annoyance. What hero? The hero relaxed a little and answered his phone. All Might. What's wrong, Tsukauchi? Tsukauchi. From the other side of the line, I already have the statements from Vlad King and Aizawa, but an unexpected event arose. It seems that we were finally able to determine the location of the League of Villains. All Might. Huh? Seriously, Tsukauchi? Tsukauchi. From the other side of the line. Yes, nodding slightly. 2 weeks ago, a subordinate was gathering information and learned of a man with scraps of skin on his face who was seen in an abandoned building. They discovered him as someone who was no older than 20. The owner of the building was investigated and the conclusion was that underneath this building, there is some kind of hidden bar. At first it was thought that there was no correlation between the two events. But apparently some neighbors have described other subjects that match the characteristics of the suspects in the attack on the camp. We still keep our distance, but as soon as we have more evidence we will go there. This is top secret and you must understand that I am telling you this only because it's you. All Might. I understand. Tsukauchi. For the rescue operation, we will ask for help even from other top pro heroes. Almight, please help us with your power." The black-haired man was serious, but on the other side of the line, he didn't get any response. Tsukauchi. Almight. Almight. Transforming slowly. "I have a magnificent friend. This is what I'll tell them when I find them. I'm here to fight back." On the other hand, in the city, the topic of Bakugo's kidnapping was still on everyone's lips. Reporter. Those responsible for the attack on the UA camp call themselves the League of Villains Vanguard Squadron. It is well known that the League of Villains was responsible for the attacks on the USJ and Hosu. Reporter. Among the victims of the attack on the camp was the son of the deceased Water Hose Heroes team, who were murdered in cold blood by the villain Muscular. Reporter. I think we can conclude that we have a problem with the UA's security system and administration with all this against them. Even if my son wanted to be a hero, I couldn't feel confident in even being able to register him. Besides that. At the villain bar, Shigaraki turned off the TV, cutting off this note abruptly. The villain laughed slightly, grateful. Shigaraki. Haha, I appreciate all the attention we receive, don't you agree with me, Kitsuki Bakugo? The light blue-haired boy turned around and saw Bakugo, who was tied to a chair. He had some kind of shackles on his hands, preventing him from using his quirk. The boy had a clear angry expression, but he couldn't do anything. He was surrounded. For their part, the boys were in the hospital. Even though many were not seriously injured, they were kept there by police order. They needed everyone's statement, and dividing them was risking a future ambush. That included Toga. There were no records of her at school, so they had her as a suspect, but because a group of students mentioned her as a help, they did not take her, although they did not want to let her go to keep her under surveillance. Everyone looked depressed, but the most affected seemed to be Izuku. The green-haired boy always walked through the hallways, went to Momo's room, but did not dare to enter. Once he made his way around, the boy would sit on the benches that were at the entrance of the hospital, always seeing his trembling hand. Izuku had a mixture of emotions inside him. That fragment of memory tormented him all the time. He remembered it, the fall, the way he woke up, his impulse. He knew he could make it, but hearing Momo that made him doubt. Who should he save? Who was in front of him? Or who motivated him to improve? For their part, Himiko and Shoto watched the green-haired boy without stopping him, worried about him, thinking about how to help him. His mother came almost at the moment they called her. She brought him something to eat. She hugged him. Izuku cried again on her shoulder. The load, the pressure he felt. Inko listened to him attentively, as only a mother could do, but in the end she couldn't stay forever. The woman left promising to return. The next day she did that, sitting next to Izuku, giving him a plate with food. The same routine as the day before. In the end, at dusk, the woman left, leaving the boy alone again. Izuku. Eating without flinching. Now that I think about it, Kota, I wonder if he's okay. The green-haired boy continued eating while thinking about the child. At that moment, Kaminari appeared. The boy was talking with other members of his class. The blonde smiled slightly and approached him. Kaminari. Midoriya, you're here. Drawing the attention of the others. The boy raised his gaze slightly. Sooner than he thought, the boy was surrounded by the rest of his classmates. Kaminari. I know maybe not, but have you seen the news? They've surrounded the academy. Sato. The situation is worse than in spring. Mineta came out from among all his companions carrying a melon with him. Mineta. Look. We all saw how you kept staring at everyone else, and as a thank you, we bought you a melon. Trying to cheer up the green-haired man. Okoyami. I caused you so much trouble, Midoriya, and yet you still saved me, thank you, tilting his gaze slightly. Izuku. I'm glad everyone is okay, guys, the class gathered to see me. Kaminari. No, not all of them. Ida. Jiro and Hagakure are still unconscious from the villain's gas, and Momo still hasn't woken up from the blow, except for the 3 of them. Uraraka. 15 of us. Shoto. Bakugo is not here. Himiko. Hey. Tapping the bicolor. Bakugo. Don't even think about coming, Deku. Izuku. No, Superman once said it, those who don't want to be saved can't be saved, but a hero's job is to go where they're not called. I had Bakugo nearby. I was able to reach him. I had to save him. It was my duty. That's why I have this quirk. Uraraka. Midoriya. Izuku. I gave it my all to save Kota, but with Bakugo I faltered. I couldn't save him even though he was right in front of me. The green-haired boy clenched his fists, and white and sad. The others lowered their heads, also depressed. Izuku didn't speak anymore, and one by one, the boys left. Some went to the hospital courtyard, others, on the other hand, stayed with the green-haired boy. These were Kirishima, Ida, Uraraka, Sayu and Kaminari. Shoto and Himiko stayed away, but always watching their best friend, worried about him. Himiko. What do you think will happen? Shoto. With him? Honestly, I don't know. He's very upset. Himiko. Even though it was him. Shoto. You know him, he will always try to help everyone, no matter who it is. I think that despite everything he did to him, he never held a grudge. Himiko. Yes, that's right, Izuku. I think there will never be someone I don't want to help. Shoto. That would be a miracle Himiko. You know I never stopped thinking about you, despite the years. Shoto. Yeah, we can't stop thinking about you either, it's just that with all this. Himiko. I know, don't worry. Shoto. Where have you been? Himiko. It's something I'd rather tell you both later. Shoto. You have a point. Himiko. I'm glad to see you're okay, by the way, I already saw you using your fire, I had forgotten when was the last time you used it, it's been a long time. Shoto. You said it. Himiko. I told you it was great, I'm glad you decided to use it. Shoto. Well, it's something we've already talked about, there's no one I don't want to help seeing Izuku. Himiko. Speaking of which. Shoto. What's up? Himiko. Changing the subject slightly, I arrived at the camp the same day as you, it wasn't difficult, I just had to investigate a little, some upper grade kids throw out their flyers from their respective camps, that's how I found out you were going on vacation, I just had to spy on the academy grounds every day, in the end I could see the bus leaving, I didn't know if it was yours, but I followed you, the Hussycats forest is huge, getting in there wasn't difficult. The challenge was escaping from Ragdoll, I remembered the analyzes Izuku did, I had to set up quite far away so he wouldn't detect me, I knew I'd be in trouble if he detected me. Shoto. Sai said something about you saving them. Himiko. Yes, I always stayed away from that crazy ID, but as soon as I saw the fire I knew I had to intervene, fortunately I found them, they are not stupid. Shoto. They couldn't be with a crazy woman like her. Himiko. Yes, you know, there is an option. Shoto. Option. Himiko. Yes, we can go out, bypass security and look for Bakugo. Shoto. Himiko, that is impossible, we would have to know how and where to search, we do not have that information. Himiko. I know, but if we can find any of the villains who attacked them at the USJ. Shoto. Everyone was arrested except for the league leaders. Himiko. There has to be a way. Shoto. Even if there were, do we agree that we would be risking a lot? Himiko. I know, but if we can rescue Bakugo. Shoto. He can hear you no matter how far away you are. Do you think he won't come with us, or stop us? Telling him not to come is useless. He won't listen. Himiko. I know, but. Shoto. Himiko, I'm serious, besides, we would be expelled from the academy. Himiko. No, if I defend them, they don't know me, I can say that I forced him to come, I am an undercover agent of the league who was only pretending to help them. Shoto. We won't let you do that. Himiko. Then give me a better option, because it's only a matter of time before he flies off and starts scanning all of Japan with his X-ray vision. Shoto, we promise not to abandon each other. Shoto. There has to be a way, I'd like to go too, but. At that moment, the boy's attention was on Kirishima, apparently the retard had run back, stopping in front of Izuku. Kirishima. She woke up taking a breath. At that moment, the green-haired boy stood up, but Kirishima stopped him. Kirishima. Don't go. Izuku. What are you? Kirishima. She's not alone. Izuku. Kirishima, what are you? Kirishima. The door was open, I peeked out slightly so they wouldn't see me, inside were Detective Tsukauchi and Almight, they were talking to her. Izuku. What about? Kirishima. Apparently, with the help of a boy from Class B, they managed to put a tracker on the Nomu that attacked them. Izuku. A tracker? Surprised, thinking. Before, I couldn't make quick decisions, like in the helicopter crash Momo, you've grown a lot. Kirishima. Yes, he also created a device that could receive that signal and gave it to them. Izuku. The heroes have the advantage. Kirishima. Don't you understand? There's a chance. Iida. Opportunity. Kirishima. Yes, the chance to fix this. Iida. Wait, are you saying you'll have her make another transmitter? Izuku. If the Nomu keeps transmitting and it went with the villains. Kirishima. There is a way to find Bakugo. Iida. Guys, this is ridiculous, gritting his teeth in annoyance. Either way, they'll hold us responsible for not taking good care of them. Very sorry. Okay, because you caused a lot of trouble, if you understand, then stop doing it. The blue-haired boy had started to get annoyed, but then Shoto and Himiko arrived with him. Shoto. And what about that? Iida. Angry, it's like All Might said, leave it to the professionals. It's not something you idiots can do. Kirishima. I know. Responding upset, but you don't know how I feel, Iida. I feel responsible, because while everyone was fighting and defending themselves, again I couldn't do anything. I heard, just like everyone else, how the villain's target was Bakugo and I did nothing. I understand how Midoriya feels, because he risked his life. Don't you see it? He's sorry, he feels like it's his fault. At that moment everyone turned to see the green-haired boy who saw the red-haired boy impressed. Kirishima. It's the same feeling I get when I see something isn't right and instead of doing the right thing, I'm paralyzed by fear, but this time it won't be like that because if I don't do something, I'll never feel entitled to call myself a man or a hero. Uraraka. Kirishima, I know you feel bad, but we're in a hospital, keep your voice down. Sigh. Iida is right. Kirishima. Yes, I know, Iida and everyone are right but… Izuku. Kirishima. Getting the Redeed's attention, I'll go with you. Kirishima. Midoriya. Izuku. As long as I can stretch out my arms, I won't let anyone suffer anymore. Mina. Approaching the boys but… Kirishima. If we can ask him to make another transmitter, then we'll find and rescue Bakugo. Mina. That's crazy. Shoto. Not so much, the villain said they wanted to kill us, but even though they said it, they took Bakugo alive, we don't know the objective, but he's probably still alive. Iida, for his part, had seen how the other boys had gathered, so furious, the boy raised his voice walking towards Kirishima, Shoto and Izuku. Iida. Furious, you can't do stupid things. Shoji. Wait Iida, please calm down, to be honest I understand Kirishima and Midoriya's feelings, the frustration, I understand it, because I understand the same thing, and although I would like to agree with you, I'm afraid we can't let our emotions lead us to this kind of decisions. Himiko. A hero doesn't turn his back on anyone. Mina. And you are? At that moment, the blonde turned to look at the pink-haired girl, slightly annoyed. Aoyama. I think the best thing we can do is leave it to Almight. The permission that Aizawa-sensei gave us to fight freely has already been withdrawn. Okoyami. It's hard to believe, but I agree with Aoyama, although they had to save me too. Kirishima. You said it yourself, they saved you, you have to understand that. Sayu. Calm down guys, I know we're all surprised by Bakugo's kidnapping, but please, think about it calmly, taking a finger to her chin, no matter what you feel, if you decide to fight again, you'll be breaking the rules, it will be the same as acting like villains. At that moment, a deathly silence fell over the group again after Tsayu's words. None of the kids wanted to talk. Again, one by one the boys left, some to see their other classmates, others to try to relax. Iida went to the food area to buy something, but before doing so, he saw Kirishima approaching Izuku. Kirishima. I'll talk to Yaoi Rozu to get her to support us. Izuku. No, I'll go. Kirishima. Are you sure? Izuku. Yes. Kirishima. Good. Izuku. I'll go when I see that she's alone, I don't want to attract anyone else's attention. Kirishima. Okay, we'll see each other tonight, we won't attract attention. Iida, for his part, just continued walking with an annoyed face. Kirishima went to the hospital courtyard, Himiko and Shoto remained in their previous place, watching as the green-haired boy continued eating, analyzing everything they had said. The green-haired man stood up and started his rounds through the hospital again. The green-haired boy reached the roof of the place, Izuku felt the heat of the sun on his head, the air moved his hair, the freckled boy clenched his fists, but breathed trying to calm down, the boy approached the edge of the building, and once there, he looked at the entire city, wondering if he would be able to save it, if he was the right one, and if someone could do the same if they had his power. The green-haired boy was thinking about this when he put a hand in his pants pocket, it was true, his mother had given him a paper, she said it was a letter, but she didn't ask who it was from, the boy took it out and looked at it closely. For Midoriya. Koda. The boy just gave a slight smile and extended it. Mr. Midoriya. I'm sorry for trying to punch you in the testicles. I also want to thank you for saving me even though you didn't know me. Again, I'm sorry for the way I behaved. I hope to see you soon so I can thank you in person. Koda. Izuku. I see, thanks for caring, Koda. The boy formed a serious expression as he recalled his fight against Muscular. It's alright, Koda, I promise I'll save you. Now you will die. This is what happens when two ideals clash, one has to give in. Izuku. Yes, it's something I have to do. The boy just went down having a path in his mind, the boy advanced without flinching or stopping until he got to where he wanted, there he found her, the door was open, the girl was sitting on the bed with a bandage on her head, the brunette noticed the presence, and turned around meeting the green-haired boy. Momo. Izuku. Izuku, hello Momo. The boy took a step into the girl's room. On the other hand, at the Endeavor Agency, the fire hero was sitting completely deep in thought. Duya. Entering, so you're still here. Endeavor. Yes. Duya. You know that being like this you won't achieve anything, right? Endeavor. I have to find a solution, whatever it is, location, clues, something. Duya. Well, look, I think you won't have to try that hard. Endeavor. What do you mean? Duya. You received a call. Endeavor. Whose? Duya. Detective Tsukauchi. Endeavor. Almight's friend. Duya. The same, I request your help. Endeavor. My help. Tell him I can't. I'm totally focused on this. I can't get distracted. There are more heroes who could help. Duya. I did it. Endeavor. So? Duya. He said it was an urgent matter and that he had already contacted other top heroes. Endeavor. Urgent, did I mention what other heroes I called? Duya. Yes, it's about Best Jeanist, Headshot, Gang Orca. Endeavor. It's serious. Duya. And it gets better, not just top heroes, but also rookies, heroes who work as a team, even retired ones. Endeavor. Looking up, what do you mean? Retired. Duya. Yes, for the rookies, Kamui Woods and Mount Lady are coming, for the team heroes, Tiger from the Hussycats was requested, and also Old Torino. Endeavor then stood up. Endeavor. They found it. Duya. To Bakugo. Endeavor. I don't know, it could be him or the villain's lair, but they found something, call your Aunt Shimura now. Duya saw how his father had a serious expression, so without hesitation he stood up straight. Duya. Yes. Leaving the hero's office. Endeavor. Looking at some photographs I had of the villains, what did you find, Namasa Tsukauchi? On the other hand, back at the hospital, the boy was standing in front of his best friend who looked at him confused. Momo. Do you want me to make another receiver? Izuku. Yes, I hope you understand why I ask this. Momo. I understand, Izuku, but why? Why not leave it to the pro heroes? Izuku. Because I have to. Momo. That's not an answer. Izuku. It's my responsibility. Momo. Of course not, not every time a door to hell opens you have to go straight to it. Izuku. This time I have to do it because at that time, I could have rescued him, but in the end I hesitated. The boy shouted this, drawing the brunette's attention. Momo. Izuku. Izuku. Kurogiri, the lead portal caught me and released me in freefall. It was not a problem for me. I got up, I moved forward, I pushed myself towards it, I was able to get it out, I just had to take it, I went with all the intention of doing it, but at that moment, I heard you, I instantly thought you were in trouble, and for the first time I hesitated, I didn't know who to save, who was in front of me, or who was asking for help. Momo, I want to save everyone, but at that moment, I debated what would be the best thing to do. The brunette looked at the green-haired boy, now she understood his feelings, the failure, the pain, the loss, the defeat. Izuku knelt down, putting his face on the girl's bed with shame. The brunette just sighed and slowly put her hand on the green-haired boy's head, caressing his hair. Momo. You really have to be a hero always, right? Izuku. If I don't, I know he's not the best person in the world, but still I saw his face, I know him, he acts strong, but he's always been alone, and I don't plan on leaving him like that. Momo. Sayo. Izuku, what will I do with you? The boy stood up, understanding that the brunette might say no. Izuku. Well, I had to try, sorry Momo, I'll fly all night if necessary, I'll use my X-ray vision, it will be good training. Momo. Yeah, that would be good training, but I have a better idea. Izuku. Which one? Momo. Use this, creating another transmitter. Izuku. Momo. Momo. Use it, I know you, even if I tell you not to go, you will, stopping you is almost impossible, taking into account your super strength, so please, use it, at least this way I will give you a safe and direct route, I will be calmer this way than watching you fly. The green-haired man saw the girl and without thinking, he took the device. Izuku, thank you Momo. Momo. But you have to promise me that you will come back. Izuku. I promise, whenever you need me, I'll be there for you, I'll never leave any friend alone. The boy left the room with a smile on his face and a reason to come back. Already at night, Izuku went out, seeing Kirishima, who was already waiting for him. Izuku. Yes, you came. Kirishima. We made this plan together, are you ready? Izuku. Yes, we have the device. Kirishima. Then it's time to go. Both boys were about to leave when a couple of voices caught their attention. Shoto and Himiko. Wait, you guys. Izuku. Huh? Hey, what are you doing here? Himiko. And what else? We came to keep them company, genius. Izuku. What? No. Shoto. Izuku, you know we're not going to let you go alone, right? Izuku. But I'm not going to risk them. Himiko. The three of us want to be heroes, we will always risk our lives. Izuku. I'm able to freeze both of them so they stay. Shoto. And I can melt it. Himiko. Izuku, we won't leave you alone. Shoto. We leave no one behind. Izuku. Curse. Himiko. Admit it, that's how the three of us work. Izuku. Okay, then let's go. The three nodded and walked towards Kirishima. Izuku. Okay, we have a couple of crashers. Himiko. Himiko Toga, nice. Kirishima. Ijiro. Kirishima shaking the blonde's hand. So you're the one they couldn't stop talking about. Himiko. They can't live without me. Izuku. How funny, now let's go. Momo. Wait. The brunette's voice echoed in the green-haired man's mind, who turned slightly. Izuku. No. Momo. It's not that I don't trust you, but I would feel safer if I went with you. I mean, with you. The green-haired boy looked at the brunette. The girl had a violet blouse and skirt. She looked quite pretty, although she also still had the bandage on her head. The green-haired boy couldn't allow the girl to go. He was worried about what could happen to her. Izuku. Momo, you're not healed yet. Momo. So? You kept fighting that monster at the USJ even though you were bleeding. Isn't this the same? You even went to the hospital. Raising her voice a little. Himiko. Izuku did what? Shoto. We'll tell you later. Izuku. This is more different, I can stop bullets. Momo. So you're saying that only you, Todoroki and Kirishima can go because they have an impenetrable defense. Izuku. I don't want to risk anything else happening to you. Momo. Well, that's too bad, because for better or worse, I'm going to go and there's no way to stop me. Izuku. Momo. Momo. Want to make sure I'm okay. Okay, here they are. At that moment, the girl took out some glasses that Izuku recognized perfectly, as did his friends. Momo. I still have them, I kept them because you entrusted them to me. When I woke up, the first thing I did was make sure they were still with me, because I know how important they are to you. Izuku. What do you want? Momo. I'll go with you and I won't give them to you until we've rescued Bakugo and I know we're safe. Izuku. Sire, you're really going to do it like that? Momo. Yes, and you can't stop me, because it's already a problem to have a missing student. I don't want you to go through the same thing. Izuku. Looking away as I'm fine, then come. Momo. Thank you for understanding. The boys were about to move forward, but at that moment another familiar voice stopped them. Iida. Wait. Kirishima. Now what? Izuku. Iida. The blue-haired boy approached his friends with a face that clearly showed sadness, disappointment and annoyance. Iida. Why does it have to be you? The ones who stopped me when I got carried away, the ones who received amnesty with me, tell me, why do you want to make the same mistake as me? It's too much. Kirishima. What are you talking about? I speak confused. Himiko. Amnesty. Seeing Shoto and Izuku. Iida. We're not in a position to fight yet, we're still students, and UA is already in a very bad position. Who will be responsible for their actions? Don't you understand? Izuku. Approaching his friend Iida, but that's not it. You know me, we don't think it's right to break the rules, but Izuku could no longer speak, because at that moment and taking him by surprise, Iida hit him with a blow that hit directly on his cheek. Nobody expected this, and the reactions of his friends were diverse. Kirishima was surprised by this action, Shoto too, he opened his eyes in surprise. Himiko wanted to hit the blue-haired boy, because she didn't know him, and Momo surprised covered her mouth. The black-haired girl wanted to approach the boy, but was stopped by Shoto. Shoto. Let him talk. Iida. I'm frustrated too. I'm worried about everyone. Starting to shed tears. I'm the class president, but more than that, I'm your friend. It's normal, I worry about you. When I saw you walk to the hospital, when I saw Shoto, Uraraka, Sayu and the others, I saw my own brother in bed. Tell me, how do you think I would feel if you could never recover? Starting to cry. Are you saying that you don't care that I worry? Taking Izuku by the shoulders. You're saying that you don't care how I feel. Izuku. Iida. Shoto. Iida, we don't expect to just go all in and win either. We won't get him out of there by just getting into fights, calling the speedster's attention. Kirishima. We're not fools, we know we'll go against the villains, but that's why it will be something covert. It's the way students fight, right on the edge of the rules. Momo. I trust Izuku, but despite what I said, I'm going with them so I can stop them if the situation gets out of control. I'm worried too. Iida. Yaoirozu. Izuku. I'm not sure either. Breaking free from Iida's grip, but I can reach him, I know it, and that's why I won't just sit idly by. I hope you understand, Iida, right now, even though I know what he's like and what he did, I'm determined to save him. My father has told me that some of the greatest heroes share stories from their youth and they all agree on one thing. Then what? Their bodies moved before they could realize. Iida. Sigh. I see, we don't agree. Izuku. Sorry. Iida. I guess I have no choice. Adjusting his glasses. I'll go with you. Everyone was surprised by this, but they knew that it was almost impossible to convince Iida to give up, so without further ado, they nodded, although without knowing that that day, a historic event, would mark a before and after in society as they knew it today. Police headquarters head office. In this place was Tsukauchi, but he was not alone. The detective was surrounded by police, and not only that, but also by the aforementioned heroes. Tsukauchi. We gathered some of the best heroes. Looking at the aforementioned now, let's start the strategy meeting. Meanwhile, at the villain's bar, they were in front of Bakugo, insisting on their mission. Shigaraki. I'll ask again, aspiring hero, Kitsuki Bakugo, are you going to join or not? The blonde, for his part, formed a sadistic smile on his face in an attempt to sound brave. Bakugo. If you're going to talk in your sleep, then die. At that moment, with all the pieces in place, the game began. Iida. Hey Midoriya. Izuku. What's wrong? Leyenda. I'm sorry for the attack, that hit wasn't good, sorry. Momo. That's right, your reason for joining wasn't very persuasive. Izuku. Haha, calm down, I'm fine, it just took me by surprise. Leyenda. I'm going with them because I'm not convinced they're behaving. Izuku. Hey, that's very bad faith. Leyenda. I'm serious, Midoriya, I'll do the same thing I said on Island, if this goes too far, I'll make them come back immediately, I didn't come as a tourist, I'll keep an eye on them. Shoto. When did you go from being president to vigilante? Himiko. I don't like him at all, let's just say that with the blow he gave a bad first impression. Izuku. Hey, calm down, we're all friends. Momo. To some extent it makes sense, Izuku, Bakugo's rescue is the job of professionals, being objective, there isn't much we can do. Himiko. If you don't think we could do it, then why did you come? Momo. Because I know how it feels approaching Izuku who took out the transmitter A rescue without combat, I don't think it's realistic, but I could always be wrong. All the boys gathered there nodded and started walking. Izuku. Passing the transmitter to Momo, look, it's not that far. Momo. The target is the Kamino district in the city of Yokohama, Kanagawa. Izuku. Okay, then we'll take the bullet train. Hiroshima. It would take less time if you were flying. Izuku. Yes, but we are a team, I wouldn't want to risk them, but we come together. The boy said this and after walking a little more, they arrived at the station, the 6 boys got on the train, sat down, and after a few minutes, it moved forward with its classic speed. Momo. Well, at this rate, it won't take long, I estimate 2 hours at most. Izuku. We'll arrive at. Momo. Exactly, at the latest. Izuku. By the way, did you tell the others we were coming? Shoto. Yes, they wanted to stop us when they found out. Izuku. And what happened? Himiko. They're not very smart, detecting a sleeping pill is not in their skills. Izuku. Did you put them to sleep? Himiko. No, we just had to know how to sneak around, although that Uraraka girl said something that makes sense to those of us who know her. Izuku. Huh. Himiko. Bakugo will feel humiliated, knowing that they had to save him, I know that for many it may sound exaggerated, but the truth is that for someone who acts like him it makes sense. At that moment, Ida, Hiroshima and Momo lowered their gaze slightly, knowing that the blonde was right. Shoto. To be fair, you know this can be taken as something selfish, none of our classmates want us to do this, if you want, you can still come back. Hiroshima. No, if he hesitated, then he wouldn't have come. Ida. My duty as president is to look after all of you, I will not let the villains do whatever they want with it. Momo. I'm not going back. Izuku. I won't let them win, we don't leave anyone behind. Himiko. He's right. Shoto. In that case, fine, we'll move on. Everyone nodded, although for her part, Momo watched as the blonde, unknown to her, got along well with the 2 boys. Apparently, the girl had bought a large bento and shared it with the 2 boys. Momo. Thinking. How come she acts so naturally? So the journey continued calmly and without incident until after the 2 hours they had already waited, the train stopped at its destination. The boys got off and started walking, surprised by the number of people on the streets. Izuku. Is this Kamino? There are a lot of people. Hiroshima. It's surprising that villains are hiding somewhere in the city, but it's time to act, where are they hiding, YehosuaHernandez? Momo. Wait, act logically, from here we have to be careful. Toga. That's true. Momo. The villains know us, if any of them see us, they could warn the others and take us by surprise. Izuku. You're right, we have to be stealthy, take cover and move forward. Ida. We shouldn't draw attention to ourselves, but if we go slowly, we won't be able to search properly. Hiroshima. So what are we going to do? Himiko. If the villains know their faces, then the answer is easy, change it. Shoto. We don't have your quirk. Himiko. I didn't mean that. Izuku. So? Momo, for her part, was looking everywhere trying to find an answer to the predicament they were in, but from one moment to the next, with a slight nervousness, she caught her friend's attention with the answer. Momo. I have an idea. The girl was slightly red, she was trembling just as slightly, while she pointed in a direction, the boys saw that it was a store whose lights made it stand out. Izuku. I see, good thinking, Momo. Himiko. That's what I meant looking at the store costumes. Hiroshima. What are we thinking? Let's go in. So, the 6 boys entered the place and then came out with clothes completely different from those they had worn before. Izuku. Well, I don't really agree with this, but I trust you. Momo. Children would attract a lot of attention at night in this district, this way we'll be safe. Shoto. Where did you get the idea from? Momo. I worked with Yubawami, although at that moment I doubted it, I learned a lot that day, these styles are based on pro heroes, Izuku in Present Mic, Shoto in Midnight, Kirishima in Mount Lady, and so on with the others. Izuku. And you? Momo. Yubawami haha, I worked with her, I learned a little about her way of dressing. Izuku. I see, on second thought, although it wouldn't have been free if you used your quirk. Momo. Nervous well, but if I used my quirk, then the economy that's true. As a citizen, my duty is to not prevent the economy from having a fluid movement. Izuku. Of course. Himiko. Whispering to Shoto she's the youngest daughter of the Aoi Rozu, right? Shoto. Yes. Himiko. I see, thinking. Haha the rich girl just wanted to see that store, it's cute. Ida. I'd rather not know where you got your inspiration for mine. Himiko. I say the same. So the boys started walking trying to look as natural as possible, although there was something that caught their attention. Subject. Hey, aren't you from the UA? A student stopped nervously at this. Izuku. Hey you in his role. But the boy could not continue speaking because at that moment he knew that the stranger was not referring to them, but that up above, on a huge screen, there was a UA press conference where Director Nezu, Aizawa wearing a suit and hairstyle, Vlad King, all three bowing slightly, were there. Presenter. And now, we will have a public apology from the UA. Izuku. Public apology? Is that Aizawa-sensei? Momo. There's also the director. Aizawa. We apologize for the incident which left first-year children injured. We apologize for disturbing society and our negligence in defending an area of learning. We are very sorry. Bowing again. Hiroshima. Watching the screen carefully as Aizawa-sensei hates the press. The boys continued watching, but at that moment, a reporter decided to test the patience of the heroes. Reporter. I'm from Yomiuri TV. Since the beginning of the year, students have encountered the villains an average of 4 times, but this time, there were even injuries. How can you explain this to the families? What measures will you take? Izuku. Annoyed, thinking. I can't believe it, since the first sports festival of the academy, they had already found out about his position, is their pressure really so much that they will decide it again? Clenching his fists they are treating them like the bad guys. Aizawa. We will increase surveillance of the area. Nezu. And we will review the school security from top to bottom, ensuring safety with a strong position. In the streets, people were making fun of this. Subject. Huh. What's that rat talking about? Subject, they don't protect them at all. Subject, villains don't usually defeat hero academies. Subject, how can they assure something like that? Subject, they just want to wash their hands. The boys looked everywhere, they wanted to defend the academy, but they knew that would give them away. Shigaraki. Turning off the television how strange, why do they criticize the heroes? They only dealt with things in a pretty bad way, sometimes they make 1 or 2 mistakes, haha, but the heroes of today are very upright, don't you think, Bakugo? Spinner. When a hero is rewarded for saving people, he is no longer a hero, that's what Stain preached and what I firmly believe in. Shigaraki. It's funny how human lives become money and personal desires. This is a society governed by those rules. So are the citizens who cheer on the losers. Our arguments revolve around the questions. What is a hero? What is justice? Is this society truly right? We'll make everyone think individually. We plan to win. The villain had raised his hands as he looked at the blonde. Shigaraki. You like winning too, right? Dabi, let it go. Dabi? Huh? Are you crazy? This brat is going to lose control. Shigaraki. Yes, I know, but after all we must be understanding with him, treat him like one of us, after all we are recruiting him sharpening his gaze besides, he is a boy who understands that if he lets himself go, he will have no chance of winning, you know that right, you a student. Dabi. Sigh whatever, twice, release it. Twice. What? Me? I don't want to. But the villain had no choice, Mr. Compress quickly forced him. For his part, Shigaraki spoke a little more, in the end Bakugo's handcuffs fell to the ground, Shigaraki smiled and approached the boy, but only received an explosion in the face that pushed him away. Bakugo. Do you know why I stayed silent for so long? I wanted you to trust me and free me, you're an idiot who can't summarize things, and that's why you talk a lot. You just want me to join you so that people hate the heroes, hahaha, that's impossible. Because I've always admired the victorious figure of Almight. He always wins despite adversity, I admire him and that will never change. On the other hand, again in the interview, the media continued to attack insistently, always with questions that could even be hurtful. Interviewer. We would like to talk about the safety of the students, but now, Eraserhead, it is known that you were the ones who gave the students permission to fight during the attack on the camp. Can you explain what your intention was with this? Eraserhead. My intention. I think it was pretty obvious. I wanted to avoid a bigger disaster since we were unable to take control of the situation. I made that decision to avoid a worse outcome. Interviewer. A worse outcome? Students injured and 1 kidnapped, that's what you mean by avoiding a worse outcome? Eraserhead. From my point of view, yes, the worst scenario I predicted was the death of my students. The man just looked away, thinking of another question that could make the hero lose his temper. Nezu. Most of the injuries were caused by a gas. It was also confirmed that the same gas had hypnotic qualities and that it was the quirk of one of the villains. It was due to the teacher's order that the students Kendo and Tetsu were able to act quickly and avoid other possible damage. In the same way we are attending to the health of the boys, and so far there have been no cases of post-traumatic stress or anything like that. Interviewer. You're talking as if that were a ray of hope. Nezu. The students are safe, everyone is being treated with the best care. Interviewer. Could you say the same about Bakugo? You know, his kidnapped student. But this question, a tense atmosphere could be felt throughout the room. No reporter wanted to mention the subject so directly, everyone feared the response of the UA workers. But the man continued talking. Interviewer. It is known that he came second in the sports festival and also fought fervently in the attack on the facilities. You could say that he went from a student to a rude hero. However, we all witnessed his aggressive attitude during the festival and his denial of the award ceremony. He has shown signs of emotional instability. Now tell me, director, if Ed who knows everything, have you not thought that this attack was something already preconceived to make Bakugo misuse these abilities? What would happen if he lets himself be carried away by his lies and deviates down the perverse path of evil? Please tell me, what do you base your claim that he has a future as a hero on? Black King. Thinking. I understand that his job is to attack us, but those questions only stress us out. That guy is really annoying. He's trying to make us explode and say something we'll regret. Seeing Aizawa's annoyed face. Oh no, he knows that Aizawa hates the press. Please, don't fall into his trap. For his part, the Eraser hero had an explosion of annoyance. The presenter just smiled with satisfaction, but at that moment, something he didn't expect happened. Eraser had lowered his head. Aizawa. I don't know what you're looking for with all this provocation, but I'll tell the truth, the result of this camp was the work of my own faults. But what happened at the sports festival is proof of their own ideals. If they noticed an aggression in him, then they should also realize that he is someone whose desire to become a hero is greater than they think. If the villains took this as instability or weakness, then they are just stupid. Interviewer. Insistent. Do you have a solid basis for your argument? Besides, what I'm asking isn't what you feel. Does the UA already have a plan to address this? Nezu. It's quite obvious that yes, we will not sit idly by. At this time an extensive investigation by heroes in support of the police is being carried out. We will recover our student. At the villain's base, Bakugo let out a loud laugh. Bakugo. Ha. UA and their teachers, they already said it. They're going to rescue me, so be it, union of idiots. Thinking. They carried out a complex large-scale attack just to capture me. They invested all their resources only in me. I must really be someone important. Well, that means they don't want to kill me. There are 7 villains preparing their explosions. I'll kill 2 or 3 of them before leaving here. Hahaha. You know what? I'm a special case, because I'm unique. I stand out from the other idiots. They didn't take away my permission to fight. Agni. He's not stupid. IDE. Haha, you think so? Pathetic, he's terrified, doesn't know how to act. Looking closely at Bakugo, the tough kid wants to cry. I say we shoot him in the knees, you know, an incentive for him to want to cooperate taking out his gun. Abi. He's an idiot. Mr. Compress. If I were wiser I would have made more time, I would have sought a conciliation, but I blew it, what a waste. Bakugo. I don't usually lie when it comes to saying what I want, and I don't want to spend much more time in this dump. For his part, Shigaraki looked down. The explosion had taken his hand and mask off his face. Shigaraki. Father seeing the hand. Kurigiri. Oh no, wait. Calm down. Tamura. Shigaraki. Alerted. Shigaraki. Stopping his subordinates. Hey, calm down everyone, this guy is looking at Bakugo. An important piece, you know. It's a shame. I would have liked you to listen to me a little more. I thought you would understand. Bakugo. Well, no. Shigaraki. Well, the heroes have already announced their move. They are looking for us. We have no time to waste. We can't convince you, so looking at another television master, please lend me your strength. All for one. From the other side of the screen. Good decision, Shigaraki Tamura. On the other hand, the boys were on some streets, quite far from people. Momo. Okay, this is the place the transmitter indicates. Hiroshima. This is definitely the lair. Momo. Although I don't know, as far as we know, our villains haven't moved from here all day. Izuku. It's true, we achieved a step. If the villains are here, then it's pretty sure that Bakugo is too, but before making any decision, we must analyze our options with a cool head. Hiroshima. We don't have anyone with spy skills like Jiro or Hagakure. Izuku. Maybe not, but… Ida. If you go too far, I won't hesitate to stop you, even if you're my friends. Don't think I won't, I'll even call the police if necessary. Izuku. I know, and thanks Ida, that's why I said we have to start analyzing our own options. Starting to mutter. Himiko. It's been a while since I saw him do that. Momo. Yes, that's our Izuku. Ida. thinking. Truly, when he has something in mind, he doesn't stop as your friend and rival. I respect that, however, this time I will have to stop you, this time, it will be my turn to protect you. On the other hand, with the heroes, they were gathered, the whole team, even Nana was there. Endeavor. And I thought I was busy, you assembled a team of this caliber in a short time, incredible Tsukauchi. Tsukauchi. Thank you, but this is not the time for praise. We need to see the whole panorama. If we don't end this soon, it could be the end of society as we know it. Seeing all the heroes gathered. Genist. A while ago I was summoned by UA to deal with Bakugo, that boy is quite stubborn, right now I have no doubt that he is causing a ruckus. Dang Orca. Haha, you couldn't handle the Genist kid. Genist. That messy hair is a real case. Tiger. Let's not forget that they also kidnapped Ragdoll, I won't forgive them. Tsukauchi. Thanks to a student's device, we were able to locate his hideout, but it seems he has many guards. Nana. So what's the plan? Tsukauchi. We have the equipment ready, Shimura, we will use the special squad to enter that place, the kidnapped are our priority, we will also take control of their other hiding places, we will tell them all their possible escape routes. Gran Torino. Toshinori, Shimura, I should have known this was why they brought an old man like me out of retirement. Almight. Hahaha, no old man, master. Nana. If this reached this degree it is because he decided to act. Gran Torino. After so many years. Nana. All for one is waiting for us. Gran Torino. It would be easier if we had Superman support again. Tsukauchi. This is a speed fight, don't let the villains make a single move. UA has cooperated with everything, now it's your turn, heroes turn the situation around. So, after this order, the team started to move without stopping, the order was clear, they could not fail. Back with the boys, they were walking, they had had some problems with some drunks, but nothing they couldn't take care of, the boys quickly found the location, apparently it was a factory that seemed to be abandoned, the lights were off, they had to go through a dark and narrow alley. It took a bit of work, but in the end, with some work, they managed to reach their destination. The boys came up with a plan, Kirishima and Izuku climbed onto Shoto and Iida's shoulders, the Redeed using night vision binoculars and Izuku his X-ray vision. But what they saw scared them because in that factory there were too many containers and they were all full of those things they all had Nomus. On the other hand, at the villain's bar, Bakugo continues to be mocking, making Shigaraki Tamura furious. Shigaraki. Black mist, compress, put him to sleep again, he irritates me, it's incredible that I didn't listen to anyone. Bakugo. If you want me to listen to you, then kneel down and die. Thinking. I want to blast him away, I really want to hit him, but that damn fog is stopping me, I'm surrounded, I definitely need a plan if I want to live. The blonde was immersed in his thoughts without stopping looking around, but at that moment, someone knocked on the door calling the attention of everyone in the bar. Excuse me, but we already brought you the pizza you ordered, we are from the Camino Pizzeria. Shigaraki. Huh. Spinner who was leaning against the wall was the first to receive it, it was a powerful impact, the wall was destroyed, and the figure was recognized, the symbol of peace. Almight. Smash. Spinner. What? Shigaraki. Black mist, make a portal and. But the villain couldn't speak because All Might didn't come alone. Kamui Woods. Preventive restraint. Yurishi Seru. The hero used his quirk, managing to immobilize all the villains in a single movement. Abi. Ha. A tree. Come on, don't. The black-haired man began to activate his quirk, but Gran Torino kicked him in the neck, instantly knocking him out. Gran Torino. Not so fast. You'd better stay put, you know, for your own good. Kamui Woods. I am young, I am efficient, I am Kamui Woods. Gran Torino. And I am the old man you won't be able to see, I am Gran Torino. All Might. They can't escape anymore, union of villains, do you know why? On the other hand, where Izuku and the others were, they saw how from one moment to the next, on the side facing the street, Mount Lady became giant and with an axe kick, destroyed the place. All Might was right, the villains could not escape this time, and it was for a simple reason. All Might. Because we're here. The heroes acted faster than the villains thought, this time, the situation was in their favor. Chapter All for One. The heroes had arrived, the bar was surrounded, they couldn't escape, not this time. Moments before Mount Lady kicked the abandoned factory. Mr. Compress. No it can't be, the conference just ended, was it rigged? Twice. Hey you, tree man, don't pull. Changing personality, don't push. Bad shot. Entering through the door keyhole when attacking, that's when you neglect your defense the most, opening the door. Besides, we're not the only ones at the Camino Pizzeria. The man opened it completely, showing how there were multiple police officers outside. Bad shot. They are totally surrounded, outside there are great heroes like Endeavor, Nanashimura, among others. Endeavor. Outside this is amazing, we have them all, although I think I feel bad about not being able to be there in the action. Tsukauchi. You'll have your chance. Nana. Well, let's hope not. Endeavor. What do you mean? Nana. I bet if they escape, you'll have a chance to attack freely, but we agree that if they escape. Endeavor. It'll be a bigger problem, I get it, I guess you're right. Almight. Seeing Bakugo, you must have been scared, you resisted quite well, I'm sorry, but everything is fine now, young man. Bakugo's expression was different from usual, the boy looked at the symbol of peace for a few seconds until he returned to his normal way of acting. Bakugo. Don't think I was scared, All Might. Not even a little. Seeing how the blonde raised his thumb while smiling. But there was someone who was not entirely comfortable with this, naturally, it was Shigaraki Tamura, who looked annoyed at All Might. Shigaraki. After all the trouble we went through to prepare it, why do you come to me, final boss? Thinking. Everyone is tied up, we won't be able to escape easily, damn, what can you do? Well, you said it, we are not the only ones here. All Might. Huh. Shigaraki. Kurogiri, bring everyone you can. All Might. The Nomus. The hero just laughed, nothing happened, Shigaraki seeing this became confused. Current time. Shigaraki. What's wrong, Kurogiri? Kurogiri. Sorry Tamura Shigaraki, but the Nomus that were in position they are not. Shigaraki. What? All Might. Approaching Bakugo, you're still very young, a rookie, Shigaraki. Shigaraki. What? All Might. You League of Villains underestimated us, young Bakugo's soul, the police investigation, and our own fury. At the abandoned factory, everything was under control, the blonde and enormous heroine took out the Nomus, Tiger found Ragdoll who was naked, Gang Orca also gave support, and in the end, the one who covered them was Best Jeanist, who, demonstrating an impressive handling of his quirk, gave everyone the security to act. Best Jeanist. The Nomus hangar is under control. All Might. This has gone too far, but now you must understand, Shigaraki Tamura, this is the end. Shigaraki. The end. Don't be ridiculous, annoyed, we've only just begun, Justice P slowly standing up, I'll destroy the trash you boast about with those euphemisms, that's why I pushed All Might aside and gathered so many people with me, you say it's the end, but we've only just begun, Kurogiri. The villain turned to look at the light blue-haired man, but at that moment something pierced his stomach and after a couple of seconds, the villain fell, causing a scream and Magni. Magni? Huh. I didn't see anything. Should I kill him? Bad shot. No, using his quirk I just played a little with his insides in an old trick, but he's not dead, just unconscious, you must understand that this man was really a nuisance, that's why I put him to sleep, ninja art. Thousand leaf cut unfolding slightly showing only his head. Gran Torino. Didn't I say it was better for you to stay put, for your own good? Seeing Magni Kenji Hikiishi, seeing Mr. Compress Atsuhiro Seiko, seeing Spinner Shuchi Iguchi, seeing twice Jinbyu Begawara. With little information and time, the police spent the entire night investigating their identities, don't you understand? Sharpening his gaze, you have nowhere to go. The old hero said this and then looked at the leader of the villains, frowning a little. Gran Torino. Hey, Shigaraki, can I ask where your boss is? For his part, the villain was speechless, completely absorbed in his thoughts. An old memory, but advised in his mind. No one came to save you, huh? It must have been tough for you, Tinko Shimura. Heroes, all heroes will be. Someone must have thought you were coming and pretended not to see you. Who made this world like this? You didn't do anything wrong. Don't worry, boy, everything is fine now, I'm here. Shigaraki. Thinking. This doesn't satisfy me, seeing Bakugo, don't be ridiculous, don't be ridiculous. All Might. Where is it? Shigaraki. Thinking. Go away, disappear. All Might. Annoying Shigaraki. Shigarak. I hate you. At that moment, the villain screamed and two portals began to form, from which two Nomus came out of nowhere. Pamui Woods. Nomus. They came out of nowhere. But those were not the only ones, suddenly, more portals began to form and more Nomus began to come out. Gran Torino. Edshot and Kurogiri. Edshot. He's still unconscious, he didn't do it. Pamui Woods. They keep coming out. All Might. Kamui Woods, don't let them out. Pamui Woods. Yes. But at that moment, taking the hero by surprise, a black liquid, the same one that formed the portals from which the new Nomus came out, now came out of Bakugo's mouth, beginning to surround him. Bakugo. What? All Might. Huh. Seeing the blonde surrounded by the black liquid young man, Bakugo. The hero threw himself towards the boy, trying to hug him to prevent something from happening to him, but it was too late, the boy disappeared, Bakugo only went through the liquid without holding anything. All Might. Desperate no. Pamui Woods. Endeavor, we need support. The young hero looked outside, realizing that the situation was going from bad to worse, because outside, multiple portals appeared and from all of them, the Nomus emerged and began to fight against the heroes and police officers. Pamui Woods. What? Nana. These things come out of nowhere. Fighting. Endeavor. Tsukauchi, extend the evacuation area now. Creating a fire lance. Tsukauchi. Shooting, but I don't understand, there were only supposed to be 2 places taking the radio Genist, situation report. No response received Genist. In the bar, the heroes continued fighting, hitting non-stop. Gran Torino. Toshinori, these guys. Almight. They shouldn't have a way out. They shouldn't be able to move unless turning his gaze. For his part, Shigaraki looked up at the ceiling. Shigaraki. Sensei. On the other hand, back with the boys, 2 minutes before the attack, the UA students stood up, all of them had stood up because the shockwave of Mount Lady's blow had managed to knock them down. Aida. What happened? Hiroshima. I only saw Mount Lady in her giant form. Izuku. Using his X-ray vision, it's not just her. Himiko. Who else? Izuku. I also see Tiger, Gang Orca and Best Jeanist too. Momo. Is Tiger really here? Aida. He must have come for Ragdoll. Mount Lady. Carrying one of the writhing Nomu. Is this thing really alive? Gang Orca. Watch Hosu's videos. Mount Lady. But don't you think this is a bit weird? Is it really okay that the mission is so easy, Best Jeanist? Maybe we should have gone with All Might. Best Jeanist. Don't think the difficulty matters, rookie. Riot cops, get ready, someone might still be here, don't let your guard down. Police. Yes. Tiger. Ragdoll, please react. Gang Orca. Approaching his partner. Is she your partner? You can see she's still breathing, that's a relief. Tiger. But her condition, seeing the green-haired girl who, besides being naked, had some kind of strange liquid surrounding her body, and his gaze lost. What did they do to you, Ragdoll? Aida. Outside look, it seems the heroes acted much earlier than we thought. Hiroshima. Yeah, I think I'm glad about that. Aida. Well then let's go, we have nothing to do here. Smiling. Izuku. Turning towards the factory. Hey. Himiko. What's up, Izuku? Izuku. I heard Mount Lady mentioned All Might. Have they found Bakugo? Momo. If All Might is there then we can calm down, he won't be alone, if so many heroes are here, then it must be the same there. Aida. I believe it. Hiroshima. Okay, then let's go back before the others call the police. Himiko. Seeing the bicolor and Izuku. What's going on? Shoto. Looking towards the factory. I don't think it's a good idea. The boys started walking, but at that moment, Izuku with his heightened hearing heard footsteps which caught his immediate attention. Momo. Izuku. At that moment, from the depths of the old factory, a voice began to resonate without any of them seeing who it was. All for one. Sorry, Tiger, but you have to admit I had a perfect quirk, this was the perfect opportunity, I couldn't help it, I took it. Gang Orca. Are you from the League? Tiger. Someone turn on a light. All for one. When my body became like this, I also lost a lot of what I had gained. Orca gang. Stop. Stop right now. A strange figure dressed in a suit began to appear. Soon, the natural light made the hero see the elegant black suit that the stranger wore. But Best Jeanist was no fool, the hero began to use his quirk and quickly managed to tie the feet and hands of, to them, the strange subject, alerting Mount Lady. Mount Lady. Stop it, Best Jeanist. What if he's a normal person? Best Jeanist. Think about the situation we're in. Hesitation can decide the outcome of a fight. We don't have to let the villains make a single move. The hero continued tying up a stranger in front of him, but at that moment, one of the guy's arms swelled up, it too was surrounded by red and black lightning, and from one moment to the next it broke free, then caused an explosion that took the denim-clad hero by complete surprise. This explosion was too powerful, the lights in many houses went out, the radius of the explosion covered more than a kilometer, so the destruction was impressive. All for one. Tamura was finally starting to think and decide for himself, I wish they hadn't intervened this time. The villain was in the place where he had made the explosion, but at that moment he was floating slightly. For their part, the boys had remained in their place completely paralyzed, this explosion had taken them by surprise, and the enemy presence had terrified them, their blood had frozen. There was no time to look back, it was instantaneous. Izuku didn't need to use his X-ray vision to know who it was, but what terrified him was that it was only a matter of seconds, and that presence gave him visions of death, his friends, dead in front of him. All for one. Okay, shall we begin? Back at the old bar, things were pretty bad, the Nomus kept coming out, although from one moment to the next, the same liquid that took Bakugo and brought the Nomus began to come out of ID's mouth, but not just her, but the other villains, drawing the attention of the heroes. Gran Torino. No. Launching himself at the villain, they're taking them all. Almight. Damn it. Take me with you, Shigaraki. The blonde launched himself against the villain, but the same thing happened as with Bakugo, the hero only had the black liquid dripping on his hands, but without taking Shigaraki, the same thing happened with the other villains, who were able to escape from the Kamui Woods branch prison. Kamui Woods. Sorry. Bad shot. It wasn't your fault. Using his quirk to dodge a Nomu's attack and counterattack, we couldn't do anything either. We thought their only gateway was Kurogiri. We never thought there was another teleportation portal. Gran Torino. Almight. Almight. Oklahoma Smash. The blonde was being attacked by many Nomus, but this one just spun around using his attack, threw the monsters into the air, even making them fly through the walls and ceiling of the place. Soldier. What a way to break things. Soldier, focus on the villains. Soldier. Sorry, I couldn't help but think about it shooting at the Nomus. Endeavor. Using his fire against the Nomus. These monsters, did they come from there? Tsukauchi. I can't get through to Best Jeanist and the others. Nana. Did her mission fail? Endeavor. Damn. All Might. Endeavor. Catching the Redeed's attention. The man looked up, seeing how the hero smiled mockingly at him, even though he was coughing slightly. All Might. Are you okay? Endeavor. Where are you looking to ask that? Surrounded by charred Nomus. Does the number hero need glasses yet? If you have to go somewhere else, then go. I'm in charge. Attacking. All Might. Yes, I think I'll count on you this time, don't let them overwhelm you. Endeavor. Nana, go with him. Nana. But. Endeavor. If it's him, then you both have to go, do it for him. The woman just watched as Endeavor ignited his flames while continuing to attack without stopping. The Redeed even turned his back on her. Nana understood and just nodded. Tsukauchi. Wanna show off? No. Smiling slightly. Endeavor. Haha, not at all, although at this moment I regret leaving Tuya in charge at the agency. Back at the disaster site, the landscape was bleak. A path of death and destruction. Mount Lady, Gang Orca, even Tiger, who, despite continuing to protect Ragdoll, had all fallen, all three unconscious from the impact. The only one still awake, although quite badly injured, was Best Jeanist, but the blonde was in shock, his eyes were completely open, his suit was almost destroyed, blood was running from his face, and from his attack arm, the man was in shock, while he could only hear applause from the man, who was slowly approaching him. All for one. Clapping just as expected of the number 4 hero, Best Jeanist. I thought I'd blown them all away, but you manipulated their clothes and swept them all away in an instant. That skill, your quick decision making, you truly have nerves of steel. Best Jeanist. Thinking. This man. The league may have it's pretty certain that it has a leader, his strength is quite comparable to All Might's, he's quite cunning and cautious, he won't show up unless he feels his own safety is threatened. This time we have to take care of Shigaraki and the league as soon as possible. Best Jeanist. Thinking. It's not at all what they told me, using his quirk to raise his head, but so what? A hero doesn't use that as an excuse for failure. Throwing his fibers towards the floating villain. The fibers were getting dangerously close, but the villain didn't care, he wasn't just any rival. All for one raised his arm and threw a current of air that destroyed the fibers and landed in Best Jeanist's stomach with such force that it managed to draw blood and make the hero faint in an instant. All for one. I see, that's the strength of a great amount of practice, experience and skill. Seeing the hero who was unconscious with wide eyes, it's a good quirk, but I don't want it. I understand that it's strong, but it's a quirk that doesn't suit Tamura's disposition. Shoto. In the place where he was with the others, completely terrified and motionless, thinking. Who is this guy? What happened? Hiroshima. Terrified and motionless, thinking. He stopped them all in an instant. Momo. Terrified, motionless and wanting to vomit from fear, thinking. I know we should have fled, but. Ida. Terrified and motionless, thinking. I'm scared, my body. Himiko. Motionless, with frozen blood, thinking. My body doesn't move, this is nothing compared to Stain's presence. Izuku. Motionless, thinking. There's no doubt this presence, damn, it's the. The boy slowly began to move his arm, but at that moment, he heard a voice that everyone instantly recognized. Bakugo. Appearing, what the hell, coughing. Izuku. That's Bakugo. In a whisper. All for one, sorry Bakugo. The blonde just got annoyed, but at that moment, an impressive fear took possession of his body. The explosive boy did not have the courage to even think about making an explosion to escape. It was only a matter of seconds, and in those moments, the other members of the league began to appear. ID. Coughing, what the hell? Twice. Something stinks. It smells good. Shigaraki. Sensei watching the villain boss. All for one. You failed again, Tamura walking towards him, but don't be discouraged, try again. I also brought your partners, even this child, because you judged him to be an important piece. Extending his hand, do it as much as you need, that's why I'm here, it's all for you. Shigaraki watched motionless as the villain remained in his position. For his part, Bakugo was completely motionless, he even swallowed because of the nerves and fear he felt. For his part, Izuku managed to turn around without making a noise, and through a crack, he could see everyone present who were not so far from him. Izuku. Thinking. You're scared but you have to overcome it, do it Izuku Midoriya, you have to do it, remember why you came, you couldn't save him because you hesitated at the time, but now it doesn't have to be like this, overcome your fear, it's right in front of you. The boy just breathed, trying to calm down to think clearly. Izuku. Thinking. Good, he didn't see us, otherwise he would have done something already, we're safe because of that, now think, there's 6 or maybe 7 meters between us, with my super speed I could get there in possibly less than a second, but after that, what's next? Will I be able to run away? Where would I go? Would I put the others in danger, Momo, Shoto, Himiko, how can I do it? I need to think of a plan, so everyone clenching his fist, I have to move, because if not, all of this will be. The boy managed to move slightly before the gaze of his friends. Izuku raised his fist, but at that moment, something stopped him. Izuku turned to look to his right, seeing that it was Iida, who managed to move and grabbed him, Shoto, and blocked Himiko's path. Iida. Thinking. You always risk yourself for others, this is my turn this time, I'll protect you. Momo. Watching the boy's actions, thinking. He always gives his life for others, but now it's my turn, think Momo thinks, how can we escape? All for one. So they've come looking up. At that moment, all the kids freaked out, but it was only a matter of seconds before they knew I wasn't talking about them. Izuku opened his eyes in surprise as he heard a wave of air. The boy knew he had heard this before in his practical exam, it was him. Almight. Colliding with All for One, I'll make you give back everything you stole, All for One. Angry. That's right, in just a matter of seconds, the blonde had appeared, covering the distance in a single jump, and at the moment of colliding, creating a huge shock wave. All for One. Will you kill me again, All Might? This shock wave was so strong that it even sent Bakugo and the villains flying. The UA boys were protected by the wall behind him, but even so, they felt the enormous pressure exerted. Izuku. Thinking. Even All Might. All for One. You're very late, there are just over 5 kilometers from here to the bar, easily seconds after the Nomus I sent arrived, you've weakened, All Might. All Might. What about you? Why do you wear that industrial strength mask? Don't you push yourself too hard? The symbol of peace stood up after that first clash, both had separated. Bakugo. On the ground, thinking. That guy stopped All Might with his hands, incredulous, definitely, that is the boss of the villains. All Might. Jumping a few times to warm up, I won't make the same mistake I made years ago, All for One. I'll get young Bakugo back, closing his fist, and this time for real, I'll send you and the League of Villains that you control so much to prison. The American hero didn't hesitate and threw himself at the villain with his fist raised, but he calmly didn't dodge it, instead, he raised his arm which began to swell, it was surrounded by red rays again, and from one moment to the next, when the blonde was about to hit, he let go, the attack was so strong that the symbol of peace was thrown back, destroying everything in its path, the blonde traveled kilometers due to the impact. All for One. Air cannon, plus spring limbs, kinetic boost ×4, strength boost ×3, this combination is fun. Seeing his arm, he should add more expansion type quirks. Bakugo. Huh. Surprised All Might. All for One. Stop worrying kid, he won't die from that. Looking at Shigaraki, now it's your turn, Shigaraki, get out of here and take that kid with you. The villain raised his hand and his fingers transformed into some kind of black whips with red lines, which were launched and stuck into Kurogiri's lathe, who was still unconscious. All for One. Kurogiri, take them out of here. Magni. Wait, he's unconscious. I don't know what's going on, but if you can create doors, get us out. All for One. I would like that, but I just got mine, Magni, also I could only move them short distances, not like him with his coordinated transport, I can only bring them closer or further away from me, and only with someone I'm familiar with, so I'll let Kurogiri do it. The bartender's body began to move slightly, and from one moment to the next, a huge portal was generated. All for One. Forced quirk activation. Deactivating his quirk on Kurogiri and seeing Shigaraki, come on, now go. Shigaraki. Seeing All for One confused, and you, sensei. The young villain said this, but at that moment, in the distance, All Might jumped out heading back to the fight. At this, All for One began to levitate. All for One. Don't stop thinking, Tamura, you can still grow a lot. All Might. They won't escape. Throwing a punch that All for One was able to stop with relative ease. Shigaraki. Seeing the sensei. Mr. Compress. Let's go, Shigaraki. While the tube guy stops All Might, it's time to move. Compressing Dabi. For his part, Bakugo turned around, maybe Kurogiri and Dabi were out of combat, but he was still surrounded. Took out his gun, smiling under his mask that, although broken, did not let them see his face. Bakugo. What a pain, making a shaky smile. All Might. Seeing the blonde young Bakugo. The blonde tried to go towards him, but All for One, using those whips from his fingers again, cut him off. Izuku. Watching the fight, thinking. This is bad, Bakugo is surrounded, All for One is in the way, and that's why All Might can't rescue him, that's why the League tries to escape with him, take advantage of their advantage. Watching how Bakugo fought to dodge everyone's attacks, Bakugo was forced to fight, he can't run away alone. Bakugo. Thinking. They're in crisis, now it won't be like a camp, this time they'll drag me by force if necessary, dodging and attacking 6 against 1, dodging an attack from behind by Mr. Compress, I can't let the one with the mask touch me. All Might. I'm going to save you, wait for me, young Bakugo. The blonde was running, but All for One's attack knocked him to the ground. All for One. I won't leave you, that's why I'm here. All Might. Being thrown back shit. Crashing into a building. Izuku. Thinking. All Might is in trouble, Bakugo is fighting for his life, but that unapproved individuals use their quirk without supervision from their guardians is a violation of the rules. I feel the same way, but we can't let ourselves be carried away by emotions. They will break the rules, it will be the same as acting like villains. Why do you have to be you, why do you want to make the same mistake as me? Izuku. Thinking. We were not allowed to fight, but if I can find an opportunity, just an instant, that's all I need to save Bakugo. If I can do it, All Might will be able to fight with all his power, the clash of ideals, one for all versus all for one. My Aunt Nana shouldn't be far away, but where is that route? Starting to think, no, that plan won't work. The green-haired boy began to think, in his mind, the scene in front of him was like a chess game, the boy thought of multiple routes, different paths. Izuku. Thinking. There must be one. The boy thought hard, not only to rescue Bakugo, but also his friends. Who did he have to rescue, who was in front of him, or who did he ask for help? At that moment, Izuku opened his eyes in surprise, something in his mind had clicked, now he had a plan. Izuku. Got it. Iida, guys. Iida. Interrupting the green-haired boy, you can't do it, Midoriya. Himiko. That look, let him talk. Izuku. I got it, I found a way where we won't fight, we'll rescue him and we can leave. Shoto. A way. Iida. Dinos. Izuku. This plan will be fast, but I need us all to be coordinated, Bakugo will feel humiliated if he is rescued. We all know him here, he is someone stubborn, this plan will fail if we take longer than necessary. Himiko. Then we have to move quickly. Shoto. Give us more details, Izuku. Izuku. Understood, this is my plan. Back in the fight, All Might threw 2 punches that All for One was able to easily stop. All for One. Huh? Are you saving your strength, All Might? Are you trying to keep the kid out of this? The American hero soon stepped back, keeping his guard up. All for One. It's hard being one of those creatures called heroes, isn't it? All Might. Annoyed tch, thinking. Young Bakugo. Bakugo. Dodging, thinking. Damn, All Might can't fight at his full power, because I'm here, damn. Iida. Surprised, is that really your plan? Izuku. Bakugo is no fool, he must know perfectly well the situation he and All Might are in. Shoto. Yes, he's a brute, but not stupid, he's fighting from a distance with his guard up. Izuku. Yes, our plan must be made when we are at a distance from the enemy. Momo. Izuku. Iida. Analyzing the plan, it's a gamble, but with the situation we're in we can't take too many risks. Himiko. But if we succeed, we'll change the course of the fight. Iida. Well, we have to do it. Izuku. Well then, please, Momo, believe that. Momo. Yes. At that moment, the girl created a large sled where everyone could fit. Izuku. Okay, now, get in. The boys nodded and settled down, Momo, Shoto and Himiko were in the middle, Kirishima was in the front with his arms crossed in front of him, Izuku and Iida were in the back, both with one leg leaning against the wall. Iida activated his quirk, his engine spit fire. Izuku. Now. At that moment, Shoto created a huge ice ramp, this broke the wall in front of him, the villains stopped seeing this impressed, for their part, Iida and Izuku pushed themselves, the sled shot out with speed. First Shoto will create an ice ramp as high as he can, then we will launch ourselves using my quirk, and Iida's reciprocal Kirishima will protect Momo, Himiko and Shoto with his hardening. The villains have not seen us, we will use that to our advantage, until now, the villains have anticipated us, but we will use this window to get ahead of them. We will cross the battlefield at a height that they will not be able to reach. The villains were stunned by this, all surprised, because they did not expect something like this, much less in the middle of a battle like that. All for One, for his part, wanted to use the whips on his fingers to attack the boys, but then, All Might appeared next to him, hitting him in the face, which pushed him away quite a bit. The villain boss is arresting All Might, so the opposite must also be true. The boys were in the air, Iida had already managed to get on the sled, Izuku was the one in the back propelling the sled with his flight, but at that moment, the green-haired boy let go. Momo. Please take good care of yourself. Izuku. Hahaha, I promise I'll come back, you still have my glasses. Momo. Izuku. Izuku. I'll be okay, smiling. The boy began to fall, and with his flight, he managed to reach where Bakugo was, falling suddenly surprising everyone. I know he doesn't like me, possibly after this he might even truly hate me, but if I don't, we'll lose him forever and I'm sorry, but saving those in front of us is the work of a hero. Mr. Compress. Huh? You again? Spinner. The brat that Stain saved disbelief. Magni. The guy who beat Muscular. ID. Izuku-kun, you came to see me. Smiling happily. Bakugo, for his part, looked incredulously at the boy who advanced, standing in front of him. Shigaraki. Stain, just looking at you reminds me of him, die. Mr. Compress. You ruined my show. The villains approached him, Izuku took a breath and without thinking twice he began to blow intensely, managing to drive the villains away. Shigaraki. What? Izuku. I have an increase in skills, this also affects my breathing. Bakugo. Incredulous Deku damn nerd, I told you not to come. Izuku. That doesn't matter now. The boy turned to look at the blonde, Izuku smiled at him and took him by the shoulders. Izuku. Would you like to fly? Bakugo. Angry, what the hell are you? Izuku. Then fly. The green-haired boy didn't hesitate, he carried the blonde, turned him around a couple of times, and without thinking twice he threw him towards where the sled was. Bakugo, seeing this, discovered the green-haired boy's plan. The boy grunted, he was annoyed, but resigned. He looked up, looked at the sled, and with his explosions, he began to approach it. Spinner. What? I'll throw Bakugo onto the sled with you, I need Shoto to use his fire to keep the sled on course, and once Bakugo's there tell him. Ida. Bakugo. On my signal, make an explosion. Bakugo. Stupid four eyes, wait for my signal. Hiroshima. Don't argue now. Himiko. Old habits take root. Bakugo. Seeing the blonde and surprise you. Momo. Wait a bit, Izuku has to arrive. Ida. We'll get lost in a while, you have to hurry. Himiko. Do what Izuku said now. Let's not waste any time. Momo. What? How can you say that? He'll come back. And you call yourself his best friend. Angry. At that moment, Himiko and Shoto looked down, the blonde sighed and looked at Momo. Himiko. I've known that talking bush for years, I know what it looks like. Momo. So. Annoyed you're leaving him alone there. Himiko. I know he promised you he'd come back, but when a person makes a promise so strongly it's because he probably won't keep it. Momo opened her eyes in surprise, unable to believe the blonde's words. Momo. No, you're lying. He promised me he'd come back. He. Shoto. And surely he will, but it won't be now. Himiko. Wiping away a tear, it'll be okay, there's a reason I'm called Superman. And how have you been? I know it's torture to live without me. Haha, shut up, although we do miss you. I know, I would have liked to take the exam with you, but at least you are at the UA as you promised. That's right, speaking of which, guess what hero name he chose? If I use it? I didn't think I could. Well, you know him, he's determined, he'll be the next Superman. The atmosphere on the sleigh became tense, Ida just looked away, even despite what he said, he couldn't stop him at the moment. Bakugo just looked at the green-haired boy, the boy stuck his tongue and started making explosions as he walked away. Shigaraki. Irritated, they come out from everywhere, like damn cockroaches. Almight. Really? Geez. Mr. Compress. We must stop them. Don't let them escape. Spinner. Anyone with a ranged quirk. Mr. Compress. Dabi and Kurogiri are unconscious. Magni. You two, stop talking and come closer. At that moment, the villain covered both subjects with a blue aura, they got into position, Mr. Compress was in front. Magni. Come on. The blue aura disappeared and at that moment with great speed, the magician was shot towards the sleigh. Mr. Compress. Improvised movement, repulsion break, moonlight cannon. The villain approached the boys, Mr. Compress stretched out his hand, Bakugo prepared an explosion, but at that moment, Mount Lady appeared in their midst. Mount Lady. Titan Cliff. The magician could not avoid the blonde, hitting her nose hard, drawing large drops of blood. Ida. Mount Lady. Mount Lady. Prioritize the rescue, leave now, stupid children smiling. The heroine had fainted and in her giant form fell to the ground. Mange. We can still get another shot off. Come on, go again. Spinner and Twice approached and repeating the process, now it was Twice's turn to fly away, but this time, before the villain in a grey and black suit, Izuku appeared who jumped and stood in front of him. Izuku. Don't forget I'm still here. The green-haired man headbutted the villain, then grabbed him by the leg, flipped him over in the air, and threw him back to the ground. Magni. You again. Izuku. And I'm not alone. At that moment, a yellow figure quickly arrived, giving a strong kick that knocked out Magni. Spinner was also knocked down, as a blow from Nana landed on his back. Almight. Wow, you're so slow. Gran Torino. You are very fast, seeing Izuku, I can't believe it, you too. Nana. They came for him, right? Can't you stay still? Izuku? At least we made it. Nana? Yes, I saw the sleigh, Christmas came early this year on guard. Gran Torino. Damn kid, you're looking more and more like him. Izuku? Sorry. Gran Torino. After Hosu, I didn't think you'd come to the battlefield. Nana? Your mother is really going to kill me now. Gran Torino. Well, anyway he's here, I also called him, Toshinori. Almight. Good. All for one. Shimura's friend and Nana herself, huh? Almight. It's embarrassing that I need support, but now, I can fight without holding back, all for one. Pointing at the villain who was back on his feet. Gran Torino. There are 2 more villains here. Nana. Izuku, I'll leave them to you. Izuku? Yes. ID. Tamura, I don't want to die here. The girl had run out of bullets, her mask was more cracked, for his part, Shigaraki stood on guard raising a hand, furious to see Izuku once again, the villain was ready to fight. But All for One had other plans. All for One. They beat us, they turned the fight around in one fell swoop. The villain created his whip fingers and threw them towards the unconscious Magni. All for One. Forced quirk activation. Magnetism. For his part, Gran Torino threw himself at Shigaraki who raised his arm. Shigaraki. Get crushed. The hero was approaching, but at that moment, Izuku appeared next to him kicking his arm, Gran Torino took momentum and kicked the villain in the jaw, knocking him down instantly, but the villain did not stay there, his head was surrounded by a light blue aura, like his fallen companions, for her part, ID who was in front of the portal, was surrounded by a reddish aura like Mandalays, but to the girl's fright, her fallen companions began to go quickly towards her. Like a metal attracted to a magnet. ID. Wait. Idiots, if you're coming so fast, then. But the villains did not stop, they collided with Toga, causing him to suddenly enter the portal, while Shigaraki extended his hand towards All for One. Shigaraki. Stop. No sensei. Walking away to the portal. Gran Torino. They won't escape. The old man and Izuku launched themselves towards Shigaraki, but at that moment All for One's whips hit both of them, sending them both far away and Magni into the portal. Shigaraki. In his current state, he won't be able to entering the portal no. No one came to save you, huh? It must have been tough for you, Tinko Shimura. Heroes all heroes will be. Someone must have thought you were coming and pretended not to see you. Who made this world like this? You didn't do anything wrong. Don't worry, kid, everything's okay now, I'm here. Shigaraki. Taking off his mask hand I don't. The villain entered the portal and it closed immediately. All for One. Tamura, you must keep fighting. The villain said this, but at that moment his attention was directed elsewhere, All for One smiled under his mask. All for One. More people joined the party. At that moment, a red and white stain approached at full speed, but also, from Torino's mouth, the black liquid came out, which he swallowed. Suddenly, a blonde-haired boy appeared. This is as far as you go, All for One. In Izuku's eyes, this was slow, he could see how a blonde-haired boy appeared, he crossed the fallen buildings, the subject had a yellow visor, red gloves, a cape, he could see the number 1,000,000 on his chest, the subject approached quickly, but All for One did not flinch. All for One. You think so? Hey, more impact investing. The new kid was inches away from All for One, the blonde lowered his fist. For Izuku who was far away, everything happened too slowly. The boy watched as Gran Torino disappeared, swallowed by that strange black liquid. The green-haired boy got scared, the boy quickly stood up and threw himself, but it was too late. Both he and Nana and Almight saw firsthand how that strange guy wearing a hero suit unleashed a powerful blow. But this one hadn't touched All for One. The villain had used Gran Torino as a human shield, the poor old man had taken the powerful blow. Having super hearing is sometimes a curse, Izuku had just discovered it because the boy clearly heard how that blow, which landed on his chest, broke each of the old hero's things. Izuku? No. The boy let out this shout as the new fighter grabbed the old man and pulled him aside. I am sorry. The blow echoed in the green-haired boy's ear who, along with Nana, went towards Gran Torino, while All Might and the new boy threw themselves at All for One. All Might. Damn you, All for One. You'll pay for this. For his part, Izuku began to cry while carrying Gran Torino who was spitting blood. Izuku. No Gran Torino please, no you don't carrying his master with great care. Nana. Please hold on, Sorahiko crying. Gran Torino. So that's what a hit from One for All feels like it really is a powerful quirk. Nana. Sorahiko, what are you saying? Please, you have to resist desperate. Gran Torino. And no, I can't I'm already old and that hit it was too much for me, you know it, Izuku, you probably already saw the damage. Izuku. Gran Torino no, please starting to cry. Gran Torino. Likewise, an old man like me has no place in this world, you are more capable than I. Izuku. Don't say that, you still have many things to teach me, you said it yourself, you would train me until I begged for mercy shedding tears. Gran Torino. That's right, about that, I think I'll fail my mission coughing blood. Nana. That's not an option crying. Gran Torino. Now it's your turn to take care of this stubborn brat watching Izuku. Izuku. Please don't die, not you, Grandpa. Gran Torino. You know kid, I know you're scared, and that's normal, your powers are something we don't understand, and it's okay to doubt, but the true value of a hero isn't in not being afraid, but in facing it, overcoming it, taking a step forward. You're young and your doubts are totally valid, don't forget that before Superman, you're a teenager who although half alien, you're also half human. Izuku. Grandpa Torino, please don't crying. Gran Torino. You know you will make a difference in this world, but don't forget that before all that, you are also the son of a great man, the son of Clark Kent, you are Izuku Midoriya Kent. Izuku. Grandpa crying. Gran Torino. I love you, son. The old man said this and took the boy's cheek. Gran Torino. Well, no matter how old you are, I'll always make you cry. Nana. Sorahiko. Gran Torino. Haha, I would have liked to eat some Tiakas before at least. And with that, the bravest of the old guard heroes died in the arms of the boy who promised to save them all. After you tell them, or I tell them. The scream echoed across the battlefield from the green-haired man in pain. Izuku. Grandpa. The green-haired boy hugged the body of the fallen hero, while crying inconsolably. For his part, Nana took him by the shoulder trying to calm him down, but this was useless, because even the black-haired girl was crying, totally heartbroken by the death of her best friend and companion. Nana. Come on, get up son, we have to get Sorahiko out of here. The boy slowly obeyed. Izuku was devastated, but he knew there was no room for disobeying. The boy stood up, he was filled with fury, but the hero's inert body and his words prevented him from moving. Izuku just turned his gaze, seeing how the fight had been slightly stopped by this. All for one. Did he really die? What a dilemma, I guess even heroes kill. Almight. No sensei. And no. Why you killed him? All for one. Me? Do you really think I'm capable of killing someone who was once a great opponent? I only used him as a shield. It was up to you to stop or lower the power of that blow. Did you really come with murderous intentions, kid? Liar. The blonde charged his strength again, but All for One charged his previous attack again, managing to throw the blonde quite far. All for One. Tell me something, All Might, did you teach your successor that his power was meant to kill? Imagine what would happen if he hit someone else with that intensity. All Might. Shut up. The blonde threw himself at his enemy who attacked again, but this time All Might was faster. All Might. Detroit smash. The man threw the punch, managing to repel the rival's attack. All for one. I see, you denied it by force you know, it's funny, I came here to save Tamura, but I see that your successor came to save you. All Might. This fight is between you and me. All for one. Really? Fine. So if you say you'll fight, I guess I should do the same. In the past, that fist crushed several of my comrades, and you were named symbol of peace. The view you must have had in those moments must have been truly grand. The villain used his attack again, although again, All Might negated it with another blow. All for one. Incredible, you were named the #1 hero, and now, the one with your power came with the willingness to kill. Is that what a hero should do? Well, it doesn't matter anymore, after all, his strength is small compared to mine, that's why I put him aside, because my fight is with you, and I won't let you fight without reservations. All Might. Tonight it'll all end. Spitting blood. All for one. No, tonight, people are going to find out. All Might. All for one. The symbol of peace had both sleeves of his suit torn, his power was slowly going down. For his part, Izuku took Gran Torino to one of the ambulances, followed by Nana, both were crying, they didn't even need confirmation of death, they already knew. For his part, Izuku looked at All for One and prepared to jump, but Nana, knowing the green-haired man's intentions, stopped him. Nana. No. Izuku. Don't tell me not to fight, hee. Nana. I know. Exalted, I know what he did, but that's why I won't let you fight now. The woman took the boy by the shoulders, forcing him to look into her eyes. Nana. One of my best friends, my partner, died. Izuku, I know how you feel, but that doesn't mean I'm going to let you rush at him like this. You're furious, I understand, but that's what he wants, for us to rush at him and attack him with everything. Izuku. That doesn't make sense. Nana. He wants people to distrust us, this way it will be easier. Izuku. But. Nana. Use your head. What kind of teacher or aunt would I be if I let you do this? It's already bad enough that you came. You don't even have your hero suit, so just obey. Izuku. Sigh, Aunt Nana. Nana. Do you want to help? Okay, turn around, see that? Pointing at all the fallen buildings, there are innocent people in danger of death there, go and save them, support the heroes who are there, tell them you are a UA student and that I sent you, help means a lot right now, not only heroic work counts, service is also a great help. Izuku. And what will you do? Nana. Someone has to help him. Izuku. And the other boy? All Might's successor. Nana. I'll take care of him, you go. The woman just stroked Izuku's hair before turning her back on him. Nana. No one else will die tonight, Izuku, I promise. The green-haired boy only saw his teacher and the deceased gray-haired man before reluctantly accepting and turning around to head towards the civilians in danger. On the other hand, All Might was in front of All For One, who was calm. All For One. You know your successor, he looks a lot like you, muscular, blonde. It's a disappointment. There are supposed to be certain requirements to inherit power, but it seems that you only care about appearance. All Might. You won't involve him in your mind games, even if I can't do it, he will be the one who defeats you. All For One. Really? And I wonder how he'll handle all the people behind you asking for help. Heroes are supposed to have a lot to protect, right? All Might. All For One, you bastard, shut up. You've always played with people like this, breaking them, stealing from them, taking advantage of them, and controlling them. You irrationally mock those who want to live their lives. For his part, Izuku was on fire. At first the heroes were opposed, but as soon as he said what Nana said, they just resigned, although Izuku's help was a lot, since the green-haired man managed to carry many things, save people, etc. Back on the battlefield, All Might threw himself at his enemy again, managing to grab him by the arm. All Might. I can't. All For One. Raising his arm, sentimentality, that doesn't. But the villain couldn't speak because the hero managed to hit his enemy in the head, breaking All For One's mask and knocking the guy to the ground. All Might. I can't forgive him. For her part, Nana, who was arriving despite the great shock wave, was surprised to see the blonde's condition. Nana. Toshinori, you've reached your limit. All Might just breathed heavily, hoping it had been enough, but All For One's laughter only made him surprised. All For One. Haha, what's wrong? You seem to be really upset about something, All Might. You know, I wanted to take advantage of the three of us being here to tell you a little secret. All Might. All three. All For One. You, Nana, Shimura, and I, the three people who are doomed to kill each other, all for the power of One For all for the power of my brother. All Might. Shut up, you have no right to speak, you're not going to. All For One. They're just people following the orders of a dead man. All Might. Shut up. All For One. Though come to think of it, you guys really do look like him. Be proud, Toshinori, it would have been different if you had won before, you worked hard to get this power. All Might. I work day and night without rest to get my power, you can't speak, someone who takes everything by force, you can't say any of your vile words anymore, exhaling steam from his body. All For One. You, the bearers, resemble him, more than you think your master, a woman without ability, who was overcome by her own ideals, you are a fearful man, without power, and whose envy ate you up, to the point that you let a person die, even though you knew you could save him, you are an embarrassment to me, I hope that One For All would end up in better hands, you should just let yourselves be killed, dying pathetically is what you deserve. All Might. Enough. The blonde raised his fist, but All For One took advantage of this, his arm swelled, and a huge explosion once again consumed part of the city. Throwing All Might through the air, the blonde spat out blood without stopping, he was about to hit a news building, but at that moment, Nana arrived at him, managing to stop him. All Might. Master. All For One. It's in the way. Nana. You have to calm down, he tries to provoke you, like he did so many years ago. All Might. He killed Gran Torino. Nana. Focus. Just think, you're letting yourself be carried away by his words, and that's why he broke free, it's the same as what happened years ago, that's why he made that hole in your stomach landing. Don't talk to him, don't let him involve you in his tricks. All Might. Why yes, coughing. For his part, Izuku saw how his plan had worked, the boy had used his teacher's float mixed with his own strength to throw her with speed, preventing the symbol of peace from colliding with the helicopter. Nana. His fighting style and quirks are different now, I'm not sure if you can hit him head on now, you have to outsmart him, can you still move? All Might. Aye. Nana. You have to do it, push your limits, we're in this together like in that fight, it's win or die. Looking annoyed at the villain. All Might. Yes. Reporter. It seems like something out of a nightmare, in just an instant, half of Kamino was destroyed, while All Might and Nana Shimura fight against a villain who believes he is the leader of the league, which has so plagued the UA Hero Academy, but this is hard to believe, he is just a villain, and yet he has managed to maintain a fight against All Might, the #1 hero and symbol of peace. On the other hand, at the place where the interview took place, the UA heroes were watching the news in surprise. Even Aizawa was shocked and at the same time annoyed by everything he was seeing. Nezu. Thinking. Somehow they managed to thwart our plan, now they have to try harder, I beg you, Nana, All Might. But unfortunately, the heroes weren't the only ones watching on the news, all over Japan, the fight was being broadcast on multiple screens. Woman. What's going on? At home. Subject. Bringing drinks for the girl, the city is totally destroyed. Strange. Doesn't All Might look too beaten up? Stranger, he's wrecked. Even the boys from the academy and the hospital were stunned by this fight. Uraraka. weren't they in Camino? Okoyami. They managed to escape, or so it seemed, Mount Lady helped them. Agakure. But what about Midoriya? He's back and we haven't seen him. Sai. Have they already tried to mark him? Worried. Uraraka. No response, none of them do. Kaminari. The signals are down, I guess we should hope for the best, worried about his companions. But unfortunately, even though many people were scared, others began to grow suspicious. Extra. But where was Camino? Extra, I think I won't be able to go to work tomorrow. Extra, but what do the other heroes do? Extra, the villains aren't going crazy now. Extra, the heroes are losing a lot. Extra, they are very soft. It's true. Extra, well, in the end, All Might will take care of everything as always, right? For their part, Izuku's other companions, who had already landed, camouflaged themselves in the crowd of people, but watched the fight on the screens, all with shocked looks and open mouths, because they did not believe that the day would come when they would see All Might on the defensive and not attacking. But things would get worse and worse for the heroes who were in the fight. All for one. Though honestly, I'm dismayed watching both heroes. Tamura's confidence in the heroes was slowly undermining. I wonder if I should be the one to strike the decisive blow, opening his arms, but before that, I must say it, All Might, as much as you hate me, I hate you just the same. I killed Nana's master, I had your successor kill Gran Torino, but you took away everything I built, that's why I want you to have the most horrible death possible. At that moment, the villain's right arm began to swell, surrounded by black and red lightning, he was about to attack. Nana. Here it comes. We have to dodge and think of a plan to counterattack. Dodging the attack. The woman moved quickly, All Might was about to move, but All for One didn't let him. All for One. Surely you can dodge it. The man was about to move, but then behind him, the man heard a slight moan of pain, he turned slightly, seeing that it was a woman who was buried in the rubble. Woman. A help. All for One just laughed evilly. All for One. I'll steal everything you've protected so far. Nana. Huh. No, stop. The woman corrected her course to go towards her pupil, but then, the villain fired his enormous cannon. All Might managed to throw a blow that managed to divide the attack, protecting the woman behind him. Nana was forcibly moved away by the shock wave which destroyed that damaged place even more. All for one. First, the self-esteem you maintained even with your injury, show the world your pathetic form, symbol of peace. At that moment, the whole world paused as they saw something impossible before their eyes. All Might's true form. All the media was broadcasting it, the torn and dirty clothes that were enormous on the blonde's thin body, the locks that were once enviable, now only hung from the blonde and worn hair, the thin arms, the face stained with blood, it was long and gaunt with sunken eyes, even the enviable smile had disappeared. Bakugo, who was screaming and threatening to kill his classmates, was now completely shocked, seeing the image of his favorite hero. But he wasn't the only one, the people around him, his companions, everyone, saw this with confusion. Extra. Huh. Who's that skeleton? Extra, everyone can see it, it's really about. Reporter. Ladies and gentlemen, this is hard to believe, my eyes can't even believe the sight in front of me, All Might is deflated. All Might is injured, in that battle he received a wound that could have been fatal, it was the price to pay for defeating All for One. It's true, he could no longer endure a fight against All for One, or not like the one he had that day, his activity time is limited. Izuku looked at the hero in surprise, the boy knew about his condition, but he never thought it was so serious. All for One. Hollow cheeks and sunken eyes, what a pathetic hero opening his arms, but you don't have to feel ashamed, that's your true form, the real you. But the hero was not willing to let his guard down, he was not defeated yet, and it only took a few minutes for the villain to realize it. All for One. I see. All Might. The night we agreed, we sent my successor away, you will not see his full potential, you are not worthy of doing it, this fight will end today, with me winning once again as I did in the past, clenching his fist, even if my body rots and weakens, even if you expose this form to the world, my heart remains that of the symbol of peace smiling, and that is something you can never steal. All for One. Wonderful, well I guess I give up, I had forgotten how stubborn you were, like a child. Well, then what do you say if this time, I try something different, it may not affect you, but Nana, that's another story. Looking at the black-haired girl. Nana. You, even if you try to attack me, my will is unbreakable. All for One. Well, that's true, so maybe it won't bother you to know that Tamura Shigaraki actually. Insert the power of All for One and read on. All for One. Her name Tenko Shimura, yes, that's right Nana, your own grandson. It only took this to make the great and ancient heroine feel the weight of the world fall upon her. Her eyes lost their characteristic sparkle, they opened in surprise, the woman in shock remained in her place. But his enemy did not stop talking. All for One. I kept thinking about what you would hate the most, from the start, I created opportunities for you to meet, that boy beat him, didn't he? You defended him surely, you kept him by your side, worried like a teacher would, but what about him? Who protected him when he had no one? That boy from UA must have smiled proudly when he beat him, and you should have celebrated it. For asserting his right to be a hero you celebrated it, without knowing absolutely anything. Nana. In shock lie. All for one. It's true, you know and understand, right? It's something I would do. At that moment, Nana Shimura fell to her knees, defeated, with only words, all with satisfaction for the villain. All for one. Huh. What's up Nana? Where's that smile you always protected? When you save someone, it means that person went through something terrible, so true heroes not only save lives, but also hearts. No matter how scared you are, you must smile to show that you are okay, because in this world, those who smile are the strongest. Almight. Shocked by the news damn. All for one. Satisfied this is really fun, I think in the end I was able to steal a part of them. Nana. That boy he's my grandson that boy what have I done? At that moment, Nana let out a scream of complete pain. Izuku was shocked, the boy had heard everything, he couldn't believe it. Izuku looked at his fists remembering everything. Sorry kid, but once we're done with you, we're coming for your friends. You were about to hit me with everything you had to protect your comrades. Violence for the sake of others, that's admirable, isn't it? That's why you want to be admirable. I'm upset by the fact that the world categorizes violent acts as good or bad, deciding what's right or wrong. What's the symbol of peace? In the end, it's just repressive violence. After all, violence only breeds violence. Haha no, criminals like you your very look gives you away, you're lying. What are you looking for tell me what are you looking for, all for one. I don't know, but you should be more careful, because the next time we see each other, that's when I finally decide to kill you. Izuku. What did I do? For his part, All Might charged his strength again, but All for one turned to look at his rival. All for one. I wouldn't do it if I were you, All Might, in your current state, it wouldn't cost me anything, and don't even think I'm finished, there's still something left to say. All Might. I won't listen to any of your lies. All for one. Really? But I'm telling the truth, even what you'll hear next, you know it yourself. All Might. What? All for one. Don't tell me you've already forgotten, All Might sigh. At that moment, the villain looked up seeing the news helicopter above them. All for one. They couldn't come at a better time. All Might. What will you do? All for one. Nothing special, just telling the truth. The face of the symbol of peace was one of confusion. All for one. Come on All Might, let's not be fools you tell them, or I'll tell them. All Might. You won't say anything but I give up. All for one. I give up. I don't think so. For his part, Izuku ran to the back, with the girl who was stuck and the one All Might had saved. Girl. Please, All Might, save me. Izuku. Calm down, we won't let you, he'll win as always, but I'm here to help, please step back a little taking the debris. Girl. But you're not a professional hero. Izuku. But if an aspiring hero, and I can't refuse to help someone who is hurt, so please, let me help you. The woman just nodded, she was in pain, she couldn't refuse at that moment, so she listened to the boy and started to move. Izuku for his part took the rubble with force and began to lift it carefully, but All for one would not remain silent for long. All for one. No, I won't shut up, but quite the opposite, because now it's your turn All Might, tell the people, how despite being a hero, you let a person die. At that moment, the villain's voice silenced everyone, both supporters and detractors, even Izuku and Nana paid attention to this, incredulous. All Might. I am All Might, the #1 hero and symbol of peace, I will never let anyone die. A hero saves people from guys like you. All for one. Stop telling lies. The villain didn't hesitate and launched a new attack, which made everything shake, even the boy felt his feet sink, he had to be quick, but what All for one would say nobody expected it. All for one. And I'm the hypocrite. Tell the people how you let that great hero die, the one who swore to protect what was just and right. With every word the villain said, it seemed like All Might was getting more nervous. Extra. All Might. Extra, this is bad. Extra, no, it can't be. Bakugo. Incredulous win make him shut up kill him, make him shut his mouth, All Might. Extra, but the villain talks about. Extra, if All Might can't win then who will? Extra, but even though he looks different, he's still All Might, right? Extra, he has always saved us, no matter the situation. Extra, but if what the villain says then. Extra, but that doesn't matter, he has to win. All Might wins. The enraged crowd rallied around the hero again, but All for one wasn't done yet. All for one. I can feel that yes, people still support you, but will they continue to do so when they know that what I say is true? The truth that you, All Might, the symbol of peace, let Superman die. All Might. Shut up. At this, Izuku was in shock, the green-haired boy opened his eyes, even his hands trembled, almost dropping the rubble. Nana for her part did the same, the surprised woman saw her pupil, Inko from her house watch television, incredulous. All for one. Wow, he was the man of tomorrow, even I respected him, the one who could even end my attacks, as if it were nothing he truly had earned his title, the champion of the oppressed, a physical marvel, difficult to understand even in these times, the person who swore to dedicate his life to helping those in need. But I better stop talking when it's your turn, tell the people, how in that fight, you could have hit me and prevented me from throwing that attack, but instead. You let me throw it, and he sacrificed himself. Tell them how your selfishness and desire to excel were greater than your sense of duty. Tell them how you let Superman die risking his life over yours. The villain's words were picked up by the media who didn't mute the villain, the whole world heard him. Had All Might really let the greatest hero of all die? Hearing this, Izuku fell trembling. For a few seconds, Izuku even doubted his actions, to the point of slightly lowering the rubble. The green-haired man remembered his father, his smile, his promise. He knew it was a difficult fight, but he was willing to return to his family. But he stopped him. All Might, he stopped him, the hero he always respected as much as his father was the one who caused his father to disappear. The green-haired boy began to cry. The boy almost dropped the rubble in its entirety, but before he could fall completely, the woman's hand grabbed him. Girl. Please don't leave me, don't let me die, save me, I trust you, I beg you, crying. Izuku for his part was still hesitant, but the female's plea sank into his. Our powers are for the benefit of others, the sun empowers us, but we decide how to use them, son. I know that sometimes you will have doubts and they are totally valid, but I know that you will find the answer. You are stronger than you think, son, I am sure of that. In the end, when I'm gone, I know you'll be a great superhero. This is my hero name, the Man of Steel, Superman. Izuku took a breath and grabbed the rubble again with force. Izuku. Sorry, I don't know what happened to me, but don't worry, I'll get you out of there. The boy had a torrent of emotions inside him, but he couldn't hesitate, not again, not when she was so close. On the other hand, in the crowd, the people did not hesitate, their spirits and hope were in favor of the one who was their only hope. All Might, please win. Bakugo. Win, All Might. The crowd began to cheer the symbol of peace, who was determined to prevent the villain from getting away with it. All Might. No matter what you say, people won't believe you, and yes, you're right about your previous point, we heroes have a lot to protect, all for one, and that's why I won't lose. Charging his strength into his other arm with a smile. All for one. You didn't even defend yourself from what I just said. Well, either way you lost, All Might, that was your last power, right? Nana. His muscular form, he could only hold her in one arm. All for one. Starting to float, a wounded hero is more fearsome, but that doesn't matter, your suit is now just pajamas, a ghost of your former glory, I only have to take care of 2 or 3 hits, swelling his arm again. The villain was about to launch his attack, but at that moment, a fire attack hit his body, an attack that Nana recognized instantly. Nana. Endeavor. What's going on? I was only gone for a few minutes and I see this. What's with this pathetic All Might? All Might. Endeavor. All for one. Of all the people who could have come, I didn't expect it to be number. Endeavor. Thinking. All Might. No, Toshinori, the first time I saw you, I thought we would be great friends. Unfortunately, things didn't work out that way. You tried hard, you did everything possible, so that I and the others could only see your back. What the hell are you thinking of doing? Are you planning on giving up? All Might. Endeavor. Tiger. Sorry for taking so long, I know we're not you, but at least let us lighten your load a little, we're heroes, we support each other. The cat hero had arrived with Izuku, and taking advantage of the fact that the boy had lifted the rubble, he used his quirk to free the female who was trapped. Tiger. Gosh, I think you really are a hero, kid. Izuku. I help where I can. Tiger. Go over there, people are still trapped, I'll help you as soon as I can. Izuku. Yes. Girl. Thanks. Izuku. It's my job. That shot. Attacking All for one, he's right, we may not be that strong, but there are more of us, we'll help you in any way we can, no matter how, you have to win, your number All Might. All for one. Enough of this absurd circus. The fed-up villain fired a powerful air bullet at the ground again, which destroyed everything in its path, and was even able to push away the heroes who had arrived for support. But things didn't end there, at least not for the symbol of evil. He still had a piece to play. All for one. Spring limbs, kinetic boost ×4, strength boost ×3, multiplier, hypertrophy, rivets. Everyone watched in shock as the villain's sleeve began to tear from the monstrosity that was being generated. The villain had managed to turn his arm into a weapon of destruction. Aizawa, Nezu, Vlad King, Bakugo, Kirishima, Himiko, Momo, Shoto, Iida and the others watched in amazement as All for one prepared to deliver one last killing blow. All for one. I'll hit you with the best combination of quirks I have, All Might, with this, I'll kill you tonight. The villain prepared himself, All Might also charged his strength, the golden rays appeared surrounding his arm. All for one. You say I won't meet your successor, but the truth is I already met him, his name, Mirio Tagada, is the one you gave your power to, hahaha even in that you failed, now die with your regrets, All Might. The blonde was surprised that the villain had this information, but he couldn't hesitate. From one moment to the next, they both launched themselves, throwing a strong punch. The pressure was incredible, a shock wave rose into the air, it even seemed that the image around him had become distorted, All Might did not intend to fall. All for one. I see although weak, the embers that are about to go out on their own resist bravely, no, rather they do so desperately while waiting to fulfill their duty, but how unpleasant. The villain only needed to put more force, and then the blonde's arm finally gave way, All Might bled, and gave a scream of pain that echoed in everyone's ears. Nana wanted to help, but when she was thrown by the shock wave, a glass had been stuck in her thigh, she couldn't walk, seeing only how her pupil was in such a precarious situation. When you're at your limit, remember. But once again, All Might had no intention of falling, because despite his flaws, he was the most stubborn of the heroes. All Might. No, it's not just because you're a symbol, right now, I'm not going to give you the satisfaction of seeing me fall, because I accepted my power and the position that came with it, just like my teacher and the people before her, I have a pupil, and until I finish training him. The hero found a way to stop All for One's path of death, managing to bravely resist. All Might. Until I finish training him. All for One. Resisting in such a repulsive way. All Might's arm had deflated, but the remaining energy had passed to the other without the villain noticing. All Might. I can't. All for One. It was a mistake. All Might. I can't die. The symbol of peace had managed to dodge the villain's blow, and with the remaining energy, he managed to give the villain a strong blow. You won't be able to give him a good head-on hit. You have to be smarter. Nana. In the last blow I transferred the power from my right arm to my left, using my right arm only as bait but still. Yes, the blow had been powerful, but All for One didn't seem that surprised. All for One. Those cheap tricks aren't your thing, I see you've been influenced, but still, it was weak. Loading an air bullet. All Might. Yes, I don't want to, nor do I like the idea, but thinking about Izuku and his way of fighting against Bakugo in his first training, I'll admit that's what happens when you're a teacher, and that happened because I didn't push myself with my back. At that moment, the blonde's arm deflated, causing curiosity in the villain. Power has been entrusted to the next generation by many people, praying that it will work for the good of all. So that their hopes may be won, now it's your turn. Try hard, Toshinori. The blonde raised his already quite damaged right arm, and at that moment, the embers that remained were strengthened, managing to swell the symbol of peace back into its muscular form. All for One saw this and without thinking, launched his attack, which Yogi Toshinori was able to easily avoid with a movement and speed reminiscent of another hero. There was no time to lose, it was a last attack. All Might, goodbye All for One. The impact managed to hit the villain's face, but it was going with a force far beyond normal. All Might's strongest attack, the one that no one had seen, that's right, it was the one he named. All Might. United States of Smash. The blow slammed the villain against the ground, creating an incredible crater, raising a huge upward current of air. The helicopter was moved away, for a few seconds everything was silent, but it had passed. In the end, he had done it, he had won. But despite that, All Might could only think of one thing. All Might. Thinking. Goodbye one for all. In the end, when the dust had cleared, everyone saw them, All for One on the ground, and All Might standing. The blonde raised his arm, and with the little power he transformed one last time. Bakugo was incredulous, the people went crazy, everyone cheered, praising the American hero. But just as they knew he had won, they also knew that he was the one who caused Superman's death. They didn't praise him because he was the greatest hero of all time, but because he resisted and won the fight in the end. But All for One fulfilled his mission, faith in heroes began to fall. Starting from the top, it all began with a chapter. Now it's your turn. Reporter. All Might crying. The villain stopped moving. All Might won. He's standing victorious. That's right, the American hero had achieved what was beginning to seem impossible, he had won the battle. The blonde raised his fist, transforming momentarily, although staggering a little, his blood-stained face turned his back to the cameras, with a shadow covering his face, more than usual. The heroes were happy about this, the people excited, let themselves go, applauding the blonde who despite everything had managed to win. That shot. Seeing the blonde, hey. He shouldn't push himself any further. Nana. In pain, leave it, keep working, thinking. It's her last job, her last day as a symbol of peace and #1 hero. Dawn was coming, but even so, people didn't stop shouting All Might's name, making it resonate loudly throughout all the works that took place on Kamino. Soon, more heroes arrived to the area. Yubawami, with the help of his quirk, could coordinate the rescue efforts. Once he arrived, he questioned the reason for Izuku's presence, he introduced himself, and somehow, he became familiar to Yubawami, so he let him help. Yubawami. There are two over there and over there. Pointing. Izuku. Understood. The boy used his X-ray vision and managed to find the survivors and quickly headed towards them. On the other hand, the reporters did not stop their work. Reporter. Rescue efforts continue, where many heroes have joined this noble cause to help those trapped in the disasters of the fight, but even so, the result is devastating, as it is expected that there will be a large number of casualties. Turning the gaze at this moment, we can see how the police take prisoner the villain who is believed to be the leader of the infamous league. Right now we can see in the shot how he is put on the maiden, guarded not only by the police, but also by Almight, Nana Shimura, Endeavor and other heroes who remain on alert despite the result of the fight. For her part, Nana heard this and turned around. The woman had been treated for all the wounds she received, and although she used a crutch, she stood next to her companions, watching over the transport of the dangerous villain. But then, the beautiful brunette looked at the camera with a serious expression, taking everyone by surprise. Even the reporter looked somewhat intimidated by this, but then, the surprises did not stop because the thin blonde, symbol of peace, also pointed at the camera. On the other hand, in the area where Momo, Himiko, Shoto, Iida and the others were, they were in trouble because there were a lot of people and because of the destruction of Kamino, the transport had stopped. Extra. The trains are not moving. Iida. We can't leave. I wish I could contact Midoriya, but it's impossible, the lines are down. Hiroshima. Well, but we can't do anything either, besides, we have to go anyway, we have to tell the heroes about Bakugo. The Redeed tried to grab the blonde's shoulder, but he violently broke away. Apparently, he had recovered his violent attitude. The blonde tried to leave, but Himiko, who was behind him, stopped him. Iida. That's true. Shoto. Let's go. Everyone was about to leave, but at that moment, the boy stopped abruptly. Apparently it was Momo who saw the giant screen, which had the images of Nana and All Might. The girl stared at the woman's face. There was something about it that made her nervous. For a few seconds everything was silent, but then, somewhat slowly, but firmly, Nana Shimura spoke. Nana. Now. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this, all not understanding the meaning of these words. Nana. Now it's your turn. The crowd remained silent for a few seconds, but then, seeing All Might's pointing, they all became excited, clapping again. Woman. All Might. Extra. It's amazing. The people continued in their uninterrupted bustle, all clapping, shouting excitedly, inspired. Everyone understood the brief message from both heroes as a warning, a threat to the dangers that were still unknown, the unwavering figure of the symbol of peace, but the truth is that it wasn't like that. Momo watched the heroine with great attention, the way she pointed immediately, and without knowing how, the girl thought of her green-haired companion. Momo felt a tear come out and slide down her beautiful face. Momo. Izuku because. For her part and without anyone knowing, the woman was aiming at Izuku. The boy was in the rescue efforts, but as soon as he saw the action and heard the words, without knowing why, his body petrified and his face filled with tears. Thus the rescue work continued, which did not stop, even though it was already daylight. For their part, the boys, who were still taking care of Bakugo, went with the heroes to tell them about the blonde situation, and once they did that, they returned to the hospital, although Izuku, once the heroes told him he could leave, went straight to his house. Once he arrived, he was greeted by his mother who hid him. The woman was genuinely worried and upset. Inko scolded Izuku until she got tired. Inko. What were you thinking, huh? Seriously, tell me what was going through your head when you decided to go out at night without telling anyone. When I saw you on the news, how do you think I felt? That you can't keep your promise. Does it mean nothing to you? You promised me that you would take care of yourself, that you wouldn't be so reckless, and yet what you did. What would have happened if all your efforts were in vain? What would have happened if All for One had taken you both? You know how I would have felt. I lost your father, I don't want to lose you too. The green-haired boy lowered his head. The boy felt bad. It was true, everything his mother told him, every word. The green-haired boy lowered his head waiting for one more hit, but once this happened, the woman hugged him. It was once the boy was in his mother's arms that he couldn't contain himself. He started to cry. He was completely devastated. He didn't know what to think. He doubted his actions. He doubted himself. After all, he was a boy. Izuku. I'm sorry mom, I don't know what happened. I just did it. I know it was wrong, but for some reason, I couldn't stop feeling like it was my fault. Inko. Sai-san, you're a great kid, an excellent aspiring hero, but you must understand that sometimes things are beyond our power. There are things we can change, yes, but there are things we can't, and I know it hurts, but sometimes, that's the reality. Izuku. Mom. Inko. Look, I'll tell you something Izuku, and I want you to understand, your father was an incredible hero, and while you know many people who considered him even better than All Might, there is another part that did not think the same, and never will. They considered him old-fashioned, boring, someone flat. They believed that his ideals were not useful for the time in which we live. Izuku. But. Inko. Yes, I know, but we cannot make everyone understand. Now, you are not him, son, you have his powers, yes, but if we trained you, it was so that you could decide for yourself the type of hero you want to be. We must say it as it is, you are part of a new, more powerful generation. Not everyone could face you, but that does not mean that you are above the others. Many people will say that it is because of that same force that it is useless to continue your actions. There is no conflict because they think they know in advance that you will be victorious, but that is a problem. They do not know you. Right now you are a year-old boy who despite his powers, continues to learn, finding his place in the world. Izuku. Mom. Inko. The world is wonderful, but since the appearance of the Quirks, the creation of the Public Safety Commission of Heroes among other things, we lost more things without realizing it. People must understand that not everything in life is power and fights. They do not have the right to reduce your heroic value to how much power you have. Yes, Izuku, you have incredible power, but that is also why you know that it is your duty to do the right thing, and yes, I know, sometimes it is hard to believe that someone with so much power prefers to do good without looking at who, but your father believed it. There is goodness in all of us, you know, as I told you, despite your amazing strength, you are a teenager. It is okay to doubt, hesitate and be afraid, but we should not let those feelings cloud our judgment, because if so, it could change the course of a battle. Izuku. But ma, you know, with everything that's happened, YehosuAI Island, I feel like sometimes it's my fault. Because I could end up with several things if I let myself stop holding back, and even though I've had the chance I just can't. Inko. And you know why? Because despite your Kryptonian side, you are also human. You understand the value of life, Izuku. I understand, you can go through walls easily, and it is obvious that when seeing this, you cannot avoid thinking about the result of a fight against a villain, but what do you think would happen if you do it? You would kill him, and then what? Would you continue like this forever? It is an efficient method, I know, but you must understand that in this world there is not only black and white, there are more options. Killing would only create more enemies, in the end, maybe not, but for better or worse, we always have to have compassion, even for our enemies. The woman separated from her son and gently stroked his hair. Inko. You know, son, you are not a god among humans. Yes, I understand that sometimes you were misunderstood, but that is part of growing up. You will not always have the answers. Killing it is a delicate thing. You cannot use the argument of the end justifies the means forever. Like all of us, you have the right to make mistakes, but with that also comes the obligation to learn from those mistakes so as not to make them again. Izuku. Then. Inko. You are not your father, although you use the S, your suit is not the same, that for me makes the difference. Now you have to look up and move forward, son. Go there again and be his hero, Izuku. Be his monument, be his angel, be the hero you want, but you have to go out and follow your path. You do not owe the world anything. You make your own decisions. People do not decide for you. You are you, that will never change, and that is why I will always be with you, son, you will be Superman. But I am your mother. And these words were enough for the crying boy to hug his mother once more. The boy went to his room where once again, his faithful pet was by his side. Izuku felt calmer with his mother's words, but now he had a doubt how to react with Almight. He was his teacher, but also the cause of his father's death. The boy had lost the respect he had for him, and now it was because of that. He did not know how to act when he saw him again. Inko downstairs, she also cried a lot once her son left. The woman was strong, but all these events took her by surprise. The woman was cleaning a little when she heard the door open. Instinctively the woman raised a knife with her telekinesis, but it turned out it was only Nana. Inko lowered the weapon and ran towards her best friend, whom she hugged and helped her get to a chair in the dining room. The woman did not hesitate and went to the kitchen where she prepared something quick to eat and also put some tea for the woman. Inko sat in front of her, seeing that the brunette had a lost look. Inko saw the worried woman, so taking strength and wiping her tears, she prepared to speak. The adult knew that Nana, despite being a hero, also needed help. Inko. You had problems in that fight, right? Nana. Yes. Inko. Yeah, that explains why it took you so long to get here, too much traffic. The tea was ready. The woman went and served 2 cups. On a tray she carried these with the plates of food which she left in front of the woman, who upon seeing the katsudon, saw Inko, who smiled slightly at her. Nana. Inko. Inko. If you need to talk, that's what friends are for, right? The woman just looked at Inko. Nana knew it. The green-haired girl had been crying. The beautiful heroine felt useless. She was supposed to be a hero, but now a civilian was helping her when it should have been the other way around. Nana remembered the villain's words that had been tormenting her, and without further ado, she began to cry. Nana. Inko, can we talk? Inko. I already told you, that's what friends are for. Nana. Where is Izuku? Inko. In your room, but don't worry, we have privacy. What's going on? Nana. It's just that my past came back to me without me realizing it. The green-haired girl looked at her best friend questioningly, but decided she would heed her own words. There would be time for questions later. Now Nana needed someone to listen to her. That's how that day went for the Midoriya family. The next day, far from the family home, in different parts of the city, things were quite different. An example of this was at the Heroes Public Safety Commission, where all the people in charge talked non-stop about the latest events, each with different points of view, but in the end, more due to pressure than willpower, they agreed on one thing. Now they were in danger. What seemed to be a tie seemed more like a defeat for them, because even though they captured All For One, they had lost All Might, his weak figure had been exposed to the world, they no longer had a symbol of peace, again, there was no invincible figure, the civilians knew it, and it was only a matter of time before the villains began to come out, more confident on the outside. They had become too confident. What would happen from that day on would be the result of putting their faith in just one person. They had misinterpreted Shigaraki's initial profile. Now he was free along with his entire league, and that was dangerous because they had realized that, like a Lernian Hydra, every time it seemed they had lost, they came back stronger than before. If they wanted to stop them, they would have to do more than before. On the other hand, at UA things were a little calmer, All Might, Nana, Aizawa and Vlad King arrived, apparently they had been called by the director. Aizawa looked at how Nana seemed to have slightly swollen eyes, unmistakable presence of tears, but at least she looked better, more serious, and at the same time, more relieved. The man was curious about her condition, but decided that it was better to concentrate on the matter for which he was called, and if later he had time, he would talk to his partner. He knew that fight, in some way, had been too much for her. Nezu. Thank you, All Might, you sacrificed your body and your health for a long time to save thousands. As a citizen, hero and director, I can't thank you enough, but unfortunately, there are many who think that you shouldn't continue teaching at UA. Raising a tablet which had a photo of All Might in his full splendor, as well as a report that said, symbol of peace and number hero, All Might retires. Nezu. This was because All Might started working at UA, won't the children end up involved now that he can't fight anymore? No doubt, we are all nervous clenching their fists, but that is why, now we must strengthen, encouraged faith in the heroes. I know the threat is still there, and right now we must protect and train harder. I appreciate that you could come on that occasion, All Might, on that day, because you were out you couldn't listen, but now I will take advantage of the fact that most of us are gathered to tell you that it is a fact. We will implement the plan that I had mentioned, and that had been on my mind for a long time. At that moment, the rodent showed a document that would be important in the future of the academy. It was a fairly rigorous security measure. UA Hero Academy Dormitory System Inclusion Notice. Nezu. Please, I'm counting on you, we have to visit the students' families. The teachers nodded, took the documents, bowed, and prepared to leave, but… Nezu. Nana, can I talk to you for a few seconds? Nana. Yes. Aizawa. We'll wait for you in the car, Shimura. Nana. I won't be long, thank you. Nezu. Seriously Nana, regarding what happened in the fight, All Might told me what happened, I'm really sorry. Nana. Thank you, director, but now, the important thing is to focus on what we have in front of us. Nezu. I understand, thank you, Nana, for everything. The woman just nodded slightly and left the place. The others, as they had said, were already waiting for her. Everyone got in the car and started moving forward. They decided that since they had to finish all the classes in one day, they would split up to cover more ground. Some went with Jiro, others with Kendo, so each UA teacher went their separate ways. Everything seemed to be going well, no parents objected, despite what happened, they still trusted UA. In the end, there were only a few students left. Nana, Aizawa, and All Might went to a house that Nana instantly recognized. It was the Bakugo family. It was the first time she went to his house as a teacher, and she didn't know what would happen. The three entered, Mitsuki offered them tea and gathered Bakugo and Masaru. The adults looked at the brunette with a worried expression. Not much happened when the talk began. They explained everything to the older blonde, and although at first they thought that this house would be the most problematic because of what happened, nobody expected the reaction that Mitsuki took. Mitsuki. Encouraged yes. Hitting Bakugo on the head, I'm counting on you. Bakugo. Don't hit me, you damn old lady. I'll kill you. Shaking slightly. Everyone except Nana was surprised by Bakugo's reaction, but at that moment, the blonde hit her son again, causing him to tremble even more, despite having an angry look. Mitsuki. Shut up. It's your fault for your damn attitude. You got captured and caused a lot of trouble. With a raised fist. Masaru. Oh hey, please stop, you'll disturb the teachers. Bakugo. Shut up, old man. Don't interfere. Mitsuki now defended her husband by hitting Bakugo again. Mitsuki. You're the one who should keep quiet. If you're going to talk, do it properly. All Might. Thinking. I really appreciate young Bakugo, but what kind of darkness is there in this family? Nana. This Mitsuki, please, calling the attention of the older blonde. Aizawa. Back to the topic, then is it okay? Mitsuki. The bedroom, giving Bakugo one last slap. In fact, we thank you. Aizawa. Do you thank us? Excuse me, but I don't understand. Mitsuki. A mother is difficult to deceive, but also sometimes, unfortunately, we overprotect our children. Kitsuki is someone quite reckless, he is good at several things, and also received a good quirk, he drew a lot of attention, and that's why he earned a lot of praise, that's why he became like that seriously. The blonde, despite having his gaze lowered, raised it slightly, looking aggressively at his mother, who continued talking. Mitsuki. She received multiple compliments, but they were all superficial, and her attitude is the result of that. Look at Izuku's wounds, we both know you'll recognize the marks. And I just wanted to help him, he had fallen, I thought that he had hurt himself. You're the weak one, Deku, you're just useless, you and that flea-bitten dog will pay for it. Your son was never in danger, ours was, we were too lenient Mitsuki, but this reached a limit. Mitsuki. I know we should have stopped it when we realized it, but at the time we didn't think it would affect us so much. To be honest, I was scared when I entered UA and because of what happened at the sports festival, but the words he said at the conference made me see something else. What happened at the sports festival is a demonstration of their own ideals. If they noticed aggression in him, then they should also have realized that he is someone whose desire to become a hero is greater than they think. If the villains took this as instability or weakness, then they are just stupid. Mitsuki. When I heard that, I thought that the school really saw him, there was no favoritism, I was worried about everything, and to be honest, I didn't expect how it would end, but he came back safe and sound stroking her son's hair, and I'm grateful to you all for that, maybe you'll criticize them for a while, but I trust you smiling and looking at her husband right. Museru. Yes, smiling too. At that moment, Mitsuki made her son bow and instantly, both parents did the same voluntarily. Mitsuki. We know he's a troubled boy who might seem hopeless, but please train him to be a good hero. For her part, Nana looked at Mitsuki slightly impressed, in the end, the woman smiled slightly and nodded. Nana. We will do it Mitsuki, it's a promise. The three adults said goodbye and left the Bakugo house. Aizawa. The Midoriya house is close, but we still have to go see the Yaoi Rozu who are on the other side and several other students. Almight. We also have to support Vlad, that's 20 students for one teacher. Nana. I'll go with Midoriya if you want, you go with the others. Aizawa. Are you sure? Nana. Yes, that way we'll take less time. Almight. Okay. Nana. Haha, when we finish let's have a drink, tell Vlad. Aizawa. Okay. The woman just nodded and went in the opposite direction to her companions who took the car. Nana went to the residence where Izuku lived and knocked on the door. Izuku. Aunt Nana. I know you live here, but weren't you working? Nana. Yes, that's why I came. Inko. Let her in, son, and come sit down. We have something to talk about. The boy just nodded curiously, Nana entered, the green-haired boy closed the door and went to the table, there, Nana told them about the plan that the Yue Izuku was intrigued by this, it seemed like an idea extreme, good in a certain way, but extremist, taking into account what happened but on the other hand, Inko had a serious face, quite contradictory to her usual kind face. Inko. To be honest I oppose this plan. Izuku. Huh. Inko. I thought about it, I listened carefully to all the words Nana said, but I don't like it this plan, despite its good intentions, was made until now taking into account everything that has happened, but it should have been done from the beginning, since they saw the first sign of danger, it was better to take care of their students than to protect themselves, I don't know them, but I thought about your classmates, they always took risks, there's what happened with Izuku in the plaza. Coincidence or not, it was dangerous. Izuku? Mom. Inko. Izuku always admired his father, he wanted to be a hero like him, but ever since he entered UA he always kept fighting. I never thought the day would come when I would see him so badly injured like that day at the USJ you know. I watched closely the fight you had that day with Almight, and you know, I didn't lie that day at the police station. As a mother, I'm scared, I know the path of a hero is dangerous, but it seems that now. Even it's stained with death and blood villains aren't stupid, and I know what I said, I will support Izuku every day of my life, but I can't stop worrying to be honest, despite the references I have from UA and the people I know who studied and worked there, I don't feel strong enough to trust my son with them again. Nana. Inko. Izuku. Thinking. Mom, this is my fault, she supported me all the time, but I always ignored what she thought or felt. The boy stood up and without saying anything, went up to his room. Inko. Izuku. Nana. Thinking. He knows his mother supports him, but it must be difficult for him, somehow, I think he's understanding that Inko will take him out of the academy. Inko. Let me talk to him, I won't be long. But the woman couldn't do anything else, because at that moment, Izuku came down with a letter in his hand. Izuku. Mom, Aunt Nana, please look, raising the letter, it's the letter you gave me at the hospital ma, a boy I saved at camp sent it to me, he was a boy who hated everything surrounding heroes and quirks, that boy sent me a letter thanking me, I know I'm not the greatest hero yet, I'm still an aspiring student after all, and you'll always worry about me, but in this letter at least for a moment, I felt like a hero. Inko. Izuku. Nana. You know Inko, you're right, I understand your feelings and discomfort completely, sorry for doing things the wrong way, the purpose of this option is not only to watch over the students, but also to take better care of them, protect them, educate them, and guide them properly. Sorry if I couldn't explain it properly, it's my fault, but I promise you, Inko, that I will do my best to make sure Izuku has a decent education, as it should be. I will protect him every day of my life if necessary until he is the great hero he is destined to be. It is true that it seems that there will be blood along the way, but that is why I want to be with him to work together and prevent him from following that same path. To everyone's surprise, the woman did something surprising. She got on her knees, even putting her face on the ground. She understood that she had betrayed the family's trust, but she was willing to win it back. Nana. I don't blame you for doubting the current UA, but the heroes, teachers who work at UA, know they can't continue like this plan is a way for them to see this change. Inko, for her part, looked at the woman. Her expression was totally different from the day before the beautiful green-haired woman approached her best friend and knelt down to stroke the woman's hair. Inko. I don't hate UA as a mother, I just want Izuku to be happy. Nana, please don't give your life, I want you to see him grow at UA, protect him when I can't, if you can promise me that, then I'll accept. Nana. I promise Inko, I swear I will. Inko. You too Izuku, promise me you'll be better, trust yourself more, learn, grow, do what I told you yesterday, remember, people don't decide who you are, you do it, and not with actions, but with words. Izuku. Shedding some tears. Yes. I promise you mom, I won't worry you again. Inko. Helping Nana to stand up. You can't promise something like that, after all you are my son and as a mother, I will always be worried about you. Nana. Thank you Inko, I promise I'll do everything in my power to ensure something like this never happens again. Inko. I trust that Nana, I trust that. Nana. Seeing Izuku. Okay boy, you heard your mother, get ready, starting tomorrow, more interesting things will come, new challenges, and I hope you are ready for them. Izuku. Yes. I will learn to control and moderate my power. Nana. I'm sure you will. Inko. Well then, if we're done talking, do you want to eat something? I know you're busy, but you'll be out all day and won't eat well. Nana. I'll be fine, Inko, don't worry. Inko. None of that, I already know you, now go wash and sit down, I'll serve you immediately so I don't keep you too long. Nana. Heh okay, let's go. So, they both washed and sat down. Inko took a little longer to return with the food, which Nana took advantage of to point out to Izuku. Izuku. What's wrong? Nana. We used everything we had in that fight, and I think you know it now, kid, now it's your turn Izuku. Izuku. I know. For his part, the boy looked at his teacher and aunt nodding slightly, both of them knew that from that day on, he really had to try hard. But then a scream from Inko caught both of their attention. Inko. Sorry, I've almost brought the food. Izuku. Do you need help ma? Inko. Don't worry, I'm almost done. Nana. Sure. Inko. Hey, I remind you that you are older than me. Nana. Heh sorry. Inko. Also, I want to enjoy the last day that Izuku will live with me while he studies. Izuku. By the way, speaking of which, it's a good plan, but I feel like it's not entirely organized. What about our families? Mothers, fathers, we'll be safe, but what about them? Nana. Don't worry about that, your mother read the document, we didn't leave anything out, you will be at UA, but your parents will have protection from the academy and other heroes, an agreement was reached with the police, there will be many systems for protection, I can't mention them all because I wouldn't even have time, so don't worry, everyone will be safe. Izuku. I see. Inko. By the way, would you be okay alone, son? Izuku. Well I won't be so alone, at least I'll live with my friends. Inko. True well, maybe they're not the only ones heh. Izuku was curious about this, but he didn't say anything and decided to focus on family time, as his mother said, it would be his last day at home. Far away from there, in the maximum security Tartaros prison, All For One was transported to his cell which would be his new home. All For One. Thinking. I lost, Almight. The villain was carried in what appeared to be a wheelchair, he had a straitjacket replacing his elegant suit that he wore in his fight, he was even chained to the chair to prevent a possible escape. All For One. Thinking. It was a pitiful fight, but you're strong, at the end of the fight you chose a path that brought you closer to your students, but with this, you lost your chance to leave smiling, you lost your chance to die. The teacher's job is to support their student to be independent, the teacher they depend on, goes to an unreachable place, and their hatred grows stronger, allowing them to follow the path of a leader. Tamura now has companions, he learned to increase their number. You'll be fine, Tamura Shigaraki, take this experience, hatred, regret and use them to move forward, now it's your turn. For its part, the League was in a safe place, it looked like an abandoned warehouse, but at least they wouldn't find them so easily now, they all had serious, annoyed faces, although at least one tried to lighten the atmosphere. Twice. Who was the funny guy who ordered pizza? But the truth is that nobody laughed. The shame of losing, the pain of the blows, the hatred, the resentment, all of this was in every member of the league who was there. But the most dangerous thing is that in a corner, away from his companions, Shigaraki had a face of pure hatred, even his red eyes shone more than usual. Gurigiri watched the villain attentively to prevent him from doing anything out of anger, but the truth is that the young villain was not planning to do anything, now he had a plan, to free all for one and destroy once and for all the heroic society and above all, Almight. After arriving at the dorms. Can I still trust you? The next day, the green-haired boy woke up ready for this new change in his life. He didn't worry too much, because the night before he had packed his suitcase so as not to make any mistakes. It wasn't difficult. Logically, he would leave part of it at home, so it wouldn't be so loaded. That's how it was in the morning, the boy took a bath calmly, there was no rush, Izuku went down and had breakfast with his mother who was shedding some tears. Izuku. Haha, calm down, ma, I promise I'll be fine. Inko. Yes, I'm counting on that, it's just that as a mother, you know that the day will come when your children will go and make their own lives, it's painful, but it's also understandable. Izuku. Mom. Inko. Let me finish caressing Izuku's hair, it's understandable, but it's just that I didn't expect it to be so soon, I know I sound like an exaggeration, but you are my only son. Izuku. Ma, I won't go far, well, UA isn't that far, besides it's still in the same country. Inko. My boy. Izuku. But what I'm getting at is that I won't be gone forever, I'll always be there for you, and whenever I can, rest assured that I'll come back, you're my mother after all. The green-haired boy smiled at him as he looked at his mother who hugged him, they both shared their breakfast, once they finished, the boy stood up, took his backpack and his suitcase, but his mother stopped him. Inko. Don't worry about the suitcase, the UA people will come for it. Izuku. Really? Inko. Hey yeah, I guess they did it so as not to get in their way. Izuku. Oh I see, that's a good idea, well then I'm going. Inko. Yes, let's see, come here. Izuku. What's wrong? The woman approached her son and fixed his tie. Inko. Gosh, I think you'll have to learn to fix your tie yourself, son. Izuku. Hey yeah, I'm counting on that, thanks ma. The boy hugged his mother and then his faithful pet approached him, Izuku knelt down and began to pet Crypto carefully. Izuku. Okay friend, I'm leaving, please, you take care of mom in my absence, okay? But the wolf didn't want to, the animal moaned sadly as it looked at its owner, Izuku tried to stand up, but Crypto bit his backpack pulling it, blocking his way, Izuku managed to get his pet to let go of this, but immediately, the animal gave him a light bite on the arm, Izuku looked at his pet carefully. Izuku. Crypto. Inko. He's not stupid, son, he knows you're leaving, and it won't be the same as before. Izuku. Hey, calm down kid, I promise I'll come back partner, you won't lose me, I assure you, but now I have to go. The dog continued crying while putting his paw in his master's hands, preventing him from leaving. Izuku. I have to go Crypto. The boy stood up and saw his mother. Izuku. Take good care of him, ma, please. Inko. Calm down son, I know what to do. The boy just nodded and left his house in the direction of the academy. He had to move forward, not only on his way to the dorms, but in his life, after all, as his mother said, no one was going to decide for him. Insert My Hero Academia theme by Yuki Hayashi. But he wasn't the only one, some of his classmates had already left their homes, even meeting on the way, as was the case of Shiro, who met Kaminari, or Hagakure with Shoji, Sayu hit Mineta, who was trying to see under a woman's skirt in a covert way, Kota ran into Jiro who was distracted listening to music, Tokoyami on his bicycle, met Sato, who was running in the direction of the academy. Each at their own pace, but in the end, they all made it. The place where they would live was on UA grounds, approximately 5 minutes from the academy. Cementis had built it in record time. This was their new home, called High Alliance. Everyone was totally excited, this was quite evident on the faces of Mina, Mineta, Sato, and in Hagakure's frantic movements. Meanwhile, from his office, Nezu looked towards the dormitories. Although this plan had been made for the boys, there were also other fins hidden there. Nezu. Thinking. The dormitory system, it's not only for the safety of the students, but also to efficiently detect the missing threat of escape. Thinking back to the incident during the camping trip, we'll avoid a public investigation and do everything behind the scenes. Everything that's happened leading up to this, to be honest, it pains me to doubt not only the teachers, but also the students themselves, but everything that's happened has left me with no choice. The loss of the symbol of peace, the repercussions that this will have, will almost certainly be seen in a short time, that's why, right now we need to train, recover our energy and strengthen ourselves, at least for the children, who we must show a bright future. Back with the students, they were already accompanied by their homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shouta had his usual tired face. Aizawa. For now, I'm glad we were able to reunite Class A again. Shiro. We were all able to come smiling. Hagakure. Sigh, I had problems. Jiro. Hehe yeah, I think it was something to be expected, scratching his cheek lightly. Jiro. Well, the gas hit them both directly, he. Sigh. We were able to meet thanks to the teachers. Kiro putting her finger on her lower lip thoughtfully. When I saw the lecture, I thought we would lose them. Uraraka. Yes, nodding slightly. Aizawa. To be honest with you, I was surprised too. I'm sure everyone had problems, thinking. Mostly, more than convincing them, it was letting them go, scratching his head slightly. I'll talk about the dorms, but before that, we must concentrate on getting the provisional licenses, the reason why we had the training camp. Sato. Yes, I'm talking about that. Hagakure. So many things happened that I forgot. Aizawa. It's something important, you can't forget it, brats. Although first sharpening his gaze, Kirishima, Iida, Shoto, Yaoyorozu and Midoriya, the 5 of you went out that night to save Bakugo. At that moment, all the other boys turned to look at their classmates. Aizawa. Well, their reactions tell me that at least they were aware. I'll put aside several matters and just say this. If it weren't for Almight's retirement, I would have expelled them all, with the exception of Jiro, Hagakure and Bakugo. The man's words were forceful, taking all the boys by surprise, and especially Izuku, who gulped. Aizawa. And yes, I would not only expel the 5 who went, but also the who knew their intentions and did nothing to stop them, regardless of the reason. They betrayed our trust. From now on, I would greatly appreciate it if you followed the procedures and acted well to regain that trust. Everyone lowered their heads slightly, but Aizawa threw his bandage towards Izuku, beginning to choke him, although with no intention of seriously hurting him. Aizawa. Above all, you, not only did you go, but you also fought before I gave the order at the camp, and you did the same thing again on the Camino battlefield. You would have been the first to be expelled if it weren't for the fact that several professionals and civilians spoke well of you for helping in the rescue efforts. Consider yourself lucky, but don't abuse it, do you understand me, problem child? Izuku. Why yes. The adult released Izuku, who returned to his companions. Aizawa. That's all. Turning around. Okay, let's go in. Cheer up. Everyone. Depressed. Wait a minute, how are we going to do it? The boys started walking somewhat depressed. Their teacher's words had been too harsh, but their spirits began to change when their teacher opened the doors. Aizawa. Thinking. Brats, you know, despite what I said, sometimes it's necessary to let go. Cheer up, after all, this is for you, for your safety. The man entered, followed by the boys, and they all went up to the first floor, where they found a large room with huge windows that left everyone amazed. Aizawa. Each dorm houses a class, girls on the right and boys on the left, but the first floor is the common area. On this floor are the kitchen, bathrooms and laundry. Hagakure. Whoa. Impressed. Zero. It has a patio. Leaning out of a window. Mina. How big. How clean. It has a sofa. Impressed and happy. Uraraka. It's like a mansion. Amazed. Iida. Uraraka. Mineta. Are my ears deceiving me? The bathrooms and laundry room are in the common room. Gulping, quite excited and sweating. Is this a dream? Aizawa. With an aura of annoyance. They are divided by hex, they better watch out. Mineta, scared. Yes sir. Aizawa. Continuing with the tour. The rooms are upstairs. There are 4 rooms per hex on each floor. There are 5 in total. Everyone will have their own room. They are equipped with air conditioning, bathroom, refrigerator and closets. The boys entered the rooms in amazement. They were huge. Izuku. They even have a balcony. Cool. Momo. It's the size of the closets in my house, more or less. Uraraka. Hey, not all of us have so many luxuries, haha. Aizawa. Showing a diagram. These will be your rooms, go settle in. We have already placed the belongings we collected before. You have all day today to unpack. Tomorrow I will tell you what will happen. All, yes sensei. But there was someone who was confused. It was Izuku. The boy looked at the building's layout carefully. Izuku. Sensei. Aizawa. What's wrong, Midoriya? Izuku. Not to be annoying or upsetting, but you said we'd all be living here. But. For their part, Shoto, Hagakure, Jiro and Kirishima approached the boy, looking at the scheme and noticing with surprise the same problem that Izuku had noticed. Izuku. I don't see my name. Aizawa. Ah, you noticed. The green-haired boy and his friends turned to look at their teacher, slightly scared by the threat from before. Izuku gulped, but Aizawa just smiled slightly. Aizawa. Don't worry, I told you were lucky. Returning to his normal expression. This is because. Nana. I bet we have something for you. The elevator opened its doors, and the boy saw their beautiful teacher enter. She was wearing casual clothes, but she still looked imposing. Izuku. Nana-sensei. Nana. Haha, that's right, I also came to help them. I was supposed to introduce the dorms with Aizawa, but it seems he got ahead of himself. Izuku. But I don't understand, what kind of surprise? Nana. Well, actually there are 2 surprises. Izuku. 2. Nana. Yes, and the first one is coming right now. The woman opened a door and at that moment, Crypto came running out going directly towards his owner, pouncing on the green-haired man who, not expecting him, was knocked down by his pet. Izuku? Huh. Unfortunately, Izuku's reaction of surprise was not the only one, since everyone else, with the exception of Shoto and Uraraka, were scared when they saw the ferocious wolf. Mina. Terrified as always sensei. Help. A wolf got in. Ida. Back off beast and leave Midoriya alone. Mineta. Someone do something. Hiding behind Kaminari. Kaminari. Could someone hurry up? Pulling away slightly as he recognized the beast. All the boys began to back away, even Bakugo, who was slightly nervous, pretending not to care. For his part, Crypto got off his master's body, although when he saw the other boys, he turned around threateningly. The white animal began to growl threateningly. There was a quite noticeable change in the animal. Its ears were high, and although it had a slightly crouched position, it kept its legs stiff, its eyes were wide open, it kept its tail high, its fangs were quite visible. With each passing second, the growls were getting fiercer, the animal began to advance, but the boys moved away instantly. For his part Izuku stood up. At that moment, Crypto launched himself towards the rest of the class, who, worried, even thought about using their quirks to defend themselves, but in a quick movement, Izuku reached out to take him by the collar, stopping his path instantly. Izuku, no Crypto. Bad dog, they're my companions, leave them alone. The dog just looked at his master with a scolding expression, although he gave him a lick on the face that made the boy smile. Izuku. It's okay, I'm not mad at you, just don't do it again, okay? They're the good ones stroking his canine companion's back. Shoto. Have you calmed down yet? The dog, upon hearing the mixed-haired boy's voice, went towards him happily, wagging his tail. Shoto. Hello friend, long time no see petting the animal. Uraraka. So that's Crypto. The animal turned to look at the girl. For a moment, Izuku thought that his faithful pet would growl at the brunette, but on the contrary, the beautiful wolf let himself be petted by the girl who began to scratch his belly. Uraraka. Oh, so you do remember me, right? Haha, good boy. Izuku. Yes, he is Crypto. Uraraka. I must admit that he does look quite menacing, but he is very cute. Shoto. I wouldn't say cute, but rather kind. Izuku. Loyal. The boys, seeing this, relaxed and slowly began to approach carefully, although Hagakure was the first to go with the boy lightly stroking the wolf's head, who let him do the caressing without any problem. Hagakure. Her fur is quite soft. Izuku. Haha well, I take good care of him. One by one, the boys approached. Soon, Crypto was petted by all the boys except Kaminari, Mineta and obviously Bakugo, who continued keeping their distance. Everyone was around Crypto, but this got to the point where the dog got fed up, so he stood up and left the group of boys going back to his master, who lightly stroked his back. Izuku. Haha okay, I'll give you some water now lie down. The animal did this making Izuku smile. Izuku. To be honest, I'm really glad to see you, friend, but I don't understand, what are you doing here? Seeing Nana. Nana. Your mother wrote a letter to the academy requesting permission for me to come with you, a boy and his pet should not be separated. Izuku. Go, no, I didn't know. Shoto. Well, at least you won't be so lonely in your dorm. Izuku. Speaking of which why don't I have a bedroom like the others? Nana. That's right, that's the second surprise. Izuku. Huh? Nana. Come. The woman just smiled and Izuku followed the older woman along with Crypto. The three of them got on the elevator and went down in front of everyone. For her part, Momo followed both of them with her eyes. The girl didn't want to talk to her best friend since she arrived. The brunette was somewhat distant, she didn't want to, but what happened in Kamino her trust was hanging by a thread. Back with Izuku and Nana, both had already gone down and began to walk through the academy courtyard. The boy looked at his superior with curiosity. She looked a little calmer than in previous days, more serious, but calmer. Nana. Izuku, do you know why the buildings were built in this direction? Izuku. Because of the wind. Innocent. Nana. Haha good one, but no, or at least not that I know of. Izuku. So? Nana. You know, I'll tell you a story. Izuku. Huh? A story now? That won't answer my question. Nana. You won't know that until you hear it. Izuku. I still don't understand. Nana. Hehe you will do it. The green-haired boy just looked at his pet who continued walking. The boy said nothing more and the older one began her story. Nana. Haha calm down, I won't start by saying the classic many years ago, although to be honest, even after all the years, now that I walk around here, it seems like it was yesterday when he arrived. No one could believe anything he said. There were those who took it as a threat, another as an answer to a question we always asked ourselves. Others thought of him as a way to confuse us even more when things were already quite complicated. When they saw that he wasn't lying and that all his abilities were true, there were no words to express the amazement, his mere presence had no explanation, but nevertheless, there he was, he could fly, stop bullets with his hands, run so fast that you couldn't even see him. Izuku? Understanding no. Nana. When he arrived he had nowhere to go, the general didn't even trust him, he came to the UA and we didn't have the dormitory system before. Izuku? You're talking about? Nana. Yes, I'm talking about your father. Izuku. Dad, then the. Nana. He was the first to live on the academy grounds, that's why the plan for students to live here was thought up. Izuku. Hehe, so that's what they meant. Nana. Yes. Izuku. But that doesn't explain why I don't have one. Nana. You should be a little more perceptive, son. When your father arrived in Japan, he had nowhere to go. It was logical. It was then that, trusting him, Nezu ordered this to be done. At that moment, both reached the point that Nana wanted, it was a small place, which Izuku looked at slightly confused. Nana. Your father thought it was too much, he even said. A place to sleep is enough for this farmer, whether it's made of concrete or hay. Izuku. Dad. Nana. It was never demolished, even as I told you, this gave Director Nezu the idea of the dormitories. Izuku. So I don't have a dorm with the others because. Nana. Yes, this will be your bedroom, boy. Nana approached the door and opened it, the three of them entered, Izuku opened his eyes in surprise, it was a simple building, it had the essentials for living, a small kitchen, a living dining room, a bathroom and finally a bed. It looked like the bedrooms the others had, only a little bigger, but it was perfect for Izuku who shed a tear thinking about his father. Izuku. Thank you, to be honest, I don't know if I deserve it after everything that's happened. Nana. Huh. Izuku advanced a little, reaching the bed where he sat down. Izuku. What happened in the fight, what happened with Almight, what All for One said about my father, and what happened with Shigaraki, to be honest, I don't know if I deserve it. Nana. Izuku. Izuku. He's your nephew and yet when he attacked Sayu and Mineta and the USJ he was angry, he was going to kill them, I couldn't control myself, I was about to hit him with everything, his Nomu saved him, but then the fight, the encounter at the mall when Momo arrived, I worried, I was scared, afraid of failing and letting everyone die, but when she arrived, I had to do something fast, I used my heat vision, shot a beam with one eye and burned her back, but with everything that happened. Nana. He's a villain. Izuku. Huh. The woman sat next to Izuku, stroking his hair. Nana. When I found out about that, I felt pretty bad, I was disappointed in myself, my promise was used against me in the end, although I did it to protect my son, I didn't take what All for One could do, I trusted too much in myself and what could happen, but when I went home after what happened, I talked to your mother, Ray is right, she is someone who always knows what to say. You can't face him anymore. He's a villain. What will you do when you see him? His resentment, everything he feels. If he sees that weakness in you, do you think he won't use it to his advantage? Nana. It hurts me what happened, it's impossible not to feel guilty, but we have a task, to stop them once and for All for One, Shigaraki and the rest of the league, we have to form a team, find them and stop this once and for all. Izuku. But. Nana. Yes, I know what you're thinking. But for now, our priority is to do that. Later, we'll think of a way to save Shigaraki from that darkness. And for that, I need your help, Izuku. I need you focused on that, aware of what we have to do. Izuku. I understand. Nana. When you save someone, it means that person went through something terrible. Izuku. And Nana. Nana. In that sense, true heroes not only save lives, but also hearts. Izuku. Thinking about Kota, I think I understand. Nana. Wanna feel better? Stand up and do it. Train, get stronger, reach your full potential. Show why you're Clark and Inko's son. Show why you're Superman. At that moment, the woman pointed at the boy, even touching his chest with a finger, the beautiful heroine smiled and stood up. Nana. It was a good talk. I have to go, you listen to Aizawa, you have all day to get organized, your suitcase is over there, I also took the task of buying food for Crypto, the sack is there, I also bought him 2 new bowls for his water and kibble. Izuku. Huh. Thanks, but where are you going? Nana. To prepare one last surprise for you and Shoto. Izuku. Hey, another one. Nana. What can I say, I'm sure this will take you both by surprise, haha. The woman didn't say anything else and left the place, leaving Izuku quite confused. He looked at his pet, which had fallen to the ground. Izuku just smiled and sighed. Well, nothing could be done. Izuku. Well, Nana and Aizawa-sensei already said it, I have all day to settle, so it's time to work. The boy moved forward and found a door which he opened, showing a small room where there were some buckets, a broom, among other cleaning supplies. The boy smiled, took out what was necessary and without further ado, began to clean and organize. But Izuku wasn't the only one. All of his classmates did the same, each at their own pace and with their own methods, but in the end they managed to finish. Night had already fallen in the dorms, and once they finished, everyone gathered in the recreation room. Kirishima. Sitting on the couch, I'm exhausted. Zero. Kirishima, are you done unpacking? Kirishima. Hehe, yeah, finally finished. At that moment, Izuku entered the bedroom again, followed by Kirito, who advanced to the kitchen where he found a bowl of water, courtesy of Uraraka. Uraraka. Haha, you're welcome, friend, stroking Kirito's back. Izuku. Good job, bro. Kirishima. Thanks, but what about you? Were you able to solve your problem? Because we haven't seen you all day. Izuku. Yes, it's just that I won't be with you. Shoto. Why? Izuku. My bedroom is outside. Shoto. Huh? Outside. Izuku. Hehe, yeah, don't ask why, but it seems that's my surprise. Uraraka. That's quite strange. Hagakure. Well, it could be because of space, we don't know how this was planned. Shoto. Looking at Izuku with curiosity, I guess something had to happen for them to do that. Izuku. Yes, I'll tell you later. Uraraka. Haha, it's your fault for going to rescue Bakugo, I guess since he's Aizawa-sensei, he'll punish you in some way. Mina. I want to see what your room looks like, pretty excited. Izuku. Huh? Why? There's nothing special about it. Hagakure. Hey, yeah. I'm curious too. Besides, we live together, so it makes sense. Iida. Don't think of it as fun. This is training to learn cooperation and discipline. Appearing suddenly. Kirishima. Who would have thought, you're pretty excited. Hagakure and Mina had moved away a little, leaving the boys talking alone, although from one moment to the next, the energetic pink-haired girl reappeared accompanied by most of the girls, only Tsaya was missing. Mina. Hey, so we can say that everyone is done settling in. Haminari. You could say. Kirishima. Why? Mina. Well, I was talking to the girls. Hagakure. And we came up with an idea. Zero. An idea. Mina. Yeah, how about we have a contest? Kirishima. What kind of contest? Mina. The king of the room. Smiling. At that moment, Shoto and Izuku turned to look at each other. Shoto. It can't be. The boys tried to refuse, but it was already quite late. They all started walking down the halls ready to go to their first destination, which was Tokoyami's room. The boys arrived, meeting the dark boy who was blocking the entrance. Tokoyami. With his arms crossed, nonsense. But this was not going to stop the pink-haired girl and the invisible girl who began to push Tokoyami until they managed to throw him down. The girls did not take long and opened the door, realizing that it was in total darkness, only illuminated by purple candles. Mina. How black? Hagakure. It's a little scary. Tokoyami. Idiot, shaking slightly. Kirishima. Taking a keychain, hahaha, wow, I bought one like that when I was in high school. Mina. Boys like this kind of thing, huh? Tokoyami. Embarrassed, leave now. Izuku. Huh? Turning his gaze, you have a sword. It's cool. Tokoyami. Let them go. The boys left and went to the next one, which was Aoyama's, although they were surprised when they entered. All. How brilliant. It was true to his personality, the blonde's room was full of shiny items, lamps, curtains, rugs, ornaments, too many mirrors, his same blanket, the boy even had a disco sphere on the ceiling, and a neat and shiny armor. Aoyama. No, it's not shiny, it's dazzling, making a pose with each letter he said. The girls left the room quietly. Hagakure. It's as we thought. Mina. Yes, it has everything we imagined. Haminari. Well, they started off on the wrong foot. Kirishima. But it looks interesting. Uraraka. This is getting fun, the last one on this floor is. Everyone turned around, it was Minetta's room, the dwarf was already waiting for them with a perverted smile on his face, excitement in his eyes, his room gave off an aura strange. Minetta. Go ahead, pointing with his finger, I'll show you something incredible. But everyone ignored Minetta, going to the other side. Hagakure. Let's go to the third floor. Minetta. Come on. But the boys ignored him, going up into Ajiro's room, which was quite. Uraraka. How normal. Hagakure. Wow, it really is normal. Mina. So this is normal. Ajiro. Scratching his neck, it's okay if you have nothing to say. From there, they went to Iida's room, which looked more like a library and an optician's at the same time. Mina. It's full of pretty difficult books. Hagakure. Typical of our president. Iida. As you can see, there's nothing strange here, smiling with satisfaction. Uraraka. You have too many glasses. Iida. What's so strange about that? They might break during training. Holding his glasses. Izuku. Haha, when mine break, I'll ask you for some, thinking about the brunette who still had her glasses. The blue-haired boy smiled, but from there, they moved on to the next one. It was Kaminari's turn, which surprised her companions, but not because it was unusual, but because everyone. How tacky. Jiro. It seems that he put everything he found, there is no order. Kaminari. What? Isn't it great? Confused. Everyone sighed and moved on to Koda's, which was especially cute for the girls. Hagakure. She has a rabbit. How cute. Shoto. And you wanted to leave Crypto alone seeing Izuku. Kaminari. Hey. Having a pet isn't fair, you should have prepared for that, right? At that moment, Crypto entered the boys' room going directly towards the rabbit. For a moment, everyone thought that the wolf would try to devour Koda's bunny, but on the contrary, the wolf laid down in front of the rabbit without doing anything. The rabbit did not take any action either, although after a few seconds everyone saw how the two pets began to play. Izuku. Thinking. Looks like Kaminari took this seriously well, from what I see, everyone else started taking this as a challenge. The boys left, proving Izuku's point, as both Kaminari and Ejiro had a slightly annoyed expression. Kaminari. This is all very funny, but it doesn't satisfy me. Ejiro. Yes, that Koda has a bunny and is only showing it now, what a coincidence, I'm not convinced. Okoyami. I think the same. Aoyama. Me too. Mineta. But don't you think it's weird that they only see the boys' room? Advancing towards the group of boys, you said it's a contest, right? Then we should also see the girls' room. Pointing at the girls, we should also see who of you has the best taste in room decoration. The words were quite forceful. Izuku looked at the girls, and especially at Momo. The green-haired boy was no fool. He knew that the brunette had been avoiding him. The freckled boy didn't know why this was. He wanted to find a reason and fix the problem. He didn't want to lose the brunette's friendship. For his part, with the other kids, this had ignited everyone's competitive spirit, even motivating those who weren't interested. Jiro for his part was about to refuse, but Mina was faster. Mina. Sounds good. I accept the challenge. Jiro. Huh. Izuku. Seeing Shoto, is this okay? I mean, they're girls and. Shoto. I think the same, but they are quite motivated. Mina. Decided, we'll see all the rooms and see who has the best taste in decorating out of all of us. Izuku. Seeing Mineta, who was quite excited, I don't think it's a good idea. Uraraka. The ones sleeping on the 4th floor are Bakugo, Kirishima and Shoji, right? Kaminari. Well yes, but Bakugo said he found the idea boring and went to sleep. Kirishima. With everything we did today, I understand, even I'm sleepy. Hagakure. Okay, let's go to Kirishima's room. Running. Kirishima. Hey. The boy ran, managing to reach his room before the invisible woman, and put his face to the door, turning his back on his friends, although of all those who were there, Jiro seemed the most nervous. Kirishima. Honestly, I don't mind them seeing my room, but I don't think girls would understand slamming the door open all this manliness. The boy was right, his room could look quite masculine, wave posters, a punching bag, a sign that said, certain victory, the redeed even had a clock with muscles, curtains with flame print, a crimson riot figure, etc. This generated a poker face on Hagakure and Mina, who nodded slightly. Mina. Yes, we don't understand. Hagakure. Kirishima, you're officially number 2 on my list of rooms I least want my boyfriend to have. Mina. I think the same. Uraraka. I differ from them, it's quite intense. Kirishima. She understands. Jiro. Sneakily clicking his jacks together. Well, it doesn't bother me much. Kaminari. Keep going, Shoji. Shoji. There's nothing interesting in my room. The boys ignored it and opened the door, seeing that more than anything interesting, the room was empty, only having a small table desk and a futon. Mina. Nothing interesting. Nothing. Shoto. I didn't know you were a minimalist. Shoji. Well, I've never liked to keep many things. Mineta. Looking under the boys' futon, people like you are usually the biggest perverts. The boys left and went to the elevator heading to the 5th floor. Mina. Okay, you follow your Zero. Zero. Smiling, are you all really going to come in? Everyone nodded and the boy didn't stop smiling. Everyone arrived and opened the door. All. Ooh, Asian. Uraraka. Great. Jiro. I didn't know you liked this kind of thing. Zero. I always try to surprise, hahaha. Mina. Leaving the room. Okay, let's go to the next one. Izuku. You follow seeing his best friend. Shoto. Sai, shut up. Everyone started moving forward, each with different thoughts. Momo. Thinking. One of the most capable in the class. Mina. Thinking. The most attractive in the class. Hagakure. Thinking. Going to Todoroki's serious room, it's exciting. Shoto. Let's get this over with quickly, I'm hungry and sleepy. The boy opened his door and now it was time to impress his classmates, with the exception of Izuku, because the boy's room looked very traditional. Zero and Mina. Surprised, huh? Japanese style. Kaminari. It's a completely different room. Shoto. In my house we have tatamis, I didn't feel comfortable with the normal floor in the room. Kaminari. What does that matter? Mineta. How did you remodel it in just one day? Shoto. Hard work. Uraraka. What kind of answer is that? Mina. Leaving the room one day he will be as important as his father. Sato. Handsome guys act differently, huh? Mina. Well, the last of the guys in the building is. Sato. Sigh, it's me. The boys moved forward and entered the room, realizing that although it seemed like a simple room, it had many baking items. Sato. Well, as you can see, it's a pretty boring room. Hiroshima. Haha, I think everyone would be after Todoroki's room, but what smells so good? Ajiro. That's right, what is it? Sato. Oh, I forgot. Since I finished unpacking early, I made a chiffon cake. I was thinking of sharing it with everyone. Approaching her oven, it'll taste better with whipped cream. But do you want some? The boy could not finish the question because the girls, quite excited, raised their voices, hungry. Girls? Yes. Mineta and Kaminari. An unexpected exemplary side. Uraraka. Delicious. It's so fluffy. With her slice of cake. Hagakure. With her mouth full of cake. Buono, buono. Mina. I far exceeded the unexpectedness of Siro's room. Momo. It's an amazing hobby. Sato, do you think you could make the cakes on special occasions? For his part, the boy turned completely red. The girl's acceptance took him by surprise. Sato. Embarrassed, I didn't expect you to like it so much, haha. Actually, this is part of my training to control my quirk. Buying sweets daily is somewhat expensive, scratching the back of his neck. Hagakure. Well, we're done with the boys' rooms, now it's our turn. Jiro. Damn, are we really all going to do it? Okay. Izuku, for his part, sighed in relief. Izuku. Thinking. How good, it seems they will only see theirs. Hagakure. Yes, but before giving a verdict, we have to see Midoriya's as well. Izuku. Huh. Shoto. It's true, we wouldn't all be boys if they didn't also see his. Izuku. Hey. Mina. That's right, I almost forgot. Izuku. But mine is outside the dorms, it would be a lot of work to go up and down. Mina. And why do you think we left you for last? Haha, the winner will be decided with you. Izuku just sighed in defeat, he had no more arguments. Hagakure. Okay, then let's continue. Izuku. Thanks for your support, old man, looking sarcastically at Shoto. Shoto. You're welcome, smiling slightly. Hagakure. You're next, Jiro. Jiro. It's a bit embarrassing, please don't laugh. The girl took the handle and opened the door. For some reason, Kirishima felt slightly nervous, even looking away. Jiro took courage and opened the door. Contrary to what they thought, the girl's room looked like a music store. Kaminari. You have more instruments than necessary. A drum kit, bass, guitar, keyboard, there were even smaller instruments like a ukulele and a tambourine hanging on one of the walls. You could also see a collection of harmonicas on one of the pieces of furniture belonging to the violet-haired girl, who was covering her face in shame. Red curtains, a giant poster of Deep Dope, several headphones, 2 computers, multiple cables. Jiro's room was a clear example of the girl's personality. Hagakure. Jiro is a rock girl. Uraraka. Can you play them all? Jiro. At least the basics, clapping his jacks timidly. Kaminari. This room is not feminine at all. Aoyama. She's not a lady. Jiro heard the men without hesitating twice, he threw his jacks at the boys, causing them damage. For his part, Kirishima approached the girl with a smile. Kirishima. You're really amazing, Jiro. Raising his arms, it takes a lot of discipline to know how to play these instruments. Jiro. Huh. Slightly blushing, no, I don't know if it's something incredible. Izuku. I think the same as Kirishima, it's impressive. The boy took one of the girl's harmonicas and gently began to blow, playing the little tune of Love Me Do. Shoto. Do you still know it? Izuku. Maybe. Jiro. Sorry, okay, let's go to the next room. Hagakure. Next up. Jumping happily and excitedly. The girl ran to her room and opened the door, revealing a room that was somewhere between childish and feminine, with light colors like pink and blue predominating, as well as many stuffed animals of different sizes. Kaminari. It's quite feminine, how exciting. For his part, Mineta entered, going directly to a drawer. Mineta. Plus ultra. Excited. Hagakure. You go straight to what you want. The girl was getting slightly nervous. Mineta was about to reach the drawer, but Izuku used his heat vision in a light beam that grazed the boy's hand, who immediately withdrew his hand. Hagakure. Haha, thanks, Midoriya smiling relieved. Mina. I'm next. Excited. Everyone entered the pink-haired girl's room, which was the complete opposite of the invisible girl's. The colors black and the most intense pink predominated in this place. Curtain, furniture, bed. The curtain had an animal print style design and the bed had a circle print. They could see many pillows, makeup, posters, lamps, hats, scarves, etc. The girl even had a small blackboard where she had many photos where she was with all the girls from class A. Mina really appreciated her friendship with the girls. Mina. Todd, isn't it cute? Haminari. Wow, that's pretty cute. The visit was quite quick, the boys moved on to the next one, which was Uraraka's, which was simple in appearance. Uraraka. Lightly scratching the back of her neck in embarrassment, it's not a very interesting room. Izuku. Haha, well, you've got the essentials, you shouldn't be ashamed. Uraraka. Ajiro. I feel a little dirty looking at the girls' rooms. Okoyami. It is understood, it is a forbidden garden. Iida. Follow Asui's room at the front of the group. Zero. Yes, but she didn't come out dragging Mineta, whom he had wrapped in his tape. Uraraka. Yes, he said he didn't feel well. Izuku. I see. I'm worried, but if she's sick then there's no cure. Haminari. We'll see her when she feels better. The boys began to advance. Crypto for his part did not make much noise, the dog was quite quiet but followed his master faithfully, although with Kota's rabbit riding on his back. Although for her part, Uraraka turned her worried gaze slightly towards her friend's room, although she continued with her group. Seconds later, the door opened slightly showing that Sayu had peeked out. But nothing happened, now they had to see the last room. Izuku felt slightly nervous. Haminari. The last one is YehosuaHernandez's. Momo. Haha, I feel a little sorry, I think I did it wrong, you have your rooms arranged in an original way, but mine opening the door it's a little tight. A huge bed was what welcomed them, it was so big that it took up almost the entire space. The bed had 4 posts and a light ceiling from which hung curtains, finely tied. The rest of the room looked simple compared to the elegant bed of the brunette. Haminari. Incredulous, how big? But you have very little space. What happened here, YehosuaHernandez? Momo. Sorry, it's the furniture I used at home, but I didn't think the room would be so small. Mina. Thinking. She's a rich girl. The boys looked around the room and after a few minutes they left, heading for the common room and the elevator. Izuku. I guess I won't convince them not to go, right? Mina. Come on, Midori, nothing will happen. Smiling. Izuku and Momo. Thinking. Midori. The girl called the elevator, everyone got off and guided by Izuku, they went to his little place where he would sleep. Izuku. They're going to be so bored. Shoto. Just open it. Momo. Thinking. Izuku's room, why am I so nervous? Mina. Thinking. The strongest in the class, like his quirk, is someone enigmatic. Hagakure. Thinking. Midoriya's room, I wonder why he doesn't want us to go in. The boy just sighed and opened the door, everyone entered and saw that their partner had not lied. It was a single room. He had a desk lamp, his computer, a red, blue and yellow curtain, his blankets were dark blue, although having the Superman shield in the center, but in a different design than the typical S. On the walls there were some posters of heroes like Endeavor, Ash, Edgeshot, Sniper, Nonishimura, but being the most recognizable, those of Superman, there were some that looked like paintings or comic-style covers, there were also some figures of the superhero. Shoto. Always a fan of the heroes. Izuku. Will you shut up? It's kind of embarrassing, It's not something I show very often. Scratching the back of his neck in embarrassment. Mina. It's pretty simple. Hagakure. At least he didn't lie. Mina. Part of me thought he didn't want us to go in because he had kinky stuff. Izuku. Haha, not at all, it's just a little embarrassing. Mina. Well, let's go back to the building. Izuku. Yes, Crypto, stay here, I won't be long, understood. Seeing the dog nod slightly, let me get you some water. Kota. Let me take my rabbit away from you, haha. Izuku. Haha, true. The boy served water to his pet and left, going back to the building where Mina took out a smaller and where everyone left their respective vote. Mina. Okay, have you all voted? Remember, you can't vote for yourselves. Lifting the ballot box and dropping the slips of paper. Okay, the king of the rooms, with 5 votes in total, is Sato Rakido. Sato. Incredulous me. Pointing at himself. Mina. Yes. By the way, all the votes are from the girls, the reason is simple, their cake was delicious. With saliva. Sato. And what about the room? Mineta. Idiot. Hitting Sato. Haminari. Hitting the boy, 2 heroes shouldn't bribe. Sato. It wasn't a bribe, although I'm glad to win. Covering himself from his friend's blows. Shoto. Hey, can we go now? I'm really sleepy. Iida. I guess so, we have nothing to do anymore, besides we have classes tomorrow, just don't forget to brush your teeth, you just ate cake. Izuku. You stayed until the end. Shoto. You too, but I'm leaving now, see you tomorrow. Starting to walk. Izuku. Yeah, me too, my room is the furthest away, and even though it hasn't been long, I don't want to leave Crypto alone, saying goodbye to the bicolor with a fist bump. Iida. Rest. The boys started to leave, Izuku called the elevator, although Uraraka quickly turned around when she heard her friends. Uraraka. Todoroki, Midoriya, wait. Shoto. What's wrong? Izuku. Huh? Everything okay? Uraraka. To tell you the truth, no Iida, Kirishima and Yaoyorozu, you guys don't leave either please. Iida. What's wrong, Uraraka? It's getting late. It's fine for us to live together, but we have things to do tomorrow. Waving his arms. Uraraka. Do you have a minute? The aforementioned looked at the girl in surprise, but without saying anything, she began to walk towards the elevator, the others followed her, all going down together. Once they got off, they also left the building intrigued. Izuku. Well, I appreciate you joining me, but my room isn't that far away, and… Kirishima. Uraraka, where are we? The boys couldn't finish speaking, because in front of them was Tsuyu, who had a slightly sad expression, something strange about her. Uraraka. Also with a sad expression, Tsu said she wanted to tell them something. Izuku. Asui seeing the girl's expression. Insert Yuki Hayashi's loneliness and Radon. Tsuyu. Slightly sad I can't help but say everything that's on my mind, but there are times when I just don't know what to say. Guys, remember what I told you when we were all in the hospital. They'll break the rules. It's the same as acting like villains. Izuku. Feeling guilty yes I remember. Tsuyu. With a semi-broken voice I hardened my heart and said bad things lowering my gaze. Uraraka. Tsuyu stroking her best friend's back encouraging her to keep talking. Tsuyu. But still, they went. On the verge of tears I saw them on TV and when I heard about this morning, I was shocked. I thought I stopped them and I felt terrible, disappointed and also upset. All the boys lowered their gaze slightly, all sad. Izuku clenched his fists, he was selfish, he only thought about himself, he didn't take his classmates into account. Tsuyu. Sobbing I didn't know what to say and that's why I thought I couldn't have fun with the others anymore, that looking up. At that moment, everyone saw her, the girl who didn't seem to have many facial expressions due to her features, now had tears in her eyes, the girl was broken, crying inconsolably. Tsuyu. That made me really sad. That's why I wanted to tell you guys even though I didn't know how, even though I couldn't find the right words, but I still wanted to, also I could talk and have fun with you guys again. Wiping away tears. Uraraka. And well, she wasn't the only one who felt that way, we were all restless and wanted to leave this behind, that's why we did the king of the room thing, because we understood how they felt, please don't blame them I know it's hard, but let's try hard to be able to laugh together again. Slightly animated. The job of a hero is to go where no one calls them, I'll help you fulfill your dream Uraraka, so stop being so closed off to everyone and trust your friends more. Kirishima. Advancing towards Tsuyu with tears Tsu. Getting her attention I'm sorry. Thanks for telling us. Momo. Tsu. Iida. Asui. Shoto. Asui, I'm sorry. Everyone approached the frog girl with tears in their eyes, everyone except Izuku, the green-haired boy stayed in his place, his fists clenched, he felt guilty, if he hadn't encouraged Kirishima, if he had gone alone, if only it were better. Don't let others decide for you, you are your own child. When you save someone, it means that person went through something terrible, in that sense, true heroes not only save lives, but also hearts. Kirishima. I won't do it again. Taking the girl by the shoulders. Momo. Me neither stroking her hair. Iida. Neither do I, it's a promise hugging the girl. Tsuyu was crying inconsolably while everyone tried to calm her down. Izuku. Thinking. Everyone was trying to get things back to normal, somehow trying to cheer us up and cheer themselves up, also they could go back to our daily lives trying to be the best heroes. The boy looked up at the sky, despite what he'd just said something about him was bothering him. It could be said that the boy was questioning his own existence, the reason for his life, his purpose his father was from another universe, his genes belonged to another world, thousands of kilometers away in space, but not only that, but also to another Earth was it right for it to be like this? Did he really have to exist in the world? Izuku saw Tsuyu, her words he had made her worry, made her doubt herself. The boy clenched his fists and just turned and walked away. Was it okay for him to stay there? Did he really deserve to be in that land? Everyone saw it, Tsuyu ran towards the boy taking him by the hand. Tsuyu. Midoriya are you okay? Izuku knew that if he said his feelings, it would only cause pain, he didn't want to do it anymore, he just turned and smiled at the girl. Izuku. Hehe yes, everything is fine Asui, sorry for worrying you, it's just that I left Crypto alone, and I don't want you to worry, everyone should go up or Aizawa will scold you, see you tomorrow. The boy waved goodbye and continued walking. Everyone saw him, Kirishima and Iida nodded, Shoto looked at him for a few seconds confused, Uraraka also fixed her attention on the boy, something about him seemed strange, although like the bicolor, she wanted to attribute it to the dream he said he felt before, but for her part, Momo thought differently, she saw his smile, fake empty. Finally, the boys got in and after a few minutes, they went to bed, the lights in the bedrooms went out, tomorrow the real training would begin. Izuku was somewhat confused, he had already risked his teammates before, he did it at the USJ, and also on Island. The green-haired boy just sighed, he was confused, and there was also the issue of Momo. Izuku sat down on one of the armchairs he had in the small living room. He knew he had to sleep, but he couldn't. Izuku looked at his watch, it was already AM and he was still awake. The freckled boy stood up, his head was a torrent of emotions, but he had to calm down somehow, he had to sleep because tomorrow his classes would continue, and he didn't think Aizawa would allow him to miss them. The boy thought about Nana's and his mother's words, he breathed calmly concentrating on that. A few minutes passed, Izuku smiled slightly, he could already feel how his eyelids were starting to get heavy, he was about to fall asleep, but at that moment his phone rang, the boy picked it up, and when he saw who it was he felt like sleep was leaving him. Izuku approached the door, looked around, seeing that Crypto hadn't woken up, he confirmed this, opened the door, and slowly got up to go in one direction. The boy had left his phone, which before turning off the screen, showed the notification that had made Izuku leave the bedroom. It was a message from Momo. "Momo? Can we talk?" The boy didn't have to fly far, Momo's room was almost in front of his, on the second floor. The boy stopped outside the balcony, a few seconds passed, and the figure of the brunette could already be seen. The girl opened the sliding door and finally came out, she was wearing the clothes from a while ago, apparently the brunette, like him, was clearly lacking in sleep. For his part, Izuku had slowly gone down making the girl look around, doubtful if the freckled man would go. "Izuku? You should sleep, Miss Rozu." Hearing the freckled man's voice appear so suddenly, the girl jumped slightly in fright. "Izuku? Sorry, I didn't want to scare you." "Momo? You didn't do it." "Izuku? Here I am." "Momo? Land, calm down, the balcony is safe." The boy listened and landed carefully. Insert no problem, Instru, by DVWN. "Izuku? Momo, But the boy couldn't say anything else because at that moment he received a strong slap from the brunette. This one wasn't from fury. Izuku was surprised not knowing that this slap hadn't been from fury, but from disappointment. Momo had lowered her head when she did this, but immediately Izuku could hear the girl's sobs. There was no doubt, she was crying. "Momo, you lied to me." "Izuku? Momo, I supported your plan because you promised me you would return safely, because I trusted you when you said there was a way to rescue Bakugo without having to fight. When I saw you jump, I felt stupid, I should have insisted a little more that you stay." Izuku looked at the girl intently, words not coming out of his mouth. "Momo, you were able to return to us. I know you want to hide your powers from the villains, but you were able to reach us in just one jump." "Izuku, I promised you I'd come back." "Momo, when someone promises something so strongly, it's because they will probably break that promise." Izuku opened his eyes because he recognized who that phrase belonged to. "Izuku? Himiko? Momo? Are we nothing to you? Weren't you the one who said that calling me by my name meant you'd earned my trust?" "Izuku? Momo?" At that moment the girl threw herself at the boy, starting to hit him lightly on the chest, while she continued crying without looking him in the eyes. "Momo, I trusted you. I've trusted you every day. When you said that being at UA and being my friend gave you the confidence to use your abilities more confidently, I felt happy because I thought I had managed to help a friend, but if you lied to me about that, then I'm not so sure about that anymore." "Izuku? But I was serious that day, you helped me a lot even if you didn't realize it." "Momo, you're next." That sentence made Izuku's breath hitch slightly. "Izuku? That phrase. Momo. I heard it, Nana-sensei saw the cameras, and Almight pointed at them, that's why everyone took it as a threat to the villains, but when I remembered that you two know each other, why, what did that mean? Because it's your turn now?" The girl had already stopped hitting the boy, but still had her head pressed against his chest. Izuku just sighed and carefully hugged her. This took Momo by surprise, her heart gave a slight jump, but Izuku continued talking. "Izuku? Sorry for worrying you. I knew if I said I would stay, you would try to stop me, but I had to do it. Reinforcements were going to arrive, that was clear, but if I didn't give them something to focus on, they would come after you. I decided that I would be the distraction. It was a stupid plan, I know, but it was the best I could come up with." "Momo. Izuku. Izuku. You're right, I behaved like an idiot, I didn't think things through, but I didn't want to risk you either, because you're very important to me." Momo stopped crying, somehow, those words calmed her crying, but Izuku continued talking. "Izuku. I've felt in many ways, a burden, a monster, I've felt that I shouldn't even exist. UA was supposed to be the safest academy in the world, but when I entered we already saw that this wasn't the case. I know it's silly to say it was my fault, but I can't stop feeling this way. Everything around me, my history, it's quite difficult to digest." "Momo. Idiot." The girl just said, "I'm here." She hit her best friend's chest slightly harder. "Izuku. I know it's just that, considering who I am, what I am, it's inevitable to feel lonely." "Momo. You're not alone, you should know that by now." "Izuku. This is all new to me. Momo. Izuku, I don't know how your life was, but leave the past behind, now you not only have Shoto, you also have us. Izuku. Momo. Momo. Whatever happens, we are here to help you, if something happens to you, please, trust us, trust me, you are my best friend if something happens to you. The boy stroked the brunette's hair slowly, causing the girl to fall silent in surprise. Izuku. Okay, I promise not to promise things I won't keep. For the first time all night, the girl looked up to see the green-haired man who smiled slightly at her, the moon illuminated them both, but Momo was no fool, the girl separated from her companion, slightly wiping away her tears. Momo. Don't make promises you won't keep. Izuku. Haha, I will fulfill this one, after all, I already worried many people once. Momo. If you come up with another plan like that day, I won't be able to cover for you if I don't know what you'll do. Izuku. I'll tell you all the details. Momo. Can I trust you? Izuku. Do you want to know if it is? I'll prove it to you. The boy was about to leave, but at that moment, taking him by surprise, Momo put his glasses back on him. Izuku. Huh? Momo. I told you I'd give them back to you, didn't I? Trust me. The boy smiled and lifted his wings slightly, ready to go to his room. Momo. Will I see you again? Around here? Izuku. We are classmates Momo, I will always be around. The boy was about to leave, but the girl stopped him again, repeating her question. Momo. Can I still trust you? Izuku thought about it for a few seconds, the boy also looked closely at his best friend, Izuku breathed, he had no reason to doubt. Izuku. You know there's a reason I can do all this. Momo. Izuku. Izuku. My father he was Superman. At that moment the girl fell silent, she didn't expect that answer, Izuku only saw his friend for a few seconds. My identity was usually kept secret except from people I trusted completely. We will always have to be careful, son, our identity protects the family, it is not just a disguise, it is a shield for those we love. You have to know who to trust to tell such a big secret. Izuku. Only Shoto's family, him and Himiko know. Momo. Izuku, but. Izuku. See you tomorrow Momo smiling. And with that, the boy walked off to his bedroom, leaving the girl with the impression this was something totally new. On one hand, the girl thought he was cheating on her, somehow he said it to get away with it, but the other part knew that this wasn't a lie, now she knew her best friend's secret, the girl saw Izuku's bedroom and smiled slightly, if he had the confidence to tell her that then she would help him with his secret. For his part, Izuku returned to his room and lay down, somehow, now sleep had returned to him, almost as if it were the consequence of getting rid of a great weight. Izuku and Momo had gone to bed, each in their own room, but aware that now they could talk again with complete confidence between them. For his part, Crypto woke up and slowly went to Izuku, the dog saw how his owner was deeply asleep, but even so, the wolf put his head on Izuku's arm and fell asleep. In the end, everything turned out well for a boy and his dog. Chapter Get ready, your license exam is coming up. The morning came to the High Alliance dormitories, with heaviness, each of the boys woke up, each with a different rhythm, the boys brushed their teeth with surprise to see their classmates, they had forgotten that now they would live together, it would be something difficult to assimilate, but they knew it was for their own good. Not much happened when the boys went to the recreation room, each one prepared their food with a smile, Momo looked calmer, as well as Tsuyu who smiled tenderly. Soon, everyone was sitting down, eating quietly, making a few jokes, apparently adapting to this change faster than they would expect. It wasn't long before the elevator doors opened, revealing Izuku, who was smiling and accompanied by Crypto. Izuku. Good morning. Shoto. Good morning, Izuku, your alarm clock stuck to you. Izuku. Haha no, I had too much weight to get up. The boy stroked Crypto's head as he stood next to his master, sticking out his tongue and wagging his tail happily. Shoto. Haha I see, with good reason, but at least you arrived on time. The boy already had his uniform and backpack ready, so he left it aside and accompanied by his best friend they went to the kitchen, there he served croquettes and water to his faithful pet and he prepared his breakfast. In the end, everyone returned to their rooms ready to change, except for Izuku, who, taking advantage of the large space he had, played a little with his pet. The green-haired man took a ball out of one of his pockets, looking at the dog with a smile. Izuku. See? I told you I'd buy you a new one, this time I promise not to throw it too far haha. The boy continued playing with Crypto for a few minutes until he heard his friends approaching, so he put the toy back in his pocket, he didn't want to disturb Iida or the others. Iida. Guys. Let's go to class calmly. It's our first day under this new system and we have to put on a good face. Waving his arms vigorously like a robot. Mina. We are 5 minutes from the academy, we can go slowly. Everyone started to move forward, ignoring the blue-haired man who, defeated, followed his companion, although once they were downstairs, Shoto accompanied Izuku to his bedroom to leave Crypto. Shoto. And what do you think of the change? Izuku. I can't say much yet, it's only been a day, although it seems like a good idea, somewhat chaotic considering how we are, but good in the end, we'll see how it turns out. Shoto. I guess so, although it seems the crypto is somewhat comfortable, right? Izuku. Well, I assume it was a little easier for him to adapt haha. Shoto. Although the reaction he had yesterday, I thought he would attack without warning. Izuku. Crypto is too overprotective, right kid? Seeing his pet. The boy knelt down, stroking the dog's head, who let him do it. Shoto. I don't know, he's always been a good judge of people. Izuku. Haha, calm down, also remember that he also growled at you the first time he met you. Shoto. Well, considering that your contact with people before was quite aggressive, I think I was right. Izuku. Haha, excuses. Shoto. Izuku looking at Izuku pointing out the obvious. Izuku. Okay, I won't say there are no loose ends, but. Shoto. Having to live with the person who made a part of your life difficult is more than a loose end, plus you told me that he had also growled at Kaminari and Mineta. Izuku. I know, but well, I trust others. Shoto. What did we talk about trust? Izuku. That's not what I meant, I mean you understand, besides the fact that I want to give them the benefit of the doubt, at least for now, you don't have a problem with that, right? Shoto. Seriously looking at his best friend, not at all, but I think the dog does. The boy looked at his pet who was growling angrily, looking towards the boys who apparently were waiting for them. Izuku didn't need to be a fortune teller to know that the huge animal's gaze was fixed on Bakugo. The dog was furious, showing its fangs. Izuku for his part smiled, took the dog, and took it to his bedroom to say goodbye to it. The dog seemed to understand Izuku's message, so he didn't put up any objection, going directly to Izuku's bed and lying down. Izuku. Okay, friend, as soon as I get back and do my chores, we'll walk around a bit, okay? Receiving a nod from the dog. Okay, there's food and water, so calm down, now catch. The boy threw his ball towards the bed, the dog took it with his snout. Izuku smiled and closed the door to leave with his best friend, so the boys arrived at their classroom, where after a couple of minutes, Aizawa appeared, who went directly to the point he mentioned the day before. Aizawa. Well, I think I already mentioned it yesterday, but now I'll say it better, from now on, Class A will focus on getting their provisional licenses. All? Yes. Excited. Aizawa at that moment leaned a little, sharpening his gaze, his face became quite serious. The issue of licenses was something important, a delicate subject that should not be taken lightly. Aizawa. A hero license has a great responsibility to human life, of course, the exam to receive it will be complicated, even the provisional license is only given 2% each year. Mineta. Scared, is it that hard to get? Aizawa. Therefore, today all of you will have to think about at least. At that moment, the door opened. Izuku immediately turned around, seeing that it was Nana, Midnight, Cementus and Ectoplasm. Aizawa. 2 special moves. Kaminari. Special attacks. Mina, Kaminari, Kirishima and Zero. Sounds like something from school and something from Heroes at the same time. Ectoplasm. Special, that means it will be a move that will ensure their victory. Cementus. A movement that is so ingrained in your body that it comes out naturally and no one can copy it. Midnight. The battle is how much you force on your opponent what you are good at, your movements will represent them. Nana. Professional heroes who don't have a special move are very few, an endangered species. Watching Izuku. Aizawa. We'll tell you more about this later, now focus on proceeding logically. Go get your suits, we'll see you at Gamma Gym. All? Yes. Excited. No one took longer than necessary, all the boys arrived at the appointed place, all in their hero costumes, ready for training. Aizawa. Gamma Gym, also called Training Dining Land, or as some know it by its abbreviation TLD. The place was a huge complex, perfect for all kinds of training. Cementus took a few steps forward and, using his quirk, began to form various structures of different shapes and sizes. Cementus. I thought of these facilities myself, the terrain and other things can be prepared for each specific student, that's the intention of the name. Kaminari. I see. Ida. Raising his arm. I have a question. Why would we be using special attacks in our exam? Aizawa. Calm down. I'll tell you everything in order. A hero saves people in various scenarios. Crimes, accidents, natural and man-made disasters. The exam to get their licenses monitored to see how well they can do, their own ability to gather information, make decisions, move and fight, as well as their ability to communicate, attract people, and lead. Each year a different test is used to see how well they do things. Midnight. That's why their fighting ability is very important in their future as heroes, they will do well if they have one. Nana. You could say that there are cases where having a special attack or not will have a big effect. Cementus. Being able to be constant without being influenced by circumstances will be a greater asset on the front. Ectoplasm. Also keep in mind that a special move isn't necessarily an attack. Take Iida's Recipro Burst for example, causing intrigue in the blue-haired man. The temporary speed boost is enough of a threat to be considered one. Iida. So I created a special move without knowing. Sato. We need something that makes us feel like having it gives us the advantage to win watching Iida. Midnight. Exactly. Closing one eye. Kamui Woods, who fought the other day, has his lacquered chain prison. With this he can trap his opponents before they can act. Aizawa. The camp was cancelled, but the training to develop their quirks was part of the process to create their special moves. That is, until next semester, for 10 days or until the end of the holidays, they will create their special moves by developing their quirks. The teachers wasted no time. Cementus and Ectoplasm used their quirks, creating multiple scenarios for the kids to train in. Aizawa. It will be an intensive training. The members of Class A watched this in amazement. Their teacher wasn't lying. Aizawa. Also, you guys should think about how to improve your suits to work better with your growing quirk. Sharpening your gaze again, do it with a plus ultra mentality. Are you ready? All? Yes. Haminari. This is going to be exciting. Smiling next to Bakugo. The boys wasted no time. They separated and began to train with the help of the ectoplasm clones. For example, Ajiro, who although he was the best fighter in the class, lost against his professor who in 2 moves had him on the ground. Ectoplasm. Your movements say I move like this because I have a tail. Examine the fundamentals of your movements. Ajiro. Yes. In pain, thinking. So I'm pretty normal, right? On the other hand, Mina with an aggressive face prepared to use her quirk. Mina. Special attack. I shoot acid from my hands like this. The girl moved her hands back in an energetic and slightly exaggerated manner. Seconds later, she put her palms together and threw them forward, releasing a weak jet of acid. Mina. How are you? Smiling at her teacher. Ectoplasm. If you're going that route, make a nozzle with your fingers and press. The girl did that looking at her teacher who nodded slightly. Mina. So? Ectoplasm. Yes, now shoot. Mina complied, realizing that this way she could launch a concentrated, more powerful and longer range jet, much to the excitement of the girl with the acid quirk. Mina. Completely excited I can shoot it more. Smiling. Ectoplasm. Should we focus on your acid to develop it further? Mina. Yes. Absently moving her arms. For her part, Momo paid close attention to her teacher's lessons. Ectoplasm. Okay, create 2 things at once, you can try something simple. Momo. Animated yes. The girl took a breath and crossed her arms, taking out a metal bar from each one. There was an increase in the girl's abilities, and that was obvious. For his part, Izuku was down below watching how all his friends in their respective cement tower gave their best. Ice, fire, electricity, everything was incredible in anyone's eyes. The boy was the only one who did not have his hero costume, or at least not complete. He wore his classic red cape, but the top of his costume was a simple reinforced black short-sleeved shirt. His pants were of the same color and material. He wore his classic red boots with reinforcement on the shins. Apparently his costume was being modified or repaired. Izuku. Everyone is making great progress. The boy watched his companions attentively, although for a few seconds, and without knowing why, his gaze fixed on Momo, the way she trained, her elegant movements. Ectoplasm. Hitting Izuku in the back of the head. Why are you on the moon? Izuku. Heh, sorry, it wasn't intentional. The boy smiled slightly seeing his teacher, but without knowing that above, Momo saw him. The girl did not know at what moment her gaze fell on the green-haired boy. The girl blushed a little seeing how he looked at her, but she also smiled seeing how Ectoplasm took him out of his distraction, although he quickly returned to concentrate on his training, so as not to suffer the same fate as his partner. Izuku. Well, I was thinking about the special movement. I personally haven't thought of anything besides my quirk. Ectoplasm. It's true, your range of abilities gives you a wider repertoire of options, but due to your inexperience using them, it's still far from being considered consistent. Okay, so let's start with the basics first. Do you have a defined style? Izuku. I don't think so. I'm supposed to be someone who uses his fists. I know some combat techniques, but I still have a hard time combining them using my other abilities like my flight. Ectoplasm. Okay, so for today focus on that, mix your skills, increase your power. Izuku. Okay. The boy stood up straight, gave a slight jump and stayed in the air slightly ready to start. Although what Izuku didn't know was that the training would become somewhat uncomfortable for him. Almight. Everyone trains pretty hard, huh? Aizawa. Huh. Almight. Nana. Toshinori. Almight. I'm transforming into his muscular form here, even though I wasn't asked, because I have nothing else to do. Giving a thumbs up, smiling. Aizawa. That's right, you shouldn't be here. What you should do is focus on recovering for next semester. Almight. Detransforming. Hey, don't be mean, it's the special movements class, I couldn't miss it, besides, I'm also his teacher. Nana. Fine, but don't be late next time. Turning to look at Izuku, thinking. I thought he'd have more trouble, but it seems like he's really trying, smiling. Izuku was already on his respective pillar, fighting against ectoplasm. On the other hand, a loud bang was heard calling everyone's attention. It was Bakugo who launched himself at his teacher without caring what was around him. Bakugo. Die. Shooting towards the clone that dissipated. It's been a while since I could do what I wanted, smiling sadistically. Ectoplasm. Your damn stupid clone died, give me another one. Almight. Watching Bakugo. Young Bakugo is pretty amazing. Aizawa. He's getting much stronger, he just has to work on his attitude. Uraraka. Floating. Wow, he's really motivated. Sato. It seems more like he's letting go of all his frustration. Haminari. He already has an idea of how to do his special move, it shouldn't surprise us, he already had his hero name long before entering the academy. Hagakure. Yes, but what he does distracts everyone. Ectoplasm. Concentrate. Mineta. I've been working since I was a kid on a special movement I call Grape Rush. Haminari. You too. Did everyone think about it before? Ectoplasm. When a child discovers his quirk, his curiosity makes him imagine what he can do with it, has something like that never crossed your mind? Haminari. Well, I've always been thinking about an electric sword, I'm really excited about the idea of being able to use it for real. Ectoplasm. But do you think you can shape electricity and maintain it for a long period of combat? Haminari. For his part, Izuku was serious, the boy remained in the air thinking. Izuku. Special move, thinking. Dad never had one. You are not your father, even though you wear the S, your suit is not the same. Professional heroes that don't have a special move are very few, an endangered species. Their fighting ability is very important in their future as heroes, they will do well if they have one. A movement that is so ingrained in your body that it comes out naturally and no one can copy it. Nana. Do you want some advice? Don't try to run when you can't walk yet. Izuku. Huh. What kind of advice is that? Thinking. I'm not like my father, but I don't have a quirk like them either. This is quite complicated, and that advice didn't help me much. The boy wanted to ask his aunt more things, but the woman returned to her place. On the other hand, All Might walked towards Kirishima with the intention of giving him some advice. Nana. Thinking. It's not considered teaching if I always give you the answer, find it yourself, Izuku, try hard. The beautiful woman approached Aizawa, both saw how now it was the blonde who walked among the students, personally advising each of them. Aizawa. What are you doing? Nana. No idea. They both looked at the blonde until suddenly they saw that in the back pocket of his pants, he had a book that said. Even idiots can be teachers. Simple education theory. Nana. Huh. Incredulous. So, all day they focused on training their quirks until the afternoon. Aizawa. As for your suits, don't think about improvements outside of your specialty, if there's something you want to change, go to the support workshop and ask an expert. Izuku walked through the halls of the academy still wearing his suit, the boy was heading to the workshop that his homeroom teacher mentioned. Izuku. Thinking. My Aunt Nana's advice didn't help me much, I didn't even understand it well, but it must mean something, and I'll find out, I can't stay behind, I'll train every day if necessary to control my power, to exploit its full potential. Clenched fist. The boy smiled, feeling slightly better, he had a motivation. For his part, without Izuku knowing it, walking down the hallway away from him, there were also Hagakure, Iida, Uraraka, Shoto and Momo talking to each other happily. The five of them were walking down the hallway, also ready to get to the support workshop and modify their suits. Iida. I see, so you're concentrating on making your body float. Uraraka. Yes, if I add more mobility, then I'll be able to use all the martial arts knowledge I learned during my internship with Gunhead. Shoto. Mobility in space. Like Superman. Uraraka. Yes, I was inspired by him, maybe I can't move freely, but he's still dangerous. Aoirozu. It's amazing. Uraraka. Yes, I'm also working on something for the movement, but first I need to see how functional it would be, but what about you, Iida? Iida. Well, it's something simple, first I want to reduce the demerits of my recipro, I think I'll ask the studio to improve my radiator. The boys continued moving forward when suddenly, Uraraka saw the green-haired boy who was in front of the door. Uraraka. Huh. Hey look, it's Midoriya. Momo. That's true. Hagakure. Since I saw you leave earlier, I was wondering where you were. Momo. Most likely he came to see the progress of his suit. The girl started walking a little faster with a smile on her face. Iida. Just don't run in the hallways. Momo. Ignoring the blue-haired boy Izuku. Calling the green-haired boy's attention, did you come to see the progress of your suit? Izuku. Huh. Momo. Happy yeah, I came to see if you had it for. The boy looked at the girl with a smile, he took the lever, but before he could do anything else, a powerful explosion hit Izuku, all the boys were alarmed, the smoke was quite dense, nothing could be seen, suddenly, a painful voice began to be heard. May. It hurts. Our loader. You shouldn't put everything you can think of. May. Encouraged failure is the mother of invention, Power Loader Sensei, that's what Thomas Edison said, even if what you do doesn't work as you wanted, it doesn't have to be a waste of time. Power Loader. This isn't the time for that. Can't you just listen to me for once, Hatsum? Izuku. Are you okay? May. Hey yes, thank you very much, it almost didn't hurt. The smoke slowly dissipated, revealing the result of the accident. Power Loader coughed as he leaned against the doorframe, although the biggest surprise was for Momo. The beautiful brunette saw how May was on top of Izuku, who apparently prevented the girl from getting hurt, but what surprised and even slightly annoyed the brunette is that apparently the pink-haired girl had fallen on Izuku, putting her breasts covered by a shirt almost on his face. May. By the way, since when are you here? The green-haired boy released May, who stood up without giving importance to what happened. Izuku, although he did get nervous, looked away to avoid an awkward moment. The girl went back into the workshop followed by the boys, although Momo was next to Izuku. May. Sorry for the outburst, long time no see guys, I already forgot your names. Izuku. I'm Izuku. Midoriya looking away. Momo. I am Momo Yaoyorozu, seeing Izuku worried. Iida. I'm Iida Tenya, the one you used as an advertisement at the sports festival. Waving his arms. May. I see, turning around ignoring the boys. Well, I'm busy with my babies. The girl said this and walked away, not caring that the way she said it had taken the boys by surprise. Izuku. Wait, I came here to see if Power Loader Sensei already had my suit. I think that in addition to repairing it, they were going to add improvements and… The pink-haired girl stopped when she heard these words, it seemed like something had turned on in her head. May. Upgrades to your suit. How interesting. Getting too close to Izuku. Izuku. This slightly uncomfortable. Momo. Ahem, clearing her throat. Our loader. Hatsum. Getting the girl's attention. It's fine for you to come and go to the studio now that there are bedrooms, but if you go any crazy, I'll expel you. May. Huh. Izuku. Sensei bowing slightly. Our loader. Ah, it's you, if Eraserhead told me, you're coming to change your outfits, right? Come with me. Izuku. Well Our loader. Don't worry, your suit is almost ready. The man pressed a button, and then all the smoke in the place was dissipated by means of fans and air respirators, as well as some drones began to clean, leaving the entire place resplendent. Izuku. Amazed. Wow. Looks like a secret base. Our loader. Seeing the boys. Okay, you guys give me the instructions for your suits, they were in the box with your suits, right? I have a license to modify your suits in addition to the heroic one, so I'll do what I can with your specifications. Receiving the instructions for small changes and repairs, I can report them to the company and they will do the paperwork, but for big changes, I must submit a formal request and ask the company for the design. Then the government will review the new suit and once approved, it will return here. Anyway, the agencies we handle here are the best, so I'll usually be back in at least 3 days. Iida. I see. Our loader. For example, Midoriya, his suit has not needed such drastic changes, more than simple repairs and design, that the agency in charge took the liberty of doing. Because of this, he can count on his suit in a short time. Izuku. Well. My quirk is an emitter type, I suppose, although it also mixes with an augmentation one, you know, for super strength, speed, heat vision, flight, ice breath, so I didn't think I needed any kind of support other than great resistance. Our loader. From the fights I know you've had, you do well to have an indestructible suit as your cape. Iida. His cape. Uraraka. It's true, in all the time I've known you, I've never seen your cloak suffer any damage. Our loader. As a hero and inventor, that still makes me very curious, the material, it's virtually indestructible. Hagakure. Indestructible. Can something like that exist? Our loader. Midoriya's fighting style is based on using his fists, his increased strength and speed, in theory, and from what I saw in the USJ videos your cape should have ripped, but no, although to be honest, it's not the first time I've seen those materials. Iida. Where else? At that moment, Izuku and Shoto looked slightly nervous, Momo also saw the green-haired boy worried. Only his family, Shoto and Himiko, know. The girl tried to think of a way to keep the secret from her best friend, but this was not necessary. Our loader. Yes, in fact it was in Superman's suit. When I was a student, they showed us fibers, materials and more things that we had to use to experiment and discover new alloys, with which we could help the heroes. Later, and when I graduated, I had the honor of being in charge of repairing Superman's suit, but the composition of his suit, I had never seen anything like it. It even seemed out of this world. The only thing I could do was patches that would help it withstand his constant fights. Uraraka. So Superman's suit is the same as Midoriya's cape? Our loader. In essence, yes. Shoto. Well, it would make sense drawing everyone's attention. The boy's voice caught everyone's attention. Izuku saw his best friend wanting to freeze his mouth, but Shoto kept talking. Shoto. I think Superman's suit was made at my father's agency, and Izuku's suit too. Hagakure. Really? Shoto. Yes, our mothers have been friends for years, that's why he and I have known each other for a long time. Iida. I see, so your father designed both of their outfits. Shoto. Yeah, I don't get along with the old man, but I must admit he did a great job. Iida. Good thinking. If their families have been friends for a long time, then he must have noticed the similarities, so he thought a similar suit would be quite efficient. Izuku. Why yes, breathing a sigh of relief, thinking. Thanks, Shoto, sorry if I thought about freezing you. Hour later. That explains it, but well, Midoriya's suit is ready, they just have to send it, like I said, it was fast, just a few light touches. Momo. That's great, Izuku. Seeing the boy smiling. Izuku just nodded slightly, although at that moment, a chill ran through his body when he felt some hands wandering over his torso. The boy slowly looked down, seeing with surprise that it was Mei, who was touching his body, causing the boy a little discomfort and surprising Momo. Izuku. Mei. Mei. Yes, I see, touching the boy's body. Momo. Awkward Hatsum, what do you think you're doing? Slightly annoyed. Mei. So what does it look like? I touch his body. Yes, it's more solid than it looks, seeing the boy smiling. Izuku just looked away, he was quite uncomfortable, apparently, the girl didn't care about invading people's personal space, or she did it involuntarily. Mei separated from the boy, looking at him without removing her excited smile. Mei. I remember you, you're the guy from the sports festival with whom I teamed up in the horse race. Izuku. Why yes. Mei. You say your quirk is an emitter and multiple boost going to the other side of the workshop, you use the S just like the. Mei began to search excitedly through multiple drawers. Mei. Okay, in that case you could use this. The girl took something out and from one moment to the next ran towards Izuku who, without being able to avoid it, ended up wearing a completely different suit than the one he usually wore. This new suit looked more like a full body armor, which gave the impression of being tight to the body, although it also looked somewhat crude, it had cables on the lower parts of the arms, in addition to appearing to have several plates covering the important parts, and also a belt. Mei. Completely excited the baby she was keeping, the power suit. Izuku. T-power suit. Mei. It reads the contractions of all the muscles in your body and supports the movements. It also has many weapons, the biggest one being what I like to call the smart hammer. At that moment, the inventor pressed a button and a huge mallet appeared from one of the boy's hands. Mei. Hits harder the further it is thrown, is capable of independent flight, and has an onboard computer guidance and analysis system that is capable of detecting stress points on a target. The suit also has the strongest antivirus ever created, which would protect you in case someone tried to hack the suit and also to fight against computer viruses. The helmet also serves as protection against someone who might have a mind control quirk. It contains powerful rocket boots, laser weapons, and best of all, the suit is bulletproof, which would prevent you from having to constantly repair it. Izuku. This but. Mei. Yes, I know what you're going to say, just give me a few minutes. The girl went to the other side of the workshop, took a plate, rivets, drill, hammer, began to weld, and then returned to stick what she had done on Izuku's chest, who saw that it was the S-shield which was huge, occupying the entire chest area. Mei. Done. This is my baby. Izuku. I appreciate the thought, turning to look at the inventor, but I think you're forgetting that I can make almost everything your armor does on my own. Don't take this the wrong way, I think my normal suit is fine, besides. Mei. Interrupting the boy, and it begins. At the voice command, the armor began to move, following the natural movement of Izuku's body. Izuku. Huh. That's amazing. It really moves on its own. Momo just looked somewhat confused at the suit, which after a few seconds, tried to keep moving without the boy wanting it. Izuku. Huh. It's wait, it won't stop. Momo. Izuku. Mei. Stop. The girl gave the command, but the suit did not stop. Izuku put force preventing the suit from continuing to move. A few seconds passed, and the armor began to smoke. Iida. Midoriya. Momo. Turn it off, Mei. Hagakure. I think it's going to explode, moving away slightly. Hatsum. The commands aren't working. It must have been a controller glitch. Hagakure. Midoriya. The boy was preventing the suit from moving, but he only had to apply a little more force, and the suit returned to its original position, although everyone heard how, when doing this, gears were broken, among other things. Momo. Are you okay? Seeing the boy. Izuku. Taking off his helmet. Well yes, but sorry Mei. Mei. Downplaying it. Oops, it seems I made a mistake in the operational limit, sorry, smiling. The boy slowly began to take off the girl's suit. The pink-haired girl continued talking about future improvements, ignoring everything else. Iida took advantage of this to approach his superior stealthily so that Mei would not see him. Iida. Lowering his voice and say, I would like you to improve the coolant in my legs. The boy couldn't continue talking when he heard Mei's voice behind him. Mei. Smiling in that case. Iida didn't know when the girl took him and put a pair of motors in his arms. Mei. Use this baby. Iida. Oh hey. Mei. It's an electric amplifier with super freezers that cools down hot things instantly. Izuku stood up taking off the rest of his suit. Momo took it and slowly they both began to walk away. Mei. It's my baby. Iida. I don't need a Hatsume amplifier, my quirk is in. Mei. Amplifier, on. The poor boy could not say anything else because the girl pressed a button, the engine started and with incredible speed, the boy was lifted until he hit the roof. Izuku. Iida. Shoto. I think Hatsume is something. Hagakure. Hyperactive. Iida. Already on the ground my quirk is in my legs. Mei. Haha, I know, but you know what I think. If you want to cool down your legs, why not run with your arms? Iida. Huh. Annoyed. Izuku. What? Don't try to run when you can't walk yet. Our loader. What are you saying? Stop the nonsense. Hitting Mei in the head. Izuku. Don't try to run. Momo. Izuku. Our loader. Sorry, she's too self-centered. Iida. I know it all too well shaking slightly. Momo. Me too. Our loader. But if everyone wants to be a hero, I think they should improve and cherish their relationship with her, because whether they like it or not, they'll look for her when they become professionals. Narrowing his eyes, look at that, pointing to a pile of objects in the workshop. It may look like a pile of junk, but they're support objects that she started making since the beginning of classes. Even if there are no classes, she always thinks of something during all this time. I've seen many kids in the support course, but there is something about her, something about Hatsume that makes her special. Izuku. Classes started 4 months ago seeing the objects, and he already has so many of these. Our loader. Einstein said, common sense is the prejudices acquired until the age of. She isn't afraid of failure and thinks and tests new ideas all the time. Innovators aren't bound by existing ideas. The boy began to look at the pink-haired girl attentively. Something in her words made him remember those of Nana and his mother. Something clicked in his head. Izuku. That's it. Iida. Midoriya. What's going on? You may not notice, but we're not moving forward in our suits. Izuku. Well, that's true, but. Momo. Seeing the green-haired boy Izuku, your face suddenly perked up happy. Izuku. Huh. Really? Slightly blushed. Well, I had an idea, haha, but what about you? Are you going to make changes to your costume? Momo. Well, I was thinking about some slight modifications to help me with my creation and. But the girl could no longer continue speaking because from one moment to the next, Mei appeared behind her with a rather strange invention. Mei. Really? Then why don't you try this, baby? Momo. Huh. What's that? Will it explode? Mei. None of that, if you press this button, it helps you. Izuku. Something black is coming out. Shoto. Hatsume. For Izuku everything happened slowly. The green-haired boy took Momo, Uraraka and Hagakure, putting them behind him with his super speed. Shoto covered himself and Iida with ice. At that moment, the workshop exploded again, thanks to one of Hatsume's inventions gone wrong. Mei. Sorry, downplaying it. The boys ran away from the workshop after leaving their specifications. Classes had ended, and the boys went to their bedrooms to rest, although in Izuku's case, he kept his promise to his pet. The boy put his crypto leash on him, and they both went out for their classic walk, which took the rest of the afternoon and part of the night before dinner. The next day, training continued. Shoto was trying hard to use both sides simultaneously. Zero kept pulling out tape without stopping, although at least it was less painful now. The copies that Shoji could make had increased in strength and speed, hand, eye, mouth, ear. It was no longer a problem for the huge gray-haired boy. Kirishima's speed and strength had also increased, now managing to make a considerable crater with just a couple of hits. Sayu's camouflage had also obtained a quite clear improvement, as well as the control that Tokoyami had over Dark Shadow. Even in the dark, yes, everyone was excited. Orders to Hatsume came and went. The girl had a lot of work. The new suits for each boy in Class A were being delivered and tested. Everyone had improved significantly. The resistance of Mineta, Sato, Iida and Uraraka was increased. No one stopped for anything in the world. Even after 4 days, the spirits did not fall. Almight. Entering. Hey, Aizawa, Nana, how's everyone? Aizawa. You're coming again? Well, you could say there's significant progress. For his part, Izuku advanced towards the training room. The boy had received his new suit and still had it in his suitcase, meeting Mineta. Mineta. What's up, Midoriya? Did you get your new suit yet? Izuku. Yeah, it's just that I'm going to the locker room haha, to be honest, I haven't seen it yet. Mineta. You should have taken the opportunity to change your entire style, your outfit is boring. Izuku. Hey, at least I don't wear a diaper, besides it's okay touching his chest with a smile. It's not my birthday. I know, but I thought this is something you should have. I know you'll be left with it, who better than your mother to give you directions? We use your father's cloak. Even in the darkest moments, hope finds its way, hope is the light that brings us out of the darkness. Izuku. I don't want to change the base too much. So the boy continued walking next to the little boy until their path separated so Izuku could change. In the gym, the boys showed their progress, an example of this being Tokoyami, who had learned to cover himself with the help of Dark Shadow, improving his strength and skill. Aizawa. Some have already established what their style will be, finally. Nana. It didn't cost them much, they all put in a lot of effort. Almight. Many already had it was just a matter of defining them, but look, there are those who are concentrating on creating multiple movements watching Bakugo. The blonde began to walk, looking up, seeing how Bakugo had managed to launch a small but powerful shot, which had managed to penetrate a cement wall. Bakugo. Ha. I did it. Almight. Young Bakugo is doing well as always. Aizawa. Yes. Almight. Haha, he's the best in the class for a reason. The man just smiled and turned around to return to his companions, unaware that at the top, the cement had been weakened by the shot and a large piece had come loose, beginning to fall in the direction of the retired hero. Bakugo. Huh. Hey, watch out. Aizawa. Take it off. Ready to use his bandages. For her part, Nana was about to use the embers of her one for all for a jump to take out her former pupil. All Might just looked up waiting for the blow, but this. I didn't arrive. No one saw him even move, from one moment to the next, the black blur transformed into a person who raised his fist. Nana was surprised, but seconds later she smiled. The boy who had focused on hiding his power for so long, had no free control over it, didn't know how to move, thought that using everything at once was the answer, as easy as breathing. I didn't know the answer was in his own words, as easy as breathing you do it unconsciously, you take one step at a time. The boy tensed his fist and released the enormous blow. He did not lose his balance, he did not fall, the boy managed to destroy the enormous rubble with a single punch, and contrary to how he landed before, now he stayed slightly in the air and slowly lowered himself until he touched the ground. Everyone's faces were surprised, because although his suit did not change in color, it could be seen that now he looked a little more imposing. Bakugo's distraught face denoted his disbelief. All Might felt a slight tremor in his body, because this image was difficult to forget. Instantly the blonde remembered the man of tomorrow. All Might only gulped, but Nana only widened her smile. Nana. That's how it's done. The boy finally landed breathing happily, although when he advanced towards the blonde, this smile was erased changing to a serious expression. Izuku. Are you okay, All Might? Izuku. Are you okay, All Might? Seriously. All Might. Why yeah, slightly nervous. The boy just nodded slightly and rose again. Izuku. You should be more careful, seriously. The boy was about to walk away, he didn't feel comfortable being next to the blonde, he knew he had to be professional, because despite everything he was still his teacher, but even so, if he could avoid it, he would do it without hesitation. Izuku had already started to walk away slowly, but Kirishima approached him, the Redeed looked happy and excited. Kirishima. Amazed Midoriya, what was that? Izuku. Haha, I want to think it wasn't a big deal. Kirishima. Dude, you moved with impressive speed, I didn't even see when you did it. Izuku. Haha, well, better control over my power, but what about you? You also changed your suit. Kirishima. Hahaha, well, you're not the only one with surprises, bro. Izuku. Your arms, did you put protections on them because of how sharp they are when they harden? Kirishima. Hey yes, it also helps a little for the cold, but look, Shoto also has more things, even Jiro slightly blushing when mentioning her, we all change a little. Izuku. It's great. Kirishima. Well, we must stay focused for the exam, it's not something we can take lightly. Izuku. True. Kirishima. But what about you? With how well you handle your power, how would you feel about having a fight against me? Izuku. Really? Kirishima. Come on, man, come on, it'll be fun fist bumping. Izuku. Hahaha, just a sparring match, okay. Kirishima. Yes. Redeed stood on guard activating his quirk, Izuku prepared to go down and strike, but at that moment, everyone would be interrupted. Lad King. Enough, Class A. Class B will occupy this spot for the rest of the afternoon. Appearing with his students. Izuku. Class B. Down slightly. Kirishima. Haha, come on, how inopportune deactivating his quirk. Lad King. Eraser, come out at once. Aizawa. It's not even his time yet. Nana. That's right, we still have minutes left, you're not the best person when it comes to time, right Vlad? Monoma. Entering the place, did you know? The license exam has a % failure rate. All of you should fail. Smiling arrogantly. Hiroshima. Thinking. He says what he thinks. The blonde entered the gym with a cheerful step, his classic contemptuous look. The blonde walked strutting, gloating over himself, shamelessly parading his hero costume, which was quite simple despite its elegance. This had a double-breasted black tuxedo with 2 long tails that reached almost to his ankles. 3 watches hung from one of the 2 belts around his waist. The boy wore the collar of his shirt high, perhaps to look superior. Around his neck was a blue and black dotted tie. Both his jacket and his pants were black, with some exceptions. The boy said, "I'm back," and started laughing irritably, making fun of the others. Hiroshima. Is that Monoma's outfit? Approaching Kendo. Kendo. According to him, since his quirk is about copying, he doesn't need anything eccentric. Hiroshima. Uncomfortable and nervous, and isn't that suit eccentric? Takumi. Although it has a reasonable point of view hiding dark shadow, if we take the exam, our destiny is to crush each other. Izuku. Yes, but we are still partners. The boy advanced towards Monoma, who stopped laughing. Monoma. Huh? You came to fight? Looking at the boy mockingly. Izuku. Haha, not at all, in fact I came to wish you good luck. If what you say is true, then we should all make an effort. Monoma. Are you saying I should try harder because I'm nothing compared to you or the rest of your classmates? Is Class A that arrogant? Izuku. No, don't take it like that, that's not my intention. I just want to wish you and all your companions luck. I know they are strong, but we shouldn't take things for granted. The boy smiled at the blonde and continued walking until he met a girl with thorny green hair. Izuku. Nice to see you again, Ibara. Ibara. Forgive my partner's impertinence, Midoriya. Izuku. No, I understand, he must have his reasons. The boy smiled at the religious girl, who blushed slightly. Izuku also greeted Tetsu and returned to his companions. Aizawa. I knew they would take that into account, but it is precisely for that reason that classes A and B will apply the exam in different places. Monoma. Ha. Disguising a sigh of relief. Lad King. That's true, it's something I was going to tell you. Nana. The exams are in June and September in 3 places in the country, all at the same time. Lad King. To prevent the same school from fighting each other, they separate by time or place. Monoma. Breathing a sigh of relief, it's a shame we won't be facing each other. Ha ha ha. Hiroshima. He just breathed a sigh of relief. Haminari. He's quite a weirdo, I wonder if there's a name for his mental illness. Zero. All the schools, huh? I see, I hadn't thought that through, going down with the help of his tapes, but we'll be going up against other schools. Izuku. Yes, helping Momo to get down, and in our case, we will speed up the process to get them. Aizawa. Do you want more pressure? There are only a few first-year students across the country applying for a license, which means you'll be taking the exam against more capable students, with quirks you don't know about and who have had more time to train them. Haminari. That's not fair. Scared. Nana. The content of the exam is uncertain even for us, but it is certain that you will have difficulties. We do not want to worry you, but it is better that you keep that in mind, seeing Izuku, who was already in front. All? Yes. Izuku. Thinking. It's true, the exam will be quite difficult, but I shouldn't pressure myself. I train to be able to overcome everything that comes in front of me. I will do my best to pass the exam and get my license. That is my goal to achieve. The boy had a serious face. He was determined, he was not going to fail. The road to being a hero was still long, but getting his license would be a big step that he was willing to take. After the exam begins, show your true face. The girls sat down on the couches in the recreation room. It was already nighttime, many had already had dinner, and others had retired to their respective rooms, so being alone, they could talk comfortably and confidently without interruption from the boys. Mina. Stressed, we work a lot every day. Hagakure. Haha, well, there's a reason it's called exhaustive training, Mina. Momo. Also, let's not forget that there is less than a week left until the exam, it is normal for the pressure to be higher. Hagakure. Yeah, Momo, how's your special move going? Momo. I wouldn't know how to answer that, I have something in mind, but my body can't take it yet, so improving my quirk is my priority. Hagakure. Well, you're one of the most capable in the class, I'm sure you'll manage to do it. What about you two? Sai. I managed to perfect a movement even more like a frog drinking a strawberry milk, I'm sure it will surprise you. Kiro happy. Hagakure. And you, Ichako? Uraraka. Haha, well, I think I'm the same as Momo, I still don't know what to say. My training is based on holding back my nausea more, but it's complicated to train with ectoplasm sensei. He makes me float along with large debris. Haha, sometimes he gets carried away, although at least I can move better, plus I managed to improve my comet home run, and now I have a better idea for movement in the air. The girl smiled happily that her training was bearing fruit. The girls continued talking. Momo for her part stood up and went to the kitchen ready to prepare tea. Mina. I can't believe everyone is so excited and only I'm exhausted. Yawning. Jiro. Well, we're excited because we're discovering the potential of our quirks. Hagakure. That's right, now we have a better idea of what we can do. Uraraka. That's true, for example, take a girl who is in high school and whose quirk seems to be manipulating water. If at that time you ask her how her quirk works, she will simply tell you that, manipulating water. Mina. Okay, but what's the point? Uraraka. The point is that if you give him training like the one we have now along with preparation time, the knowledge and techniques he will have will be greater, and in the end he will discover that no, his quirk is not simply manipulating water, but the humidity of the environment that would give him a more extensive idea of how to use his quirk. If he can manipulate humidity, then maybe he could freeze it, create an ice barrier, a sword, or to put out fires. Mina. Or maybe she decides to become a villain and freezes the body's moisture and kills instantly with a fake evil laugh. Hagakure. It's not funny. Mina. Boring pouting. Uraraka. It's not that, it's just that no. Already told us, all quirks are dangerous, no matter how simple it may seem, one wrong move and you know. But the pink-haired girl just sighed bored. Momo returned with a small steaming teapot and a cup. The girl put the teapot on the table and poured herself a light sip. Mina. But we don't even have time for ourselves. To talk like girls, we're teenagers after all. Jiro. And what do you want to talk about? Mina. For boys. The answer made the girl rocker look away. It was an answer she didn't want to receive. Hagakure. Huh. Slightly curious. Mina. Things of love. You know, the anxiety in your body, the butterflies in your stomach, the strong beating of your heart, the sweat on your hands, always thinking about that person. With emotion. The girl sounded quite excited as she spoke. All the girls were even surprised by the way the girl expressed herself. She even moved her arms energetically. It seemed the subject was something that she really seemed to be passionate about. Mina. Interrogating each other to know who that person is excited. Sigh. That's not a good thing to be honest, it was already too much seeing the boys' room slightly uncomfortable. Mina. But that's funny. For example Uraraka, she always hangs out with Midoriya, Iida, Kirishima and Todoroki, do you like any of them? Uraraka. What? Mina. Let it go. Uraraka. Haha no, although I can say that they are handsome, I am not really attracted to any of them, besides I have other things to think about. Mina. That's not fair. Uraraka. Hey, that's my way of seeing things, and why don't you ask the others? Jiro, Sayu, Hagakure and Yamomo are also joining us. You can ask them. Jiro. I'm not attracted to them either, my heart is in music, at least this way they can't break it. Hagakure. My feelings are as invisible as I am hehe waving her bracelets amusedly. Sayu. Well, I think the same as Ichako, our friends are cute, but I don't know them well enough to say that I'm romantically attracted to one of them. Mina. And you, Yamomo? You always hang out with Midoriya, is there something going on? With a mischievous smile. Momo. Me. Slightly surprised to hear the green-haired boy's last name. Mina. Huh. I noticed a slight blush. Excited did you and him? Momo. No, it's just that I got burned with the tea putting down the cup, but answering your question, I think I agree with Sayu, it would still be too early to say that one of them attracts me, besides with all the training we've had, it's not like we have all the time in the world haha. Hagakure. But she's right that you hang out with Midoriya a lot, you even call each other by name. Momo. Haha well, that's no mystery, to be honest despite the short time I've known him, I consider Izuku my best friend, he's a person I can trust completely, he showed it to me at the sports festival, in the exams before the holidays and on Island. And I still trust you? You know there's a reason I can do all this. Izuku. My father he was Superman. Only Shoto's family, him and Himiko no. Izuku, but. See you tomorrow Momo. Momo. Even though here is Ein from the position of president, I know I can still trust him. The girl just smiled satisfied with her answer, although for her part, Mina just sighed bored. Momo. Haha, besides it's already late, we should go to sleep, tomorrow we start early. Mina. What? No. I want to know more, even if it's not important, I want to talk about love. The girl just smiled and stood up. Sayu. I already told you Mina, interrogating us is not good, in the end we could only get quite uncomfortable. So the girls stood up and each one began to walk, but for her part, Momo returned everything used to the kitchen and washed the dishes. Upon returning, she saw a black blur, which headed to the ground, so intrigued, the girl went to the huge window, seeing how it was Izuku who was practicing his landing at different speeds, as well as some movements like punches or kicks. Izuku. On the grass yes, I just have to know which skill to use, keep them all out, but focus on using only the necessary ones writing it down in his notebook. Meanwhile, in the recreation room, the beautiful girl watched the green-haired boy attentively, a smile formed on her face and from one moment to the next, her hand went towards her chest without her realizing it, her heart rate increased a little, and a slight shine appeared in her eyes. The girl looked at the green-haired man for a few more seconds until she reacted, shook her head from side to side and went to her room. The days passed, each of the boys and girls from classes A and B trained tirelessly, all trying to reach their full potential. But faster than they expected, the training days passed, and so the long-awaited moment arrived. Exam day. The site set for the provisional license exam for Class A was the Dagaba National Arena. Early in the day everyone woke up with different emotions in their bodies. They got ready and went out. Izuku said goodbye to Crypto, promising to return with his ID with him. The dog only barked in response, happy, supporting the green-haired. Nana had promised that she would take him for a walk, so Izuku left calmly. All the students of Class A boarded the UA bus, which after a long time stopped. The entire class got off, all still with different emotions in them. Jiro. How nervous, closing his eyes. Mineta. What will we have to do? Nervous, I wonder if I'll get it. Aizawa. Appearing in front of the dwarf Mineta. Don't ask yourself if you can or not, just go and do it. Mineta. Yes, of course. Aizawa. Looking at his students, if you pass the exam and get your license, the eggs will turn into chickens. If you succeed, you will become semi-professionals, so try hard. Nodding slightly. The minor. Yes. I'll be a chicken. Smiling. Hiroshima. We don't have to hesitate, guys. Remember, let's go further. Tensing his fist. Plus. All the boys in Class A prepared to shout together, but without realizing it, a boy slipped in among them, wearing a white shirt and hat. Everyone in the odd one out. Ultra. This stranger's scream was the one with the most energy, so everyone was surprised by this. Don't get involved in other people's moods, Inasa approaching the strange boy. Inasa. Oh. That's right. I'm pressing my arms to my body, very sorry. The strange boy then bowed so hard that even his head hit the ground, so hard that it caused a slight cry from Mineta. Haminari. Doesn't that guy get excited about something really weird? Aizawa. Recognizing the boy, that's. Jiro. Wait, that uniform. Izuku. Shoto seeing the bicolor. Shoto. Yes, it's them, recognizing the uniform. Izuku. The famous Western school, Shiketsu. Bakugo. Famous. Making light of the students, the only good thing they have is that Shiketsu is in the west while UA is in the east, so they can't compete. Izuku. An elite school that rivals UA, ignoring the blonde. Inasa. Quickly standing up, I just wanted to say it once, plus ultra. I like UA. It's an honor for me to be able to compete against the UA kids. It's a pleasure. Are you bleeding? The girl with the same uniform as Inasa caught the boy's attention, who already felt the bright liquid running down his forehead, the result of that fierce impact. Let's go, starting to walk. Aizawa. Inasa Urashi. Hagakure. Sensei, do you know him? Aizawa. He's strong. Everyone. Huh. Aizawa. Last year, just like all of you watching the boy walk away, Urashi got the best grades of those recommended, but for some reason, he rejected his admission. Izuku. What? He rejected the entrance despite his grades. Thinking. Wait, if he had the best grades, and he was also able to get in through recommendation, does that mean seeing his best friend his power is as strong as Shoto's? Seeing the boy Inasa Urashi from UA High. Zero. His name is Inasa Urashi. He's a strange guy. He says he likes UA, but I rejected his admission. I don't understand. Mina. Right. It is strange. Aizawa. Weird or not, keep an eye on him. Izuku. Sensei seeing his teacher. The black-haired man was quite serious, but at that moment, a voice would take him out of his thoughts and his tranquility, managing to break his serious expression, something that his students believed was impossible. Eraser? Is that you, Eraser? At that moment the man felt a chill in his body, the woman's voice was unrecognizable, the black-haired man did not want to turn around, but it was too late. Walking towards him, I saw you during the sports festival and then on television waving, but it's been a while since we met in person. The woman finally reached the Eraser hero, who seemed to be somewhat irritated. Her students could see her completely. She was a young woman with an athletic build, her arms not excessively muscular. She had loose hair, a sea green color that didn't reach past her shoulders. She wore an orange headscarf. Her eyes were a beautiful dark green with bright pupils, and her face had an unbreakable smile. Her clothing was colorful, in keeping with her personality, a sleeveless navy blue shirt with a high collar buttoned completely. She wore shorts with a green and orange stripe design. These, despite their cut, were inflated. She also wore a corset adorned with yellow pins with a smiley face. Her hands were covered with yellow gloves with gold plates on the knuckles and fingers. These reached above the wrist with various metallic ornaments. Izuku recognized her instantly. Izuku. She is. Arriving with Aizawa, let's get married, pointing at both of them. Aizawa. No, serious again. Mina. Huh. Excited. Laughing out loud, no. Ha 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 ha, how good. Aizawa. As always, it's hard to talk to you, joke. Shoto. Izuku. Izuku. It's the smiling heroine. It's Ms. Joke. Excited, her quirk is start. Momo. Start. Izuku. Yes. His quirk makes everyone laugh, hindering their reasoning and movements. His fights against villains are incredible. Remembering some clips he had seen before. Momo. Wow. Ms. Joke. Thumbs up if you marry me, we can make a happy family that never stops laughing. Smiling. Aizawa. A family like that wouldn't be happy watching the woman burst out laughing. Sigh. They seem to be good friends. Ms. Joke. Our agencies used to be close, every time we helped each other, our love for each other would blossom, and taking his arms blushing. Aizawa. Interrupting the green-haired girl, no, he didn't. Ms. Joke. I like those quick punchlines. It makes it totally worth bothering you, Eraser smiling. Aizawa. Looking down, joke, if you're here, then it means that. Ms. Joke. Yes, come on guys. Wow, it's them, really. Animated. Great, I saw them on TV patting his classmates. Ms. Joke. They are the second-year class of Ketsubutsu, they are my class, please get along. The boys arrived in UA gray uniforms and black pants. The first one who spoke was a tall boy with a slightly muscular build, his hair was unruly and messy, in a shade so brown it looked black. The other person who had spoken was a girl with pale blonde hair that was strangely spiky behind her ears and bangs on the right side of her face, her teeth were pointy. The boy approached directly towards Izuku and took him by the hands. It's Shindo, yo, wow, UA has seriously suffered a lot of problems this year, it must have been really hard. The green-haired man didn't say anything, he didn't even flinch, something that caused surprise in Shoto, since he knew Izuku and knew that he was always kind to everyone, and now, it seemed as if the green-haired man was on the defensive. The brunette released the green-haired boy and immediately ran to Kaminari, with whom he did the same action. Shindo. But still, they keep trying to be heroes like us, going with Jiro and holding her hands too, it's wonderful. The boy returned to his group and closed his fist and winked. Shindo. A strong heart is what all heroes should have. Smiling. Kaminari. How brilliant. Thinking. He's one of those cute charming kids. Shoto. Seeing his best friend Izuku. The green-haired man only sharpened his gaze. Izuku. You're very kind, but don't you think it would be better if you told us your true intentions? Momo. Huh. Shoto. Izuku. Crypto is too overprotective, right kid? I don't know, he's always known how to judge people. The green-haired boy kept his face serious, but the boy in front of him kept his smile, there was a height difference between them, Izuku being taller by perhaps a centimeter. Shindo said nothing and ignoring the boy, went towards Bakugo. Shindo. For example, among you is Bakugo, he experienced the Kamino incident. Approaching him, you have a really strong heart, I will try my best to learn from you, giving him a smile. Bakugo. Hitting the boy's hand, don't pretend, what you say doesn't match your face. The blonde just turned his gaze, at that moment, Shindo's gaze darkened, both boys from UA were right about him. Kaminari. Hey. Don't be rude. I'm sorry, it's impolite. Shindo. Smiling, haha, it's nothing, that shows the strength of his heart. Todoroki, can I have your autograph? You were great at the sports festival, linking arms. The girl with spiky blonde hair approached quite excitedly with a two-tone. Shoto. Yes, doubtful. Approaching his partner, don't be a fanatic. Mineta. If you want, I can give you mine. Aizawa. Hey. Don't waste time, go to the locker room and your orientation. All. Yes. Jiro. Contact with people from other schools makes me think. Hiroshima. Haha, well, I think with everything that's happened, UA has been the topic of conversation, for better or worse. Both boys started to move forward, but upon hearing this, Ms. Joke's smile faded slightly. Ms. Joke. Huh. Didn't you tell them anything, Eraser? But the Eraser hero said nothing and followed his students. The boys changed, and after leaving, they went to the place where they would be given the orientation, but to their surprise, the place was crowded, there was not even room for a single soul of so many students there. Izuku. There are too many. Uraraka. That's true, there are many students. Everyone was nervous, but from one moment to the next, a sleepy voice appeared on the scene. It was a man with a scruffy appearance, grayish hair, and large dark circles under his eyes. Well, let's do the license thing, I'm Mara, from the Heroes Public Safety Commission, I like to sleep, nice to meet you. Bowing, I've been so busy that I don't sleep much, we have few people, I'm very sleepy. Moving slowly from one side to the other with that conviction, I will give you your orientation, putting his hand to his face, exhausted. Izuku. Thinking. He's not hiding his tiredness, will he be okay? Mara. The content of the matter of the license, that participants will have to win a free exercise. Zero. Really? That doesn't say much. Confused. Mara. They say our society is saturated with heroes, and since Stain was arrested, many have doubts about his current status. Hearing that, Izuku sharpened his gaze. Heroes should not seek compensation, it is a title for those who sacrifice everything of themselves. Those were the convictions of the hero killer, Stain. Vera. Well, as a private citizen, no matter the motivation, telling another to risk their life for others without compensation is, well, you understand, it's the cruel history of this modern age. But hey, whether it's compensation, loyalty, or valor, the result of many heroes working to help people and defeat villains is that now, the time from when an incident occurs until it's resolved is so short it sickens me. You'll all get your provisional license and jump into that maelstrom, but those who can't handle that speed will fare badly, so we'll test the speed first. At that moment, the huge screen above the man lit up showing a large sign. Number to pass the first test. People. Vera. The first to meet the requirements will pass. Momo. Incredulous B. But there are people taking the exam, didn't they say that the pass rate was %? Sigh. With those numbers less than % will pass. Discouraged. Jiro. I'm more nervous now. Hugging herself. Vera. Well, a lot of things happened in the world, and well, there's luck and all that. Standing up anyway, these are the requirements. The subject took out an orange ball and a disc, and the screens changed, giving a little more development to the exhausted subject's explanation. Vera. You will put 3 of these targets on your body. Raising the disc, it can be anywhere, as long as they are in sight. It can't be on your armpits or the soles of your feet. You will also have 6 of these balls. The targets will light up when you hit them with them. If all 3 light up, you are out. It will count as a loss when the 3rd target lights up. You will move on to the next round after beating 2 people. Those are the rules. Izuku. Thinking. It's similar to the entrance exam. No, going against people is different from fighting robots. You have enough balls to win and pass, but they recommend that we pass quickly by stealing someone else's 3rd objective. It's different, the rules are worse than the entrance exam. Vera. Well, when we open, we will give you your balls and targets. The exam will start 1 minute after you finish handing them out. Shoto. Open. At that moment, the answer would come, surprising everyone, because the tight enclosure began to open, the walls and the roof fell against the ground, showing all the aspirants that they were in the middle of the land, which besides being gigantic, had multiple stages. Vera. Everyone should have a piece of land they like, or dislike, whatever. Use your quirks properly and work hard. Izuku. Thinking. It's unnecessarily big. The boy immediately became on guard, his whole body tensed, he didn't want any surprises. Vera. We arranged for the land to be posted like this, but it's unnecessary. Because of this, my sleep is. I hope they're over quickly so I can go and rest as soon as possible. The man grabbed his face again, he was really exhausted. On the other hand, in the stands, Ms. Joke continued to bother her black-haired companion. Ms. Joke. Eraser, your fly is down. Smiling. Aizawa. Shaking with irritation, thinking. Why do I always have to sit next to such loud and annoying people? Ms. Joke. I can't believe you have students, it's pretty weird that you haven't expelled anyone. Do you like this class? Aizawa. No. Ms. Joke. Bursting out in laughter. Hahaha, don't be embarrassed. How ridiculous. Holding her stomach. Let's go out. Aizawa. Shut up. Ms. Joke. Hahaha, scratching the back of her neck. But this is weird. You should have known about that. Back on the exam ground, all the boys started running to group together. Izuku. Thinking. Nobody will go after people from their school, so the best thing we can do is team up with people whose quirks we know. Guys, don't separate. We have to stay in a group, we'll use the element of surprise. Ida. That's true, as a team we can make a better attack plan. Uraraka. Yes. Bakugo. No way. This isn't a bucking field trip. Leaving. Kaminari. Idiot, wait. Hiroshima. Kaminari. Ida. Bakugo. Both of you come back. Izuku. How he likes to contradict me. Fine, we'll do this together. Shoto, are you staying or are you going? Shoto. And miss the fun. I'm staying. Izuku. Can you control your quirk while in a large group? Shoto. We didn't train for nothing, idiot. Mineta. Midoriya, we have to hurry. Izuku. Yes. Formation, now. All. Yes. Is joke. In the stands, that green-haired boy, his suit is interesting. Aizawa. What were you going to tell me? Is joke. True, but you should already know, genius, the exam is different every year, but there is something that we can even consider a tradition. Smiling. Back in the arena, the boys started running together. Izuku. A large group is striking, but I don't think it's a good idea to go alone either. Mineta. Why? Izuku. Because we are at a clear disadvantage. Ida. Disadvantage? You mean we're first-year students? Izuku. No, but because everyone already knows our quirks. Sai. Do you know them? Shoto. Of course, the sports festival. Is joke. In the stands, as all the schools in the country compete to pass the exam, the only one that lost the advantage of the surprise factor is the one whose festival is broadcast throughout the country, showing not only their skills, but also their styles and weaknesses. That is your school seeing the black-haired man who did not change his expression. Izuku. Running alongside his teammates. The others should already know what I said before about how to win. This will be a battle of schools. The normal thing would be for them to think about which school to attack first, but because of the disadvantage I mentioned before, that means that. Mina. It can't be. Jiro. Don't tell me that. At that moment, the alarm resounded throughout the place and the speakers turned on. Speakers. First test, begin. This joke. Approaching Aizawa slowly. If you like your class so much this year, then you should have told your students with a darkened smile what always happens at first. On the competition field, the boys continued running until they were forced to stop. All of them looked up in concern, seeing how a large group of students had thrown themselves towards them, with their balls raised, all ready to attack. His joke. The destruction of the UA. Izuku. I knew it. Putting himself on guard. Ida. TCH, here they come. Shindo. I didn't lie. Raising his arm. I saw you on TV. I know you all, you're the one with the strength to destroy everything around you. Looking at Izuku. Well, if there's a nail sticking out, you fix it. The boy with the fake smile was the first to attack, his ball headed strongly towards Izuku. Seconds later, all the boys' balls were thrown towards the members of Class A. But they were not defenseless and much less alone. Izuku took a breath and without thinking twice he began to blow hard. All the balls stopped and were thrown back towards their owners who did not expect this. For his part, Aizawa just looked up, a slight smile on his face, as he watched this. Aizawa. The destruction of UA. There was no reason to tell them or not, that would not change what they must do at all. Their task is simple, they just have to overcome everything. Izuku's attack stopped, but theirs didn't. More balls were thrown, but now it was Class A's turn to show why they are part of the best high school in the country. Okoyami. Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow. Yes. The boy covered himself with his faithful shadow and launched his claws, which grew to a large size, and grabbed the balls that were in the air. For her part, Uraraka used her quirk on herself, starting to float and move, dodging more of the balls. Zero. Okay, here we go. The boy took out a large amount of his tape, managing to adhere the spheres. Mina, for her part, bravely began to use her acid, taking out strong jets which began to melt everything in its path. Momo quickly created 3 metal shields with which she covered herself. Sayu and Hagakure, Ida ran between the attacks, dodging and counterattacking. Even Mineta overcame his fear, forming a chain with his spheres, managing to neutralize the enemy attack. Shoto created barriers with his ice and attacked with his fire, burning everything he considered a threat. Back in the stands, Ms. Joke's face was darkened. The woman didn't believe that the UA first-year students were capable of reversing such a serious situation. Aizawa. Calm down. A hero must be able to turn around even the most adverse situation. First of all, if they want to be professional heroes, they must be aware that everyone will know what their quirks are. So I'm sorry, Joke, but even though they are first years, I trained these students so that they could be one step ahead. It was then that Imi Fukakato, the cheerful heroine, Ms. Joke, felt a chill run down her spine, even her unwavering smile fading away. Izuku. Ready to attack, thinking. It will work, my abilities and the power of others. In this exam, we will show the fruit of our exhaustive training. Guys, let's continue this way. All? Yes. The boys were grouped together. Momo stood by Izuku's side, creating her trusty steel bar. Shoto had Frost on his right side and Fire on his left. Izuku was standing straight, looking directly at Shindo. The S-shield would shine once more in this exam. The green-haired boy would take care of that. Shindo, for his part, smiled again. His face darkened again. The brown-haired boy had accepted the challenge of his green-haired rival. Shindo. If that's what they want. Izuku. Smiling and looking at his rival, let the exam begin. Chapter. Let's show the strength of the AU. Wait, do I know you? The exam had already begun. The first attacker was Shindo Yo, from Shiketsu, but Izuku was not phased and was also the first to defend. His friends were not far behind, and after seeing the horde of enemies there were, they all began to show their quirks in their defensive and offensive forms. Debris, dust, electricity, ice and fire were what was seen on the battlefield. His joke. Hey Eraser, in the first test, if they pass in the order they finish, it seems like whoever attacks first wins, but that's not the case, right? Aizawa. No, the important thing will be to work as a team and gather information. If they are seduced by the idea of the first and look for points, they will not do as they expect. In the combat area, the UA students once again formed up, all facing different directions, covering each other's backs, trusting their comrades. They rejected most of them, huh? Shindo. Smiling, I'd say I'm surprised that didn't take out UA, but I'd be lying. But I think now that I know. The subject began to squeeze the spheres against each other until he opened his hands showing that they had hardened, then the guy threw them to someone who was below him. "I'll leave it to you, Itajiro." "Itajiro? Okay Shikui, I'll do it holding the balls, but I might finish before everyone else. I hope they don't take it into account for having fewer opponents activating his quirk target in sight." The guy made some pretty strange poses while moving his arms, and from one moment to another, he threw the balls which traveled underground. Itajiro. Boomerang. Crescent moon trajectory. The target is determined, as it travels underground, they won't be able to react in time. Seeing Izuku. The UA boys tensed up at this, Izuku just frowned and used his X-ray vision. "Izuku? I already saw them." "Itajiro. What? It should be impossible." "Jiro. Leave it to me." The girl's jacks began to lower until they stuck into some small speakers she had on the back of her hand. "Jiro." Sound amplification sticking these speakers to the floor amplifier jack heartbeat distortion. The girl released sound waves which were so powerful that they began to split the ground, surprising the attacker. "Itajiro. It's destroying the ground. But still." The ball surfaced, taking a frightened Mineta by surprise. "Mineta. They're coming for me." "Mine." Viscosity and solubility at their peak. Starting to extract acid veil. The girl dropped a thick line of acid where the balls fell, dissolving almost immediately. "Mineta. Thanks, Mina, what a nice move." "Mine." Creates a melting wall as a defense. Is joke. Analyzing the fight they created special moves, huh? Aizawa. Sure. Tokoyami. Black ink. Covering himself with dark shadow. Izuku. Thinking. A name that's easier to say and sounds cooler. Tokoyami. Dusk-piercing claws. The dark boy took one of the balls with Tokoyami's claw and before finishing saying the name of his attack, he stretched his claw outwards to Tommy, the Ketsubutsu girl who scared used her quirk and contracted her body avoiding the attack. The Tommy. Relieved uncovering her head how strong. Shindo. I see, Class A is no longer the same as we saw at the sports festival, they have improved a lot. Mara. From a safe place narrating everything remains at a standstill, nothing is happening, when there is a report announce it from the transmission area. Izuku. Thinking. No one has passed yet the targets we carry are our weaknesses, everyone fights protecting them, so throwing blindly won't help much. The boy kept his face serious, with his super hearing he had heard what Shindo said, but his gaze was fixed on the strange-looking Ketsubutsu boy. Shikui. Thinking. I already saw you. Izuku. Yes, everyone is waiting for their rivals to use their quirks to see their weaknesses, the fight is going to speed up from now on. The boy stopped looking at this boy and widened his view, watching for any movement, which could tell who would be the next to attack. This didn't take long, Izuku saw Shindo widen his smile and snap his fingers. Shindo. Well. Yes, he would be the next to attack. His joke. You guys are a step ahead of everyone else, huh? That's very condescending, Eraser. There are as many aspiring heroes as there are stars in the sky. The strength of that will has no relation to being famous. Recalling the training she had with her students, if you look down on others out of arrogance, then this won't turn out as you expect. Shindo. Ready to attack back off. His defenses are strong. Putting his hands on the ground break. Uraraka. What? Shindo. Maximum force. Earthquake. The boy created a huge wave which began to split the ground, all the boys began to be separated. Shoto. Tremors. This guy can vibrate. Ida. No. Run away everyone. Momo. Izuku. Extending her hand. Mina. What is this? Mineta. What madness? Izuku began to fall through one of the cracks before Momo's gaze and Shindo's satisfied smile. Shindo. Fools, do you really think we're that naive? Of course we have special moves too. Izuku. And I'm glad you have them, at least it will be a more even fight. Shindo. Huh. Surprised. The boy opened his eyes in surprise, he thought that this attack would be able to finish him off, but at that moment, the green-haired boy came out of that hole, turned around in the air, and headed towards the brown-haired boy. Shindo. What? Did you? Izuku. Don't underestimate us. We're UA students. The boy flew chest down towards the Ketsubutsu boy, from one moment to the next, he took out one of the balls he had, Shindo tried to flee, but it was useless, he was paralyzed, in just a matter of seconds, the brown-haired boy had one of the balls in his target, but not only that, but Izuku had pushed the boy so far that he even crashed into one of the rocks that his trembling had caused. Izuku. That was for my class. Aizawa. Who said we look down on them? Smiling slightly. On the other hand, in other areas, all the students watched Shindo's demonstration of power in amazement. What kind of quirk is that? What school will it be? Move. Arriving with his companions, the enemy is near. And yes, the enemy was closer than they thought, more specifically, above them. Mara. yawning there should already be one or two approved looking at her computer. Feeling a strong current of wind wind. The wind began to get stronger, but it seemed to be directed at the balls, almost as if they were being snatched from his hands. He's taking his balls off. The person responsible for this was on top of a building, with his hand up gathering the spheres with a smile. His suit and hat revealed that it was Inasa. Inasa? I think heroes need passion. All their fights are passionate. I love passion. He's from Shiketsu. But he's alone. What are you saying? I don't understand anything. Wait, he's got all our balls. Inasa. Please let me join your exciting fight. Stepping back, I'm looking forward to it. The boy shouted this and moved his hand forward, also bowing. In the air, the balls had already gathered all together, but with the boy's indication, they began to descend like projectiles at great speed. It was almost impossible to cover oneself, and even worse, do not fail. Vera woke up by an alarm on her computer. Looks like someone finally passed its weight. What? The tired subject's face was one of total surprise, his eyes opened wide and his jaw dropped. Vera? Someone eliminated students. Only one passed after eliminating so many people. Inasa? Smiling with satisfaction. Yes. I won. Closing his fist. Vera? This guy surprised me so much that he woke me up. It seems they will keep coming. Try your best as quickly as possible. For his part, Izuku was advancing. He was able to defeat Shinso, but more of his companions came to his aid, so he was forced to continue advancing. Izuku? Thinking. Shindo has a powerful quirk. I think he would have to know how to direct it, because otherwise it would be difficult in an urban area. Looking around, damn, we split up. This is what Ketsubutsu was planning, divide and conquer. Damn it, I have to meet up with the others. A team plan. Being separated can be dangerous. Being all together makes us be in everyone's sights, small groups dispersed. That way we'll cover more ground, and we'll be able to attack better. Also that Shiketsu kid, remembering Aizawa's words. Inasa Urashi. Urashi got the best grades of those recommended, but for some reason, he rejected his admission. Izuku? Thinking. Smiling, a guy who was able to get in through recommendation and whose power can rival Shoto's. Strong people from all over the country. I don't know why, but I'm a little excited. The boy kept running so deep in his thoughts that he didn't notice when a girl was in front of him, and in a quick movement, she put a ball in the goal that was on Izuku's chest, who surprised just turned his eyes. It was the Shiketsu girl from before, a girl with straight beige hair that fell just below her shoulders. She had large and seductive dark brown eyes. Her lips were bright and thick. The girl had a quite curvy figure, and like Inasa, the girl also wore the Shiketsu hat. Her outfit, although simple, was peculiar, black, quite tight to the body with combined printed lines. It had a zipper in the center, but it was slightly open, just enough to reveal a plunging neckline. It had some kind of white ribbons around the wrists. Finally, she also wore white high-heeled boots that reached up to the knee, printed with gray lines. The girl also wore a kind of necklace around her neck, which had metallic plates. Izuku? Thinking. It appeared out of nowhere. I got you, that's bad, you should be more attentive, although it's rare that you smile while you're in trouble. Her voice was soft, seductive. The girl looked at the green-haired man with a soft gaze, a slight smile. She had bent down slightly, showing her cleavage, trying to distract the green-haired man who was on guard. Izuku? Thinking. It's Shiketsu's girl, serious. That's great. Smiling. The green-haired man formed a slight smile, keeping his guard up. He wasn't going to let himself be surprised again. On the other side, where the accident had happened, Uraraka was running. She had hurt one of her legs with a fall. At least none of her companions had lost. She heard Momo. The brunette gave an order to form teams and separate. It was a great plan, that way they wouldn't be so visible. But the bad thing was that she was alone, easy prey. The girl was running, thinking about where to go. Uraraka. Thinking. That guy separated us with too much force. He didn't think it through. He could have killed someone by accident. That's what I meant when I talked to Mina. Midoriya flew towards him. I hope he defeated him, covering himself. Damn, we don't have transmitters. If I try to call the others will find me right away and attack. The girl raised her head slightly, seeing that there was no one around, and stood up. Uraraka. Okay, I must look for whoever is nearby. They shouldn't be far away. I will take cover and advance quickly, so as not to fight against a team. I must be stealthy. Starting to advance. Back with Izuku, the boy didn't make a move. He was intrigued by his rival's stealth. In the tests where you expect big fights, there are those who go for sites that they already have information about. That's why I came to see you, since it's possible that they will eliminate them soon. I wanted to see the students of a famous school. I want to know more about you. Sticking a finger to his lips. Izuku. Wow, you talk more than you move. Thinking. I can't stay here long. Ketsubutsu will regroup and attack again. Staying to talk is not an option. She should know that by now. Preparing to use his flight, unless it's a trap. Is she really alone? Are there more companions waiting for an indication? Does he trust her too much? That Urashi guy, are they together? I don't see anyone. Invisibility. Can one of them make people invisible? The boy was thinking about multiple options while staring at the girl in front of him. The girl smiled and threw a rock at Izuku, who was able to easily dodge it, but this was just a distraction. The ball was heading back towards him, but Izuku was faster, so he dodged this again. Izuku. Thinking. What can I do? I have no information, but I can't stay still for too long either. I have to make sure I don't lose. The boy stood up straight looking again at where the beautiful girl was, but to his surprise, there was no one. Izuku was slightly surprised by that. Izuku? He's gone now, he left. No. Then where? The boy used to concentrate on his heightened senses. Appearing behind Izuku, I just have to hit you with one of these balls, right? The girl was close, but Izuku was faster than a bullet, and obviously, he was faster than her. Izuku? Don't even think about it. Stopping this time, let's play fair. The boy raised his arm ready to throw the ball, but again, the girl had disappeared. Izuku? Thinking. Disappears at will, is that his quirk? It's like Hagakure's, but without a permanent effect. The boy looked around, using his senses again. Anything, breathing, stretching of the skin, the shock of air, anything. Appearing behind Izuku again. Do you think my quirk allows me to disappear? The green-haired man managed to react by jumping and preventing the girl from putting the ball in her goal, but this did not help much because the beautiful woman managed to grab him by the ankle, lower him, and taking advantage of the fact that the green-haired man was on the ground, she hugged him, resting her breasts on his back. That was close, you almost got away from me. No, I didn't disappear, I just hid. Izuku? You hid? Yes, it's an incredible technique, don't you think? When you get distracted I move. My technique consists of making my opponent's eyes and ears completely ignore my presence. I hold my breath, clear my mind, and that's it, you can't see me anymore. The girl began to get closer and closer to Izuku, who was getting nervous. The last words of the strange student were in his ear, almost like a whisper. Izuku felt a chill run down his back as he felt the seductive Shiketsu student gently bite his ear. Although you know, the truly difficult thing is not to think about anything. Izuku? Technique? Do they teach you things like that in Shiketsu? The trick is not to think that it's training. Haha, we both have one thing in common, we both want to get to know each other. You already asked your question, now it's mine. Kissing Izuku's cheek, causing another shiver and more nervousness in the green-haired boy. Tell me, why do you want to be a hero? For honor? Pride? For someone else? That costume is quite curious, are you a fan of it? The girl's voice sounded increasingly excited, her pupils dilated. Izuku heard the girl's heart beating faster. Haha, I want to know everything about you. Izuku had had enough. He had stayed in that position hoping to get more information, but the girl's proximity had made him more uncomfortable than helped him. The green-haired boy pushed himself up, managing to get the blonde off of him. They both landed face to face, but at that moment and before either of them could act, the freckled one felt the ground shake, and suddenly it split, releasing what seemed to be a huge white net. Izuku? It's them. Idajiro. Damn, Shiketsu is here too, how bad. The girl's face turned to one side, seeing how a group of Shiketsu was surrounding them. The blonde only formed an expression of annoyance, her face darkened slightly. Izuku? I know it sounds weird, but in this whole exam, this is the first time I'm actually glad to see them. Thinking. What a lie, first I meet this weird girl and now I'm surrounded by a whole group, how lucky me, the worst situation I imagined came true. Idajiro? You're going to pay for what you did to Shindo. Izuku? Thinking. Here it comes. The ground split and the same white net came out, although Izuku was able to dodge it by hearing its movement underground. Izuku? Thinking. Dodge it. Dodging the balls and more attacks against him. Dodge it. Nets, capture tapes, even a metal mouth came out of the ground. The latter managed to catch the boy who, using his super strength, managed to open it to get out. The boy began to move, managing to get out of the attack range of his enemies. Izuku? Thinking. They're ready for anything. They saw my strength and breathing. They must think that my quirk is an increase in strength in all my abilities, so they don't hold back. Sai. Midoriya, are you okay? A familiar voice caught the boy's attention. When he turned around he realized that his friend Sai was nearby. When had she arrived? Izuku? Asui. What are you doing here? Where are the others? Sai. I'll explain it to you later, now come this way, quickly. The frog girl extended her hand to the green-haired boy who looked at her intrigued. Izuku? Thinking. Huh? Does he have a plan? The boy hesitated a little, but the ground beneath his feet cracked again. The freckled boy only sharpened his gaze, jumping to avoid this. There's another one. Attack. The guy attacked the green-haired girl who, annoyed, just stepped back. Sai. Don't bother me. The girl took another step back, but at that moment she tripped over something, falling without being able to do anything. I'll take care of crushing her. Wait. The subject launched an attack towards the girl. Izuku only saw this, and without knowing it, he propelled himself towards her. Izuku? Thinking. Many things are going through my head since what happened in Camino, but they all led to one thing: even if I can't save everyone, I will never stop. I will never stop trying. If someone is in front of me, I will always help them." The boy arrived with his friend and without hesitation, he held her tightly in his arms. "Now yes, attack." One of the boys raised his ball, but Izuku was no fool, he had already anticipated this, so he raised his leg and let it fall, creating a great destruction around him. The boy raised a curtain of dust and with his super breath, directed the dust towards his enemies, blinding them. "Damn, I can't see anything. This damn brat blinded me." Izuku was still carrying Tsuyu, who stared at him, surprised, grateful, even with a slight blush on her cheeks. Izuku's expression was one of annoyance. The boy jumped off the ground and with the girl in his arms began to run, moving away from the danger. Mara. Yawning. "Finally there are people, huh? Not bad, but there's still a long way to go. Hurry up, okay? The UA are quick to flee. Aren't they? Are they hiding? They must be close." Izuku. "Well covered. Are they following us?" Looking everywhere. "No." Thinking. "Good, I must be faster than them, not let them see us." Tsuyu. "Thanks, sorry for ruining it." Izuku. "No, calm down, it's not that." The boy had his back to the green-haired girl who was staring at him. Her smile was strange, her gaze seemed penetrating. The frog girl looked down seeing Izuku's goal and slowly took out one of his balls and stealthily began to bring it closer to her goal. The girl's smile didn't go away and even widened a little more, her face darkened, she was close to achieving her goal. But Izuku was no fool. The boy quickly turned around slightly and with a single swipe, made the green-haired girl's ball roll to the other side. "Izuku? Are you someone from Shiketsu? Serious?" Tsuyu. "Huh? What are you?" Izuku. "I know my friends. First of all, she would have corrected me when I called her Asui, besides she trained every day without stopping to become stronger and more capable. She created techniques with her quirk ready to use in the right situation. Starting to retreat, she wouldn't show herself without a plan in front of an enemy. That's not the Tsuyu Asui I know." The boy went out into the open field without taking his eyes off the fake Tsuyu who didn't take the smile off her face, although seconds later the scene would become somewhat gloomy because the boy saw how his friend's face began to melt, as if it were mud. Tsuyu's beautiful and expressionless eyes began to spill down her face, almost like wax. "Tsuyu. You knew and you still saved me, does that mean you were trying to use me?" Izuku. "I did it without thinking, taking a defensive stance, but I don't regret it. Despite seeing you like her, you didn't use her quirk, a fall like that would have damaged your back." Tsuyu. Lowering her head. "I see, so that's why. How romantic." The boy watched with slight nervousness as the girl in front of him changed, the skin of the fake Tsuyu fell to the ground like paint, the green hair changed to beige, the figure changed complexion, the suit stuck more to her body, showing more of her curvy figure. The stranger raised her face, showing that it was the girl from before who did not erase her smile. "I want you to tell me more about yourself." Izuku. "Nervous and it can't be after the exam. Tell me, would you save them all? But what's your limit? Where do you draw the line?" Standing up. Izuku. Thinking. What kind of questions are these? Besides, Tsuyu's outfit isn't made to her measurements, she'll tear it if she moves too much. Aren't you going to fight someone else? "I'll do it after you answer." At that moment, the girl threw herself at Izuku who managed to dodge her. The girl launched a scratch against the green-haired boy's face without success. Izuku. Thinking. What the hell? Was he trying to scratch me? What's wrong with him? Bless my invulnerability. The girl landed, the green-haired girl's outfit ripped a little showing more of her skin, but without caring, she threw herself at Izuku again. "Your skin is tough, is it because of your quirk? It increases everything about you besides your strength." The girl was about to arrive again with Izuku, but at that moment, some ribbons got in her way. Damn annoying. Izuku. Thinking. Tape. Zero. Midoriya, what an enviable situation you have, old man. Izuku. Zero. Zero. Now, Uraraka. The girl came out behind Zero, taking the girl by surprise. The brunette was floating, but joining her hands, she began to fall ready to attack the other girl who managed to dodge her. Uraraka. Thinking. What good reflexes. The strange girl began to retreat, managing to climb a small rock structure with enviable agility. He was just getting better. How bad? Really holding his legs. I wanted to talk to you more. Looking at Izuku, but in this situation it's impossible. It's a real shame. Turning his gaze towards Uraraka with a smile. Uraraka Chako hehe. I didn't think I'd see you again so soon. Take care of him for me, okay? The girl winked at the green-haired man and simply walked away. Zero. Wait, you seductive abuser. Ready to follow the girl. Izuku. Stop Zero, don't follow her. Zero. Why not? Izuku. Didn't you see her? She was wearing Tsuyu's suit, but when she transformed, the thing is, she doesn't have any targets. She'll most likely change and regroup. It'll be hard to win that way, but more importantly, are you the real ones? Zero. Huh? What do you mean? Izuku. Well, don't get me wrong, it's just that that girl, as I already told you and you saw, looked and sounded like Sayu. Zero. Huh. Izuku. Somehow he transformed into her. At that moment, the image of the beautiful girl whose dress was tearing, leaving her half naked, came to the minds of the brunette and the black-haired man. Zero. Taking Izuku by the shoulder. So you fought with a half-naked girl, Midoriya. Izuku. Is that what you care about right now? Uraraka. Clearing her throat. Transformation. I see, so that's that strange girl's quirk, huh? Izuku. I think so, although he is someone quite skilled, he can easily sneak away. Uraraka. Our disadvantage is quite clear, the other schools know too much about us. Zero. Transforming into Tsayu was a risky move, I didn't know if you two were friends. Izuku. I assume she did it so I wouldn't feel weird about going with her. Uraraka. I would have thought of you, Momo, but you get the point. Izuku. Yes, but tell me, how did you find me? Zero. After that earthquake, things got complicated, I separated from everyone, but I saw a fight and went immediately, I met Uraraka on the way. Uraraka. We arrived on time, haha. Izuku. Thanks for that, guys. Uraraka. At least now there are 3 of us. Zero. But it would be a little better if we could meet up with the others again. Izuku. I know, but at least have already been approved, let's hope that part of those are from the UA. Uraraka. Yes. Izuku. Our priority is to hurry up and pass, because there will be before we know it. The boys just nodded with serious faces, now they had to make a plan. On the other hand, Shoto was far away, located in the industrial zone. Shoto. Thinking. Damn, that guy acted recklessly well, I think he got a little carried away hiding the others move in groups of or more people, I can attack and get the necessary points, but it would be annoying if I meet people who have quirks that can counter mine. If someone discovers me, they'll separate their group before I attack, I could catch some, but those who are free will try to take me by surprise, the disadvantage is clear, I just have to be smarter. Mara. Her voice resonates through the speakers, drawing Shoto's attention. Let's see, things are moving fast, don't wait, the number keeps rising, as several beat more than 2, there were already applicants who failed and number just passed, less than half. Hurry up and finish. Shoto. Thinking. That guy is quite irritating, he'll make me fall asleep if he keeps talking like that, but I have to keep moving forward, I can't wait any longer. The boy came out of his hiding place and started running. It wasn't long when the boy turned around because a ball was heading towards him. Shoto didn't hesitate, he used his fire and burned the ball which fell next to him. Ahaha, that was very good, just as expected of a UA student. You are Todoroki, aren't you? I can't believe you're actually going alone, you must really be very confident. But even if he's from the UA, he'll have problems if he goes alone. It's 1 against 10, what will you do? A group of what appeared to be ninjas stood in front of the boy, each with a color on their suit, but the mixed-haired boy wasn't worried. Shoto. Thank you. That. Izuku. I knew someone was hunting me, thanks for leaving earlier, you saved me the trouble of going to look for them preparing to use his quirk. They're great in mockery. The ninja didn't think twice and threw themselves at the boy, throwing their balls, but the bicolor was no fool either. Shoto created an enormous wall of ice that bounced all the balls. The rivals smacked their tongues in annoyance, not knowing that that wasn't all, because in a quick play, the boy managed to trap them with his ice. Shoto. You guys, are you sure you saw the sports festival? But contrary to what you might think, the ninjas were not yet defeated. One of them, the leader who wore the red color, took out a nut. Yes, of course we saw it. The guy threw the nut which became gigantic, but Shoto managed to stop it using his ice. Shoto. Thinking. I see, a quirk that makes things bigger, seriously. There's more. Nails, nuts, and more of these things of considerable size were what the mixed-haired boy received in his ice wall, which cracked more with each impact. Shoto. Thinking. Should I go all out? No, I shouldn't rush it if there are more of them. The boy saw how his ice cracked more and more until from one moment to another, it burst, the ice gave way, Shoto was exposed, and saw how in front of him a nut was approaching, so without hesitating twice, he used his fire again, but to the boy's surprise, the metal did not melt, the bicolor was forced to evade it almost by the skin of his teeth. Shoto. Surprised, thinking. Wait a second, not only did it not melt it didn't even affect it. While the boy saw this, the ninjas freed themselves with the help of their partner. Haha, surprised. I bet you're wondering why you couldn't melt them. Well, that's because they're not made of a normal metal, but of tungsten, which, as you may know, is capable of withstanding very high temperatures, taking out more nuts. Shoto. Tch, curse. Todoroki had already told you, even though you are from the UA, it was very stupid to act alone, that only says that you trust yourself too much. Smiling victoriously. The mixed-haired boy just cracked his tongue in annoyance, but without knowing it, he wasn't the only one in trouble, because far away, in what looked like a building, Momo Yaoi Rozu, despite having a team, was in a bind. They were locked up, their enemies managed to come up with a plan for this, and in a matter of minutes, each of them was neutralized. They broke and blocked the windows, preventing Shoji from using his quirk. They used high-frequency sound to hurt Jiro. In addition to hurting one of his jacks, they turned off the lights and began to freeze the environment, forcing Tsuyu to go into hibernation. Momo clenched her fists in annoyance. It didn't take her long to figure it out. The more she thought about it, the more the result was the same. Momo. Turning off her quirk, thinking. It's pointless. Jiro. What happened, Momo? Shoji. Why are you stopping? Momo. No matter how much I think about it, the result is the same. Turning to see her companions, they want me to use my quirk. Shoji. They want you to use it? Momo. Yes, let's take this into account, they neutralized their quirks in some way that was in their plan, but if my deduction is true, the most uncertain thing in their plan is the use of my creation. Jiro. Your creation. Momo. At first, I thought the temperature manipulation was due to Asui's quirk, but a real goal was to make me use mine. Shoji. I see, they plan to enter calmly once they disable your quirk. Momo. Yes. The girl saw how her friends began to rub their arms trying to keep warm. The girl knew that she had to do something quickly because otherwise, all the efforts of her friends would be in vain. It definitely didn't seem like a positive scenario, and that was something Momo knew. Momo. Momo thinks of a way out of this. Chapter. It's not a miracle, it's effort. A miracle is something that seems impossible until it happens anyway. You could say the boys of UA Class A have survived everything that's happened to them by a miracle, right? Perhaps, but this time it's definitely different. They trained with all their might to excel, and this time they weren't going to leave anything to chance. They would win by their own efforts. Shoto. I'm sorry, but in this exam, I can't afford to fail. The boy raised a ball with a serious face. His rivals had been defeated. Simultaneous activation. The mixed-haired boy had shown once again that he had no plans to stay behind, and with that in mind, he defeated his enemies, managing to pass the exam. Elsewhere. Momo. Thinking. I can't give up, not now. Show the results of your training, Momo. Be more mentally agile, prepare a strategy, but don't give up. I trust your judgment, I trust you. Knowing how to get up when we are on the ground and return to the fight once again. You are a very intelligent person, use that intelligence to your advantage. If you have a plan, say it, if you have an idea, share it, a team is based on trust. You are stronger and more capable than you think. Please Yehosuarozu, don't lose. The girl had managed to get her team to overcome the challenges, with an infallible plan and an unshakable conviction. The girl managed to make things favor them, although her rival was not willing to accept her defeat, so finding herself with a weak Momo, she thought about taking advantage of the situation, but there were two things that Sai completely ignored about Momo and the UA students. The girl was no fool. They never left anyone behind. With Izuku's words in her mind, motivating her more, the girl managed to create some handcuffs with which she tied her rival, and in a matter of seconds, her companions opened the door. They would not abandon her to her fate. Sigh. Incredulous. Why did you come back? Didn't you think I had failed? We're in the middle of an exam, you should be thinking about yourselves, not your friends. Jiro. Yeah, I know someone like that, you know, maybe you're that kind of person, but we're different. Sigh. Sleepy. We won't leave a friend behind. Shoji. And above all, we will not give up. I won't turn my back on either of them, as long as I can move, I'll save them both. Shoji. Thinking. Yes, we don't leave anyone alone, thanks, Midoriya. The team led by Momo had managed to win, after all she had a reason to become a hero. Yes, that was Class A. The scenario was quite uneven, but for the UA students there was only one goal in their minds, to win. More have already passed, we have students, the first stage will end when the other finish. In the center of the stage, what could be considered the collapse zone, Shindo desperately and furiously searched for Izuku. The two objectives that the UA boy had managed to score resonated in the brown-haired boy's mind, hitting his pride hard. He was supposed to be a second year, he should be stronger than them. On the other hand, the green-haired boy, the brunette and the black-haired boy were hiding, trying to come up with a plan. Zero. Many go through groups. This is really bad, what will we do? Izuku. Yes, attacking and passing in a group is the best move, I knew it since I saw how they attacked us. A large group is visible, but if they are well coordinated, they could do a lot of damage. Uraraka. More students are gathering, surrounding us even though they don't know we're exactly here. Izuku. They are probably from Ketsubutsu or Shiketsu. A while ago when I met the fake Sayu they tried to attack us. Uraraka. One of your targets is in red, perhaps. Izuku. It took me by surprise, she's someone quite skilled, we must be careful if we see her again, not take our eyes off her at any time. Uraraka. I see. Zero. Hey, there are more and more of them looking up slightly. Izuku. We have to do something about this group, that's obvious. Zero. Yes. But how? Izuku. Remembering the guy who tried to attack Sai first, there must be someone who wants to get ahead of the others. He must be nervous. If a large group tries to go after a small one, they will want to steal the prey. Uraraka. If they fight each other, the number will decrease and it will be a fair fight. Izuku. They gave us balls and targets, so at first everyone related it to shooting practice, without knowing the others' quirks. Everyone thought of going for those who seemed unprotected. That's why many didn't pass at first. If you don't know your enemy's quirk, you'll lose. Uraraka. Midoriya, they're getting closer. Izuku. I know. Zero. What are we going to do? We're surrounded, and there aren't 3 of us. Izuku. Look for an opportunity to stop them. Zero. Stop them. It'll be difficult. It's a large group. We'd have to be invisible to take them by surprise. Izuku. Yes, and that's why we have to give you something to focus your attention on, a good distraction that allows you to move freely. The boy turned around and used his X-ray vision, seeing how at the head of this group was Shindo, who although he maintained his false innocent smile, also had a frown on his face. At this, Izuku smiled. Izuku. So, do you think you can do it? Seeing his teammates, their quirks are the best for catching people silently. Zero. Sounds like something possible. Besides, are you sure? You've already missed a target, Midoriya. Uraraka. Well, we don't have time to waste either. It's worth a try, right? It's time. Let's go, Zero. Standing up. Zero. Fine, I'll trust you. Izuku. Understood. Siri. But what will be the signal to start moving forward? At that moment the green-haired man smiled and jumped towards his rivals, drawing their attention. Uraraka. I think he just answered you. Zero. Yeah, I think he did. The boy just smiled and together with the brunette began to run away from this place. For his part, Izuku had caught Shindo's attention, who called the others. They began to follow Izuku, throwing their balls at him, although the boy managed to dodge them with the help of his speed. Izuku. Thinking. That's it, let them follow you, let them feel like they've won, lure all your opponents to one place, and give the others some space. The boy continued running and with the help of his X-ray vision, he could see how in front of him, a small group was preparing to attack, but this instead of worrying or scaring him, only made him smile. Izuku didn't understand this well, but somehow, this vision made the green-haired boy get excited. He wouldn't use all his powers, but he was prepared for much more. Even if it costs me my soul. His joke. Do you want some gum? Holding the pack out to Aizawa. Aizawa. It's a finger trap, right? I don't want it, sigh. It's frustrating not knowing who's passing or not. His joke. Shindo made it difficult when he separated the ground chewing gum, although that green-haired boy is weird reacting. Wait a second, are you worried about them? Aizawa. I noticed something after being the homeroom teacher of Class A, and that is that although they don't notice it, there are 2 people whose presence has a great effect staring at the battlefield. I don't blame them, after all they are not leaders nor the most popular. One of them resigned from his position. They are the opposite of each other, and they don't get along at all, but even so, they both have great desires to become heroes. Their passion spread throughout the class before they noticed. His joke. Huh. Aizawa. It's weird, but one of the 2 is always getting into trouble, and somehow, always comes out unscathed. You're wrong, joke. I'm not worried. I'm eager to see what they'll do. They don't always accompany all their classmates, but even so, somehow, their presence always motivates them to keep going, to give their plus ultra. His joke. You really like them, huh? Blowing a bubblegum bubble, how disgusting. Aizawa. Seriously, he's in my class. Class A. On the battlefield, things were exciting. Bakugo was fighting against a type of shiketsu that had gotten him in trouble. Izuku continued to gather his rivals, destroying all the traps they put in front of him, and dodging the thrown balls. The huge metallic mouth had reappeared, but the boy destroyed it with a single punch. The boy smiled, and just as they had agreed, from one moment to the next, his companions came out of their hiding places, beginning their attack. Momo's team had already left, all with a smile on their faces for winning. The beautiful brunette looked up. She knew nothing about Izuku or his friends. It was frustrating not knowing who happened, although it was also a strategy. The girl just put her hand on her chest, breathing deeply. Momo. Thinking. You have to win, Izuku. On the other hand, Shindo had hidden, because when he saw Uraraka and Zero, he knew it had been a trap. The brunette annoyed himself, mentally scolded himself. He had looked stupid to fall for something like that. Shortly after, another of his companions arrived, and also to Tommy, who followed the boy closely. Mara. Number has already been approved, everything will end with another students. Shindo. Let's summarize the situation so that it is clear. At the beginning of the first test, we concentrated on the UA to separate them. Now we are in 2 groups after the divided ones. Several schools took advantage of that and began their hunt, but the exam is about to end. That makes everyone desperate, and they start attacking each other. It is a chaotic progress. The Tommy. Separating the field wasn't a good idea after all, it had the opposite effect. Shindo. I was in a hurry, I know that, but I don't see this as a failure, in my opinion, everything is excellent. The Tommy. Huh? Shindo. If I were told I had to cut down a tree in 8 hours, I'd spend the first 6 sharpening the axe smiling evilly. Now those idiots will only think about the available positions and will use that energy to run scared. They will concentrate on the UA because they have more information about them. We will regroup, hidden, observe and attack. The Tommy. But they have us surrounded, getting out will be difficult. Shindo. Yes, but we will take advantage of the opportunity, we will attack when they least expect it, those damn brats do not know what they faced, they are first-year students, and no matter how many things they have been through, we have more experience than them, we are better than some brats who just entered their school smiling. At that moment, Shindo's kind smile was completely erased, the boy's true face came to light, his face darkened, his eyes narrowed, his wide smile showing all his teeth in a somewhat strange grimace. Yes, that was Shindo's true personality. The Tommy. You finally put away that friendly face, what a cheater. Shindo. Standing up, call me diplomat. Peeking out from behind some rocks going at the last minute with plans or in a hurry is a sign of an indomitable spirit. Everyone fights to achieve their dreams and ideals, seeing how some kids helped each other. The boy watched as 2 boys sat down. They were quite hurt, but they had gotten up with difficulty. The brown-haired boy just smiled and squeezed his ball. Maybe he couldn't beat the UA, but there were still more fish in the water. The boys on the ground only saw some shadows rise above them, both looked up seeing that it was Shindo's team. Shindo. There are no low or high ranks in that. The boy was about to attack the couple who hugged each other, but at that moment, a new shadow covered the brown-haired boy who opened his eyes when he saw the shadow of a cape waving in the air. Izuku. You know, if I were given 8 hours to cut down a tree, I would try to do it in the shortest time possible. Shindo. Huh? The boy turned around seeing how Izuku was floating behind him with his arms crossed. Shindo. Tadatami, attack. The opportunistic boy shouted this, but soon realized that he was alone. Shindo. What did you do to my classmates? Izuku. I don't care, it's just like you said, everyone fights to achieve their dreams and ideals. Shindo threw himself at Izuku who took him by the shoulders and pushed him to the other side. Shindo used small-scale earthquakes to attack Izuku, but the boy was no fool, he knew how to fight. The boy started a rather interesting hand-to-hand fight, kicks, right hooks, they did everything possible to defeat their enemy. Izuku didn't hit with more force than necessary to avoid seriously injuring his opponent, but the opponent didn't think the same, and sooner rather than later he began to use his quirk in small waves, which increased in intensity, managing to knock Izuku down. The green-haired boy was not willing to lose, throwing a right hook that Shindo blocked, although with a little pain. Izuku had begun to increase the intensity of his blows. The green-haired boy tried to take the Ketsubutsu boy from the side, but without success, Shindo managed to block his hand and then took one of the rocks to break it in front of Izuku, who did not expect this. The boy used his quirk in a more intense way, making an earthquake that took Izuku by surprise, and then launched an equally strong wave hitting Izuku's chest, who was thrown several meters back. But Izuku didn't give up, the boy stood up and with his super speed, it only took him a second to return to the fight, surprising Shindo who tried to hit again, but this time Izuku dodged it and mixing his speed with his strength, he managed to hit Shindo in the side who was thrown to the side. Izuku went to him again and before the brown-haired boy could stand up, he hit him again, knocking him down for the last time. The over-excess of his quirk and his own exhaustion had done this. Now, Shindo could no longer get up and Izuku knew it. Izuku had won the fight hands down. The green-haired boy took out the last ball. The green-haired boy was about to put it in its place, but Shindo started talking, begging him not to do it. Shindo. Wait. You're a first year, aren't you? Please, give me a break, this wasn't supposed to be like this, you guys are weaker. I have to earn my provisional license, I'll get out before you, I'm more important, when you're a third year I'll already be fighting like a pro. Do you understand that? I'm stronger, I need it more than you. I want to be a hero. The boy looked at the brown-haired boy and squeezed the ball, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Izuku. Thinking. Since the USJ and the camp, I've had a recurring dream, free myself I can do it, fly at full speed, search the entire world in search of All for One, if I find him, I'll find the League, and when I do, it wouldn't cost me anything to defeat them, I can freeze them, throw them into space, burn them with my heat vision, grab them by the neck and fly so fast that I could do it, I have the powers, and no one could stop me. But after that, what would happen? What would I say? Does the end justify the means? Would people like that? Could I gain their approval? Their trust? What would happen if I did that? Would I gain anything? The boy just put on a serious face and without hesitation, put the ball in his goal before Shindo's desperate look. Izuku. Thinking. Maybe, but doing that would mean going against my principles, that wouldn't be me, it would be what others want. No, I'll always do what's right, no matter what, even if it costs me my life, seeing Shindo me too. The boy just stood up straight and started walking back to his companions whom he found not far away. Mara. There are people, wow, they move fast, how soon? Objectives. Those who have already passed, please go to the waiting room. Izuku. Okay, thinking. What about the others? How is Momo? Mara. Turning off the microphone slightly, you can tell their youth is not right. The battle royale is normal, although now there is an unusual pattern, everyone attacked them relentlessly from the first moment, but so far, there is no UA student eliminated. Yes, this year, things were different for the UA, there were some who were afraid, it was normal, but none of them had any intention of taking a step back. There were still several places available, Iida ran from one place to another, helping as many of his friends as he could, but at one point he found a small shining bundle, it was Aoyama who was hiding, he seemed like more rubble, the boy approached his friend, who wondered why this was happening. Iida. I try to help Class A as much as I can, many gathered in one place, I also look for the others. Aoyama. Confused, so you've been running alone all this time? Iida. Yes, nodding. This caused a series of laughs in Aoyama, which confused the boy in white armor. Iida. Huh? Aoyama. How do you know who's left? What would you do if they pass and leave you behind? Iida. Haha, funny that you're the one who says that, when I found you. Aoyama. Low blow, smiling slightly. Iida. Also, I think if everyone passes first it's fine by me. I'm the class president of Class A after all. I should support and lead the class. As long as I have the time and energy, I'll help you. After all, I trust you. You kept a secret that big the whole time, Midoriya. Haha, yes, don't take it the wrong way, first of all I didn't want to be the center of attention, also take into account that I didn't handle them perfectly enough to show it all the time, I didn't want to cause any problems, besides in my family, trust is key. Trust? So you don't trust us? Well, that's a little more complicated to explain, but if I'm honest, there are things I firmly believe in, I believe in redemption, I believe in second chances, but above all, I believe in my friends. Midoriya. Iida. My position was not something I earned, but something that was given to me, Midoriya trusted me to give me his position, and I will both respect and honor his decision, that is what my brother would do, my actions are the shape of my dream. Aoyama. Thinking. The shape of my dream. Something had happened, those simple words hit the blonde directly, who couldn't respond, sinking into his own thoughts. For their part, the green-haired, the brunette and the black-haired had already arrived at the anteroom, on the way they met Bakugo, Kaminari and Kirishima, the Redeed explained to his friends that after Shindo's earthquake, he ran to regroup but ended up running into Bakugo. Kirishima. I think he just used me as cannon fodder, but we managed to get through in the end. Uraraka. I'm glad. Zero. Good for you, old man. Kirishima. But what about you? Uraraka. There's not much to tell. Izuku. Haha, I would say yes, thanks again for your help guys. They both entered, but at that moment, Bakugo passed by Izuku with an expression of fury. Bakugo? You passed too. Damn bad luck. The blonde continued walking before Izuku's gaze, who looked elsewhere, ignoring the comment. Zero. What's wrong with him? Kirishima. He faced a boy from Shiketsu who told him his truths, I think he didn't take it well. Uraraka. And when did he do it? Everyone entered the anteroom calmly, in Kaminari's case, he breathed a sigh of relief, although Izuku was secretly looking for a brunette, but the girl was the first to find them. Momo. Izuku. Getting the boy's attention, I'm glad you're okay, I was very worried about you. Izuku. Me too, Momo. The green-haired boy who had advanced towards the girl stopped, both staring at each other, but as soon as Momo thought about what he had said, her face turned slightly red, as did Izuku. Both nervously turned to look elsewhere. Momo. I worried about everyone, I didn't know how far away they were haha. Izuku. Why yes, me too, that destruction separated us equally. Kaminari. But we're all fine. Smiling. Izuku. You guys were pretty fast. Shoji. I don't think so, we haven't been here long, I think Todoroki was the first. Izuku. Huh. Shoto. Yes, here I am eating an onigiri. Izuku. The fastest strawberry popsicle in the West. Sai. Passing a glass of water to Uraraka. Ichako, the key to remove the objectives is on the table, we must leave them on the shelf with the spheres. Uraraka. Thanks, I'll do that too. Shoto. Shouldn't we all celebrate yet? Izuku. I know, seriously. Kaminari. What? Why? Shoto. You already noticed, right? Momo. What are you talking about? Izuku. There are only of us. Shoto. There are still left. Momo. The announcement from earlier mentioned that there were only more spaces left. Izuku. Thinking. Guys. On the battlefield, things had become complicated not only for Iida and Aoyama who found themselves surrounded, but also for the rest of Class A, because for the time that remained, the organized battle had become a war without quarter, the boys were scattered, united in small groups. Mineta. Damn, there's no more time. Sato. What shall we do? Mara. 8 people came through at once. Now there are only 10 spots left. Viz joke. Huh. It's the boys from my class. It's Tatami and the others. They went together, they must have avenged Shindo. Guys. Well done. Waving to the boys. Aizawa. Thinking. Only 10 left. Momo. Class A. Jiro. There are still 9 people left, but considering the pressure of the minutes and the places left, I think it's impossible for the rest of our class to pass this stage. Back on the field, Iida ran with speed pulling Aoyama with him, it was not in his plans to abandon him to his fate. As long as I have the time and energy, I'll help you. After all, I trust you. My position was not something I earned, but something that was given to me. Midoriya trusted me to give me his position, and I will both respect and honor his decision. That is what my brother would do. My actions are the shape of my dream. The blue-haired boy's words echoed in the mind of the shiny blonde who remained immersed in his thoughts. Aoyama. Thinking. The shape of my dream. Dad, Mom, why am I different from the others? The boy let go of Iida who stopped. Iida. Aoyama. But the blonde didn't say a word, only a smile formed on his face, and without thinking twice, in a single movement he fired his naval laser towards the sky, confusing everyone. What's that? Iida. What are you doing? I'm serious, what are you doing? Aoyama. I stand out. Iida. That's obvious. But that's not what I was talking about. Aoyama. If you keep protecting me, we'll both lose. I've drawn attention and already hit 2 of my targets, 1 more and I'll lose. Shaking from the pain and effort, I'm doing it for you. Iida. What? Aoyama. Go after those coming for me while I highlight, with your speed you can do it without problems, right? Iida. Confused, but why are you doing this now? Aoyama. It may be sudden, but thinking. The shape of my dream, remembering the moment his mother gave him his belt, I always wanted to be like that. Now you have to prepare yourself, they'll come soon. Iida. Turning to the other side but. The blonde boy was right, no one was late, now everyone was surrounded by land and air, Iida was nervous. Aoyama. Quick. Hurry. Iida didn't think twice, despite having everything against him, the boy was willing to fight. Iida. Alright. Get ready. Reciprocation. The boy was about to use his quirk with everything, but at that moment, a flock of pigeons surrounded Aoyama's halo of light, intriguing everyone once again. What's that? The birds wasted no time and quickly headed towards the boys, pecking at them or hindering their movements and vision. Pigeons? Iida. This is. Hoda. Birds, keep circling that area. Okoyami. Appearing among the pigeons, Black Hank. Black Ops arms. The boy used Dark Shadow again and began attacking everyone there, who stepped back, stepping on some purple spheres. What? And now this. But that was not the only surprise, because Ejiro also appeared, starting to land blows that knocked down his rivals, making them stick more to the ground. Damn. Trying in vain to get unstuck. Mineta. Let's go. Throwing his fears without a care in the world, go get whoever you can. Ejiro. We'll cover them. Iida. Guys. Happy. It's the UA. But the 4 of them were not the only ones who had arrived, because in a stealthy way, Hagakure had managed to gather several rivals by beating them. Hagakure. Hello. Smile for the camera. Who is speaking? Hagakure. Distortion refraction. The bright flash appeared emanating from the girl which, due to its intensity, was able to blind everyone the girl had gathered, even more. My eyes. Hagakure. Hitting the participants and putting their balls into the targets, I go first. Ejiro. Defeating a small group and passing me 2. Vera. 2 more passed. 8 places left. Aoyama. Hey, because. Mina. We got scared and that's why we got careless, even though we were relatively close, we couldn't see each other in all the chaos, attacking, but thanks to seeing your naval laser we were able to meet again, thanks for that, Aoyama. Looking at the boy with a smile and raising her finger, now come, we have to go through all together. Aoyama just watched as the girl returned to the fight, approving as did her companions. Vera. Left. Okoyami. Sorry, putting his last ball. Vera. Mineta. Hahaha, I did it. Approving. Vera. There's more. In the final minutes, the UA comes together to make big attacks and get through. Aizawa. Thinking. Were there that many left? Aoyama. Happy I did it. Vera. Sato. Yes, that's how it's done. Vera. Wait, there are only left. A girl from Shiketsu also manages to sneak in. Iida. Running next to the blonde, you know, Aoyama, I don't know what you mean by being equal, I don't know what you compare yourself to either, but all this approaching 2 people was thanks to you. Both boys extended their arms and put the remaining balls into their respective goals, both had managed to pass. Ida. Thank you. Aoyama. Well, it means my radiance won't stop. Ida. Hehe yeah, I think so, I'm not sure. Both boys just laughed happily and excitedly. Mara. And 100 people approved. We're done. It's the end, yes. Shouting in the air. Haminari and Kirishima. Yes. Uraraka. Everyone from UA managed to pass the first test. Raising her fist. 0. That's how it's done, guys. Sai. Kiro happy. Izuku. What a relief, breathing calmly. Shoji. Yes. Mara. Unfortunately, those who failed must withdraw, please leave soon. Aizawa. Brats, you managed to make me nervous, when we get back I'll make you train until you faint. Is joke. Hahaha, you're happy, aren't you? Show it. Aizawa. I'm upset. Is joke. You move your legs a lot. Aizawa. Of course not. Is joke. Hahaha. Back in the anteroom, all the boys of Class A were happy, although there were some screams in the background. Anasa. Shishikura failed. Nagamasa. You're yelling too much. It's because that annoying violent guy went ahead and fought alone. This goes for you guys too. Ignoring Yurashi, Kami, I should know. Kami. Annoyed yes. Mara. Please, we need the who passed the test to see the screen. The boys, upon hearing this, approached a huge screen in the anteroom, watching as the images were divided, showing the battlefield. Izuku. Huh. It's the countryside. Momo. What will happen? As the girl finished saying this, the whole stage began to explode and fall, earthquakes, hurricanes, storms, floods, explosions, fake disasters, but with enough power to make everything destroyed and the boys alarmed. Izuku. But what? Momo. Why? Mara. The next test will be the last. It's something basic that you've already seen in your classes. Everyone will do rescue exercises. Shoto. Rescue. Haminari. But we came from there was no one to rescue. Mara. There are many passers-by who are trapped, they need help. Mineta. Transients. It's impossible. Hagakure. Passers-by correcting the boy, we saw that topic in class. Momo. They can be ordinary citizens. Sai. Or the students who couldn't pass. Mara. Let's assume the approved participants already have their provisional license, now we will test how well they can do rescues. Izuku. Remembering when he helped in the Kamino rescue efforts, I see Aizawa and Nana were right. Shoji. There are people. The boy was right, sticking out from the rubble, there were many people raising their hands, asking for help. Izuku. Men, women, old people, and children. Mineta. That's dangerous. What are they doing there? The people really looked hurt, bruises, blood, but what the kids didn't know is that these people had been hired. Mara. Don't worry, these people are trained to be professional victims, they are in high demand, they are from the Help Us company, Huck for short. Zero. Huck. Professional victims. Sai. There really are jobs of all kinds. Ajiro. Well, this world is adapted to a society full of heroes. Mara. As you can see, the Huck people are the victims and they are waiting for you in the disaster area, and now it's your turn, go out and rescue them, you will be given rescue points, and if you have more than the necessary ones, you will pass, they will start in 10 minutes, so take advantage and go to the bathroom or whatever. Ida. Approaching Izuku Midoriya. Izuku. Yeah, I wonder if that area is based on what happened on Kamino. Ida. That time we focused only on saving Bakugo from the villains and not getting in the way of the fight, but even though you helped, there were many casualties. Izuku just clenched his fists, that day he had to save people, but he also rescued people who had lost their lives due to the disasters, the annoyed boy just took a step forward. Izuku. We have to try hard. Ida just nodded with a serious face, Momo who had also approached, also nodded. On the other hand, Zero approached Mineta and Kaminari slightly, seeing that no one would hear him. Zero. Hey, something cool happened, listen up. Mineta. Classification. Disinterested. Zero. Over. Mineta. I'm listening. Zero. See the leader girl from Shiketsu? Pointing at Kami. Haminari. Yeah. Mineta. If you're just going to tell me she's pretty, I'll hit you. Besides, I saw her the whole time and… Zero. Trust me. Haminari. What happened? Zero. It wasn't my turn because I came last, but Midoriya saw her almost naked in Asui's outfit. At that moment, both boys shouted in the air in annoyance. Mineta and Kaminari. Midoriya. Running towards the boy to complain, what were you doing, idiot? Well, we were working. Did you take advantage of the fact that we were in a test? Izuku. Stop it, both of you. What are you talking about now? Mineta. Don't play dumb. Pointing at Kami, what did you do to her? The girl, who was screaming, turned around and saw how they were pointing at her. The three remained silent, but at that moment, the girl greeted the green-haired boy in a nice way and, what no one expected, she blew him a kiss, which made the blood of the blonde and the dwarf boil. Mineta. That's a greeting between a man and a woman when their relationship has already moved to another level. Haminari. I misjudged you, you messy-haired idiot. Izuku. I see it was Zero, right. Separating from them, calm down. It wasn't anything he told you, it was because of his quirk, to be honest, I don't know what was happening, and I got quite nervous. Haminari. You saw her half naked, right? Izuku. No, well. Mineta. You saw her, right? They both turned around seeing how the girl waved again. Haminari. And keep waving. Mineta. How far did they get? Both boys started pulling Izuku's suit who, fed up, moved away from the boys. Izuku. I already told you it's not that. For her part, watching him from the food table, Momo had a serious face. Hearing this and seeing the aforementioned's reaction, she felt a slight discomfort, like a pang in her heart. Hiroshima. Huh. Look, here come Shiketsus. At that moment everyone saw how the boys with hats approached, exchanging a few words with Bakugo, although what was notable at least for Izuku, was seeing how Inasa walked away passing by Shoto with a clear aura of annoyance. Shoto. Hey, the one with the shaved head calling Inasa's attention, did I do something to you? The boy stopped and with a cold look, turned to look at the boy. Inasa. Wow. I'm sorry, Endeavor's son, but I have no interest in talking to you. I hate you both. I think they tell you that a lot, but you have your father's eyes. With disgust at the end. The mixed-haired boy was slightly surprised by this response, hatred was evident in the eyes of the boy with a wind control quirk. Nagamasa. Yurashi, what's wrong? Inasa. Nothing, sir. Encouraged. Shoto. Thinking. Same as the old man's. Izuku. Shoto getting closer to his best friend. The boy was about to arrive with his best friend, but at that moment, Kami's heels made him tremble slightly. Kami. See you later. Izuku-kun winking at her and blowing her a kiss seductively. Izuku. Nervous, why yes. Haminari. What do you mean yes? Mineta. Hex maniac. Izuku. I already told you it's not that. She's very scary. Momo. Helping her best friend, come on, you two, don't be disrespectful, stop slacking off, we still have another test ahead of us. Mineta. But. The girl just looked annoyed at both perverts who, resigned, just lowered their heads and left. Izuku. Hehe, thanks Momo, you're the best. Momo. Which thanks, you also concentrate. Izuku. Hehe, okay. The boy went to the food table, while the girl turned to see the blonde who joined her classmates, without knowing it, Momo clenched her fists and put a hand on her chest. Momo. Thinking. I don't like this, why am I so worried? A few moments ago I was fine seeing Izuku, I don't like it. The girl breathed calmly, which she achieved after a couple of seconds, so she was calmer with her best friend. Momo. Ready, Aizu. At that moment the alert sounded, the girl could not continue speaking, everyone turned to look at the screen, the speakers turned on. Speakers. The villains started a terrorist attack throughout the city, buildings collapsed and many were injured. Sai. That's the scenario. Duro. So. Sai. Yes. Izuku. The last test has already begun. Speakers. Due to damaged roads, rescuers were delayed. At that moment, the anteroom began to open as well as the place where everyone was gathered. Haminari. Does this one open too? Speakers. The heroes will lead the rescue efforts until they arrive, save as many lives as they can. The green-haired man just frowned, preparing to leave. Speakers. So start. No one wasted any time and everyone left with the help of their quirks. The ultimate test, in a world without the symbol of peace and the man of tomorrow, what matters more, fame or saving the lives of others? After saving lives is part of a hero's job. Speakers. So start. All the boys gathered there went out using their quirks to move around. Insert make my story and continue reading. Ida. Thinking. Saving lives is part of a hero's job. Izuku. Thinking. I won't fail, even if it's a test, I'll give it my all to get my license. Bakugo. Thinking. They mentioned some points, but not how they would give them. Shoto. Thinking. We'll have to move forward with what we learned at the academy. Inasa. Let's go. Propelling himself with the wind quite lively. Ida. Let's start with the most affected urban area, let's try to go all together. Haminari. Yes. Izuku. No. This isn't like a fight. We have to spread out. Divide into small teams if you want, but if we all go, we'll just get in the way. Momo. We must support each other even with other schools, we do not know how the distribution of points is so we have to be guided by instinct and what we learned in classes. Izuku. Exactly. Bakugo. Damn nerd, will you shut up? I won't follow your damn orders. The boy ignored the blonde, but at that moment he stopped. Ida. What's up? Bakugo. Bastard, don't ignore me. Izuku didn't say anything and just ran off with his super speed, surprising everyone. Iida. Where to? Momo. Hey. Don't just stand there, move. We'll support the other heroes in the area, Uraraka, Kirishima, Tokoyami and Shiro. I need you with me. You will help me with the rescue, the evacuation, and to support the damaged structures. Let's try to keep casualties to a minimum. Sato, you, Ejiro, Koda and Shoji go with Mineta. We will use his strength and senses to find more injured people. Hagakure, Jiro, Minatsuyu and Shoto, you will be another team, you know what to do. Mina. Okay. Momo. Iida, run around the area, look for stragglers, help whoever you can, and let us know if anyone needs help. Iida. Okay. With a military salute. Momo. Aoyama, you will be our beacon, scan the area, if any hero needs support you will use your laser. Aoyama. Ui, Mademoiselle running. Momo. Okay. Bakugo, I need your cooperation, small explosions to take down. Bakugo. You're not going to order me around. I'll go on my own damn own. The boy spat this out and started to leave with the help of his explosions, being followed by Kaminari. Momo. Wait. Don't you realize? We have to work together if we want to pass. Bakugo. We're not bucking Boy Scouts. Besides, I don't need anyone else. I'll be the one who's going to rescue all these damn extras. Leaving the place. Momo. Izuku was right, he is very difficult to work with. Shoto. Yes, it's always been this difficult. Momo. Okay, but we have to move now, time is running out and people need us, everyone has their missions, go, now. All? Yes. The boys began to spread out around the place while their teachers watched the battlefield. Mara. Well, please finish the second test as quickly as possible, exhausted. Aizawa. In the stands rescue exercises, huh? Sayu. Even though it's an exercise, I feel like this is kind of absurd. Ejiro. Guys, be careful with the debris. For his part, Mineta arrived at the area that was his responsibility and found a boy who was apparently injured. At first, the dwarf was scared by this, and with that, everyone learned a lesson. It would be those from Haku would give the points. Q. Okay, let's agree on this as a danger area, holding out his arms. No, broader, remember that it was a terrorist attack, there could be more damage. Nagamasa. I'll make a path and a space for the helicopters, move aside. Using his quirk. The Shiketsu boy covered in hair began to make use of it, managing to make a perfect path which demonstrated the perfect handling of his quirk. Anasa. Excited, that's it, Mora-senpai. Great. Itami. Raising a white flag, the first aid station will go here. Shikui. There's plenty of room. Let's set up the evacuation area. Itami. Okay, I'll take care of the triage. Aizawa. When it comes to saving lives, experience makes a big difference. The green-haired boy had moved away from his classmates upon hearing the noises from all the buildings. Now the boy was helping students from other schools as best he could. He cut some pipes with his heat vision. He put out the fire with his icy breath. With his X-ray vision he detected who was trapped. Izuku moved as fast as he could, but at that moment he heard an explosion in the distance. The boy looked up, although after a few seconds, he frowned and went to that place. Huck staff. Please help me, I broke my arm. Staff, I can't feel my legs, please help me. Bakugo. You want to shut the damn snout. Save yourselves. Huck staff. Huh. Saying that to a civilian, even if they have minor injuries, is inconsiderate. We're supposed to be in a disaster, we're in shock. Do you think saying that is a good idea? Staff, also, your explosions, even if they are small, could damage a structure more than it already has and cause it to collapse. Both. Points less. The blonde turned his back on them, ready to leave, but upon hearing this last thing, he stopped furiously. Bakugo. What the hell did they just say? The blonde looked back, making louder explosions. Bakugo went down and started to face the fake wounded who, intimidated, started to retreat. Bakugo. If you can move then do it alone. At that moment Bakugo screamed in the faces of the elders and returned to his place, although making an explosion that, although it was only to move, it did destabilize some beams which held a bridge which began to break, and from one second to another, it began to fall. Huh? Scared. Bakugo. Realizing this, hey you two, move. The blonde man shouted this, but suddenly, someone stopped the falling debris. The blonde man just frowned at the sight of the red cape. Bakugo. Damn. That's right, it was Izuku who, alerted by the explosion, arrived and using his flight, managed to hold the enormous rubble with both hands. The boy went down and threw the piece of bridge in a safe area and approached the civilians. Izuku. Are you okay? Bakugo. From his place, what kind of stupid question is that? No, I think I broke my arm and my partner can't move his legs. Help us please, Mr. Hero, I can't feel my legs. Izuku. Smiling, don't worry, you're already safe. The boy took a piece of rubble which was flat and carefully carried the subject who laid him on it. The green-haired man carried the rubble with one hand and with the other held the other man. Izuku. I'll take you to the first aid area. The boy began to fly low to the ground and began to take people before Bakugo's gaze, who closed his fists in fury. Izuku took the wounded to the safe zone and went back to the disaster site, meeting Momo. Izuku. Momo, how is everything? Momo. Okay, I've already divided us into support teams. Izuku. Excellent idea. Momo. Why did you leave without saying anything? Izuku. We had to be quick, I heard many people screaming for help. The boy moved forward a little seeing the disaster in front of him. Izuku. I learned it the day I helped the people on Kamino. We must not only rescue and provide support, but also exercise authority until the firefighters, police and emergency services arrive. Strive so that everything is okay when they arrive. It's like my father used to say. Heroes must do many things to save people. Momo. Izuku. Izuku. Everyone is hurt, scared and worried. We can't just look at them and say something like, how bad something like that wouldn't be right. Momo. I understand, also with your powers, you can save people easily, although for the other one you have to tell us. Izuku. Well, now I say it, I have to go back. Momo. Me too, take care. Izuku. You too, if you need anything call me, I'll go right away. Momo. Okay. The boy left, leaving the girl alone, who became slightly nervous, although after a little more time she was able to calm down. Vera. It's been 10 minutes since I started, everyone is doing well for their training, but obviously, not everything can be so good and simple. At that moment, in the corridors of the enormous building, a group of people led by a large, mysterious individual began to approach one of the doors that led to the interior of the building. Inasa. Cheerful, I'm Inasa Urashi, a first year at Shiketsu Academy, my hero name is Gale. Rescue drills excite me. The boy with the shaved head began to use his quirk, creating enormous air current so powerful that they dragged both debris and two Huck workers who were pretending to be babies. Huck staff. Thinking. Wind. He may look sloppy, but looking around he uses many different types of wind to adapt to the shape and size of people and debris. Looking at the boy, his control is incredible, but you're very sloppy. Points down. The scream took the boy by surprise, who stopped using his quirk. Nagamasa. Don't move anything without checking the condition or safety of the injured, because you could make it worse. Inasa. I see, sorry. Hey, Kimi left again, what's wrong? Inasa. Receiving the civilians, are you okay? Huck staff. Careless. Shishikura. The initial answer makes the training and decision-making obvious. Inasa, he asked to take an exam given to second-year students, even though he's a first-year student. They accepted him solely because of his strength, but he's very impatient, inexperienced, and inattentive. And despite saying that, you do know that out of everyone, only you failed, right Shishikura? Shishikura. I know. Well, it doesn't seem like it, in my opinion, you should take this time to reflect, to influence yourself. Shishikura. Influence me? It was easy to see from Stain. Shishikura. Are you implying that I'm influenced by a villain? Nonsense. Absurd. You're so stubborn, though in some ways it's not so bad. With its core ideals and All Might's retirement, more people want to reform in the hero's position. But if negativity and hatred become the driving force like they are with you, it can cloud your judgment and make you go too far. There is someone here, but they are not answering calls, it is too dark to see. First we have to confirm the pulse and breathing. Izuku. I can help you with that using his X-ray vision and super hearing. 3 people, one of them is unconscious, the others are trapped under the rubble. It will be complicated. Izuku. Not if we do it together. Bragging a group of rocks, I'll make room for the treatment. I'll take care of making the supports. Seeing Izuku, can you take care of moving the debris inside and getting the people out without it collapsing? Izuku. I just need you to make a safe path. I'll do it. The subject used his quirk and in a couple of seconds he managed to do it. Izuku didn't waste time and got inside the collapsed building. For their part, Momo and the others had already taken a group of civilians to the safe zone and had returned again. Momo. Guys, we have to move even faster. Zero. Huh. What's going on? Arriving with the girl. Momo. He's an old man, he's trapped, but he's still conscious. It hurts, please help me. Uraraka. The debris is in the way, I could make it float. Seeing the structure. Huck staff. Thinking. You'll lose points if you do that, watching the chestnut approach. Momo. Stop. The chestnut stopped when she heard the call of the brunette who had a serious face. Momo. Pay more attention to your surroundings, a building collapsed next to that wall, it's just luck that they're balanced, if you move it carelessly, the balance will be lost and everything will fall. Uraraka. Seeing the whole environment right, then what? Momo. Starting to use his creation, we will use a support to hold the wall, although I'm afraid it will take some time to prepare it. Zero. We'll take care of it. Sato. Exactly. Starting to eat sugar. Momo. We'll need something else to hold the supports together. Izuku. Then I'll help you. The green-haired boy was on top of his friends, starting to go down slightly. Uraraka. Look who decided to show up. Zero. Midoriya, where were you? Izuku. Not far away, helping some people, but I heard they needed help. Momo. Yes, can you join these brackets? Izuku. Sure. Sato, can you give me a hand to put them in order? Sato. Yes. Both boys got to work, and once the brunette finished making them, the boy put them in order, then Izuku rose and joined them with his heat vision. After this, Zero and Sato held some stones next to the support. Zero. Done. Reinforce the wall too. Momo. Now yes Uraraka. Uraraka. Yes, I'll move the debris that doesn't affect and make a path. Momo. Izuku, look around the building, use your X-ray vision and super hearing, let us know if there is anyone else who needs help. Izuku. Yes. The boy left while the chestnut made the path and Momo started making bandages. Thinking. It's not perfect, but it's not bad either. In such a big disaster, there aren't enough rescuers to help. That's why the work must be as efficient as possible. If someone tries to do it alone, they'll end up wasting their time. The important thing is to understand what they can do with their quirk, see how they can divide the work. Focusing on a paper in a test where you want to promote requires courage. You can only do it if you understand the situation, and even then it's wasted effort. Come on guys, if you waste time like this, we won't be able to give you your license. Ida. Many people have already been evacuated. Yaoirozu. Momo. Well, keep at it, let's not leave anyone behind. Ida. Yes. Mineta. We won't just stand there watching. Shoji. Separating was a good idea, unlike the other test. Sai. I'll return to the river, I'm there making the most of my abilities. Koda. I'm using all the animals and insects in the area to alert me. Ida. Amazing, Koda. Momo. Don't be too confident, we won't act individually, communicate with students from other schools. On the other hand, in an area full of students, Aoyama had turned on his laser illuminating the area. Class A was really trying hard, everyone wanted their license. But as mentioned before, things wouldn't be that easy for anyone. Protect the wounded and administer first aid. While emergency services arrive, the heroes must act in their place and ensure a quick transition when they arrive. Activating a communicator. How's everything going? Mara. In the initial response, well many acted badly, but even so, the points that Huck deducted were less than I thought, so in general terms, it looks good. To protect people, heroes must do many tasks, namely rescuing and. The subject was in his place with his entourage of individuals. In the field of destruction, everything remained calm for a few seconds until without warning, one of the walls of the stadium began to shake and from one moment to another, a huge explosion caught everyone's attention. Izuku. In the safe zone what? Shoto. Elsewhere an explosion. Hagakure. Because. Hiroshima. What is this? Uraraka. This is. Momo. The exercise was talking about a villain attack, wasn't it? Uraraka. Yes. Momo. Then I think those villains have already finished the job again. The Tommy. More disasters. Izuku. No remembering the words before the exam. There was a terrorist attack by the villains. Izuku. The exercise stage. The Tommy. It couldn't be that easy, right? The green-haired man turned around and using his supervision, he could see the intruder in the distance, a huge person with the appearance of an orca. Izuku opened his eyes in surprise. Izuku. Orca gang. Dang orca. Rescue and save, can they do it all at once? Mara. Thinking. He was present in the attack operation on the Nomus factory and helped in the rescue efforts on Camino, a hero considered at the level of Endeavor and Best Genist. He is someone really strong, he is currently ranked TH in number in the ranking of heroes who look like villains. At that moment, the hero's henchmen began to run down with their weapons raised. Speakers. Villains have appeared and have begun their pursuit. Aspiring heroes, continue the rescue efforts while the villains are stopped. Ida. Rescue while we fight. Mineta. Seriously? Stressed, aren't you expecting too much? Aizawa. Sigh, something like this would be difficult even for a professional, this goes beyond the provisional license. Orca gang. Well, what will you do? Fight or protect? Help or flee? What will you do, heroes? The green-haired boy looked at the people who were in the safe zone, there were also victims in the rubble, he had to protect them at all costs. The boy looked back in front, Gang Orca was not alone, his army was ready, armed and already on their way, they were not going to wait, the boy clenched his fists. Izuku. To Tommy, I'll leave the civilians to you. The Tommy. Yes. On behalf of Ketsubutsu, I promise I'll keep them safe. Izuku. Thank you. The boy was about to leave, but the other girl saw him with a slight smile. The Tommy. You two may look very similar, but your smile, it shows that you really want to make a difference. Maybe you'll want to give me your autograph later, Izuku? Smiling maybe. The boy started running until he found his friends who had already gathered. Sai. This is really bad. Bajiro. They're near the first aid station, they're not fools. Mina. I can't believe they sent villains so close. How evil. Sai. There are still many people to save here, but we also cannot ignore what is happening in front of us. Izuku. And we want. Landing. Mineta. Midoriya. Momo. Izuku. It's. Izuku. I know, I already saw it, it's about Gang Orca. Shoto. We have a plan, right? Izuku. Yeah, I just don't think you're going to like it. Mara. Thinking. The second test has a certain amount of points and is graded based on how many points are lost. The Hawk evaluates whether or not they acted well during the rescue, in addition to other things, such as whether they put themselves in the best position to use their quirk. Considering the scoring scheme and the applicant's data, there are commissioned employees personally evaluating each applicant who fail if their score drops below points. Strive to make the right decisions. For his part, Izuku was back in the safe zone with some civilians he had rescued. When he saw how a small group of villains had gotten quite close, Izuku lowered the civilians and prepared himself. The boy was going to use his heat vision to stop them, maybe a punch on the ground, after that would be enough to break the ground and drive them away. Everything was ready, Izuku prepared himself. The boy was about to use his heat vision, but at that moment an explosion, followed by smoke, clouded his vision. A scream was what caught his attention, revealing the identity of the new boy. Bakugo. Get out of my bucking sight, you bucking nerd. Izuku. Bakugo. Bakugo. This is my damn job, I don't have time to waste with civilians. The blonde began to make explosion after explosion, each one more powerful than the last. Izuku felt the tremors of each explosion. The green-haired boy was about to help his partner when he heard how a structure began to break. The green-haired boy turned to see the ground, telescopic vision and X-ray vision. For the boy, it was not difficult to locate the building that was about to fall, but the worrying thing was that it was still full. Izuku. Bakugo, lower the intensity of your explosions, these. Bakugo. Shut up right now, you piece of shit. If you're not going to do anything, then get lost. The green-haired man just clenched his fists, but without saying anything he left the place towards the building that was about to fall. Bakugo. I'm not going to let these jerks pass, I'll get my license before all of you, I'm the best of all making explosions. The blonde watched with a sadistic smile as his fellow members of Gang Orca fell one by one. Bakugo could already feel his ID in his hands, but the truth was that he was still a student for a reason. The blonde didn't even notice when Gang Orca appeared in front of him, the fake villain didn't even seem hurt. Orca Gang. Not enough. The huge and imposing hero used his classic paralyzing sonic attack with power which hit Bakugo full on. His joke. Gang Orca used his does it go with everything. Aizawa. I don't know. The blonde rolled his eyes, his explosion ceased, and the boy fell back unconscious. Orca Gang. There's only one when there's such a huge difference in power. They underestimate us too much. Izuku managed to hear this while he took all the civilians he could with him. Izuku. Thinking. Gang Orca's paralyzing ultrasonic attack. Bakugo, tell me you managed to move. The hero continued walking, but from one moment to the next, he turned around using his attack again which destroyed an icy attack, courtesy of Shoto Todoroki who, seeing that Bakugo had fallen, didn't waste any time. Izuku. Landing in the safe zone. Shoto, you finally deigned to come. Ajiro. Midoriya, there are still civilians in the area. Sai reports that there are many people left in the aquatic area. Iida, Hagakure and Mina went to help, but since we saw so many villains gathered, we decided to come and give them support. Izuku. Okay, then let's take care of the villains. The horde got into the rubble, they will be a danger to both civilians and heroes. Ajiro. Yes. The green-haired man began to fly through the ruins, and with his icy breath, he began to freeze the villains. For his part, Shoto had also frozen the ground, although before making another attack, he felt the wind begin to blow stronger, calling his attention. Gang Orca. This attack is nothing. Shoto. Yeah, I expected that from number, thinking. Something or someone is coming. Inasa. Coming go fly. The shaved-headed Shiketsu boy unleashed a massive wind attack which was able to break Shoto's icy attack, as well as move some of the hero's minions. Inasa. A villain attack. They've really cooked up something hot. The boy just smiled excitedly, but at that moment when he looked down he lost his gaze when he saw the mixed-haired boy. Izuku. Rescuing more people. Inasa Yurashi, Shiketsu's boy. Ajiro. Well, if they are there then we have nothing to worry about, you froze the villains, and that will give us time to get the people out. Okoyami. That's true. Hero Association staff. Prioritizing first aid is the cornerstone of everything, teaming up is very wise, in fact, with their strong and wide quirks, Uraraka and Todoroki are the best to take care of Gang Orca. Looking at both students' documents, good job. Anasa. Seeing Shoto, I arrived at the same time as you. Shoto. Thinking. He really came, that guy, I hate them. Oh, I don't know why he said that, but I just hope I don't get distracted. We have to stop Gang Orca, thanks for the help, but shouldn't you be helping with the evacuation? Anasa. What did you say? Irritated. Shoto. It's a good idea considering your quirk, right? I appreciate the help, but I'll take care of this guy, raising his arm. Apparently the comment made Anasa angry, who, ignoring the boy, began to charge the strength of his quirk. Orca gang. Here they come. At that moment, both launched their respective attacks, fire and wind. The huge orca covered itself, but as soon as both attacks mixed, they instantly separated. Orca gang's assistant. Huh? Where are they pointing? Confused. Anasa. Irritated, why do you use fire? Heat raises the wind. Shoto. Because I blocked the ice. If you know about the heat, then you should have known this. Did you do it on purpose? Your wind extinguished my flames. Anasa. You did it on purpose to take away my glory. Izuku. Pausing slightly, now that they're. Shoto. Why would I do something like that? Anasa. Why not? You're Endeavor's son for a reason. Shoto. Stop it, why do you insist so much on this? This is an exam my father has nothing to do with. But the boy could not continue speaking because a cement shot hit his shoulder. Gang Orca's helper. Cement gun. It'll harden quickly and you won't be able to move. Gang Orca. How absurd. I can't believe they're arguing now. The hero's henchmen began to fire their weapons. Shoto raised a wall of ice to protect himself while Anasa in the air dodged all the shots he could. Anasa. What doesn't it have to do with? It has a lot to do with it. For me, heroes have to be fiery. They bring hope and inspiration to people with passionate hearts. They are fiery. But your father, you Todoroki, think you are unreachable, all-powerful. In your eyes there is nothing but icy anger. Your father, your brother, from the moment I saw you in the test, I knew who you were. Those eyes, that gaze, just like Endeavor's. Shoto. The same ones, how ridiculous. I'm not the same as him. Growing angrier and clenching his fists, thinking. Ignore him, that's enough, stop listening to him. His hatred is towards Endeavor. Frowning, concentrate on the test, don't lose your cool. He's getting carried away, he doesn't really know the old man, not even Tuya. Control yourself. The mixed-haired boy tried to calm down, but he couldn't. Something inside him prevented him. An impulse. The boy might not be his father's biggest admirer, but he knew he had changed. He was respected in his agency. Burning, Tuya. The bicolor knew it. Maybe if the boy had only expressed his hatred towards Genji, Shoto would not have done anything, but he spoke of the Todoroki, of his family. That was the trigger. Shoto got angry. But what they both didn't know is that in the stands, the examiners, like everyone else, were confused by what both boys were doing. Gang Orca. What do you think they're doing with a villain in front of them? Shaking his head. Anasa. Annoyed, your father, your brother and you are the only heroes charging a huge wind attack that I will never accept. Throwing the attack towards the Orca hero, that's all. Shoto. Shut up. The boy used his flames again, attacking Gang Orca again, but both attacks denied each other again. Anasa. Damn self-righteous hypocrites. Seeing the reaction, huh? Again. Are you really? Their discussion was interrupted as they both saw Shoto's deflected flames getting dangerously close to Bakugo, who was just getting to his feet. Shoto. The wind deflected the flames. Bakugo. The blonde tried to raise his arm, hoping to use an explosion that could divert the flames, but they were already too close, although before he could touch him, someone grabbed him by the suit, lifting him up and preventing him from getting hurt. Anasa. That's it. Izuku. Carrying Bakugo, you two, what the hell do you think you're doing? Heroes Association staff. They don't seem to be students from the best schools. Heroes Association staff, it's a shame, but I'm sure those two. For his part, Shoto seemed to finally react. Between the entrance of his best friend and Anasa's wind, something clicked in his head. Shoto. Thinking. A quirk that allows you to control the wind. Looking up at the skinhead, right, now I remember why he had me intrigued. He's the boy from the entrance exam. Why didn't I remember before? Damn, despite everything I've said, when I heard what he said, I immediately got upset. The old man has changed, and even if he hadn't, I won't be like him. I promised Mom. Damn, all of this. Gang Orca. First approaching Shoto, I'll take care of the wind. The bicolor turned around when he noticed the Orca's presence so close, so he tried to attack, but this was not the objective of hero number 10, who attacked Anasa with his paralyzer, managing to knock him out. Anasa. Damn. In pain. Orca gang assistant. Impact. That's teamwork between the boss and us. We'll prepare all the candidates. Anasa began to fall stunned, defeated, but with his quirk out of control and unable to stop. Anasa. No, my control. Shoto. Hey. Gang Orca. Taking Shoto by the neck, you reap what you sow. The fake villain brought Shoto's face closer using his stun gun in a direct impact against Shoto, who rolled his eyes. Bang Orca. Ceasing his attack and seeing Inasa who still hadn't turned off his quirk, it wasn't very effective because of the distance. Bang Orca help her. Running in a group towards the safe zone, let's go for the evacuation shelter while the boss takes care of them. Shoto. Of demons. Inasa. Ma damn. Shoto. Remembering Izuku's words, he's right. Inasa. Seeing him distracted me and I became what I hated. Shoto. My own mistakes caused this. Shoto Inasa. I have to fix this. Mina. Running with people on her shoulders, it can't be. They're coming this way. Izuku. Damn, turning on his heat vision at this distance, I have to draw a line, I'll take advantage of Bakugo's destruction. The boy launched a blast keeping the minions at bay, but Izuku didn't stay there, the boy took a breath, a blast of his icy breath would be enough, although at that moment an irritated Bakugo managed to stand up. Bakugo. Get out of my way, damn nerd making explosions. Izuku. Bakugo. I thought you couldn't move. Bakugo. I'm the next number unit, stupid, I just have numb bucking limbs, my explosions and their repercussions, you're supposed to be a bucking encyclopedia, right? You should know by now that I'm better than that stupid talking orca. I was planning on doing a surprise attack, but those pair of morons ruined everything. Izuku. It looks like you haven't changed. The boy just took flight and went towards the villains whom he began to freeze again with his icy breath, and with light bursts of his heat vision he rendered their weapons useless. Orca gang. Well, should I finish off that wind and help the others? How long will it take? Shoto. Thinking. Damn, fighting amongst ourselves made everything worse, we were just a couple of arrogant people, we are not companions, we have no teamwork. Inasa seeing the Shiketsu boy, if you feel like me then use your strength, let's fix the mess we ourselves caused, lighting his flames. Inasa. Slightly looking up, thinking. I feel so numb that I couldn't put any force into it, but still, I have to. Activating his quirk. At that moment, both quirks mixed, but this time, far from hindering each other, they joined together forming a dome of fire around Gang Orca, who was surprised by this. Shoto Nasa. With fire and wind, we will catch you and defeat you. Gang Orca. Thinking. Although he didn't move his body, his power and accuracy decreased, but the paralysis didn't have enough effect, he can barely control his quirk. On the other hand, Todoroki can't move either, but he covers Urashi's lack of strength with flames, they are strong, and this isn't bad at all. But that won't fix or make their previous nonsense disappear. A storm hits the ground, they noticed their mistake and tried to pay for it. I don't dislike that way of thinking. Orca gang's assistant. Back off. Isn't that bad? Orca gang helper, the boss is like an orca, he gets weak if he dries out. Forget everything, we have to stop Todoroki. The minions began to attack the bicolor, but Shoto used his simultaneous activation, again creating an ice wall stopping the cement bullets, but not much happened when more boys from Class A joined the battle followed by Izuku. Orca gang assistant. Finish them off. Shooting at the boys. Izuku. I don't think so. The boy used his heat vision disabling the villains' weapons and making his companions not waste the opportunity hitting the villains, but not only those from UA, even Nagamasa from Shiketsu or Tatami from Ketsubutsu made an appearance. Sai. Midoriya, we have them under control, go and finish the boss. Izuku. Sai, what time did you get here? Sai. It's one of the skills I perfected as a frog, I've already finished the rescues in the aquatic area and I came to help, so now it's your turn, go there and help Shoto, we'll take care of them. Izuku. Are you sure? Nagamasa. I sent Urashi to help them, he held me responsible for his actions, forgive me for that Midoriya, but now I need your help. Izuku. Okay. Meanwhile, back with Gang Orca, he had already freed himself from his fiery prison with the help of his paralyzer. Gang Orca. A prison of fire and wind, it's a good idea, any common villain would surrender, beg for mercy, but what if this doesn't happen? When you make a move, you must immediately think about the next one, brats. Advancing toward Shoto, now what? Shoto. Thinking. Nothing. Inasa. Thinking. I have nothing. At that moment, the orca bared its fangs in a threatening manner. In the fire prison, it had rehydrated with a bottle of water, so it wasn't that weak. The fake villain approached Shoto, raising one of his claws. The two-colored beast had extinguished its flames. Perhaps it was defeated. But not only. Izuku. Stay away from them. The hero looked up seeing how Izuku was approaching him flying with force. Izuku raised his fist and unleashed a blow that the orca managed to block, although there was something that the hero did not know, and that is that this, despite being quite strong, was only a warning. Orca gang. Midoriya. Izuku. Haha, is this a bad opportunity to ask for your autograph? The boy just smiled and raised his other fist, unleashing a strong blow that the number hero was able to block again, albeit with pain. Bang Orca. Awesome. The hero smiled and prepared to fight again, but at that moment, the alarm sounded ending the second test. Mara. At this point, they saved everyone at Huck from the danger zone. It may seem arbitrary, but with that, all the examination procedures ended. Izuku. Are we done? Mara. We will announce the results after announcing the scores. Those who were injured should go to the infirmary while the others, we advise them to change and wait. Orca gang assistant. Boss, sorry, we didn't finish the job. Bang Orca helper, it's hard to move with these protectors. Bang Orca. No, even without the protectors, that prison of wind and fire was excellent, plus Midoriya's 2 hits after the damage from drying me out that kid, if the fight had gone on a little longer. Everyone followed Mara's orders, and after a few minutes, the results were ready. The boys got back into a group looking at the tired superior. Mara. Thank you for your hard work. I'll announce the results now. But before that, I'll tell you about the point system. This was implemented between the Huck workers and those from the Security Commission. A double merit system was used. That is, we evaluated them by the mistakes they made in a crisis situation. Anyway, the names of those who passed will be listed here in alphabetical order. Pointing to the huge screen, please look at the list with those words in mind. The big screen lit up and the names appeared before everyone's eyes, who wasted no time and started searching for their name. Izuku. Watching the screen, my. The boy started searching, his nerves on edge, his heart was beating fast, he felt the sweat running down his body, but at that moment everything stopped. There it was, his name was on that list. Midoriya Izuku. The green-haired man opened his eyes as he felt his heart stop for a second. Izuku. Thinking. There it is. My name is there, Mom, Dad. The green-haired man began to smile, looked up and clenched his fists excitedly, he had really done it. But the boy was not the only one, soon, more of his classmates found their names. Mineta. There I am. Mineta Minoru. Jiro. Sighing satisfied, yes, there it is, smiling. Iida. I saw my name. Smiling. Shoji. Many approved, I can also see my name, how nice. Uraraka. Uraraka Chako. Moved. Zero. Yes. Okoyami. For a second I got nervous, nodding. Ajiro. I'm glad. Aoyama. Thank you. Sato. There it is. Mina. I did it. Raising her arms. Hoda. Yes. Smiling. Momo. Effort pays off. Sai. Kiro. Happy. Hagakure. Yes. Haminari. Yeah. Hiroshima. Yes. I can see my name. Everyone was excited, or well, almost everyone. There was one who, instead of happiness, felt a fury growing inside him when he didn't see his name on the screen. Bakugo. It's not there. My name, it's not there. Furious. But he wasn't the only one who had failed. Inasa. Searching for his name, I know, there's nothing after you, lowering his hat, disappointed after all, he's not. But the boy wasn't the only one disappointed at not seeing his name, far from him, Shoto Todoroki had also lowered his gaze, sad because he hadn't found anything when searching for his name. Izuku. Approaching his best friend Shoto. Shoto. It's not. Izuku. I know, I'm sorry. The mixed-haired boy turned to see his best friend, who looked at him with a serious face. Shoto just sighed, but before saying anything, they both heard a scream that caught their attention. Inasa. Todoroki. They both turned around, seeing how the big boy from Shiketsu approached them. For a few seconds, silence reigned, the atmosphere seemed tense, but soon, and without saying anything to warn, Inasa made a deep bow. This was such that even his head hit the ground. Inasa. I'm sorry. It's my fault you didn't pass. Shoto. Huh. Inasa. All because I wasn't thinking straight. I'm sorry. Shoto. No, it was more like my fault, I started it all, forgive me. Inasa. But. Shoto. Look, I've always been a pretty impulsive person. When I heard what you said about my father and my family, I couldn't control myself. Mina. Todoroki didn't pass. Zero. Did the top 2 in the class fail? Haminari. Seeing Bakugo, you should reconsider your language, words matter, lol. Bakugo. Furious, shut up, I'll kill you if you say another damn word. Mineta. Since they are both very skilled, they ended up losing to their egos, taking Shoto by the arm with an arrogant smile, the hierarchy collapses. Izuku. Grabbing the dwarf by the shirt and pulling him away, I dare you to tell that to Bakugo. Mineta seeing Shoto, hey bro. Shoto. I'm fine, Izuku, thanks, after all, I earned it, it's like Gang Orca said. You reap what you sow, I guess I just have to wait for other news. Izuku. I know everything will be resolved, Shoto, you know what they say, everything is resolved in the end, and if nothing is resolved yet. Shoto. So it's not the end yet, I know, thanks. The green-haired boy extended his hand to his best friend, who took it with a slight smile. Inasa saw this confused, he had taken Endeavor and Ash's loners, selfish, arrogant, the boy with the shaved head thought that Shoto was like that from the moment he met him, so now, seeing this, he felt even worse, for having incorrectly judged the heterochromatic. Shoto. Hey, but I don't look like the old man, do I? Izuku. Well, maybe just in the eyes, although the one who looks the most like him is Natsuo. Shoto. True, he is the old man when he was young haha. Izuku. Patting the boy on the shoulder haha cheers watermelon popsicle. Mara. Now, we'll deliver your results. These will have an analysis of your points, so please review them carefully. The limit was points. We scored them by demerits. You can see how many points you lost and why on the sheets. Ajiro. I have points, it was close. Zero. I was isn't that great. Smiling. Jiro. Huh. Yeah, Momo has points. Surprised. Izuku. Congratulations Momo. Momo. Slightly blush thanks Izuku, but how many did you have? Izuku. Heh sorry. Momo. Surprised. Izuku. Well, I think I did a little bad in practice haha. According to this they took away some points for my behavior, staying still in risky situations, and that haha, although I think you did excellent, you commanded everyone and didn't lose your cool, you were incredible Momo. Momo. Haha, I don't think it was that bad, Izuku, after all I only gave some instructions. Both boys just smiled while talking with a slight nervousness on their faces. Ida. Raising his arms while talking to Tsayu I appreciate that you tell us what we should improve on. Tsayu. Yes, me too Kiro. Izuku. Thinking. Although that also makes me wonder if this was a demerit system which prevented you from recovering lost points, and you also had no hope if you fell below points then why didn't they remove those who had less than that? Turning to look at Shoto and Inasa. Mara. Everyone who passed, from now on and only in emergencies, can have the same authority as professional heroes. That is, confronting villains, saving people from accidents or criminals. You can act on your own judgment in those cases without the direction of a hero. But before you think about it, this also means that each of your actions carries a responsibility to society. Surely you already know that the great hero, Almight, used all his power. His existence was very important in suppressing crime. Without that deterrence, reckless people will reappear, the balance will be destroyed, and by changing the world, you will be at the center of society one day. Everyone must be exemplary heroes and be great enough to stop crime. This time, everyone has received their provisional license to act as heroes. I would like you to consider yourselves rookies and be diligent in your studies at your schools. The man said this while looking at all the aspirants without any distinction. For their part, each one attended to these words in different ways. For example, Izuku had his brow furrowed listening to everything attentively and with his fists closed, his determination. Mara. And for those who didn't pass. It's not time to feel depressed for not getting points, there's still a chance for you getting Bakugo's attention. After going through a special 3-month course and passing an individual exam, we also plan to give you your provisional licenses. Smiling slightly to deal with the future I was talking about, we need as many good heroes as we can. Raising his arms, the first test was to rule out people, but we wanted to nurture the remaining as much as possible. That's why we saw you through to the end. As a final result, we saw that it's not that you're not promising, rather, by correcting your problems, you all will have the potential to be better. I think you'll be busy doing that alongside your studies, and you can choose to retake the exam in April instead, but… Bakugo. I'll do it, damn it. Inasa. Please. Shoto. Well, that's good news. Izuku. I told you, pokeball. Mineta. Scared leave it, don't take it, relax, the hierarchy. Izuku took the dwarf again and took him away again. Ida. Smiling we'll wait for you, Todoroki. Shoto. Haha thanks, I'll catch up with you soon, don't get too confident. Izuku. I trust you will, brother. The green-haired boy extended his fist towards his best friend who returned the gesture with a smile. So, after a few more minutes of waiting, and already in the afternoon, the stadium doors opened, all the students left, the day and the provisional science exam had ended. After everything that had happened in the stadium, almost everyone was one step closer to being professional heroes. The UA kids walked, each with their briefcases containing their hero suits, all with different feelings on them, most with their hero licenses with them. Izuku stared at his badge for a few seconds, unable to believe he had it in his hands, unable to believe that all his effort had achieved this. Momo. Izuku. Approaching his best friend. Izuku. Hey. What's up, Momo? Seeing the brunette. Momo. Are you okay? Izuku. Hey yeah, it's just that I see my ID and I don't know, many people helped me, but I also caused a lot of problems, but now I see my ID, and I feel that it is also a proof of my own maturity. I think of my mother, of and my father and I get happy. The boy smiled at the brunette who felt strange again, a sensation in her body, the beating of her heart. Momo smiled at his best friend who blushed when he saw the brunette's beautiful smile. The boy felt nervous and turned to look away, although at that moment, the girl took advantage and slowly put her hand on her best friend's shoulder. Momo. Haha, I'm happy for you, Izuku, and I'm sure your father would be proud of you too. Izuku, thank you Momo. The boy smiled at his best friend who gave the green-haired boy a fruit bar. His joke. Hey Eraser, since we have the opportunity, why don't we train together? Eraser. Yeah, sounds good, as long as you don't try anything weird. Inasa, running. Hey Todoroki. Sayu. Huh. It's the boy Shiketsu. Shoto. What's going on? Inasa. I'll see you in the special class. Saying goodbye to the two-tone. Although I still don't really like you. I apologize in advance. Sorry. Bye. Hiroshima. Nervous. Was it supposed to be considerate? Shoto. Well, although he has a point, I'll take advantage of it too. Aoyama. Thank you, it's both daring and sensitive, isn't it? The bicolor looked a little more at the boy with the shaved head until he simply advanced towards the bus. For his part, Izuku continued eating the cave bar that Momo had given him until remembering something, he went with the Shiketsu upperclassman. Momo. Surprised Izuku. Izuku. Excuse me. Arriving with Nagamasa and getting his attention. Nagamasa. Huh. What's wrong, Midoriya? Seeing the boy. Izuku. Taking out his notebook from his backpack. Could you tell me what kind of training they do in Shiketsu? Nagamasa. Which one do you mean? Izuku. What do they do to erase their presence? Nagamasa. Confused. Wait, erase presence. Sorry kid, but we don't have any kind of training like that in our academy. Izuku. Huh. But the girl with the thick lips told me they did that kind of training. She also seemed to want to talk more. I was hoping to be able to do so now, but I don't see her anywhere. Nagamasa. Thick lips. Oh, Kami. She said she wasn't feeling well and left early, taking a taxi to the station. Izuku. Oh, I see, well that's a shame. Nagamasa. Although now that you mention it, turning his head and remembering the girl's attitude from that day, she's been acting a bit strange for about 3 days now, acting a bit different than usual. Izuku. Well, I guess his quirk control has a lot to do with it, right? Nagamasa. Her illusions can confuse the enemy, but I didn't know they also confused her. I guess I'll tell the academy doctor to examine her when we get back. Izuku. Confused illusions. Nagamasa. Yes, Kami's quirk is called glamour. It allows her to create visual and auditory illusions for a short period of time. She can emit a kind of mist from her mouth that allows her to create the illusion. I don't know some aspects of that mist like the duration, but it is a powerful quirk, although she can't use it for a long time. Izuku. Sorry, but I think you're confusing her with someone. The girl I faced could change her appearance. She tried to confuse me by taking on the appearance of one of my friends. Nagamasa. Shapeshifting. The hairy guy looked at Izuku for a few seconds, hoping to notice a lie in his eyes, but when he saw that the boy's confused face was genuine, a shiver ran through his body, and without saying anything he walked towards the bus, leaving Izuku more confused than before. What the boy didn't know is that on the other side of the city, a girl was moving through the alleys. The uniform belonged to Shiketsu, but the body was different, the proportions changed with each step she took. The stranger opened her blouse in a noticeable cleavage, took the hat and threw it. The girl took a cell phone out of her pockets, noticing that there was an incoming call. The girl answered, while her transformation continued to take effect, she continued to smile amusedly. Mr. Compress. Ah, you finally answered. Where are you and what are you doing, ID? Breathing a sigh of relief at receiving a reply from his partner. That's right, the assassin, a member of the League of Villains, had taken the appearance of Shiketsu's student and was now heading to her lair with a transformed smile as she took out a photo of Izuku which she caressed before putting it back between her breasts. ID. Do you want to calm down? I was having fun. Mr. Compress. Don't forget you were supposed to report regularly. If they catch you, you'll put us all in danger. ID. Calm down, little magician. In fact, I have never been caught in my life. Besides, I saw many interesting quirks. I think Tamura was right to worry about Izuku and his bicolor friend. Their strength is something that we should take into account, remembering some moments of his fight against Izuku and blushing slightly. The smiling girl hung up the call and continued walking until she turned around and saw a person in front of her. Apparently, this guy hadn't noticed the girl's presence, which the villain took advantage of, surreptitiously took out a knife, and with a sadistic smile and a predatory look, approached her new victim. Back with the UA students, all the boys from Class A got on the bus, and after a few minutes it began to move forward. For his part, Izuku, who had sat next to Momo, sent a photo of his ID to his mother, Nana, and also Toga. The smiling boy put his phone away to talk to the brunette, but after a few minutes and to his surprise, he received a response from the blonde who after weeks of disappearance, now congratulated him. Toga. Looks great Izuku. Congratulations. Izuku. Thanks, although I don't feel completely well because Shoto didn't pass. Toga. I know, he told me, although he is not completely sad, he knows it is his fault so on that side it is fine. Izuku. Did he tell you what happened? Toga. Yes, we both agreed that he won it because he was impulsive. Izuku. I thought the same, thanks for saying it. Toga. Remind me to scold him. Izuku. Hahaha of course, next time we see each other I'll tell you. Toga. I'll do it tomorrow. Izuku. Tomorrow? Are you coming to the academy? Where have you been? By the way, this is the first time you've answered my messages since what happened in Kamino. Toga. Sorry, I've been pretty busy haha. Izuku. I guess there'll be time for you to tell me what, right? Toga. Yes, in fact, tomorrow I'll scold him and tell them everything that happened to me. Izuku. And you're still doing the same thing, I don't know if Nana told you, but we have dorms, now we live at UA. Toga. I know, that's why I told you I'll see you tomorrow at lunch. Izuku. I don't understand. The boy was really confused, he didn't understand his best friend's messages, but then, clearing up doubts as well as giving him others, the girl sent 2 photos, in one she could be seen on the academy campus walking crypto next to Nana, and the other was of the blonde, only wearing the academy uniform. Izuku opened his eyes completely surprised, this was definitely news he didn't expect to receive at that moment. Izuku. What are you wearing? Toga. Haha I told you it's a long story. Izuku. But you're using. Toga. I know, I'll see you tomorrow after classes, I already missed you guys. And after that, the blonde disconnected leaving the green-haired boy with a confused face. Immediately the boy turned around in search of his best friend who was next to Ida, the bicolor feeling the gaze of his best friend, looked up, and there Izuku realized that the bicolor had the same disfigured face. Toga's news had taken them both by surprise, and now they knew that the exam was not the only surprise that day. Their best friend was back now. Chapter 1 won't fight you it's not boring to be good. The buses moved forward, each one towards its respective academy, but elsewhere, more precisely in the Tartaro's maximum security prison, things would not be so rosy. All for one. And tell me, the second semester at UA will start soon, right? Or has it already started? The truth is, I'm really bad with dates, although the really surprising thing is that both of you are here, honestly I was only expecting Shimura, weren't you supposed to dedicate yourself completely to his teaching, Almight? That's right, the terrifying villain was talking to the blonde former symbol of peace, and the beautiful black-haired heroine, a protective glass separated them, and although the villain was completely tied up, he was smiling, unlike the heroes. All for one. What do you want from me? Almight. I want to clear things up. Nana. That's what we came for, all for one. For a few seconds, the villain said nothing, keeping only his smile on his eyeless face. All for one. You know, this place is pretty stifling. For example, if I get an itch on my back and scratch it with the back of my chair, every gun in the place will instantly aim at me. In addition to my vital signs, they're also monitoring my brainwaves constantly. One thought about activating my quirk, and my life will be in danger. I'm imprisoned underground with several layers of security, and everything irregular has been eliminated. The entire world compares this prison to the Greek myth, hence the name Tartaros, the name of the god that represents the underworld. I guess that's why I'm still in here. Even I would have trouble rebelling against a god. Nana. And that's why you'll never be able to get out of here. All for one. I let both of us think about that smiling so tell me, what do you want? By the way, it's a shame what happened with Gran Torino, I wasn't lying when I said I considered him a great rival. All Might. Son of A. All for one. And what about your suit, All Might? Seeing the blonde's hero suit that suit says you don't know when to give up. Don't tell me you're still working as a hero, it would be very stupid of you and irresponsible of you to leave Shimura. All Might. You talk a lot. All for one. Try to understand. This is my first decent conversation in a long time. All Might. Shigaraki. All for one. Huh? Nana. Where is Tamura Shigaraki now? All for one. I don't know smiling unlike All Might's pupil, mine has already left the nest. Nana. What do you want to achieve? What do you want to do? Preserve your body beyond human reason to live so long, dedicate so much time to exploiting, toying with, and manipulating people, what did you hope to achieve? All for one. It's not a very productive topic. They wouldn't be satisfied with the answer even if I told them. There will always be people who can't understand each other, don't you realize, Shimura? All Might turning to look at the blonde I'm the same. Just like you. Just as you wanted to be a hero of justice, I long to be an evil king, it's simple, isn't it? I had an ideal and both the power and the strength to shape it. If I could live forever in my ideal, I would spare no effort to achieve it. All Might. So if you plan on living forever, tell me why you need a successor. All for one. Hahaha and you ask me? How funny mocking it's because you took everything from me, you and Superman, although I don't have to worry about him anymore. But back to the topic, just look at my body, I can barely stay alive thanks to this tube. When you guys appeared, my infinite ideal came to an end. When a person sees the end near, it's normal to leave their work to someone else. That's how it happens with everyone, the houses and buildings you see outside, the food that passes through your mouth, the embers of the quirk that runs through your veins, everything developed by passing through several people. I just want to do the same as everyone staring at All Might. Speakers. All Might, Nana Shimura, you have 3 minutes. All for one. Wait, don't say that, I want to talk more. No response. Well, the world must be shocked by your retirement, but tell me, how does everything look? Speakers. You must be isolated from the news. Please don't say anything unnecessary. Nana. You heard seriously? All for one. What a shame, although well, it's probably true. All Might. What? All for one. Now, the press will be nervous because you're gone, and the concern of having Endeavor as the new leader causes everyone to complain about the unity of the hero society. Meanwhile, sensing the instability, those who don't listen to the heroes, the people in the shadows, act. They believe they have a chance to change society and begin to act in an organized manner. As I told you before, I don't know where Tamura is, but I know that both he and his group will remain hidden for a while longer to ensure that their organization reaches the top. Everyone will want to increase their influence, so it's almost certain that there will be a lot of fighting among the villains themselves. If the scenario I wrote works well, this is probably how it will happen. The villain never erased a smile from his face, something that made both the former hero and the beautiful woman nervous. They didn't know what the villain was thinking, much less what he was planning. All for one. Assuming that's the case, it would all be because of your false form and your retirement, because of the way you abandoned another hero to his fate. People have already realized your hypocrisy, what your envy was capable of, and thanks to that, you won't be able to save people as you wish. You'll only see villains that you yourself caused to increase and you will suffer because of your impotence, spending the rest of your days like this. But won't you tell me, how do you feel? At that moment, the furious blonde stood up, the man clenched his fists and transformed again. Speakers. All Might, please move aside. Nana immediately stood up to stop her pupil, while All for One did not erase the smile from his face, it even grew bigger. All for One. When they guess his feelings, people usually get angry. Seeing All Might's enraged face, I'm sorry, but you can't hit me here. The blonde man detransformed, the suit hung again on his thin body, the subject sat down, but Nana did not, the woman had a serious face and stared at the villain. Nana. Don't think that only you know everything. I understand what you were thinking. Making Shigaraki, who is my grandson, kill All Might, me and any other UA student, that's what you were plotting, right? All for one. So. The villain smiled, but Nana kept her face serious. The woman remembered her talk with Inko, her moments as a UA teacher, the training she had with Izuku. The woman remembered the first flight she saw of Izuku with his hero suit. The woman just smiled determinedly. Nana. I won't die, do you hear me? All for one. I won't die, nor will I let Shigaraki kill me. I won't let the future you imagined happen. All for one. Are you sure about that? They said they came to clear things up, but you're just talking about circumstantial things. At that moment, the doors opened behind All Might and Nana, at the same time the speakers became active again. Speakers. All Might, Nana, time's up, please leave. All Might. I'll shatter your future, as many times as it takes, turning his back on the villain and walking to the exit. Nana. I promise you this, All for One, no matter what you think, Superman's death was not in vain, and no matter how much you rejoice in it, the symbol of hope will shine again, and you will only see here spend the rest of your days. The woman turned her back on her enemy and started walking towards the exit, but despite this, All for One did not erase his smile. All for one. The rest of my days, huh? But like that, the visit came to an end. Nana and All Might were taken back to the city with the help of Tsukauchi. On the way, the black-haired woman saw Izuku's message looking at the photo of his provisional license. The woman just smiled proudly for her nephew, sure that he would achieve great things. Meanwhile, already late at night, on the academy grounds, the UA boys had already had dinner and were now resting. Even Izuku was with them, accompanied by his faithful dog. Mina. We have classes starting tomorrow, huh? Momo. No rest for heroes. Sato. A lot of things happened. Okoyami. This summer is on that list of things I will never forget. Shoto. Approaching Izuku, hasn't he answered you? Izuku. Petting Crypto, no, looking at his phone. Shoto. He just sent those photos and disappeared again. Izuku. It's rare for her, though, after what happened last time. Shoto. Shouldn't we be surprised? Izuku. Nodding slightly, haha, exactly. Shoto. And have you already sent your photo to your mother? Izuku. It was the first thing I did, you know how it got, haha. Shoto. I imagine so. Izuku. And you? Shoto. I already spoke with the old man, he told mom, and you can imagine, they called me to support me. Izuku. Great, at least they understood. Shoto. Part of me thought the old man was going to scold me or something, but he was the one who understood the most, even apologizing. He feels guilty about Inasa's hatred and resentment toward the family, which is partly true, but… Izuku. I know, but at least that shows that he's really changing. Shoto. Hehe, yeah, I think so. The green-haired boy talked a little more with his best friend until Crypto made him understand that he was hungry, making Izuku smile. Izuku. Watching as the dog moved his food bowl. Okay, I understand you're hungry, standing up, save my spot, I have to feed that glutton. Shoto. Hahaha, of course, sitting down. The boy went to the kitchen, taking down the huge sack of food. The boy put the food in the bowl and also took the water bowl which he went to fill in the kitchen, but when he left, Bakugo passed in front of him. Bakugo. In an almost audible whisper, hey, I'll see you outside later. Izuku. Huh? Why? Seriously? Bakugo. Let's talk about your quirk. The green-haired man stared at the blonde for a few seconds, the blonde said nothing and continued walking. So a little more passed until Izuku went down towards his room in the company of his faithful dog. Izuku put Crypto in, but hesitated a little to leave. He didn't know what Bakugo wanted. He also knew that it was against the rules to leave the High Alliance at night. Izuku thought about it for a few minutes, but taking courage, he opened the door and left, hoping that Bakugo hadn't tricked him. Izuku did this without knowing that upstairs, in his other classmates' dorms, a small discussion would be the last topic to be discussed that night. Izuku. Using his X-ray vision, finding Bakugo really that far. But that's… The boy gulped, rose a few inches, and began to move forward. Meanwhile in the dorms, everyone was talking about their own feelings on the exam. Hiroshima. Haha, for a second I thought I would fail. My quirk doesn't help much when it came to rescues, but I could break structures without problems to go after the civilians. I could. Zero. Haha, the battles stressed me out when they separated us. If they attacked me in a group I knew I would have problems. Luckily I met Uraraka and Midoriya. I must admit that both are good at giving orders. Hiroshima. That's right, how was your plan? Zero. The idea we had to immobilize was Uraraka's. Midoriya was in charge of distracting everyone else. Sigh. So he was the bait. Uraraka. In my defense, it was her idea. Haha, taking a sip of her juice. Sato. Well, he also helped us in the rescue efforts, although Momo is the one who deserves the applause, she behaved like a true leader. Hoda. That's true, even Midoriya listened to him. Zero. But this is the first time I've seen him use his heat vision, that was impressive. For his part, while the boys were talking, Shoto watched him in silence with a slight smile on his face. For the first time he could see how more people recognized Izuku. The bicolor just sighed happily. At the same time he thought about a certain blonde with sharp teeth. The boy could breathe easy, knowing that the girl was with him again. But this happy thought was erased upon hearing an easily recognizable voice. Haminari. Sitting on the couch, they talk a lot about Midoriya, don't you think? Hagakure. Well, he's a great partner, throughout the test he helped us all. Haminari. So what's so interesting about that? Shoji. Well, with his abilities, he could easily pass by and leave us aside. We agree that he has the powers for that, but the fact that he didn't do it only speaks well of him. Okoyami. He's a good person. Haminari. I'm bored. Dropping his head. Uraraka. Do you have a problem with him? Haminari. None, he just strikes me as someone boring, flat, always good, always willing to save everyone, flying at sunset with the sun on his back and the American flag in his hand, mockingly pantomiming with his hands. At that moment the blonde stood up, imitating the pose. Shoto. Do you have something against him being like that? Approaching the blonde. On the other hand, Izuku had arrived at the meeting place with Bakugo. The boy had landed and started walking until he found him. Bakugo. Turning his back on him, you came. Izuku. Yes, the beta training camp, but why did we come here? Bakugo. So you remember, huh? This is where we had our first confrontation. Izuku. Of course I remember seeing the building in front of him, it was a difficult battle. Bakugo. Difficult battle. Trying not to lose his temper, this is where we had our first official fight, here I lost to you, and you say it was a difficult battle. Izuku. To be honest, I didn't know what to expect, I didn't know how to use my powers, you had the advantage in that, plus I lost my own advantage when I told you that I could predict your movements, doing that in a real battle would have been a huge mistake. Bakugo. TCH, it's because of that damn attitude of yours, that always made me sick. Izuku, upon hearing this, formed a serious face. The boy knew it was against the rules to be there at night. They had no time to waste, but there was something inside him that told him this would not be a quiet chat. Bakugo. You didn't have a quirk and you were useless, so tell me, how the hell did you get into UA and get a quirk? Izuku. What? Bakugo. Smiling, I didn't understand that guy who always said stupid things and smiled while he climbed higher and higher. Since you met that damn orphan and the half bastard, no, rather, since Superman's death, you kept moving forward, then you ran, you flew, and in the end you got your license. Izuku. What are you? Bakugo. You passed and I failed, what the hell was that? Izuku. Well, it's just a matter of. Bakugo. Shut up and listen, trash. Izuku. This isn't going anywhere, raising his voice slightly. Bakugo. You always made me sick and bothered me, but what happened in Kamino and in the stupid exam made me understand things. Izuku. Thinking. Did he find out? Bakugo. I was thinking about it the whole time. Izuku. Say it then, serious. Bakugo. Your power, you took it from Superman, right? The atmosphere was tense, the wind blew lightly. Bakugo said this as he turned to see Izuku, who looked at him with a serious face. Bakugo. The boss of the villains supposedly can steal quirks and give them to others. It's hard to believe, but one of those stupid cat girls lost her quirk and can't work anymore. Your father did reports on the damn Superman. I wouldn't even hesitate to guess that you knew him. And that's when you changed, but then Superman died. Izuku for his part clenched his fists. The blonde was wrong about everything, but the fact that he called his father a damn thing bothered him, although apparently this was not noticed by Bakugo, who continued talking. Bakugo. What Nana-sensei said you were in a damn disaster and you sure took it differently. Thinking about how those Nomus have several quirks, it seems believable. Also, as much as I hated him, even I knew that Superman and All Might would have been enough to defeat the boss, but what he said about All Might letting him die, from the way he spoke, it makes me understand that the villain and All Might knew each other, a guy who can steal quirks. And a damn Quirkless who can use Superman's powers. Somehow you did it right. You took Superman's power, that's why you wear that damn suit, that's why you used that hero name, you stole that power from someone who deserved it more. Izuku. Interrupting the blonde, even if he said it, what would you do with the answer? Besides, you don't know what you're talking about, annoyed, thinking. He didn't find out, he's just making guesses, he thinks that somehow my father's powers, my Kryptonian genes are like one for all. Bakugo. Yes, that's what it's about, someone who was always a rock, was recognized by the one he admired without me realizing it. Izuku. How clever you are, you only brought me for that. Sarcastically. The green-haired boy frowned slightly as he looked at Bakugo, who raised his hand. Apparently that wasn't the only thing the blonde wanted to say. Bakugo. No, you against me, let's fight, here and now. This answer took Izuku by surprise, who opened his eyes slightly. Izuku. What? Wait, why would we do that? Confused. I don't think you've even taken into account that we shouldn't even be here to begin with. Do you want to fight? Fine, but let it be during training, either in class or we can go to the academy gym, but there's no reason to do it now. The boy said this and turned his back on Bakugo, who looked slightly annoyed. Bakugo. If we fight seriously they'll stop us, stopping Izuku. Izuku. And if we fight now we risk being expelled, which sounds better to you? The boy started to move forward, but again, Bakugo stopped him. Bakugo. What part of you convinced Superman? Let me see it. Izuku stopped, clenching his fist slightly. Bakugo. Was your way of admiring him the right one? Did I do something wrong with All Might? Izuku. Bakugo turning his back. Did you see that? All Might is really cool. No matter how many problems he has, no matter how many enemies there are, he always wins. He always saves everyone without exception, he never gives up, and he's always there for anyone in trouble. Superman is a great hero. Me too, can I be a hero that great too? Izuku. Are you really thinking of fighting? The green-haired man continued to turn his back on his rival, who began to warm up. Bakugo. If you don't want to fight, get ready, that's right, you're using all your skills now, aren't you? Izuku. I won't fight, not against you. Bakugo prepared himself and threw himself at the green-haired boy, who, thanks to his super hearing, calculated the distance. Izuku. Thinking. He's coming this way, he'll use his right. No, I defeated him with that technique before, this is just a feint. The green-haired man was right. Bakugo moved his left hand and launched a powerful attack. Bakugo. You like to study things, don't you? Then come on, you damn trash. The green-haired boy was in the air. With his speed and flight he had managed to be faster than his rival, but even so, the boy remained firm in his decision. The green-haired boy landed with force, dissipating the dust and smoke quickly. Izuku. Are you crazy? Don't even think I'll follow this, I won't give you the pleasure, think things through. The green-haired boy turned around and started walking, but with an explosion, Bakugo stood in front of him and began to attack him with large and powerful explosions, which were visible even from a distance. These were so powerful that they broke the windows of nearby buildings, lighting up the night. Meanwhile, in the dorms, Kaminari sat back down on the couch in annoyance. Kaminari. He's a boring guy, he's everything, always straight, follows the rules, dreams that he can save everyone. Shoto. So? I don't see anything wrong with that. Kaminari. No one's like that. Don't you see? He's a liar, he acts like he's always right. Hiroshima. Huh. Sorry, but I think you just described Bakugo. Haminari. No, but I would like to, at least he is more interesting, he gets angry, he shouts, he attacks mercilessly, but he knows when to stop. Shoto. Did you really say that? Wow, you really are someone amazing, I guess it was inevitable, in the end there will always be people like that. Haminari. Watch your mouth, son of Endeavor. Shoto. Do you think that affects me? I stopped doing it a long time ago, and do you know why? Because that person you consider boring helped me. Robot. From a safe distance, 2 students violated curfew, their homeroom teacher is a racerhead. Your students are a camp beta. Calling the black-haired man you're responsible for them, go scold them. In the professional hero's room, he was making some notes, as well as arranging papers when he heard the robot's voice which irritated him slightly. Aizawa. Really? Annoyed. The man just sighed annoyed and left the place. Aizawa. What are you doing? The man left and it didn't take him long to find his students, Izuku had landed again trying to calm his partner. Izuku? Wait. Seriously, don't we have to fight? No one told you were wrong, your way of admiring Almight is. The blonde threw himself again against Izuku, who with his super breath pushed him away and with his super speed took him by the shoulder. Izuku? I told you to wait. But the blonde was furious, completely out of his mind, the dangerous boy broke free from the grip and took a few steps back to prepare a new attack. Izuku? Bakugo. Bakugo. Stop running away and fight. Making slight explosions. The blonde threw himself at Izuku again with All Might's words on his mind. Just so you know, pride is important, you definitely have the skills of a professional. Bakugo. Why? The blonde was about to attack Izuku, who managed to grab him by the wrists, although Bakugo kneed Izuku in the chin, which, although it ended up hurting him, did make the boy let go. Bakugo. Why? Tell me why, damn it. Izuku. What are you? Bakugo. Why did a useless guy like you get so damn strong, but I didn't? Tell me why. Bakugo prepared himself again, the blonde made a strong explosion approaching Izuku who didn't make any movement since the green-haired boy was already waiting for him. In a single movement, the boy dodged the blonde and using his incredible speed, managed to grab him again by the wrists. Bakugo prepared to use an explosion again, Aizawa was about to turn off his quirk, but Izuku rose a little higher in the air and began to blow hard, causing all of Bakugo's sweat to move away from his wrists, although after a few seconds, the temperature of his breathing began to drop as Izuku began to descend, soon. The blonde realized that his hands began to have a light layer of frost, the blonde's hands were frozen, Izuku released the blonde's wrists, who saw his hands shaking slightly from the cold, he knew it, he couldn't use his quirk like this. The blonde man bent down, shocked by this. Izuku. Sorry Bakugo, but I told you I wasn't going to fight you, I had to stop you. Bakugo. Fight damn it, what's wrong with you? Izuku. If you're going to say something, say it without trying to hit me. Bakugo. Because a useless guy like you becomes strong and even Superman recognizes it, but I finished off All Might. The blonde raised his face as he shouted this, Aizawa, hearing him, slightly clenched his fists, for his part, Izuku just breathed heavily, the boy knew, Bakugo had something, his racing heart betrayed him, now he saw it, his voice breaking, tears coming out of his eyes, the blonde felt guilty about the outcome of the battle. Bakugo. If I had been stronger, the villains wouldn't have kidnapped me, and none of this would have happened wiping away tears. Izuku. Serious no. Bakugo. All Might tried to keep his secret, he couldn't tell anyone. Even if I tried not to think about it, it would suddenly come back to me, and I didn't know what to do. Izuku. Then change. The green-haired boy approached Bakugo and pushed him, knocking him down. The blonde looked up in surprise at this, seeing Izuku, who seemed really upset. Izuku. This didn't happen because you were weak, Bakugo. No one expected an attack on the camp, we weren't ready, we didn't have a plan. However, this was caused by your attitude. Bakugo. You don't know anything about. Izuku. Always yelling, insulting others, attacking mercilessly, with a sadistic smile on your face. Tell me, why do you think the villains thought you were a potential ally? The blonde remained silent looking at Izuku who had his fists closed. Izuku. Tell me, what was all this for? Was there even a point in fighting? What were you trying to prove? I understand you want to vent, but this isn't the way. Bakugo. I'll kill you. Izuku. I have the strength to stop you at any time. Bakugo stopped abruptly with this statement, it was the first time Izuku admitted something, the green-haired boy turned on his heat vision, the blonde had that high school vision again. Izuku stopped, the boy breathed and turned off his power. Izuku. But that doesn't mean I'm going to do it, I think that's the difference between us. The boy sighed and turned around ready to go to his room while back in the dorms the argument continued. Haminari. But what's so impressive about him? He has the power to cheat on tests without anyone noticing, and yet he studies and trains. Shoto. And you think that having a power like his gives you the right to cheat? Haminari. Well, nobody would notice. Shoto. So I guess this is what you do, huh? Cheating on tests, spying on girls, impressing others with your strength. Haminari. Not all the time, but it's not a bad idea. Shoto. Yes, and that's why that's the biggest difference between you, you only think about fame, well he thinks all the time about how to handle his power. Akacamp Beta. Bakugo. Hey. Where are you going? Damn coward. Izuku. To my room, in your current state it would be impossible to try to reason with you, that's why I chose that the best option I had was to contain you, so you wouldn't get hurt, you're not so stupid to make an explosion in that state. Bakugo. What? No, come back here you damn nerd. Izuku. You know, Bakugo you should already know, but I admired you before, when we were friends, when I could talk and play with you calmly, but when your quirk appeared everything changed, I think none of us noticed because of how slow it was, but it happened, people started praising you, and it was normal, after all, you developed your quirk at an early age, which is something unusual, besides the type of quirk wow. Even I did it and I'm not going to deny it, but it's funny because there were so many compliments, awards, privileges that they gave you that at some point you changed, you developed an ego that grew every minute and that made you start to look down on others, you put yourself at the center of the universe in a way that you couldn't accept a mistake, in your world, there was no one stronger than you, and if there was, you were in charge of crushing it before others could see it. People had two options, follow you or let themselves be crushed by you, nobody gave you a stop, and here we are. The blonde just looked at the green-haired boy with a blank look, the aggressive Bakugo did not expect a response of this type. Izuku. I've said it once and I'll say it again, what happened on Kamino wasn't your fault. I understand that you feel guilty, but you shouldn't carry that burden, don't punish yourself like that. It wasn't you who fought Almight. But what you should take into consideration is your attitude, because you've already seen it. It doesn't only affect you, but others too. Bakugo. What the hell are you? Izuku. It's not weak to ask for help, a hero trusts his allies as much as he trusts himself. The boy started to walk away slowly, but Bakugo regained his composure by letting out a scream that stopped Izuku again. Bakugo. What do you know about friends? You're just a lonely piece of shit, a freak who doesn't deserve to walk the same ground as me. Izuku. Think about it if you want, it's more. Maybe you're right, yes, I am a phenomenon, but you're wrong about one thing, I did have friends, Himiko, Shoto, the people I would trust with my life unlike you who never had friends, only servants. Bakugo remained silent at this response, but Izuku continued to turn his back on the blonde. Izuku. Also, you're wrong about one thing Bakugo, my power wasn't given to me, I was born with it, but unlike you, I feared it, I didn't know how to control it, and that's why I hid it, I didn't want to hurt anyone, and as hard as it is for you to believe, that included you too. The boy began to retreat before the astonished gaze of the blonde. Izuku. I'm not asking you to change, just to consider it, don't wait for something to happen to someone to do it. The boy was no longer thinking of stopping, but at that moment, Aizawa decided to intervene. Aizawa. Stop you too. Izuku. Sensei. Nana. Are you done? The green-haired boy looked up, seeing how Nana began to slowly descend. Aizawa. Shimura, what are you doing here? Nana. It's not easy to sleep when there are explosions so often, watching the boy so it was you. Izuku. Sorry for waking you up, I didn't mean to. Aizawa. Midoriya, Bakugo, both of you, I'm sorry for not noticing sooner, it's my job as your homeroom teacher to notice when something's wrong with you, and yet I don't know why you came to the conclusion that doing this would be a good idea to vent, Bakugo, but you must understand that it was wrong. You won't solve all your problems with just hitting each other. You're not weak. Don't doubt your strength. You're impressive, but like all the students here, you still have a lot to learn. You're young and you have a long way to go. The black-haired man advanced towards the boy, placing his hand on his head. Aizawa. I promised your mother that I would take care of you, and I intend to keep that promise, from now on, I will not neglect your education, lightly stroking the boy's head, but you must also learn to be more rational, something like this looking around would deserve a more severe punishment. Nana. Thank you for restraining your partner and keeping the damage to a minimum. Midoriya, a fight between the two would have only made them worthy of a more severe punishment, in addition to hurting themselves. Izuku didn't respond to this, only rising slightly. Nana. But that's enough. Now both of you go to your rooms. Bakugo. TCH turning his gaze to Izuku. Nana. Tomorrow we will discuss their punishments, be thankful this didn't get any worse, seeing that the boys didn't leave now. The blonde just stood up annoyed and started walking, while Izuku just nodded slightly and flew away to his room. Bakugo for his part had his mind busy, thinking about the green-haired boy's words, as well as how he had managed to turn off his quirk. The green-haired boy wasn't lying, he had the strength to stop him whenever he wanted, and he always held back so as not to cause harm to others. Bakugo stopped for a few seconds and looked up thinking. What would he do if he had the green-haired boy's powers? Could he hold back too? Back at the dorms, things were a bit tense. Kirishima watched nervously as Kaminari made light lightning bolts with his hands. The Redeed was just one move away from stopping them both, but Shoto was willing to end it all with just a few words and a simple question. Shoto. Tell me, Kaminari, do you know anyone good? The blonde just looked up mockingly at this and gave a small, sarcastic laugh. Kaminari. To a lot of people, all of us here in fact opening his hands mockingly. At that moment, the mixed-haired boy smiled slightly, he had caught Kaminari easily. Shoto. Smiling triumphantly, oh yes, that's true, maybe I didn't explain myself well, because I was referring to someone really good, someone who is good all the time. Everyone turned to look at Shoto, they knew the context of the question, in a world with superpowers, it was almost obvious that almost everyone had once used their quirks to their advantage, whether to get things, intimidate, or for personal favors. Kaminari didn't say anything, he knew he had no answer to this. Shoto. Yes, there's your answer, and you know what? I do know him. He's someone who wears a black and red suit and has the power to destroy an entire countryside with ease, but who gets up every day to always do the right thing no matter what happens. He has the power to wipe out an entire civilization, and yet he prefers to help a lost child because that's the right thing to do. He limits his power so as not to hurt anyone and prefers to help others rise, rather than keeping everything to himself. Kaminari said nothing, keeping his anger and even clenching his fists, the boy just looked away feeling defeated with just words. Shoto just raised his gaze slightly with a calm smile. Shoto. You know Kaminari, it's not boring to be good, it's inspiring. The boy said this and simply went to his room, thus ending this conversation. One by one, the other students also went to their rooms until only Momo remained, who poured herself a glass of water, but while she filled her glass, she thought about the words of the heterochromatic boy, but mainly about the green-haired boy. Someone with overwhelming power, but who preferred to help others reach their full potential. The girl let out a slight sigh before going to her room, ignoring the small blush on her face. The day had ended with two confrontations, a clash of ideals, but in both, the hope of making things better won. And well, here we are again, a chapter ready for delivery and reading on demand XD. Okay, yes, I know, there was no episode last week, and first of all, sorry, but to be honest, these last few days have been quite hectic, to put it mildly, going from one place to another, preparing things, getting documents out, I really didn't even have time to edit the episode. This year has been quite interesting, not to say painful, but at least, it's not all bad, because just as it got rid of very important people in my life, it also gave me an opportunity, a radical change that I didn't expect in my life, but that promises to be for the better. As Ethan would say in Resident Evil Biohazard. They say that when one door closes, another opens. This may be the new door. So well, starting on the th of this month, things will change for me, but I promise I won't give up, not again. And yes, I know that one chapter per week is a bit slow, but I ask for your patience, at least I won't be absent for so long anymore, hahaha. But anyway, I hope you enjoy the chapter and well, you know that any vote or comment is perfectly well received and appreciated. For my part, that's all, I say goodbye, but not before wishing you and your families good luck. I'm YehosuaHernandez, the White Wolf of Wapid, and if a Tyrannosaurus doesn't eat me, I'll see you here next week, hahaha. Take care of yourselves, dress warmly, eat healthy XD and take the necessary health measures, we will get out of this sooner than you expect, it's a promise. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching, if you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day, bye.